Chapter 1. My transformation into an infant after death. At the first high school of City A, there exists an intimidating duo of desk mates. The young man, named Su-Won, is a prodigious black belt in Taekwondo, possessing striking good looks and hailing from a wealthy family. He is the object of affection for numerous young women in high school, however. His aspirations lie solely within the financial sector. Currently, he manages several companies and boasts a net worth in the hundreds of millions. The young woman, Tang Xi, is the top scholar at First High School, having received numerous scientific research awards and appeared in several newspapers. She is not only beautiful, but also possesses a charming demeanor, making her immensely popular. On her way home from school, Tang Xi hummed a little tune, having heard several rumors about her and Su-Won. The school was abuzz with gossip regarding their alleged romantic involvement. Frustrated, Tang Xi knew that despite being desk mates, their interactions were virtually non-existent. One was diligently focused on lectures while the other dozed off. One was engrossed in solving problems while the other monitored stock prices, and they had scarcely exchanged words throughout their school days. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Xi found herself standing at a traffic light, where she noticed Su went ahead, casually slinging his backpack over one shoulder while intently gazing at his phone. Dressed in a blue and white school uniform, his profile was exquisitely defined, particularly his prominent nose. Tang Xi admitted to having felt a fleeting pang of attraction toward him in the past. As Su-Won began to walk forward, Tang Xi lowered her head and followed suit. The innocent yet bold infatuation of youth compelled her gaze towards Su-Won's retreating figure, but they were undeniably inhabitants of different worlds. Beep beep. A large truck sped towards Su-Won. By the time Tang Xi realized the danger, she instinctively lunged forward to push him aside. Move! Surprised by the sudden shove, Su-Won turned around with an irritated expression. Bang! The truck struck Tang Xi, sending her flying 5 meters away, blood instantly staining the pavement. The gruesome scene momentarily stunned Su-Won, and upon seeing Tang Xi's pale face, he found himself in a state of shock. In that very instant, a car skidded and collided with Su-Won. Lying on the road, drenched in blood, Su-Won cast a final glance in Tang Xi's direction. Fool! If you hadn't pushed me away, you wouldn't have died. In her last moments, Tang Xi couldn't help but mentally berate him. Damn you, Su-Won. I hope I never encounter you in my next life. Meeting you brings nothing but misfortune. At that moment, in the Douluo Continent, deep within the Douluo Forest, Tang Xi's consciousness had long been in slumber. She felt her soul being drawn by an unseen force, and when her awareness returned, she realized she had transformed into an infant. Surrounded by towering trees, she found herself swaddled in white cloth beside a flowing river. Ya-ya-yo. Just as she attempted to speak, all that escaped her lips were the sounds of a baby. It dawned on her that she had reincarnated as an infant, retaining her memories. Yet, an agonizing pain gripped her heart, as if a pair of mighty hands were constricting it, leaving her breathless. Ah, 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 ah. The incessant cries of the infant continued, driven by the excruciating pain in her heart, until she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. In the divine realm, a gentle green-haired woman and a dark purple-haired man with crimson eyes watched with keen interest through a water mirror, observing the scene of Tang Xi's transformation into an infant.It is indeed the two divine sovereigns, the god of life and the god of destruction. The god of life lamented, I originally intended to summon our successor from another world, but unexpectedly, this young girl sacrificed herself to save our heir, and upon her death, her soul followed to the Douluo Continent. Tragically, the reincarnated body has a damaged heart and will not survive beyond this day. With a hint of melancholy, the god of life lowered his head, acknowledging this as their oversight. Contemplating this, he channeled a fragment of divine power through the water mirror into Tang Xi's body. The divine energy enveloped the lifeless heart of Tang Xi, merging with it and instantly radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Gradually, the heart was reshaped into a transparent and exquisite 7-petal heart, which began to beat anew. The god of destruction smirked slightly. Since you desire for this soul from another realm to linger a few more years, I shall bestow upon her a fragment of divine power as compensation. A dark mist emanated from the fingertips of the god of destruction, seeping through the water mirror and entering Tang Xi's form. In the Douluo Forest, Tang Hao cradled a baby in his arms as he traversed through the woods. Suddenly, he sensed a faint yet potent energy, imbued with formidable divine power, prompting him to alter his course. Upon reaching the riverbank, he beheld a baby swathed in white cloth, emanating a weak glow from its heart. At a glance, Tang Hao recognized it as the 7-petal heart, taken aback by the realization that this infant would not live beyond the age of 25. In the Douluo Continent, the 7-petal heart holds no significant power. yet its rarity is comparable to a 100,000-year spirit ring, merely extending the life of those with damaged hearts by 25 years. In the presence of long-lived spirit masters, 25 years is but a fleeting moment, and the seven-petal heart is exceedingly rare throughout history. Only 3 individuals have ever possessed it, each ultimately succumbing after a mere 25 years of life. Gazing at the delicate infant, with its fair and tender visage, asleep in a charming manner, Tang Hao's heart softened instantly. Very well, having an additional adopted daughter seems not so bad after all. Before reading further, please note, this narrative features a beloved group dynamic with a hint of drama, focusing on 2 protagonists, one aligned with Tang San and the other with the Spirit Hall. The relationships remain intact, and the narrative does not undermine any relationships. Su Wen's ambition is to save the Spirit Hall, eliminate Tang San, and seize opportunities, while Tang Xi's role is to protect the protagonist group and remain passive. Su Wen and Tang Xi form a couple, with their opposing emotional arcs serving as a backdrop, while the focus remains on the beloved Tang Xi. Su Wen inherits 2 divine legacies, whereas Tang Xi, lacking such legacies, creates her own divine position. Su Wen's cultivation speed surpasses Tang San by more than 5 levels, while Tang Xi remains steady. The initial spirit ring will not be terrifyingly powerful, beginning with a 1,000 or 10,000-year spirit ring, gradually evolving in complexity and color. If this does not appeal to you, feel free to depart by clicking the upper left corner. We shall remain unbothered by each other's presence. And should you wish to support with collections or votes, I extend my gratitude to all the delightful readers. I have become Tang San's sister. On the outskirts of Notting City lies a small village named Holy Soul Village. In a grassy meadow, a 6-year-old boy with blue hair and blue eyes sat in meditation. And this boy is none other than Tang San. With his left hand outstretched, a blue lotus blossomed momentarily before dissipating, sending ripples of purple light throughout the surroundings. Tang San opened his eyes, his purple irises swiftly transforming to blue. He pondered within, my Xintian skill has been stagnating at the first realm for 3 months without any progress. Subsequently, Tang San helplessly glanced at Tang Xi, who was lazily lounging on the grass with a dogtail grass stalk in her mouth, and sighed, Xiao Xi, I invited you to practice with me, not to slack off. Upon hearing this, the girl with playful dark brown short hair stirred, yawning sleepily. This was Tang Xi. Tang Xi nonchalantly replied, Brother, since I won't live past 25, why should I exhaust myself with training when I can enjoy life? Tang Xi lamented her fate. For ever since Tang San learned from Tang how that she was destined to die before reaching the age of 25, he had been diligently teaching her the Xintian skill and the purple extreme demon eye, fearing what might happen if she were to perish prematurely. However, Tang Xi, averse to fatigue, ultimately only practiced the purple extreme demon eye. Hearing this, Tang San, in a fit of anger, tapped Tang Xi on the forehead and declared with dissatisfaction, Stop saying such nonsense, I will find a way for you to live to. 26. Observing Tang San's unwavering determination, Tang Xi felt reluctant to dampen his spirits, fearing he might insist on dragging her into rigorous physical training again. Thus, she merely pouted and suggested, Brother, let's hurry back and have dinner. It was only 2 months after her arrival in this world that Tang Xi discovered she was in the realm of the popular novel Douluo, where she had been reincarnated as an abandoned infant, later adopted by Tang Hao.By a twist of fate. She became the younger sister of the protagonist, Tang San, who, when she was 3 years old, informed her of her grim fate of not living past 25. Nevertheless, Tang Xi maintained a positive outlook. Feeling content with the prospect of living for an additional 25 years, for now, she simply wished to follow Tang San and indulge in a carefree existence. But under her elder brother's relentless persuasion, she had no choice but to begin training her body. After 6 years in this life, Tang Xi had completely embraced Tang San and Tang Hao as her family, as she had been an orphan in her previous life. Bouncing along the paths of Holy Soul Village, Tang Xi was perpetually filled with curiosity about this new world. At the end of the path stood a 3-story house, albeit a tad dilapidated. This was the home where Tang Xi had lived for 6 years. Upon entering, Tang San instinctively went to prepare dinner, while Tang Xi diligently began tidying up the house. Once the porridge was ready, a disheveled man emerged, clad in a fitted brown leather jacket that perfectly showcased Tang Hao's robust physique. The trio shared a harmonious meal at the table, but Tang Xi could hardly conceal her discontent since her arrival in this world. She had not tasted meat and had been subsisting solely on porridge. Reflecting on this, Tang Xi cast a reproachful glance at Tang Hao. Tang Hao paused momentarily, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he said, Today's weight training will increase to 300 pounds. and you will also run 5 extra laps around the village. Tang Xi lowered her head, a frown etched on her face, but when she looked up, her large eyes glistened with unshed tears. She pleaded, "Dad, how about we skip training today?" Possessing a keen intellect, Tang Xi's physique was extraordinary, her body remarkably strong. Although her heart was somewhat delicate, as long as her heart remained unharmed, she could likely live well until the age of 25. In unison, Tang Hao and Tang San firmly replied, "No." Hearing this, Tang Xi felt a wave of dejection wash over her. Tang Hao pondered to himself. If anyone were to harm Xiao Zai's heart, it would be catastrophic. Only by cultivating one's own strength can one prevent the root of such problems. Thus, practice is indispensable. That moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Village Chief Jack, leaning on his cane, awaited outside. "Tang Hao, I have come to take Xiao Xi and Xiao San to awaken their martial souls." Upon hearing this, Tang San looked up in delight. The day they had anticipated had finally arrived. Xiao Zai's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Tang Hao. With a stoic expression, Tang Hao nodded slightly. "Remember to return by noon to prepare the meal." In the next instant, Xiao Xi dashed towards the door, joyfully exclaiming, "Oh yeah, Xiao Xi is about to awaken her martial soul." Tang San followed closely behind, chuckling, "Slow down, Xiao Xi." Awakening of the martial souls. Under the guidance of Grandpa Jack, Tang San and Xiao Xi arrived at a stone house, where several children curiously observed their surroundings. Su Yuntao, clad in a pale purple uniform of the Martial Soul Hall, stood atop the stone house, seemingly having waited there for quite some time. Village Chief Jack proclaimed, "Our village is named Holy Soul Village because we once produced a soul saint. Now, children, this master is here to help you awaken your martial souls." Xiao Xi looked earnestly at the 29th level Great Soul Master Su Yuntao, whose demeanor was somewhat disdainful. Su Yuntao remarked with exasperation, "I have traversed 6 villages, and not a single child has manifested any soul power." The group of children was then ushered into the house. Su Yuntao activated his martial soul, the lone wolf, casting 6 small stones to form a luminous circle, and then retrieved a crystal ball to begin measuring their soul power. Scythe still possesses some attack powered, and soul power. Next. Ho. Another without soul power, blue silver grass, a waste martial soul. Next. When it was Tang San's turn, blue silver grass sprouted from his left hand, while a small hammer emerged discreetly from behind his back. Xiao Zai's eyes brightened. It was indeed identical to the original narrative. Without even a glance, Su Yuntao instantly recognized it as a waste martial soul, calling for the next child. "Wait, you haven't measured my soul power, why?" Su Yuntao replied disdainfully. "Blue silver grass is a waste martial soul. What need is there to measure soul power?" Xiao Xi, feeling indignant, retorted, "What do you know? There are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters." Seeing the unwavering determination in their eyes, Su Yuntao reluctantly nodded, allowing Tang San to measure his soul power. As Tang San placed his hand on the crystal ball, it instantly radiated a brilliant light. Su Yuntao expressed his astonishment. "Incredible. Its innate full soul power, what a pity it's a waste martial soul." Xiao Xi silently added in her heart, "One who does not exceed you within 6 years cannot be deemed a waste martial soul." Next up was Xiao Xi, who felt an exhilarating thrill as her turn finally arrived. Standing within the luminous circle, Xiao Xi slowly began to levitate. Soon, she sensed a warm force surging towards her, as if 2 powers were striving to break free from their constraints. Thump! Xiao Xi felt her heart race violently, her eyes widening as a sharp pain pierced her chest. "Ah, my heart hurts so much." Xiao Zai's complexion paled, her entire body trembling uncontrollably, while strands of light coiled around her arms. Tang San glanced anxiously at Su Yuntao. "Master, what has happened to my sister? Why is she in such agony?" Su Yuntao was also drenched in cold sweat. He had never encountered such a situation before. She was contorted in pain, her left hand breaking free from its restraints as a magnificent white peony blossomed. From her right hand, a long white thread emerged. Tang Xi, overwhelmed by discomfort, had no capacity to conceal her other martial soul. The names of her martial souls surfaced in her mind. Bloodthirsty peony, lifeline. With her last ounce of strength, she reached out to touch the crystal ball, which radiated brilliance akin to that experienced by Tang San during his assessment. Su Yuntao was utterly astonished, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that she possesses dual martial souls?" It is worth noting that the current Pope, Bibi Dong, also possesses dual martial souls. And furthermore, she has innate full soul power. Moments later, Su Yuntao lamented, alas. One is a mutated, useless peony, and the other a thread devoid of any offensive capability. Both martial souls are rendered ineffective. As the awakening concluded, Tang Xi fainted, and Tang San swiftly caught her. She felt slightly heavy in his arms. Tang San, concerned, glanced at Tang Xi's pale visage and immediately thought of their father, hastily rushing out to find him. Upon witnessing Tang San carrying Tang Xi, Village Chief Jack was filled with confusion, followed closely by Su Yuntao, who emerged behind him. As Su Yuntao remarked, the two children just now, one bears the worthless blue silvergrass, the other, a dual martial soul comprised of a useless peony and thread. What a pity, both have innate full soul power. Jack's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Master, can they both cultivate into soul masters? Su Yuntao nodded. They can only cultivate up to the soul master realm at most. The girl is somewhat special. This situation must be reported to the Martial Soul Hall. From a soul guidance device, Su Yuntao retrieved a token and handed it to Jack. This is the admission token for the Martial Soul Hall. With it, she may enter a reputable academy. It is intended for that girl. Point 4, bloodthirsty peony. Tang San rushed home, carrying Tang Xi, as he kicked the door open with a loud bang. Tang Hao, who was busy forging, turned irritably at the noise and exclaimed, "Who is it?" Upon seeing Tang Xi's pale complexion, he was immediately startled and rushed over to embrace her. As a tidal "Duh," he instantly sensed the faint glow emanating from her heart. Tang Hao infused his soul power into Tang Xi's body, furrowing his brow in confusion. Why were there two conflicting powers within her? These two forces were clashing violently within Tang Xi, jeopardizing her delicate heart, which triggered the angina. Gradually, Tang Xi's complexion improved. She weakly opened her eyes, feeling as though all her strength had been drained. With a feeble voice, she inquired, "What has happened to me?" Tang San, filled with concern, asked, "Sister, do you feel any better?" Tang Xi's expression turned grave as she gazed at Tang Hao and Tang San, who were both startled. I suddenly feel quite hungry," she said with a cheerful smile, causing Tang Hao to suppress his urge to scold her. She truly had a carefree spirit, leaving him worried for no reason. "Tang San, go prepare a meal," he instructed. Tang San sighed, lamenting his fate of having such a sister. Tang Hao suddenly recalled something and said, "By the way, what kind of martial soul have you awakened?" Just as Tang San was about to respond, Tang Xi interjected, "Big brother awakened the blue silvergrass." Tang San nodded and released the blue silvergrass. Tang Hao's reaction was subdued, as if it was within his expectations. "Father, I have also awakened a hammer-like weapon," Tang San added. Tang Hao gazed in astonishment at the other hammer in Tang San's hand, which was the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao solemnly advised Tang San, "Remember, during your cultivation, do not attach any soul rings to this hammer, nor should you use it in front of others. Always use the hammer in your hand to protect the grass in your grasp." Tang San nodded, although he was uncertain why his father instructed him to do so. Tang San turned to Tang Xi and said to Tang Hao, "But father, my sister's twin martial souls have been revealed." Tang Hao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "What did you just say?" Tang Xi, with an expression of regret, lowered her head and murmured, "The awakening of the martial soul is truly agonizing. I never intended to overthink it." Subsequently, she summoned her two martial souls through her will, a delicate white peony and a slender thread. Tang Xi felt a surge of tears, sharing the same dual martial soul. Why did hers appear so feeble? Tang Hao helplessly ruffled Tang Xi's hair and reassured her. "Do not worry. No one pays attention to a twin martial soul that is deemed useless." Upon finishing his words, Tang Hao noticed that Tang Xi was even more sorrowful, her eyes glistening with moisture, seemingly on the verge of tears in the next moment. Tang Hao inwardly lamented his misstep, sensing he had misspoken. "Father, you are incorrigible. I shall ignore you henceforth. Unless, of course, there is meat to indulge in tomorrow." With a sigh of resignation, Tang Hao pressed his forehead and quickly acquiesced, saying, "All right, all right, all right, I promise you, my dear." Truly, he had raised a little deity. The following morning, Tang Hao set out early. When he returned at noon, he carried a wild boar on his shoulders. Tang Xi, upon seeing him, joyfully gathered around Tang Hao, exclaiming, "Father, you are amazing. You really brought back the meat." Tang Xi's mouth watered at the sight, and upon hearing the tender calls of daddy from Tang Hao, her heart softened. Having a little cotton-padded jacket was indeed delightful. Subsequently, Tang San began to skin the wild boar, and the ground became drenched in its blood, the grotesque scene momentarily stunning Tang Xi. A flicker of crimson light flashed in her eyes as she instinctively summoned the bloodthirsty peony. The white peony bloomed upon the raw flesh of the wild boar, voraciously drinking in the blood. Visible strands of soul power coalesced into a cerulean light, flowing towards the peony, which was enveloped in an overwhelming black mist. The peony grew increasingly vibrant, its petals edged with a faint pink hue. 5. Entering the academy. Just as Tang San was about to speak, he was interrupted by Tang Hao. After a considerable time, the blood of the wild boar had been completely absorbed. The black mist from the peony invaded the wild boar, and its desiccated body was instantly corroded away, causing the black mist to grow stronger. Tang Xi felt an incessant surge of energy flowing into her body, and she summoned the bloodthirsty peony back with her will. Tang Hao murmured to himself, Xiao Shi has surprisingly become an 11th level soul master. Tang Xi stood frozen in place, gazing at Tang Hao and said, I am truly sorry, father. It appears we will not have any meat to eat today. Tang Hao shook his hand and inquired, what sensations do you experience when utilizing your martial soul? He continued, well, I find that upon witnessing blood, I lose control over my martial soul. By the way, father, my martial soul is named Bloodthirsty Peony. Tang Hao began to comprehend the situation. He turned to Tang San and said, you may go ahead and prepare the meal. I have a few words to share with your sister. Tang San nodded. Regardless of how his sister transformed, she would always remain his sister. Tang Hao led Tang Xi into the room and remarked, my dear bloodthirsty peony, it seems you must rely on the consumption of fresh blood and soul power to elevate your soul rank. Remember, do not unleash this ability in front of outsiders. Otherwise, you may be regarded as a forbidden martial soul and dealt with accordingly. A hint of complexity flickered in Tang Hao's eyes as he pondered. Why must there exist such a martial soul? Tang Xi nodded obediently and reassured, rest assured, father. At worst, it is merely death, after all. I am destined to face it eventually. Tang Hao could not help but slap Tang Xi gently on the forehead, prompting Tang Xi to cry out in pain. What nonsense are you spouting? Father will always protect you. Tang Hao retrieved a brooch embedded with a sapphire from his pocket and adorned the collar of Tang Xi with it. Clad in a delicate green bubble dress, Tang Xi exuded an air of exquisite quality. Observing her ethereal appearance, Tang Hao elucidated, this brooch is a soul-guiding artifact, containing a spatial dimension of 50 square meters. I have also stored 5,000 golden soul coins within it. Remember, little Xi, your physique is unique. Do not overexert yourself during your cultivation. As Tang Hao lifted his gaze once more, he beheld Tang Xi, her eyes brimming with tears, gazing at him with heartfelt emotion. She suddenly threw herself into his embrace, exclaiming, Father, it turns out our family is so affluent. Tang Hao, my child, shouldn't your focus be on expressions like, Father, I am deeply moved? In the ensuing period, Tang Hao instructed Tang San in the art of hammering, while Tang Xi engaged in weightlifting, running, and physical training by the sidelines. Soon, Tang San and Tang Xi completed their preparations and followed village chief Jack to attend school at the Nodding Academy. The bustling city was adorned with numerous upscale edifices, bustling with throngs of people, while vendors along the streets vociferously peddled fruits, vegetables, and various intriguing trinkets. Tang Xi had previously purchased bedding and other items on the street. Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired, little sister, where did you acquire the funds? Tang Xi, with a hint of playful arrogance, declared, of course. It was given to me by my father. Tang San felt an immediate sense of disdain, as if he were merely an unwelcome stray. Upon arriving at the entrance of Nodding Academy, the guard stationed there abruptly blocked the path of Tang San and his companions. With an air of arrogance, the guard declared, this is Nodding Academy, a place not meant for you rustic folk. Tang San lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly, while village chief Jack produced the list issued by Su Yuntao in an attempt to provide evidence. Before Jack could articulate his thoughts, he witnessed Tang Xi deliver a powerful punch that sent the guard flying. Nonchalantly, he remarked, noisy. Tang San was taken aback as he approached and gently ruffled Tang Xi's hair, expressing his helplessness. Little sister, leave the fighting to your elder brother next time. If your body can't handle it, refrain from engaging. The gatekeeper, exasperated, was about to voice his frustration when a round of applause erupted, resounding with approval. A man clad in a dark green robe with closely cropped hair approached. He was none other than Master Yu Xiaojiang. Little dance, you lack martial ethics, Yu Xiaojiang remarked, glancing at Tang Xi and Tang San. Allow me to take these two to report. Jack pulled out the personal profiles of Tang San and Tang Xi, handing them to Yu Xiaojiang with a hint of embarrassment, saying, I entrust them to you. Jack looked at the two with a sense of pride, encouraging, Little San. Little Xi, make sure to study diligently. Tang Xi nodded joyfully, exclaiming, Little Xi can do it. Subsequently, the two followed Yu Xiaojiang and, after glancing at Tang San's personal profile, remarked, "You possess twin martial spirits as well." Tang San cast a vigilant glance at Yu Xiaojiang, inwardly pondering how he had come to know. Well-versed in the intricacies of the plot, Tang Xi could effortlessly anticipate the forthcoming words of Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang proceeded to elaborate extensively on the reasons for discovering that Tang San possessed twin martial souls, before addressing the two, inquiring if they would be willing to take him as their master. Upon hearing this, Tang San joyfully knelt down, exclaiming, "Master, please allow your student to pay his respects." Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly assisted Tang San to his feet, promptly stating, "A man kneels to the heavens, the earth, and his parents. You merely need to bow and address me as master." Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang directed his gaze towards Tang Xi, and Tang San also looked at her. Harboring a desire for his sister to honor Yu Xiaojiang as her teacher, Tang Xi shook her head and resolutely declined, saying, "I apologize, master. But I do not wish to become your disciple. My physique is rather unique, and thus I aspire to cultivate dual martial souls." Yu Xiaojiang felt a tinge of regret but nonetheless advised, "I suggest you first refine one martial soul, this way. The first soul ring of your second martial soul can attain superior quality." Tang Xi shook her head, for she had no intention of pursuing such a path of cultivation. Her intuition assured her that the dual cultivation of martial souls was indeed the correct course. Tang Xi casually remarked, "It's of no concern. I'm merely practicing for fun. After all, I won't survive regardless." Before Tang Xi could finish her words, she was playfully tapped on the forehead by Tang San. Hiding in the corner, Tang Xi touched the bump that had formed on her forehead, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. "I haven't finished my sentence yet," Tang San said angrily. "Sister, do not speak nonsense." Yu Xiaojiang was filled with questions, yet he did not dwell on them, for having Tang San as a disciple was sufficient. Yu Xiaojiang accompanied Tang San and Tang Xi to the academy to report in, after which the siblings directly went to their dormitory to pack their belongings. The 7th dormitory was a co-ed residence. As Tang San stepped inside, he was immediately ambushed by a boy. However, he swiftly subdued Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng patted Tang San on the shoulder and declared, "You have bested me. From this moment on, you shall be the leader of our 7th dormitory." The others promptly bowed and exclaimed, "Greetings, leader." In the next instant, a girl with scorpion braids, clad in a pink outfit and adorned with 2 rabbit ears atop her head, entered through the door. Holding a pink bento, Xiaowu began to introduce herself. "Hello everyone. My name is Xiaowu, as in the dance." Tang San was unexpectedly shoved by Wang Xing from behind, who exclaimed, "The new arrival in the 7th dormitory wishes to challenge the dorm leader to a duel, and he is none other than our esteemed leader." Subsequently, Tang San was successfully knocked down by Xiaowu. Wang Sheng then cast a glance at Tang Xi, who was spectating nearby, and added, "She is also a newcomer. She has yet to engage in a fight." Tang Xi found herself innocently caught in the crossfire. Xiaowu narrowed her eyes and swiftly advanced, delivering a right sweep kick aimed at Tang Xi. In a thrilling moment, Tang Xi executed a backward somersault, landing gracefully on the ground. Xiaowu, using her hands for leverage, performed several aerial flips, utilizing the floor's rebound to ensnare Tang Xi's neck with her legs. Just as it appeared that Xiaowu would bring Tang Xi crashing to the ground, she had no choice but to close her eyes and firmly grasp Xiaowu's waist. A peculiar ticklish sensation surged through Xiaowu's waist, rendering her legs powerless, and she tumbled to the ground. Flushed and flustered, Xiaowu pouted and exclaimed, "You lack martial ethics. How could you dare to grasp a girl's waist so freely? It tickles me to death." 7 Su wins martial soul. Tang Xi made a playful face, chuckling. "A loss is a loss." Xiaowu, in a fit of frustration, stomped her feet in place, declaring, "I don't care. I am the leader of this dormitory, and you must address me as Sister Xiaowu." Tang Xi turned her head away, secretly mocking, "What a childish person." Glancing at Tang San, who was watching the show beside her, her mischievous side emerged as she teased, "Only my sister-in-law can cure me. Unless you wish to become my sister-in-law?" Xiaowu's eyes sparkled as she leaned in, exclaiming, "Great. Call me sister-in-law." Tang Xi sweetly called out sister-in-law, and revealed a charming smile. The inhabitants of the 7th dormitory gazed at Tang San with peculiar eyes, wearing expressions that seemed to say, "Oh, I see," which was utterly perplexing. Tang San nearly spat blood, his fury escalating. This woman must be scheming against him. In the hall of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a woman sat with her eyes closed in meditation. She was of modest stature, adorned in an opulent robe of silver embroidered with gold. Her head crowned with a 9-curved purple gold tiara, and in her hand, she held a scepter nearly 2 meters long, embedded with countless gemstones. This was none other than Pope Bibi Dong. Su Wen, with his dark purple-tinged silver hair, donned a form-fitting black attire, complemented by a black and purple leather armor. Under the guidance of the chrysanthemum Douluo, Su Wen arrived at the Pope's hall, announcing, "Your Majesty, I have brought the Holy Sun." Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes and uttered a soft hum, then gestured for the ghost Douluo beside her to commence the soul awakening process. Su Wen was the abandoned infant whom Bibi Dong had personally rescued 6 years ago. She sensed a divine aura emanating from him and decided to nurture him as her chosen disciple. The ghost Douluo cast 6 small stones that formed a luminous circle around Su Wen, and a warm energy surged into his body. Ever since he became conscious, he had known he had traversed into the fervent narrative of Douluo Continent, having been taken in by Bibi Dong to be trained as her direct disciple. He was also acutely aware that the future protagonist, Tang San, would eventually bring down the Spirit Hall, leading to the shattering of Qian Rinchue's divine position and Bibi Dong's demise. Given his origins in the Spirit Hall, he would not spare any of the Haoyan sect. Tang San, or Shrek Academy. He would not allow Tang San to seize any of the fortuitous opportunities, such as the Eye of Ice and Fire, the championship of the elite competition, or the Sea God Island and Killing God domain. A murderous intent gleamed in Su Wen's eyes. In that instant, a domineering black mist erupted from his left hand. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and remarked seriously, "It is a rare and exquisite martial soul, belonging to the dark attribute." Among the myriad of martial souls, those with attributes were exceedingly rare. Wind, space, darkness, light, and others were considered exceptional martial souls, capable of unleashing terrifying power. Such attribute-based martial souls could adapt to various types of soul rings, serving offensive, defensive, and supportive roles. Subsequently, as Su Wen touched the crystal ball, it radiated with a brilliant light, revealing his innate full soul power. Bibi Dong smiled, a satisfied smile, and slowly said, "Su Wen, your talent is quite remarkable, even surpassing that of your teacher." Su Wen remained composed and replied, "Teacher, I wish to begin acquiring my first soul ring and commence my cultivation tomorrow." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement with Su Wen's determination, saying, "It is commendable that you have the desire to grow stronger. I wonder how your talent compares to that of the girl with twin martial souls." Upon hearing twin martial souls, Su Wen was taken aback. "Girl? Twin martial souls?" Bibi Dong, noticing his confusion, explained, "The first individual with twin martial souls perished during cultivation, the second being myself, and the third is a little girl named Tang Xi, unfortunately possessing 2 useless martial souls." Bibi Dong then turned her gaze towards the martial soul on Su Wen's left hand, adding, "Yet your martial soul is indeed remarkable." Su pondered to herself, "Tang Xi." When Bibi Dong mentioned the name Tang Xi, Su's heart felt as though it was struck with great force. Was this not the name of her deskmate from a previous life? A conjecture began to form within her, stirring emotions of excitement and anticipation, yet tinged with a hint of trepidation. Was she fearful of any connection between her and Tang San, or was she apprehensive that this individual might not be her? Su herself could not discern the true nature of her thoughts. 8 Tang Xi's misfortune. Tang Xi, accompanied by Tang San, followed the master to the nearby soul beast forest in search of soul rings. With a languid stretch, Tang Xi pitifully remarked to Tang San, "Brother, why must I go as well? I long to continue my leisurely slumber and indulge in delicious feasts. After all, for the past 6 years, my diet has consisted solely of porridge. The cuisine at Notting Academy is simply exquisite." Tang San patiently instructed Tang Xi, "Sister, to grow stronger, one must acquire soul rings. In doing so, you will be better equipped to safeguard yourself." Tang Xi silently complained to herself, "Here we go again. The daily chanting of my elder brother is quite bothersome." Upon witnessing the close bond between the siblings across from him, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but smile. He was taken aback to see that Tang San, at such a tender age, had already matured into a little adult, capable of imparting wisdom to his younger sister. Tang Xi felt quite constrained as she accompanied Tang San to obtain his first soul ring, only to be relentlessly pursued by the mandra snake and ultimately overwhelmed by the foul stench of the Master S spirit, the little dog, Luo San Pao. Here, 1,000 words detailing the arduous process of Tang San acquiring his first soul ring are omitted. The scene shifts to Tang San as he begins to absorb the first soul ring, with Tang Xi, exhausted and breathless from the chase, by his side. Tang Xi, feeling utterly bored and disheartened, idly chewed on a blade of dogtail grass, pondering the exhausting nature of her outing. She speculated that with Master S limited soul power, acquiring the first soul ring would be an unattainable feat at that moment. A crane-like bird abruptly entered her line of sight, leading to a moment of mutual astonishment between Tang Xi and the creature. Yu Xiaojiang, observing the scene, shouted urgently, "Quick, get out of the way." The bird in question was a white-winged flying crane, approximately 1,000 years old, known for its formidable, hard beak and aggressive disposition. Perhaps it was Yu Xiaojiang's loud exclamation that startled the crane, as it suddenly became frantic and launched an attack towards him. Tang Xi was startled, realizing the urgency of the situation. Her elder brother was still in the process of absorbing his spirit ring. She could not allow any disruptions to interfere. Yu Xiaojiang summoned Luo Sanpao with his thoughts. In front of the white-winged flying crane, Luo Sanpao released a foul odor. The white-winged flying crane, visibly annoyed, swiftly kicked Luo Sanpao 10 meters away. In an instant, it darted towards Yu Xiaojiang, delivering a fierce peck with its beak, sending him crashing against a tree trunk with tremendous force. Noticing the white-winged flying crane focusing on her brother Tang San, Tang Xi instinctively leaped in front of him, drawing the dagger gifted to her by Tang San from her belt. The blade was laced with poison. In the blink of an eye, the white-winged flying crane appeared before Tang Xi. Activating her purple extreme demon eye, her gaze transformed into a vivid purple, causing the world around her to slow down significantly. As the white-winged flying crane prepared to strike at Tang San, Tang Xi seized the moment, reaching out to firmly grasp the crane's throat. The white-winged flying crane, feeling its throat constricted, erupted into a frenzy of rage. Tang Xi propelled herself upward with the elasticity of her heels, landing deftly upon the back of the white-winged crane. With resolute strength, she yanked the crane's neck backward. Note: Tang Xi possesses a unique physique, having trained her strength from a young age, enabling her to lift weights of up to 500 pounds. The white-winged crane let out a resounding cry, its wings flaring in indignation as it soared into the sky, with Tang Xi still perched atop its back. When Tang San completed the absorption of the soul ring, his first sight was of Yu Xiaojiang sprawled beneath a tree trunk. But Tang Xi was nowhere to be found. Tang San felt an unprecedented sense of panic. Where was Xiaoxi? Tang San hurriedly rushed in front of Yu Xiaojiang, anxiously exclaiming, "Teacher, where's my sister?" Tang San's face turned crimson with anxiety, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yu Xiaojiang, mustering his strength, opened his eyes and, with a faint voice, uttered, "Your sister was taken by a millennium-old white-winged flying crane while trying to protect you." Each word struck Tang San's heart like a hammer, causing him to instinctively recoil in disbelief. Yu Xiaojiang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was his helplessness that led to this predicament. "No, teacher. You must have some means left. My sister, she is unharmed, isn't she?" Tang San was on the verge of collapse. Yu Xiaojiang, though tormented by his own feelings, relayed the harsh truth. Tang Xi had been taken deep into the forest, where more powerful soul beasts resided. It was feared that the fate of your sister was dire. At this moment, Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, and he could not concern himself with anything else as he dashed into the depths of the forest. After all, she was his sister. Despite her often exasperating nature, she remained a cherished family member. Yu Xiaojiang called out from behind, "Don't go, Tang San. Your venture will only lead to your demise. We must first seek assistance. Do you wish for your sister to witness her brother, whom she fought so hard to save, perish in vain?" This admonition successfully halted Tang San in his tracks, his brow furrowed, tears brimming in his crimson eyes. "Sister, I shall surely find you." Encountering Bibi Dong, the white-winged crane spiraled through the air, attempting to shake off Tang Xi, the powerful gust buffeting her face, leaving her in a similarly distressing state. As Tang Xi's dagger soared into the air, it was abruptly cast aside. In a fit of anger, Tang Xi used her fingers to jab at the eyes of the white-winged crane. With a piercing cry, the crane instinctively unleashed its soul power, swiftly soaring away to a distance of 100,000 meters. The fierce gust of wind rendered Tang Xi unable to grasp the crane's neck, causing her to plummet from a height of 100 meters. Tang Xi felt a chill coursing through her heart. Upon spotting two individuals below, she panicked and cried out, "Quick, get out of the way." The fierce winds tousled Tang Xi's hair wildly as she braced herself with her hands outstretched, preparing for the worst. Suwen, who was walking behind Bai Dong, halted abruptly upon hearing the shout and curiously glanced upward. Tang Xi's gaze fortuitously met that of Suwen, causing her heart to flutter as she succumbed to a moment of infatuation for the charming young boy before her. As Tang Xi drew nearer, Suwen, caught in the throes of instinct, raised his hand to receive her. With a resounding clap, he successfully caught Tang Xi, only to find himself toppled to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Bai Dong turned to witness the scene. Tang Xi sprawled atop Suwen in an exceedingly suggestive posture, Imagine it as you will, hee. Tang Xi felt as if her body were on the verge of collapse, every part aching unbearably, her head spinning with dizziness. A muffled groan of anguish escaped her lips. Tang Xi rose and rubbed her eyes, finally discerning the figure before her, a young boy with dark purple hair, silver strands, and striking red eyes. For some inexplicable reason, the image of her former classmate from a past life, Su-Wen, flashed through her mind. How long are you going to keep lying there? Su-Wen gazed at Tang Xi with an expression of mild irritation, prompting her to realize the intimate nature of their position, causing her to rise hastily in embarrassment. Upon witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle, observing that the two indeed shared a striking resemblance to a married couple. Following the sound of Bibi Dong's laughter, Tang Xi turned her gaze, landing on a woman of modest stature, adorned in an opulent black robe intricately woven with golden patterns. She wore a crown of twisted purple gold and held a scepter approximately 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gemstones. Oh my goodness, is that not the Pope Bibi Dong? Tang Xi, her cheeks flushed, momentarily overwhelmed with nervousness, could only awkwardly utter, "I sincerely apologize. I was just knocked down by a white-winged crane." Subsequently, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, Tang Xi bounded over to Bibi Dong, showcasing her most radiant smile from the most flattering angle. "Hello, beautiful sister, my name is Tang Xi." Tang Xi was utterly oblivious to the astonishment her name evoked in the two individuals. Although Su-Wen maintained a facade of composure, tumultuous waves surged within her heart. Could it truly be her? The very person who had fallen in a pool of blood to save her. Bibi Dong was not so easily deceived. Was this Tang Xi, the one endowed with dual martial souls and innate full soul power? Tang Xi's smile became rigid, a subtle fear creeping into her heart. Could it be that she intended to silence her forever? However, Tang Xi quickly composed herself, gazing adoringly at Bibi Dong. The beautiful sister was truly remarkable, having guessed correctly. Bibi Dong, flattered by Tang Xi's sweet words, inquired, "Little one, would you be willing to become my student?" Tang Xi felt a deep sense of embarrassment, realizing the dire predicament she was in. Should she choose to reject becoming a student of Bibi Dong, she would face utter annihilation. Yet, if she did become her student, she would surely be obliterated by the protagonist. What a challenging dilemma. Teacher, perhaps you might first demonstrate your sincerity before allowing this young lady to make her decision. Su-Wen interjected, coming to Tang Xi's rescue. Tang Xi looked at Su-Wen with gratitude, thinking how kind-hearted he was. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. She glanced at Tang Xi, noting that with only a level 11 soul power, there was no discernible fluctuation in her energy. It seemed she had yet to acquire her first soul ring. "Then let us embark together to obtain your first soul ring," she proposed. Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, yet her heart was already blooming with joy. She promptly nodded and followed behind Bibi Dong, exclaiming, "You're the best, beautiful sister." As they traversed the path, Tang Xi amused Bibi Dong, her face lighting up with delight, while simultaneously contemplating how to decline Bibi Dong's advances. Tang Xi looked at Su-Wen with a beaming smile and said, "By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet." Su-Wen replied calmly, "Su-Wen," and then eagerly awaited Tang Xi's reaction. Upon hearing that name, Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly came to terms with it, reasoning that it must be a case of sharing the same name. What are the odds that it could be that person? Indeed, it is quite a lovely name, reminiscent of one belonging to an old friend of mine. Tang Xi responded with indifference, entirely failing to associate Su-Wen with her former desk mate from a past life. Su-Wen, feeling a surge of frustration, silently mused, how can this woman be so oblivious? Isn't she supposed to be a top student? Tang Xi suddenly halted midway and turned to Bibi Dong, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. Beautiful sister, there is a soul beast nearby that little she desires." Bibi Dong's interest was piqued. "Oh, how do you know that it is the most suitable soul beast for you?" Tang Xi summoned her martial soul, the bloodthirsty peony. The bloodthirsty peony on her left hand emitted a faint white glow, and suddenly, the peony soared away to a slumbering black Xian floating turtle nestled beneath the thicket. Tang Xi elucidated, "It appears that my martial soul possesses the ability to select suitable soul rings autonomously." Bibi Dong, taken aback, responded, "A martial soul that can independently choose its own soul rings? This is unprecedented." She rapped her staff, unleashing a wave of oppressive energy directed at the black Xian floating turtle, which was instantly startled into immobility. Su-Wen drew forth a dagger from his waist and offered it, explaining, "The soul rings must be acquired personally. Thus, you must slay it yourself." Tang Xi unhesitatingly seized the dagger and decisively thrust it towards the head of the black Xian floating turtle. Blood splattered across her face, yet Tang Xi's gaze remained unwavering. Bibi Dong squinted her eyes in satisfaction, acknowledging the commendable fortitude of the child. Radiant orbs materialized around the black Xian floating turtle, coalescing into a yellow halo that ascended and descended around Tang Xi's waist. An overwhelming surge of energy coursed through every vein in Tang Xi's body. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself within her own consciousness, for one must endure the spiritual onslaught of the soul beast in this realm to obtain a soul ring. Around Tang Xi, numerous white peonies bloomed, serving as a barrier against the assault of the black tortoise's spiritual entity. A swirling mass of dark mist surged forth from the peonies, lunging toward the black tortoise's spirit. The black tortoise emitted a mournful cry, seemingly reluctant to succumb to its fate. The dark mist gradually eroded the essence of the black tortoise until it was completely dissipated, at which point a yellow aura gently settled around Tang Xi's waist. Tang Xi has brought an abundance of surprises to Bibi Dong, a 600-year-old black profound floating turtle, which far exceeds the limits of longevity. This child is likely a prodigy. Tang Xi opened her eyes and looked at the yellow halo encircling her waist, filled with immense joy. Bibi Dong inquired, "What is your first soul skill?" Tang Xi obediently explained, "My first soul skill weakens the opponent's speed by 25. The bloodthirsty peony can transfer this speed reduction onto a single individual, with a maximum speed limit of 100. Furthermore, for each additional soul ring I acquire, I can further diminish the opponent's speed by an additional 5. Bibi Dong was astonished by this soul skill. If this ability were to inflict area damage and exploit the speed of agility-based soul masters to bestow it upon another, what would the outcome be? Tang Xi pondered for a moment and said, "Beautiful sister, I wish to add a soul ring to my second martial soul." Bibi Dong, perplexed, inquired why. "Do you understand the consequences of such an action?" Tang Xi nodded solemnly and remarked, "Xiaoxi understands that the first individual on the Douluo continent to possess dual spirit rings was endowed with a twin martial soul, ultimately meeting a tragic fate of explosion and demise." However, Tang Xi's tone shifted, revealing a hint of sorrow on her countenance. "My constitution is rather unique, and my intuition tells me that this path is the most suitable for me." Bibian appeared somewhat hesitant, while Su-Wan, displaying a maturity beyond her years, advised, "Teacher, this is her journey." Reluctantly, Bibidan ultimately acquiesced. "Have you considered what soul ring you wish to bestow upon your second martial soul? It would be best to select one from a formidable and venomous soul beast." As she spoke, Tang Xi summoned her martial soul, the Line of Life. The Line of Life emanated a faint glow, with threads approximately 10 centimeters in length. It seemed to possess a life of its own. Scanning its surroundings before soaring toward the northern direction, Tang Xi pursued behind the Line of Life, while Su-Wan, intrigued by Tang Xi's unique constitution, inquired about the nature of her exceptional physique. What, indeed, constitutes the essence of her remarkable being? Tang Xi followed the thread of life to a grand tree, where it gestured towards a beehive nestled among the branches before returning to her hand. Tang Xi picked up a large stone beside her and accurately hurled it towards the beehive. The hive tumbled down, rolling into the grass. The queen bee, enraged, emerged and cast a glance at the three individuals. Tang Xi, enveloped in fear, sought refuge behind Bibi Dong, her voice trembling as she said, "Beautiful sister, they're truly terrifying." Su was taken aback, pondering the wisdom of retreating when faced with adversity. Bibi Dong found this dependence rather endearing, particularly as Tang Xi bore a striking resemblance to her daughter, Qian Rinxue. Their mother-daughter relationship had always been rather frigid, and the thought of Qian Rinxue's resentment towards the Angel clan only intensified Bibi Dong's feelings. Tapping her staff, Bibi Dong exerted a tremendous pressure that forced the Bee King to the ground. The Bee King, measuring a staggering 8 centimeters, was estimated by Bibi Dong to be 800 years old. Casting a concerned glance at Tang Xi, she cautioned, "This Bee King is 800 years old. Are you certain you wish to make it your first spirit ring?" Tang Xi gazed at the shimmering thread of life in her hand, which pointed intuitively towards the queen bee. After a moment of solemn contemplation, she nodded affirmatively, "Yes, beautiful sister." Subsequently, Tang Xi wielded her dagger to bring an end to the queen bee's existence, and a deep yellow luminescence coalesced into a soul ring, descending upon her. Tang Xi's consciousness was immediately drawn into the realm of spiritual awareness, preparing to endure the assault of the queen bee's spiritual entity. One after another, white peonies blossomed in the space where Tang Xi meditated within her consciousness. The queen bee emitted a furious series of high-pitched sounds, raising the stinger at the end of her tail and launching it towards Tang Xi. The stinger struck Tang Xi's spiritual body with undeniable force, causing her to grimace in pain, her entire being feeling as if it were being gnawed upon by countless ants. The toxin spread throughout every part of Tang Xi's spiritual entity, and she instantly felt a chilling tremor coursing through her. Should her spiritual body sustain damage, it could lead to her becoming a mere shell of herself in reality, or her meridians might succumb to the overpowering force, resulting in catastrophic destruction. The white peonies incessantly supplied life force to Tang Xi, yet the petals withered away in an instant. Suddenly, a black mist emerged, albeit smaller and slower than the previous one. However, upon contact with the queen bee's spiritual entity, the queen's soul was shattered in an instant, and the fragmented remnants fell upon the peonies, nurturing them anew, causing them to bloom once more. Tang Xi opened her eyes once more. The deep yellow soul ring now firmly settled around her waist. Tang Xi felt that her current physical condition was dire. A metallic taste of blood surged in her throat, as if she were on the brink of unconsciousness. Tang Xi was acutely aware that certain words needed to be spoken. She turned towards Bai Bai Dong, a smile gracing her lips, and said, "Beautiful elder sister, I have yet to answer your question." Bai Bai Dong felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of Tang Xi becoming her pupil. However, "Beautiful elder sister, I cannot be your student." Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Dong's expression became somewhat rigid, an undercurrent of anger beginning to surface. Yet, Tang Xi quickly added, "Because I, Xiao Shi, will not live beyond the age of 25. There is no need for the beautiful elder sister to waste her time on someone like me." At this moment, Tang Xi's smile was radiant. When Bai Bai Dong looked up in confusion, she noticed blood trickling from the corners of Tang Xi's mouth, and her complexion was notably pale, as if she were on the verge of fainting. Suwon was the first to react, catching Tang Xi just as she was about to lose consciousness. Tang Xi, with her last breath, lamented, "My constitution is peculiar, as my heart has been inherently compromised." Those who can serve as the elegant elder sister's students must undoubtedly possess remarkable talent and strength, capable of assisting her in numerous endeavors. It is truly unfortunate that I cannot become such a person. As Tang Xi finished speaking, she tightly closed her eyes, overwhelmed by fatigue and yearning for rest. Bibi Dong leaned down, her gaze towards Tang Xi filled with complexity. Upon probing with her soul power, she discovered the truth of Tang Xi's words. Those with a seven-hearted Ling Long are destined not to live beyond the age of 25, and Tang Xi's meridians were severely damaged, posing a grave threat to her heart. Thus, it was no wonder that she succumbed to the agony and fainted. A wave of guilt washed over Bibi Dong. She regretted the fleeting moment when she contemplated eliminating this fragile being, unwilling to have her as a student who could not serve her purpose. If she could not be of use, death seemed the only option. Bibi Dong transferred her soul power to Tang Xi, and Suwon, filled with concern, inquired, "Teacher, is she going to be all right?" Bibi Dong's expression turned grave. Tang Xi's condition was dire, and it would be best to return her home first. In the dead of night, the Soul Beast Forest concealed lethal dangers. Undeterred by Yu Xiaozhang's objections, Tang San resolutely ventured into the forest in search of Tang Xi, accompanied by Xiao Wu. "Little Xi," Tang San anxiously called out. At that moment, Xiao Wu stepped forward and grasped his arm, advising, "Alas, do not proceed any further. There are grave dangers ahead." Tang San shook off Xiao Wu's hand, his eyes reddening as he clenched his fists tightly, trembling slightly. "Do you understand? Xiao Xi has gone missing because of me. I feel utterly useless, unable to even protect my own sister." Upon witnessing Tang San's despondent demeanor, Xiao Wu felt at a loss. Suddenly, her rabbit ears twitched, and she immediately grasped Tang San's hand, leading him towards the nearby stream. Tang Xi lay feebly by the riverbank, utterly unconscious and pale as a ghost. At the moment Tang San beheld Tang Xi, his pupils dilated in shock as he rushed forward to lift her up, checking for her breath with a sense of relief flooding his heart upon discovering that she was still alive. Without hesitation, he anxiously hoisted Tang Xi onto his back and made his way toward Nodding Academy. Not far away, Suwon silently observed the scene. Accompanied by a level 78, Soul Saint, Bai Bai Dong had departed earlier, leaving behind a lord from the Spirit Hall to safeguard Suwon. The Soul Saint respectfully remarked, "Holy Son, it is time for us to depart." "Indeed," Suwon replied, casting a reluctant glance at Tang Xi's receding figure, his expression melancholic as he pondered something unknown. What has befallen Tang Xi's body? Why does the teacher remain reticent? Nevertheless, my dear deskmate, 6 years hence, I eagerly anticipate our reunion. Since you have chosen to align yourself with Tang San, upon our next encounter, we shall be adversaries. 6 years later, in a guest room at Notting Academy. Tang Xi lay unconscious upon the bed, her complexion still pale and devoid of any color, her body trembling slightly, evidently enduring some form of agony. Yu Xiaojiang stood helplessly at the bedside, shaking his head. The severe damage to her meridians likely rendered her incapable of cultivating soul power any longer. At that moment, the door was suddenly thrust open, and Tang Hao strode in with urgency, his anxious gaze fixed upon the unconscious Tang Xi. Yu Xiaojiang recognized the figure before him at once. It was the legendary Hao Douluo, Tang Hao. A look of joy crossed Yu Xiaojiang's face, as Hao Douluo had always been his idol. Tang Hao continuously infused his soul power into Tang Xi, only to discover that her meridians were being nourished by another source of soul power. With this realization, he felt reassured and slowly remarked, Tang Xi's meridians are damaged and require a year of recuperation. During this period, she must refrain from cultivating soul power. Instruct her to focus on restoring her health. As he spoke the latter part, Tang Hao could hardly contain his emotions. Heaven knows how anxious he felt upon receiving the message from the third party, which indicated that Tang Xi had fainted and remained unresponsive. However, it appeared that she had already received treatment from someone else, and her injuries would surely heal within a year. Yu Xiaojiang cautiously inquired, You must be Lord Hao Yan, correct? Tang Hao nodded in acquiescence, then added, I appreciate your diligent care for my children during these days. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and promptly replied, Tang San is also my student, and Tang Xi shares a bond with me. It is only natural for me to look after them. Tang Hao then said, I must take my leave now, and I entrust the care of my children to you. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback and instinctively replied, What? You are leaving? Why? Tang Hao cast a reluctant glance at Tang Xi, yearning to remain by the side of the children. However, he recognized that his association with their enemies would inevitably bring misfortune upon them. Only after my departure can they truly flourish. As I am currently being hunted by the Spirit Hall, it is unwise for them to accompany me. I implore you not to disclose my identity to Tang San. As for Tang Xi, Tang Hao sensed that this clever and spirited girl had likely already discerned his true identity. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang solemnly promised, I shall not. 6 years later, on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, a young girl was fervently hunting soul beasts. Second soul skill, flexible spider silk. With a swift motion, she unleashed strands of silk, ensnaring the hooves of a rampaging wild boar to the ground, rendering it immobile. First soul skill, poisonous bee needle thread. In an instant, dozens of slender, venomous threads erupted from her hands, piercing through the wild boar's skull, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. The girl was none other than Tang Xi, adorned in a light blue dress that reached her knees, with 2 low ponytails cascading down to her waist. The bangs on either side of her forehead curled upward, and her damp, innocent-looking eyes exuded an air of purity and budding allure, characteristic of her 12 years. Tang Xi smiled faintly, and 2 soul rings descended steadily, one a vibrant yellow, and the other a deep purple. Bloodthirsty peony. As soon as Tang Xi's voice fell, the ground was instantly covered with delicate pink peonies, which bloomed upon the ferocious wild boar, drawing sustenance from its blood. Tang Xi felt that she had successfully reached level 29. Next, she would proceed to report to Shrek Academy, where the true narrative would begin. Alas, Tang Xi lamented the exhaustion of her heart. Ever since her meridians were damaged 6 years ago, nearly costing her life, she was compelled by her elder brother, Tang San, to master the techniques of Xin Yu Hand, ghostly shadow displacement, and purple extreme demon eye during that year of recuperation. The mere recollection brought her to the brink of tears. Tang San addressed her affectionately. My dear sister, you must diligently cultivate your skills. Otherwise, you may find yourself unaware of your own demise. Nevertheless, Tang Xi was equally committed to her training. However, her martial spirit, the bloodthirsty peony, required the nurturing essence of blood to sustain her cultivation. Consequently, she would periodically venture into the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts. She had made a pact with her elder brother, Tang San, to report to Shrek Academy in 3 days. With a leisurely stretch and a yawn, Tang Xi embarked on her journey. 14 Shrek Academy. After an arduous journey spanning 3 days and nights, Tang Xi finally arrived near Shrek Academy. Enchanted by the delectable array of local delicacies, she found herself captivated, exclaiming, Boss, I would like a serving of candied hawthorn. 2 portions of grilled sausages, please, thank you. Ma'am. Wow, boss, I must have a serving of sweet tofu. Before she realized it, Her hands were laden with an assortment of snacks. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had been waiting in front of Shrek Academy for quite some time, were instantly illuminated by the sight of Tang Xi. Tang San was just about to step forward to embrace his sister when, unexpectedly, Xiao Wu dashed ahead of him. With tears in her eyes, she cried out, "Xiao Xi, I have missed you dearly." Tang Xi waved her hand, holding a grilled sausage, and exclaimed excitedly, "Sister Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu tightly embraced Tang Xi and, lifting her head, took a bite of the grilled sausage in Tang Xi's hand, savoring it with delightful smacking sounds. Tang Xi was instantly petrified, pondering whether I was an illusion. Yet surely my culinary delights are genuine. Tang San couldn't help but chuckle at the speechless expression of Tang Xi. It had been quite a while since he had seen this mischievous girl display such an amusing demeanor, caught between the urge to strike and the fear of doing so. Hearing Tang San's laughter, Xiao Wu shot him a glare and exclaimed angrily, "Do not laugh." Tang San felt a sudden rush of embarrassment, and then began to express concern for Tang Xi. "Sister, did you sustain any injuries during your journey to the Douluo Forest? Is your heart aching?" Xiao Wu, with a dissatisfied pout, interjected, "Third brother, how could you allow Tang Xi to venture alone into the Douluo Forest without my consent?" She then turned her anxious gaze towards Tang Xi, kindly inquiring, "Indeed, Tang Xi, did you experience any heartache along the way?" Tang Xi sighed helplessly and said, "All right, Sister Xiao Wu, you and brother are just too concerned about me. My heart is not in grave condition. My physique is quite resilient." With a confident pat on her chest, she reassured them. Xiao Wu exchanged a glance with Tang San, both of them sharing a sense of exasperation as she remarked, "Who was it that, at the tender age of 7, felt a sharp pain in their heart while running, and ended up lying in bed for an entire day and night? It's truly baffling to think of that little fool who spent the whole night training, only to suffer from heartache the next day." Tang Xi felt increasingly lacking in confidence as the conversation continued. Sensing that the two still had a desire to prolong their discussion, she hurriedly pulled them away, saying, "All right, Sister Xiao Wu, brother, you need not worry about me. Let us proceed to register." Tang San was amused by Tang Xi's adorable appearance as he gently ruffled her hair, yet a profound sorrow lingered in his heart. Little she had only begun to experience intermittent heart pain since she was rescued 6 years ago. Each time he witnessed her writhing in agony on the bed, a wave of deep remorse surged within him. After all, her body had been robust and healthy before the age of 6. This only intensified Tang San's desire to grow stronger, for it was his frail sister who had endured such suffering. Xiao Wu turned her gaze towards the entrance of Shrek Academy, which was not an imposing gate but rather a makeshift structure of thatch and wood, surrounded by a wooden fence, exuding an air of desolation and decay. Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Was this truly a Soul Master Academy? It was hardly superior to Nodding Academy. Tang Xi nodded in agreement. Tang San chuckled softly, remarking that since they were already there, they might as well take a look. In front of the long queue, a small tent had been set up, where a venerable old man with snow-white hair was checking the pulse of a young boy. Not qualified next. The boy's mother cried out in confusion, "My child possesses a 100-year spirit ring. Why is he not allowed to enter your Shrek Academy?" The old man, hearing this, replied calmly, "Do you understand the significance of Shrek Academy?" He then rose to his feet, revealing 6 spirit rings, which caused the crowd to gasp in astonishment. He is a spirit emperor. After retracting his spirit rings, the old man slowly stated, "Shrek is a place for monsters. We only accept those who are extraordinary, not ordinary individuals." Many in the crowd, upon witnessing this, hesitated and shook their heads, departing for home. "May I register?" A girl clad in a blue dress gracefully approached the old man. This was Ning Rongrong. The old man examined her innate talent and nodded, acknowledging its suitability. Ning Rongrong then showcased her martial spirit, the 7 treasures glazed tower, and with a gentle smile, she inquired, "So, am I accepted?" The old man paused momentarily and asked, "Child, are your family members aware of your presence here?" Ning Rongrong smiled and replied, "As the saying goes, education knows no boundaries. Should I be disqualified merely because of my martial spirit?" The old man nodded, signaling Dai Mubai beside him to escort her for the next round. It was then the turn of Tang Xi and the others to present their martial spirits. Tang San stepped forward and handed over 30 gold soul coins, which served as the registration fee for the 3 of them. The elder nodded, gently examining Tang San's wrist. A frown crossed his brow when he could not feel the innate bone, prompting him to ask Tang San to lift his calf for further inspection. He then remarked that the bone age was suitable. Following this, it was Xiao Wu's turn. Her bone age was also deemed appropriate. "Now, Unleash your martial souls. The elder instructed. The two of them then manifested their martial souls. Tang San's was blue silver grass, while Xiao Wu's was the soft bone rabbit. 200-year soul rings spiraled upwards from their feet, gracefully settling at their waists. What astonished the elder the most was Tang San's blue silver grass, which had astonishingly reached such a level of cultivation, marking him as a remarkable prodigy. Tang San smiled and glanced at Tang Xi, remarking that there were others who were even more monstrous than himself. Upon noticing Tang San's gaze upon her, Tang Xi shyly returned a smile, instantly capturing the old man's interest. Tang Xi stood before the elder, who nodded approvingly. Your bone age is suitable. You may now unleash your martial soul. Indeed, Tang Xi replied, her spirit focused. At her command, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, spiraled upward from her feet, gracefully settling around her waist. Tang Xi's hands became entwined with many white threads. The elder exclaimed in astonishment, the second soul ring is indeed a 1,000-year soul ring. Dai Mubai glanced over, feeling a twinge of imbalance within himself. Despite her tender age, this young girl had already acquired a 1,000-year soul ring as her second. Tang Xi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her remarkable ability was largely attributed to her dual martial souls. She had adorned both souls with soul rings, and with each additional ring, the duration of the soul rings she could endure increased. After bestowing both of her martial souls with century-old soul rings, the duration of her second soul ring had already reached a millennium. The elder, upon witnessing this, could not help but let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming that they were all exceptionally talented, and instructed Dai Mubai to proceed directly to the 4th challenge. Dai Mubai nodded, momentarily experiencing a peculiar sensation as he glanced towards the back of the team. There stood a striking woman with raven hair and a voluptuous figure, exuding an air of grace. If one were to overlook her youthful visage, they might mistake her for an adult. As Dai Mubai regained his composure, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to undergo her test. Upon releasing her nethercat martial soul, Dai Mubai felt a slight shock, wondering if she was indeed his betrothed. When Zhu Zhuqing approached him, she cast a cold glance in his direction, clearly displeased, before turning her head away. The elder remarked from behind, Mubai, this young lady has also passed the test. Please lead a few others to the 4th challenge. Tang Xi followed behind the crowd, glancing around. It occurred to her that Oscar should have appeared by now to sell sausages, yet she had yet to catch a glimpse of him. Tang Xi recalled the delectable grilled sausages from earlier, her mouth watering, and her stomach let out an untimely growl. Instantly, all eyes turned toward her. Xiao Wu burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, Xiao Shi, I remember you indulged in so many delicious treats just now. How is it that you are hungry again? Tang Xi puffed up her cheeks in a display of displeasure, clearly unwilling to engage with others. Unable to resist, Tang San poked her inflated cheeks with a playful finger, while covering his mouth to stifle a chuckle. He then added, dear sister, I shall promptly fetch you something to satiate your hunger. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, wore a smile, appreciating the bond between the siblings. Even Zhu Zhuqing could not help but smile at the sight. Tang Xi, woe is me, her image has been lost entirely. Tang San approached the stall selling sausages, where a sign proclaimed the exclusive sale of these delicacies. The vendor, a burly man with a beard adorning his chin, was none other than Oscar. Oscar enthusiastically called out, inviting passers-by to take a look, declaring that each sausage, priced at 5 copper coins, was guaranteed to be of exceptional quality and irresistibly delicious. Tang San, standing nearby, handed over a copper coin and said, Uncle, I would like 2, thank you. Oscar looked at Tang San in astonishment, exclaiming, what? You called me uncle. He felt a pang of sadness. After all, they were of the same age. Yet here he was, being addressed as uncle by a peer. Come on, I'm still a student. It's just that I have a bit more facial hair, he thought to himself. Seeing this, Dai Mubai quickly stepped in to intervene, saying, hey, brother, I advise you not to purchase his sausages. Oscar cried out, Boss Dai, please. Dai Mubai glanced at Oscar and suggested, why don't you demonstrate how you make your sausages? Under the pressure of Boss Dai's authority, Oscar reluctantly activated his spirit abilities to create a sausage. First spirit ability, recovery sausage, behold my grand sausage. With his hands glowing with a radiant yellow light, a sausage materialized before him. Upon hearing the incantation, Tang San felt a twinge of reluctance. He raised an eyebrow and, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, no, thank you. I shall pass. Upon noticing Tang San's hesitation, Tang Xi quickly stepped forward, snatched the sausage, and began to indulge in it. As she savored the flavors, She couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, this sausage is quite delightful. Why are you not partaking?" Tang San exclaimed in surprise, watching as Tang Xi had already consumed it. His hesitance to speak elicited a chuckle from Zhu Qing, who was observing from behind. Tang San hesitated for a moment before quietly whispering into Tang Xi's ear about the events that had just transpired. Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard. Although she was aware of the nature of Oscar's soul skill incantation, hearing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Tang Xi hesitated for a moment, but then joyfully began to savor the sausage, murmuring to herself, "I heard nothing at all, nothing at all." Tang San ultimately sighed in resignation. Subsequently, Daimu Bai led several individuals forward. Explaining as he walked, "The vendor of sausages we just encountered is one of our school's current students. In total, our institution has merely 3 enrolled students." Xiao Wu gasped in disbelief. "What do you mean? There are only 3 students at Shrek Academy?" "Well, including myself, that makes 3 in total," Daimu Bai gradually elaborated. "Across the entirety of Douluo Continent, we are the only academy where the number of teachers exceeds that of students. Established for 20 years, we have only admitted 42 students." The group expressed their astonishment, and after a moment of contemplation, Tang San voiced his curiosity. "Averaging that out, it seems you recruit just over 2 students each year. How does your academy sustain itself? Without a steady influx of students, there should be no revenue." Daimu Bai chuckled lightly. "What do you think is the reason for our academy being situated in such a small village? It is precisely due to a lack of funds. If not for my family's sponsorship, the academy would have likely closed its doors last year. If we fail to enroll new students this year, the 3 of us still attending will be the last batch of students at Shrek Academy." Ning Rongrong, intrigued, leaned in to inquire. "Then why doesn't the academy relax the requirements for entrance examinations? I noticed a considerable number of applicants." Upon hearing this, Daimu Bai halted. His expression haughty as he declared, "The esteemed principal has stated, better to have none than to accept the unworthy. Even if Shrek Academy must close, it will never accept incompetence, only exceptional talents. Would you like to know the criteria for graduation?" Xiao Wu, piqued with interest, asked, "What is it?" Daimu Bai explained. "One must surpass level 40 in soul power before the age of 20, achieving the rank of soul master to be eligible for graduation." As they crossed a small bridge, the group listened in astonishment to Daimu Bai's words. He then added, "Our academy has graduated a total of 12 students, with the most outstanding among them currently serving as the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall." Tang San's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he secretly contemplated, "Indeed, I have come to the right place." Tang Xi followed at the rear of the group, listening attentively while nodding her head, pondering to herself, "And so, this generation of the Shrek 7 monsters has all ascended to divinity." As they spoke, the group arrived at a clearing where a towering man, brimming with muscularity, sat sipping tea. Daimu Bai introduced him to the others. "This is our teacher, Zhao Wujing." Zhao Wujing cast a glance at the 5 individuals and couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected arrival of 5 prodigies this year. "Teacher, they have all reached level 25 or above," Daimu Bai added. Zhao Wujing nodded and declared, "In this challenge, your opponent will be me. As long as any one of you can endure within my attack range for the duration of an incense stick, I shall consider that a success for all of you." Turning to Daimu Bai, he instructed, "Mubai, please share my characteristics with them, allowing them time to familiarize themselves with one another." Daimu Bai then explained to the group, "Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the Diamond Bear, possessing formidable defensive capabilities." To this, Xiao scoffed, "What of it? Can't a group of us in our 20s withstand even the duration of an incense stick?" Tang Xi gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder and stepped forward, saying, "Sister Xiao Wu, do not speak in such a manner." Tang Xi gazed at the leisurely tea-drinking Zhao Wuji with a curious expression and remarked, "I fear he may already be a soul sage of over 70 levels." It was only then that Ning Rongrong recalled the identity of Zhao Wuji. He was the unmoved king. Zhao Wuji. He had once offended the Spirit Hall and faced the relentless pursuit of 16 soul emperors, ultimately disappearing without a trace after a fierce confrontation. To her astonishment, he was now a teacher at this academy. Everyone, except for Tang Xi and Daimu Bai, was taken aback, realizing just how formidable their opponent truly was. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, then stepped forward to introduce themselves. "I am Tang San, a 29th level soul master specializing in control, wielding the blue-silver grass as my martial spirit. I am Xiao Wu, a 29th level soul master of the assault type, with the rabbit as my martial spirit. I am Zhu Qing, a 27th level soul master specializing in agility, possessing the nether cat as my martial spirit. I am Ning Rongrong, a 26th level support soul master. With the 7 treasure glaze tile as my martial spirit, Tang San was astonished to discover that she was a disciple of the 7 treasure glaze tile school. Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "It's nothing. I'm just an ordinary person." At that moment, Tang Xi stepped forward with a slight smile. She was Tang San's younger sister, a 29th ranked soul master specializing in both support and control, possessing the twin martial souls of blood-draining peony and white line. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujin nearly spat out his tea in surprise and exclaimed, "What did you say? Twin martial souls?" The others were equally astonished, while Tang San and Xiao Wu seemed rather accustomed to such revelations. Ning Rongrong muttered to herself, on the continent of Douluo, only 3 individuals have ever possessed twin martial souls. I never expected her to be one of them. Tang San stepped forward and promptly said, "Esteemed colleagues, let us first deliberate on our battle strategy. Xiao Wu, you shall take the lead in the offense. Zhu Qing, you will support with a flank attack. Rong, your role will be to assist us from behind. Xiao Xi, you may observe from the side." Tang San gently tousled Tang Xi's hair, to which Tang Xi, perplexed, inquired, "Why, dear brother? Be good, your heart is fragile. What if it gets hurt?" Tang San responded with unwavering determination, leaving no room for Tang Xi to protest. Xiao Wu, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, little Xi, spare me the worry." Tang Xi was on the verge of tears, silently yearning to proclaim her strength, asserting that she was far from weak. After an extensive discussion on tactics, the group assumed their combat stances. Zhao Wujin rose to his feet and planted an incense stick firmly into the ground. The battle commenced. Tang San controlled the blue-silver grass on the ground, entangling Zhao Wujie. Xiao Wu advanced and attempted to execute a split kick onto Zhao Wujie's shoulder, yet no matter how she tried, she could not bring it down. Tang San wielded the blue-silver grass to hurl a nearby thatched cottage forcefully at Zhao Wujin. Dai Bai, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead, questioning whether they were demolishing their own home. Ning Rongrong floated above, holding the 7 treasure glaze tile, proclaiming, "Strength and speed." Instantly, several individuals felt invigorated with newfound energy. Xiao Wu advanced once more to launch an attack, while Tang San initiated his first soul skill, Bind. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her first soul skill, Phantom Stab, her nails elongating into sharp points as she lunged towards Zhao Wujin. Yet, Zhao Wujin remained as steadfast as a mountain, countering with his second soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. A colossal, translucent hand surged towards Xiao Wu, prompting Tang San to swiftly catch her. Observing Zhao Wujin preparing to strike again, Xiao Wu pushed Tang San aside and activated her second soul skill, Charm. However, due to the vast disparity in spiritual power, she suffered a backlash, letting out a cry of anguish. "Ah, Sister Xiao Wu." Tang Xi hurriedly caught her, while the others, similarly affected by the mighty Vajra Palm, found themselves unable to retaliate. Though the charm skill is formidable, our soul powers differ too greatly. She merely experienced a backlash and will awaken by morning, Zhao Wujin explained calmly. Tang San was enraged. Xiao Wu was a cherished family member to him, and he could not abide the sight of her being bullied. Thus, Tang San unleashed his second soul skill, Parasitism. The blue-silver grass sprouted from Zhao Wujie's body, restraining his movements. Tang San activated the purple extreme magic eye and, utilizing the Xianyu hand, launched a multitude of concealed weapons at Zhao Wujie. In the fleeting moment of Zhao Wujie's lapse in vigilance, Tang San swiftly approached and employed the hidden weapon, the Dragon Whisker Needle. In an instant, Zhao Wujie was pierced like a porcupine, and at that moment, the duration of a stick of incense had elapsed, leaving Zhao Wujie with a grim countenance throughout the encounter. Tang Xi could not help but burst into laughter, for the sight of Zhao Wujin, with his bruised and battered face, was utterly comical. Dai Bai shouted, "Oscar, we have business." Upon hearing this, Oscar hurried over, but his eyes suddenly brightened upon seeing the weak Ning Rongrong lying on the ground, his heart racing. Zhao Wujin called out to Oscar, "Quickly bring me a sausage and a salami." Obediently, Oscar handed the sausage to Zhao Wujin, who felt a wave of frustration, particularly when glancing at Tang San. He irritably remarked, "Mubai, please arrange accommodations for everyone. School starts tomorrow." As night fell, Zhao Wujin was recuperating in his room. "Zhao Wujin, come out." At the call, he stepped outside. A man clad in a tattered cloak and a conical hat appeared before him. This was Tang Hao, who revealed 9 spirit rings. Zhao Wujin was astonished, realizing that he was facing a limit Douluo. "Your Majesty, what brings you to me?" A formidable pressure surged toward Zhao Wujin at that moment. But Flender descended from the sky, interceding on Zhao Wujin's behalf. Your Highness, please spare Zhao Wujing. Tang Hao let out a cold snort and spoke to Zhao Wujing. You took great pleasure in tormenting those children during the day. I shall give you the span of an incense stick. If you cannot withstand my assault, you must agree to one of my conditions. Tang Hao exuded a formidable presence, causing Zhao Wujie and Flander to stagger back several meters. With the Haotian hammer in hand, Tang Hao delivered a fierce onslaught upon Zhao Wujie for the duration of an incense stick's burning. Flander, unable to bear witness, clicked his tongue in disbelief at the severity of the beating. Once he had finished, Tang Hao imparted a few words of instruction before preparing to leave. However, just as he took a few steps, he recalled Tang Xi. Turning back, he added, that child, Tang Xi, possesses a unique constitution. She should be cultivated as a support-type soul master, and do not be too harsh with her. Yes, Your Majesty, responded Flander. After Tang Hao departed, Flander finally exhaled in relief, while Zhao Wujie collapsed in exhaustion, muttering that title Douluo is too ruthless. Flander, too, was astonished to discover that the two siblings were indeed the offspring of the esteemed Haotian. The following morning, Tang Xi, still drowsy, arrived at the Academy Square for assembly. Her tousled hair elicited a chuckle from Ning Rongrong, who remarked, Little Xi, you truly can sleep in. Ning Rongrong had been diligently training the previous night, while Tang Xi had simply succumbed to slumber. Soon after, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai joined them. Tang Xi blinked her bleary eyes, noticing the tense atmosphere between Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun, recalling a particular incident where they had clashed over Ma Hongjun's breakup with his girlfriend. Oscar soon appeared, leaving Tang Xi momentarily stunned. He had shaved his beard and looked quite handsome, though his gaze was persistently fixed on Ning Rongrong. When Shrek Academy's headmaster, Flander, arrived, Tang Xi was jolted awake. Clad in a brown leather coat and sporting glasses, with graying hair at the temples, he bore a rather stern demeanor. Welcome to Shrek Academy, an institution that admits not the useless but the extraordinary. Flander spoke at length, and Tang Xi thought to herself that he was rather verbose. However, observing those around her listening intently, she stifled a yawn. Flander's piercing gaze locked onto her, and she instantly became alert. Realizing his displeasure at her audacity to yawn under his watchful eye, clearing his throat, Flander addressed them, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Tang Xi, as support-type soul masters. Your foremost priority on the battlefield is survival. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, run 20 laps. Oscar shrugged in dismay. Another 20 laps? Tang Xi, you will run 30 laps. Flander specified, singling her out. Xiao Wu cast a worried glance at Tang Xi, who reassured her with a confident look. Running had always been her forte since childhood. Tang San was quite at ease. 30 laps were nothing to his sister, Tang Xi. In reality, it was the result of someone being urged by their father and elder brother to undergo rigorous training. Tang Xi stepped forward and shouted, Yes. I assure you I will complete the task. Flander nodded and said, Gather here again in the evening for class. Subsequently, Tang Xi followed closely behind Oscar as they began to run, though she did not partake in the interactions between Ning Rongrong and Oscar along the way. Tang Xi was solely focused on her running, her speed surpassing Oscar's by more than just a factor of 2. By the time Oscar completed his run, Tang Xi was merely catching her breath. Oscar stared in astonishment. She must have completed at least 30 laps, yet she showed no intention of stopping. Deep down, Oscar admired Tang Xi. Such physical prowess could only be cultivated through years of dedicated training. Tang Xi sprinted forward with great strides, not exerting even a trace of soul power. She slightly parted her lips, allowing her body to relax in every aspect. She sensed that she could run another 10 laps or so. Tang Xi ran for an indeterminate length of time, until her thigh muscles throbbed with persistent soreness. Tang Xi felt a heaviness in her chest, her heart pounding fiercely, and her consciousness began to wane. All she knew was the relentless urge to run forward. Her thighs gradually weakened, and her arms lacked the strength to lift. The more she succumbed to exhaustion, the more she compelled herself to remain alert. As the moment for a final sprint approached, Tang Xi accelerated, disregarding everything as she charged ahead. Her awareness grew increasingly blurred, and she completed 3 laps at a full sprint before gradually slowing down. Finally, she came to a halt, her face ashen and her body drenched in sweat. Flandra, who had been observing her from the shadows, felt a sense of satisfaction with Tang Xi's performance. Not only had she completed the 30 laps he had set, but she had also exceeded expectations by running an additional 32 laps, clearly pushing herself to the brink of exhaustion. However, the more he watched, the more he sensed something was amiss. Tang Xi crouched by the roadside, clutching her chest tightly, her expression one of evident distress. Tang Xi was once again beset by a sharp pain in her heart, her body drenched in cold sweat as she paused for a moment to gather herself. With trembling limbs, she gradually rose to her feet. Flandre observed the agony etched across Tang Xi's face as she returned to her dormitory to rest. And he seemed to comprehend the meaning behind the peculiar constitution referred to by Haoyan. Tang Xi had been clutching her chest, which could only signify a heart ailment. Reflecting on this, Flandre felt a twinge of guilt towards Tang Xi. Perhaps he should not have encouraged her to run. As dusk approached, Tang San and his 6 companions had been waiting in the academy square for quite some time, yet Tang Xi's arrival was still delayed. Just as Flandre was about to speak, Tang Xi appeared before them, her face pale and frail, apologizing for her tardiness. Ma Hongjuan's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "A delicate, ailing young lady type, how delightful." Beside him, Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, became incensed. She swiftly slapped Ma Hongjuan and hurried to Tang Xi's side, inquiring, "Xiao Xi, what has happened to you?" Tang San felt a twinge of panic as he found himself exchanging bewildered glances with the others, who appeared equally dazed and uncertain about the unfolding events. "Ahem, what is going on?" Flandre shouted. Tang Xi smiled gently, reassuring Xiao Wu, "I am perfectly fine, so do not worry." However, in the eyes of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Tang Xi's words seemed rather forced. Tang San stepped forward, grasping Xiao Wu's arm, signaling her that Flandre was still present above. Frustrated, Xiao Wu could only stand by, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tang Xi. "Today, I wish to commend a student. And that student is Tang Xi." In the grand arena of the Great Spirit Arena, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai were taken aback. For those who knew Flandre understood that he rarely offered praise lightly. Flandre elaborated, "I had instructed Tang Xi to run 30 laps. Yet she exceeded my expectations by completing 62 laps, 32 laps more than I had required." Tang San nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 62 laps. He suppressed the urge to strike Tang Xi, his heart brimming with concern. No wonder his sister appeared so frail. The most astonished were his 4 companions, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing. It was well known that even powerful assault and agility-type soul masters found it challenging to complete such an arduous number of laps. Flandre was pleased to witness their astonished expressions. Tang Xi's indomitable spirit in battle was a lesson for us all. Ning Rongrong felt increasingly guilty as she listened, her head hanging low. Flandre, shifting the conversation, suddenly turned his gaze toward Ning Rongrong and inquired, "What do you think?" Ning Rongrong called out. She stood up, feeling exposed. Flandre pressed, "Did you complete the assignment I assigned this morning?" "Yes," she replied, though in the presence of many, she would not dare to confess otherwise. Flandre scoffed. "You left halfway to buy snacks and shop, and you dare claim you ran." Ning Rongrong retorted angrily, "Were you following me? What does it matter if I didn't finish? Do you have the authority to dictate my actions?" Flandre frowned. "This is my school, and if you are displeased, you can leave the academy." Ning Rongrong scoffed. "No one has ever spoken to me like that. You are merely a soul sage." Flandre's eyes narrowed sharply. "Even as a soul sage, my soul power level far exceeds yours. You are but a mere soul master. And so what? I am an auxiliary soul master, and my role in the team is paramount." Humph. Dai Mubai is now a soul emperor, and Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Tang Xi are all level 29 great soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing, though similar in level, is fiercely determined to grow stronger. While Ma Hongjun possesses the continent's most elite beast martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix. And you? You are the weakest. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists, unwilling to accept this, and pointed at Oscar. "What about him?" Flandre disdainfully remarked, "Though Oscar is a food-type soul master, he possesses innate full soul power, and his future achievements may even surpass those of your 7 treasure glazed tile school. If you wish to leave, you are free to do so." Ning Rongrong's eyes reddened, trembling as she glanced at the others before turning away in tears, running off. This was her most humiliating moment. Flandre smirked. "How could I not handle you?" "Oscar, go comfort Ning Rongrong." Caught off guard, Oscar replied, All right." Flandre surveyed the 6 students before declaring, "Follow me to class. I am about to take you to a special place." To the east of Soto City, the Grand Soul Arena stood magnificently. This vast structure, adorned with a sign proclaiming Grand Soul Arena, was flanked by a colossal statue reminiscent of the Statue of Liberty. Dai Mubai hesitated. "Principal, is it too soon to bring them to the Grand Soul Arena?" Flandre glanced at Dai Mubai and replied slowly, "The best way to improve is through practical combat. Mubai, take them to register." Dai Mubai wished to express more, yet upon meeting Flandre's resolute gaze, he ultimately remained silent. Flandre's eyes swept over the 6 individuals below. One of the prerequisites for graduation was to obtain a silver soul badge before turning 20. That arena was a battleground for martial spirits, where even the heir of a prestigious family would face considerable peril. As they entered the arena, Dai Mubai took the lead and continued to elucidate certain matters. Once your score reaches a specific threshold, you shall be granted a badge corresponding to your points. Here, each victory earns you 1 point. Tang Xi inquired about the various types of competitions held here. Dai Mubai replied, stating that there are games of strategy, betting duels, and life-and-death battles. The latter two involve the signing of life-and-death contracts, while the game of strategy is purely a contest of martial souls. The forthcoming game of strategy you will participate in can take the form of one-on-one, one against many, two against two, or group battles. Upon entering the grand arena, the 6 individuals were struck by its magnificence. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled as she gazed ahead. The exterior of the grand arena was elliptical, with a vast fighting platform in the center measuring several dozen meters in width. It comprised a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas. Above, transparent glass VIP boxes overlooked the scene, while tens of thousands of spectators were seated around the ring below. The grand arena, at the forefront. Tang San and Xiao Wu submitted their registration with 10 golden soul coins, simultaneously forming a trio. After completing their registrations, Tang Xi discreetly glanced at Tang San before quietly approaching the front desk, whispering, "I would like to register for a 1 versus mini match. Thank you." As she spoke, Tang Xi swiftly handed over the 10 golden soul coins. The front desk attendant regarded her with a hint of confusion. The diminutive girl seemed a bit lacking in judgment, as 1 versus many matches rarely favored a single challenger. Nevertheless, the attendant processed her request and tossed the iron soul badge to Tang Xi, stating, "Your registration is complete." Finding the pace of point accumulation in one-on-one matches rather sluggish, Tang Xi contemplated the prospect of a 1 versus many battle, believing that a victory would yield double the points. The announcement echoed, "Please welcome Iron Soul contestant Tang Xi for the 1 versus many duel." The other 5 were taken aback, turning their astonished gazes toward Tang Xi. Tang San, visibly irked, tapped Tang Xi on the forehead, exclaiming, "Sister, how could you conceal such a perilous duel from me?" Xiao Wu chimed in, "Yes, indeed. We worry about you when you do this." Unable to tolerate their excessive concern, Ma Hongjun interjected, "Hey, you all seem overly worried. This is merely a competition. There is no risk to life here. What is there to fear?" Xiao Wu, incensed, retorted, "What do you know, you glutton?" Just as she was about to continue, Tang Xi promptly stepped forward and covered Xiao Wu's mouth. Tang Xi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, addressed Ma Hongjun, "It is nothing much, merely that I have had frail health since childhood. Sister Xiao Wu is simply concerned for my well-being." Ma Hongjun scoffed. "Go on and pretend, yet you claim to be unwell while managing to run 62 laps. Dai Mubai interjected, "Well, since it is Xiao Xi's decision, we shall respect her choice." Tang San, with a worried expression on his face, was reassured by Tang Xi, who confidently patted his chest and declared, "Don't worry, Sister Xiao Wu. Brother, I will immediately concede if I cannot win." Tang Xi exerted considerable effort to reassure the 2 individuals, after which she proceeded to participate in the duel. Upon entering the arena, she was confronted by 2 imposing men wielding iron hammers. "Hello, esteemed audience. Now, allow me to introduce the rare twin martial soul grandmaster, Tang Xi, whose martial souls are White Line and Peony, and her opponents, Grandmasters Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, both bearing the formidable Haotian hammer." The audience erupted with excitement, for they were witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon of a twin martial soul. Cheers erupted, with the crowd chanting, "Tang Xi, Tang Xi, Tang Xi." Observing Tang Xi's seemingly delicate demeanor, Zhang Yi scoffed, "Little sister, you would be wise to concede now. My Haotian hammer shows no mercy." Tang Xi made a playful grimace, "And I can see that you are simply too afraid, aren't you?" Tang Xi's provocation ignited a furious blaze within Zhang Yi and Zhang Er. The duel, pitting one against many, commenced as Zhang Yi brandished the Haotian hammer, exclaiming, "Haotian thunderclap." The lightning unleashed by the Haotian hammer surged forth, hurtling directly towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi employed the violet extreme magic eye, causing all things to appear as if they were unfolding at a leisurely pace, allowing her to discern even the intricate patterns upon the fabric of another's attire with remarkable clarity. Tang Xi gracefully evaded the lightning with a perfect leap. In the VIP compartment, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Xi with deep concern, while Tang San comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. Little she will be just fine." Xiao Wu shook her head and replied, "Sengu, you do not understand. Each time after little she completes the grueling training, She experiences excruciating pain in her heart for several hours. You simply have not noticed. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, his fists clenched tightly, feeling a profound unease within. Ma Hongjun, astonished, exclaimed, "What did you say?" Tang Xiu's heart will ache. Standing nearby, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were also drawn in by the conversation. Dai Mubai inquired, "Tang San, as classmates, there are certain matters you ought not to conceal from us, are there not?" Tang San, seeing the eagerness of everyone for answers, could only elucidate. Xiaoxi was born with a damaged heart, but by a twist of fate, she acquired the seven-hearted spirit, which allowed her to preserve her life. However, those who possess the seven-hearted spirit seldom live beyond the age of 25. "What?" exclaimed Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing in astonishment. At this moment, Tang San's entire body trembled slightly, while Xiaowu embraced his arm, her expression filled with concern. Therefore, should Xiaoxi's heart endure a severe blow, her exquisite heart would easily shatter, resulting in her demise. Even during mere training, Xiaoxi could potentially develop cracks in her delicate heart due to excessive fatigue. In the realm of soul power, behind Tang Xi, a magnificent illusion of a bloodthirsty peony bloomed, a delicate peony of soft pink hues. Tang Xi scolded sharply, unleashing her first soul skill, staggering steps. A soft pink radiance enveloped Zhang Yi and Zhang Air, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance. Instantly, their speed diminished significantly. Tang Xi smiled mischievously, proclaiming, "This is my first soul skill, staggering steps. It has the power to diminish your speed by 30. And with each additional soul ring I acquire, I can further reduce your speed by 5. As she spoke, Tang Xi had already positioned herself behind the two. And the speed reduction can be applied to an individual with a maximum limit of 100. This indicates that I have currently enhanced my own speed by 60. Tang Xi executed a horizontal kick aimed at Zhang Yi's visage, followed by another strike directed at the adjacent Zhang Air. However, this merely caused both men to stagger back 5 meters. Zhang Yi and Zhang Air exchanged a glance, and then shouted in unison, "Haotian Burning Shadow." Zhang Air grasped the Haotian hammer, and before it manifested 10 ethereal illusions of the Haotian hammer, each adorned with searing flames. Tang Xi narrowly evaded the danger, only to sense Zhang Yichao approaching from behind. Tang Xi raised an eyebrow, activating her first soul skill, Soul Attack, Be Venom Needle. In an instant, Tang Xi's eyes transformed into a monochrome landscape, yet she could discern the cerulean souls of Zhang Yi and Zhang Air behind her. Suddenly, dozens of slender threads erupted from her grasp. Each delicate filament measured a mere 10 centimeters in length, and as they were unleashed, they shimmered with a silvery brilliance, morphing into needles that pierced the ribs, wrists, and meridians of both Zhang Yi and Zhang Air. In the realm of reality, Zhang Yi and Zhang Air let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground, racked with excruciating pain. Tang Xi felt a secret sense of pride. Her venomous needle techniques were divided into 2 categories, corporeal and soul attacks. The corporeal attacks, infused with lethal poison, could instantaneously eliminate an adversary of comparable strength. However, should the opponent exceed level 50, her strikes would prove largely ineffective. On the other hand, the soul attacks inflicted the agony of the needle upon the essence itself, devoid of poison, yet remarkably potent against those below level 60. Unlike corporeal strikes, soul attacks bypassed all physical defenses, directly imposing suffering upon the opponent. Upon witnessing Tang Xi's effortless victory in the duel, the little witch, Xiaowu, exclaimed with delight, "Xiaoxi is the best." Beside her, Tang San felt a wave of satisfaction. His sister was indeed formidable. The other 3 looked on in astonishment. It was their first glimpse of Tang Xi unleashing her soul skills, and they were taken aback that she could so easily subdue her opponent with merely her first soul skill. This further fueled Zhu Zhuqing's determination to grow stronger. While Ma Hongjuan's perception of Tang Xi shifted, the seemingly delicate girl was, in fact, incredibly powerful. Dai Mubai pondered inwardly. If her first soul skill is so terrifying, what could the second one possibly entail? In the soul arena, the host gazed at the 2 fallen combatants and exclaimed, "This match has been won by the Grand Spirit Master Tang Xi, achieving a record of 1 victory and 0 defeats, earning 2 points. Tang Xi's delicate and enchanting visage was displayed on the grand screen. After Tang Xi completed the registration for her points, she was embraced by Xiaowu, who rushed over, exclaiming, "My dear Tang Xi is truly remarkable." Tang Xi chuckled and exclaimed, "See, I told you I am quite remarkable, Sister Xiaowu." Upon hearing this, Tang San's face flushed slightly. As Tang Xi's elder brother, could he also be associated with Xiaowu? After the competition at the Great Seoul Arena, everyone returned to Shrek Academy. The following evening, after Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Tang Xi finished their shopping and returned to the academy, they witnessed an altercation between Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong at the entrance. Ning Rongrong, this is the academy, not your home. If you don't want to stay here, then return home, Dai Mubai exclaimed, his fury ignited. Ning Rongrong, having never experienced such indignation, retaliated angrily. Dai Mubai, do you believe I will kill you? Dai Mubai, provoked by her words, unleashed 3 soul rings, the overwhelming pressure sending Ning Rongrong flying backward 3 meters. Do you dare? Don't think that just because you are the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, I fear you. Dai Mubai glared fiercely at Ning Rongrong, as if he were on the verge of striking. Tang Xi beamed as she stood in front of Ning Rongrong, remarking that they were all classmates, so there was no need to jeopardize their camaraderie. Tang San grasped the left hand of Dai Mubai, who was poised to strike, and shook his head at him, signaling for restraint. Dai Mubai let out a cold snort and addressed Ning Rongrong, saying, for the sake of Xiao Shi and Xiao San, I shall overlook this matter. However, should you provoke me again, my temper will not be so forgiving. With that, he turned away without a backward glance, filled with resentment. Ning Rongrong seized Tang Xi and exclaimed, Tang Xi, you must eliminate Dai Mubai for me. If you succeed, I shall reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins, and you will henceforth be a distinguished guest of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Tang Xi cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong and remarked, have you not yet come to terms with the reality? Your obstinate and overbearing disposition is hardly endearing to anyone. There is no one here who will acquiesce to your whims. If you find this place unsuitable, you are free to depart. Tang Xi cast a fleeting glance at Ning Rongrong, resolutely refusing to indulge the temperament of the little demoness. If she wished to remain, she must amend her foul disposition. Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong with a complex expression and said, Xiaoxi is right. If it does not suit you, you can choose to leave. In the end, Oscar's gaze was filled with disappointment, starkly contrasting with the way he looked at Ning Rongrong when they first met. Ning Rongrong felt equally distressed. Having grown up in pampered surroundings where no one dared to oppose her, she longed to cry out loud in this moment. She was not the little which everyone believed her to be, nor did she wish for events to unfold in such a manner. The following morning, the group gathered at the Academy Square, and Ning Rongrong arrived early, enveloped in a heavy silence. Tang Xi approached and gently tapped Ning Rongrong on the shoulder, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she turned her gaze away. So, how were you yesterday? I didn't mean to sound so heavy. Actually, everyone really likes your calm demeanor when we first met. Ning Rongrong, initially feeling quite downcast, couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Tang Xi's clumsy attempt at comfort. After a moment of silence, she lowered her head and softly replied, but still, thank you. You reminded me of what I need to do now. At the Songhui Academy, Flender transformed into his owl spirit and gracefully descended from the sky above the plaza, glancing at the insufficient number of attendees with a frown. Where is Oscar? Has he overslept again? As soon as Flender finished speaking, Oscar came running excitedly from a distance, waving at everyone. Dean, I've reached level 30. Flender nodded in satisfaction and instructed Oscar to unleash his spirit and conjure sausages. You will accompany Oscar to the Douluo Forest to obtain his 3rd spirit ring. This will be a trial for each of you. Flender paused before adding, next, each of you must eat one of Oscar's sausages. The group reacted with considerable reluctance, except for Ning Rongrong, who clenched her fists and stepped forward. She strode up to Oscar, snatched the sausage from his hand, and took a hearty bite, determined to remain steadfast. Flender nodded with approval. It seemed that Ning Rongrong's overbearing nature had finally seen some improvement. Tang Xi silently raised her hand and asked, Oscar, can you conjure up 10 sausages? They appear to be quite delectable. Tang Xi had yet to partake of her breakfast, and her stomach was grumbling in protest. Oscar was taken aback, having never encountered such a demand before, while Ma Hongjun silently mused to himself about her impressive appetite. The others sighed in resignation, unable to find a solution for Tang Xi's predicament. The 8 companions were poised to embark on their journey to the Douluo Forest when Zhao Wujie approached. I will accompany you to the Douluo Forest. I shall refrain from intervening unless we encounter a Millennium Soul Beast. Mubai, you shall lead the way. Dai Mubai nodded, beginning to assign tasks. Tang Xi and Tang San, you will take the lead and scout ahead. Oscar and Ning Rongrong follow closely behind Tang San. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun will protect you too, while Zhu Zhuqing and I will bring up the rear. We shall proceed in this formation. As they traversed the path, the fragrance of flowers and the melodious songs of birds surrounded them, creating a picturesque landscape that Tang Xi thoroughly enjoyed. She longed to break free from the group and frolic about, feeling somewhat stifled given her numerous visits to the Stardow Forest, where caution seemed unnecessary. She felt no fear towards the century-old soul beasts and could easily handle millennium ones. However, she wisely kept this to herself, wary of provoking a mob. After a long trek, Daimubai took a bite of Oscar's sausage and stated, "If we continue for just another hour, we will reach an inn where we can rest." Later that night, at the inn, Xiaowu slumped over the table in exhaustion, her rabbit ears drooping. "Why am I so tired?" she lamented. Tang Xi gazed with sparkling eyes at the delectable feast before her, joyfully devouring a chicken leg in each hand, exclaiming with delight, "This is truly delicious." Tang Xi's lips were glistening with grease, and a rebellious strand of hair stood upright, causing an uproar of laughter among the crowd. Oscar chuckled quietly beside her, exclaiming, "Oh, little Xi, your mouth is all greasy, ha ha ha." Tang Xi pouted in frustration, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at? I also have an image to maintain." Hearing this, Ma Hongjun burst into uncontrollable laughter, unabashedly retorting, "You? An image? Humph." Tang Xi snorted, choosing to remain silent. Soon after, a group of individuals clad in crimson uniforms strode in, their demeanor exceedingly arrogant as they kicked the nearby chairs, while the waiter dared not utter a word. Upon catching sight of one of the beautiful women among them, Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing they were from Tsanghui Academy. Daimubai raised an eyebrow and mockingly declared, "It's merely the insignificant Tsanghui Academy. What is there to flaunt?" He deliberately spoke loudly, ensuring that the group could hear, provoking them into a furious response. Tang Xi, intrigued, retorted, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" As she spoke, she playfully made a funny face. Oscar was quite exhilarated, thinking to himself, a delightful spectacle is about to unfold. Tang San inquired, "What splendid performance awaits us?" "This is indeed a facet of our cultivation. The director's adage resonates, a soul master who refrains from stirring trouble is not a true soul master." Oscar replied in kind. Xiao Wu, understanding instantly, nodded in agreement, while the others exchanged knowing smiles. A man clad in crimson deliberately approached, causing a server, who was in the midst of serving, to stumble. Tang San promptly steadied him, exclaiming, "We must not waste food." The man in red arrogantly retorted, "I sincerely apologize," before launching a kick towards Daimubai. Yet, the strength behind his leg was formidable. Observing the escalating tension, bystanders hastily retreated as individuals from across the way began to rise one after another. "Which academy do you represent?" queried Yujichio, the director of the External Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. "I am Yujichio. May I inquire to which sect you belong?" The mentor opposite stood, probing for information. Ma Hongjun proudly declared, "We are from Shrek Academy." Yujichio's expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction. "Shrek? I don't believe I've heard of it." Daimubai scoffed. "It appears I too am unfamiliar." These peculiar youngsters seemed not to hail from any prestigious sect, which emboldened him to bully them without apprehension. Yujichio stomped his foot, revealing 5 soul rings, and instantly, a green tortoise shell enveloped him, casting a verdant glow upon the ground. A soul king of level 50 or above. It seems I must resort to covert means, Tang San contemplated. At that moment, Tang Xi stepped forward, asserting, "If we are to engage in combat, let us do so outside, where we can truly exhibit our strength." Tang Xi's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, causing Yujichio to frown. "Humph, I shall wait for you outside. I am certain he is a defensive-type soul master. We are not destined to lose. With Mubai, Zhu Qing, and myself, our swift movements will serve to divert attention, while Xiaowu stands by to provide support." Tang San gazed at Ma Hongjun, pondering the elemental interplay of water and fire. Water can extinguish fire, and fire can evaporate water. You shall launch the assault from the perimeter, while Xiaoxi manipulates that individual's actions. Oscar will provide support to the fatty. We possess the advantage of numbers. We shall wear him down in a protracted battle. What about me? Ning Rongrong's heart ached with a sense of neglect, feeling overlooked in their strategic discourse. Tang San's gaze flickered with hesitation. "Well, your martial spirit is rather unique, so adapt as necessary." Ning Rongrong lowered her head in disappointment, and Tang Xi stepped forward to offer comfort. "Look at the situation. Your support can make a significant difference for everyone." Tang Xi's words rekindled Ning Rongrong's confidence. With a glimmer in her eyes, she nodded and said, "Indeed." Outside, the white tiger's radiant light wave unleashed. The first soul skill, entanglement. A beam of golden light surged towards Yujichio as the blue-silver grass rose from the ground, ensnaring Yu Jiqiu tightly. Tang San exclaimed, Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun circled around the eaves, summoned his martial soul, and chose an optimal position to unleash a torrent of flames. Zhu Zhiqing marveled, impressive. Dai Mubai, perplexed, inquired, is that all? Ma Hongjun, with a sense of pride, extinguished the flames, leaving a charred turtle in his wake. Tang Xi's amethyst magic eyes glimmered. No, it was not yet over. Yu Jiqiu's lips curled into a smile as he unleashed his first soul skill, the mystic tortoise shield. In an instant, a chilling aura surged forth, freezing the bound blue silver grass into shards of ice. He then activated his second soul skill, the flexible spider silk. Tang Xi instantaneously unleashed hundreds of silken threads that ensnared Yu Jiqiu's hands and feet with unyielding tenacity. Despite her vigorous struggle, Yu Jiqiu realized that she was utterly unable to break free. Tang Xi elucidated, my second soul skill, the flexible spider silk, is derived from a millennium soul ring. Its most remarkable characteristic lies in its extraordinary flexibility, accompanied by an adhesive quality infused with potent acid. Over time, it will cause your arm to dissolve into pus. For soul masters below the 60th rank, it is exceedingly challenging to sever. Yu Jiqiu, taken aback by Tang Xi's prowess at such a tender age, marveled at the fact that her second soul ring was already of a millennium caliber. With a sense of determination, Yu Jiqiu declared, second soul skill, Xin Shui Bing Feng. A jet of water erupted from his mouth, swiftly freezing into a formidable projectile imbued with intense offensive power. Tang Xi narrowly evaded the peril. Infuriated by the fact that he remained immobilized yet could still launch an attack from his position, Zhu Zhiqing promptly advanced and unleashed her first soul skill, Phantom Stab. Her nails transformed into formidable cat claws, striking from the side, only to be repelled by Yu Jiqiu's formidable defense. Seeing Yu Jiqiu's lips curve slightly, Tang Xi inwardly lamented. Yu Jiqiu was about to unleash his third soul skill. Behind Tang Xi, a magnificent peony blossoms, embodying her second soul skill, Soul Power Devour. A peony unfurls at Yu Jiqiu's heart, incessantly siphoning his soul power. Yu Jiqiu exclaims, third soul skill, Mysterious Water Surge. In the next instant, a surge of explosive energy propels those around him back a step. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the force dissipates, and tranquility envelopes the scene once more. Yu Jiqiu, his eyes wide with astonishment, gasps, how is it possible? How could my 30 soul power vanish so suddenly? Lacking sufficient soul power, he is unable to unleash his third soul skill. Dai Mubai hastily steps forward, invoking his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Seizing the moment, Ning Rongrong swiftly activates her 7 treasure glazed tile, proclaiming, first, strength, second, speed. A beam of light envelopes Dai Mubai, who instantly feels an inexhaustible surge of strength and a remarkable increase in speed. With a fierce punch, Dai Mubai strikes Yu Jiqiu, who, caught off guard, is sent flying 10 meters away. Zhao Wujing leisurely emerges through the doorway, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong. He remarks, excellent, your support was perfectly executed. Flattered, Ning Rongrong beams with joy but humbly replies, it was nothing. This is all thanks to everyone. Her words instantly elevate the group's morale. All right. It's time for everyone to rest, Zhao Wujing declares. Struggling to rise, Yu Jiqiu interjects, wait, you're their teacher, correct? Your academy has insulted our school. Shouldn't there be some accountability? Zhao Wujing dismissively retorts, accountability? What is there to account for? Songhui Academy has always preyed on the weak and stirred trouble. He then provocatively adds, in my view, it is nothing more than a trash academy. Tang Xi chimed in, exactly, Teacher Zhao. I haven't had enough fun yet. How could I possibly let him off so easily? Zhao Wujie, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and replied, girls should not always be preoccupied with fighting. It's time to return home and get some rest. Tang Xi pouted her lips and murmured, if you won't fight, then don't be so fierce. The silver-haired youth who had been watching from the window for quite some time couldn't help but chuckle. It's been a while, Tang Xi. I never anticipated you would surprise me so greatly. After a while, the sound of a beating echoed from outside the door, as Zhao Wujing lifted Yu Jiqiu by his collar, delivering dozens of slaps. Zhao Wujing stretched his limbs, relishing the sensation of striking without the use of his martial soul. Yu Jiqiu, dazed and overwhelmed, fell unconscious, his eyes filled with stars. Zhao Wujing opened the door, and those who had been peeking immediately lined up. With a satisfied smile, he remarked, you all have truly brought me honor. Well done. However, upon returning, you must undergo a special training session. Yet, the group still turned their attention to Tang Xi, with Dai Mubai being the first to speak. In truth, Our ability to defeat Yujichio this time owes much to Tang Xi's second soul skill from her peony martial soul. Whether we could have prevailed had Yujichio unleashed his third soul skill remains an unanswered question that lingers in all our minds. Tang Xi shook her head apologetically, asserting that it was nothing. They were all students of Shrek Academy, a united entity, and it was her duty to assist everyone. Zhao Wujie concurred, saying, Tang Xi speaks wisely. Now, let us all return and rest. The group chorused, Yes, Teacher Zhao. The following morning, several individuals ventured into the Stardow forest, led by Zhao Wujie. Suddenly, he halted and cautioned, Stay alert. The others immediately heightened their vigilance, while only Tang Xi leisurely gazed around. Is it about to arrive? She mused. Be cautious. Something is approaching at high speed, Zhao Wujie warned. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly leaped into the trees to gain a better vantage point. Can you see it clearly? Zhao Wujie inquired. It appears to be a flying snake with a vivid crimson comb atop its head, Zhu Zhuqing responded. What about its tail? Zhao Wujie pressed further. It seems to be fan-shaped, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie had a revelation and raised his head. It is the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Aha, Oscar. Luck is on your side. This creature aligns perfectly with your attributes. Subsequently, Zhao Wujie directed his gaze toward the group, focusing on the creature's location. Preparing for the hunt. Tang San, eager to inquire about the length of the serpent, observed as Tang Xi leaped gracefully to a tree, swiftly locking onto the position of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Utilizing the tree's elasticity, she rapidly descended upon the vicinity of the serpent. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, swaying its tail in a bid for escape, was met with Tang Xi's immediate activation of the first spirit ability of the bloodthirsty peony, staggering steps. In an instant, a delicate pink peony blossomed behind the formidable serpent, significantly diminishing the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which in turn enhanced Tang Xi's own swiftness. In Tang Xi's palm, a multitude of silken threads emerged, delicate and resilient. Thousands of these threads ensnared the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, while the other ends were intricately entwined around 4 or 5 towering trees. With her first soul skill, the venomous needle thread, over 20 threads shot forth from behind Tang Xi, piercing the snake's vital point. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake let out a mournful cry, only to succumb to an immediate loss of strength, becoming utterly still. Tang Xi applied a trace of venom, yet it was not lethal. However, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake has become so weakened that it is utterly devoid of strength. Tang Xi gracefully descended to the base of the tree. After retracting the silk threads, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake fell into the thicket, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tang San glanced at the length of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake and remarked, This is a creature with an age ranging from 1,300 to 1,800 years. The others were taken aback, exclaiming, A millennium? Zhao Wujie gasped in astonishment, realizing that Tang Xi could already eliminate a 1,000-year soul beast with ease. Zhu Zhuqing murmured, Such formidable strength. Oscar was startled, while Ma Hongjun wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting, Is it truly so monstrous? Will there be no respite for us? Ning Rongrong, observing nearby, praised, Shashi, you are truly remarkable. Damubai nodded in agreement, feeling a genuine admiration for Tang Xi at that moment, though lamenting the fleeting nature of beauty. Tang San pondered inwardly, wondering if this was truly not his sister's genuine strength. Only Xiao Wu appeared sullen, truly contemplating the necessity of slaying the spirit beast. Tang Xi sensed a transformation in her soul power, having already surpassed level 30. However, she chose to keep this achievement to herself. Tang Xi once comforted Xiao Wu, saying, Sister Xiao Wu, there will come a day when soul beasts and soul masters can truly coexist in harmony. Ma Hongjun seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world, replying, Shashi, if you wish to console someone, this is not how one should do it. Tang San inquired with interest, what does Xiao Xi think about it? Xiao Wu also turned her gaze towards Tang Xi, her eyes filled with a profound sorrow. Tang Xi spoke slowly, explaining that soul masters hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings and gain greater power. Yet obtaining soul rings does not necessarily require the slaughter of soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu suddenly perked up, asking in disbelief, Is that true? Tang Xi nodded. It sufficed to acquire the soul power corresponding to the soul beast and transform it into a soul ring. However, this endeavor would necessitate the next generation to embark on their own explorations. Tang Xi speaks the truth, for the subsequent series in Douluo Continent indeed mentions this method. Tang San secretly noted this idea and sighed, I never anticipated that you, Shashi, possess such profound insight into these matters. Hearing this, Xiao Wu felt somewhat reassured and nodded, saying, "Yes, I believe that day will come." Tang Xi smiled and said, "Oh, not at all." At that moment, two elderly women wielding serpent staffs and a young girl approached. "May I kindly request the return of this phoenix-tailed chicken crest snake to my granddaughter?" The elderly woman was none other than the renowned serpent matriarch of the legendary dragon snake, and beside her stood her granddaughter, Mang Yiran. "We were the first to discover it, and there are marks on the snake's abdomen from my injury," the serpent matriarch declared. Tang San approached to investigate and indeed found 3 distinct wounds where he had struck. He nodded towards Zhao Wuji, indicating that this matter was indeed true. Mang Yiran chimed in beside him, asserting that had we not injured this serpent, you would never have been able to capture it. Tang Xi remarked with irritation, "Even without your assistance, we can still capture them. Who needs your help?" Mang Yiran, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie recalled something and said, "But what about the serpent matron from the legendary dragon and serpent? It is rumored that within the realm of soul masters, there exists a renowned couple. The legendary dragon and serpent, whose martial soul fusion technique can attain the power of a tidal Douluo." Tang Xi yawned beside her, stealthily seeking a spot to sit down and indulge in a brief nap. The ensuing narrative unfolds with the serpent matriarch proposing a duel to determine the rightful owner of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. In this tale, the elder brother steps in to challenge Mang Yiran on behalf of Oscar, ultimately emerging victorious and successfully breaking through to level 30. While Oscar secures his soul ring in the process, Tang Xi held a broad leaf over her face, reassured by the presence of her teacher, Zhao Wuji. With this sense of security, she peacefully drifted into slumber, as Tang San was about to engage in a duel with Mang Yiran. A rather inappropriate sound of snoring unexpectedly emanated from beneath a nearby tree. The sound of zzz caught the attention of Xiao Wu, who curiously pushed aside the leaves that covered Tang Su's face. Tang Su was blissfully asleep, drooling slightly, with a tuft of hair adorably sticking up from his head. A moment of silence enveloped the scene, lasting for 3 seconds, before Snake Lady could not help but stifle a laugh. What an odd little girl to be able to sleep in such circumstances. Xiao Wu, unsure of what to say, decided not to wake Tang Su, seeing how peacefully he slumbered. Meanwhile, others could not contain their laughter. Even the typically reserved Zhu Zhuqing managed to chuckle softly. After the duel concluded, Tang San sat down to meditate and adjust his soul power, while Snake Lady, as agreed, yielded the phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent. Oscar commenced the absorption of the serpent's soul ring. "Teacher, I fear I require another soul ring. I have just broken through to level 30. After awakening, Tang San spoke, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Is that all right?" Zhao Wujia burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, Tang San, you have astonishingly surpassed level 30. The crowd erupted in congratulations. At this moment, Oscar had successfully absorbed the soul ring and opened his eyes. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai leaned in to observe. "Oscar, what soul skill have you awakened? Show us." Oscar hesitated and resisted, saying, "Perhaps not." Ma Hongjun, puzzled, suddenly grinned mischievously. "Could it be that you've unlocked yet another new incantation?" Oscar glanced at Ning Rongro, his cheeks flushing slightly. "Very well, but you mustn't laugh at me." Ultimately, Oscar summoned his soul skill, thinking of flying, mushroom sausage. 3 soul rings emerged from beneath Oscar's feet, swirling around his waist. With a flash of golden light in his hand, a yellow sausage was perfectly crafted. The aroma of the sausage wafted into Tang Xi's nostrils, stirring her from her daze. She recalled the delectable flavor from moments ago, reminiscent of the enticing scent of the sausage. Tang Xi's words captivated the attention of the crowd. Tang San could not help but lightly tap Tang Xi's forehead, prompting her to exclaim in pain, "Ouch, brother. How is it that you can sleep so soundly? The moment food is in the air, you awaken instantly." Tang Xi was suddenly roused by the sound of food. She sprang up and, upon seeing the sausage in Oscar's hand, dashed over to snatch it away from him. As Tang Xi was about to indulge in a delectable sausage, she was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Wuji, who emphatically patted her shoulder from behind. "Are you truly still a girl? How can you sleep and eat so much?" With a resigned expression, Zhao Wuji rubbed his forehead, while Tang Xi feigned innocence, her face a picture of pitifulness as she replied, "Life is inherently brief. Thus, we must seize the moment to relish our pleasures." Zhao Wuji, slightly exasperated, remarked, "Only you would say such a thing." "Ha ha." Tang Xi's remark elicited hearty laughter from the others, particularly from Zhao Wuji, whose face was as dark as could be. As Tang Xi was about to indulge in a sausage, a sudden thought crossed her mind, prompting her to stow it away. At that moment, the ground trembled, and the surrounding soul beast hurriedly fled in panic. Zhao Wujie shouted, "Everyone, stay alert and run." The earth quaked, and the trees swayed ominously. As many soul beasts had long since escaped this perilous place. A colossal gorilla, or rather, the king of the forest, the titan great ape, charged toward them. Upon its arrival, Zhao Wujie halted Dai Mubai and Tang San, who were ready to strike, while Xiao Wu, filled with unease, hid behind Tang San, her eyes darting nervously. A cold sweat dripped down Zhao Wujie's back as he exclaimed, "It is the titan great ape. This is the outskirts of the Stardow forest. How could such a forest overlord venture this far out?" Tang Xi cast a glance at the visibly anxious Xiao Wu. The titan giant ape was once her subordinate before Xiao Wu transformed, known as Ming. Soon, Xiao Wu would be abducted, prompting Tang San to frantically search for her. In the midst of this turmoil, Tang Xi had no desire to partake. She intended to discreetly slip away and hunt soul beast alone to acquire her own soul rings. Her martial spirit was unique, and she wished to keep her soul ring absorption a secret from others. With a fierce roar, the titan giant ape reached out its hand to seize Xiao Wu. At that moment, Zhao Wujie shouted, urging everyone to flee while he delayed the beast. Zhao Wujie launched an assault, prompting others to follow suit, while Tang Xi feigned fear. However, their attacks proved futile against the titan giant ape, which effortlessly captured Xiao Wu and retreated into the depths of the forest. Tang San hurriedly dashed forward, calling out, "Xiao Wu." At that moment, Tang Xi quickly consumed Oscar's sausage, and wings sprouted instantly from his back. "Brother, I'm going to chase after Sister Xiao Wu." Tang Xi uttered this phrase and soared into the sky, yet midway through her flight, she altered her course. The third soul skill of Oscar, the sausage, possesses the ability to fly, matching the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, though its duration is limited to merely 1 minute. Tang Xi descended onto an open patch of land, stretching her limbs in a leisurely manner. At last, she was free from the constraints of following the narrative. A truly delightful liberation. Tang Xi glanced at the approaching figure behind her, her tone suddenly turning indifferent. "You've been following me for so long. When will you reveal yourself?" Upon hearing this, Suwen stepped out from behind the tree, his silver hair and crimson eyes stirring memories within Tang Xi. "Suwen," she instinctively uttered, recalling the boy who had been by Dong's side when she was 6 years old. Suwen smiled lightly and replied, "It has indeed been a long time." Tang Xi also smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it has been quite a long time since we last met, my deskmate." Upon encountering Su Wen at the tender age of 6, Sun discerned Su Wen's true identity. Otherwise, it would not align with her reputation as an academic prodigy in real life. "Shall we engage in a conversation?" Tang Xi first spoke. And Su Wen paused for a moment before nodding. Indeed, they needed to have a serious conversation. "How did you come to be in this novel?" Tang Xi inquired curiously, unknowingly closing the distance between herself and Su Wen to merely 10 centimeters. Tang Xi's heart raced slightly, a sensation she cherished, for the quickening of her heartbeat was exquisite. Su Wen's face betrayed no emotion, his usual indifference intact. "After you were struck by a car, I met my demise at the hands of another sedan. When I next opened my eyes, I found myself as an infant, later discovered and adopted by the wandering Bai Dong, who took me in as her student." "Tang Xi, is that all?" However, Tang Xi felt a twinge of disbelief. "Could it be that after I went through so much to save you, you have perished once more?" Su Wen pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yet Tang Xi sensed a hint of grievance etched upon Su Wen's countenance. Tang Xi silently lamented that Su Wen remained, as in her previous life, a conversation terminator. No matter how diligently Tang Xi sought to spark a dialogue, Su Wen always responded coldly and quietly. "So, what is your martial spirit and what level are you?" This was the question that piqued Tang Xi's curiosity the most. Su Wen rose to his feet, and 3 soul rings spiraled upwards from beneath him, steadily settling around his waist. The colors of the soul rings were yellow, purple, and black, and a wave of energy brushed against Tang Xi's bangs. "I am a 36th level assault-type soul master, with a dark attribute martial spirit," Su Wen stated, leaving Tang Xi bewildered in the wind. "What?" Tang Xi cast a curious glance at Su Wen's soul ring, her lips pouting in discontent. "Why is it that I possess dual martial souls yet have only reached level 30, while you have ascended to level 36? And I am cultivating both of my souls simultaneously." Su Wen remained silent. Could he possibly reveal that this was due to the divine examination rewards? Certainly not. For this was his trump card, a secret he would never divulge, even to the person before him. "And what about you?" Su Wen inquired, observing that Tang Xi appeared even more refined than before. The 2 playful braids seemed to sway with a life of their own. though that one stubborn tuft of hair remained unchanged. A gentle warmth filled Su Wen's gaze, a sentiment that Tang Xi was oblivious to. Do not speak of it. I am quite unfortunate. I awakened to find myself abandoned as an infant, only to be discovered and adopted by Tang Hao. And now I am currently enrolled in Shrek Academy. Tang Xi lay upon the verdant grass, gazing up at the clouds drifting across the sky. Do you think we will become enemies in the future? She inquired. This unspoken truth lingered between them. She was part of the protagonist Tang San's team, while he was a disciple of Bibi Dong, destined to be adversaries. Su Wen nodded, acknowledging the inevitability of their fate. Yet he earnestly hoped that she would not partake in his plans against Tang San. Come to the Spirit Hall. I can protect you, he offered. His words floating gently into Tang Xi's heart, igniting a flutter within her. A faint blush crept across her face. I'm sorry, I cannot do that, Tang Xi replied. Her gaze lowered in silence. Though Su Wen had long known the answer, hearing it uttered by her own lips still stung his heart. In an instant, the atmosphere around Su Wen turned frigid as he stood up, his expression devoid of emotion. There is nothing more to discuss. When we meet next, we shall be enemies. As Su Wen turned to leave, Tang Xi hastily grasped the hem of his garment. Wait. As Tang Xi rose to her feet, she stumbled over a stone on the ground, inadvertently falling onto Su Wen. Alas, Su Wen's pupils widened in surprise as Tang Xi's lips accidentally brushed against hers, causing her face to flush instantly, resembling that of a cooked shrimp. Tang Xi recalled the words spoken by Su Wen earlier, when we meet next time, we shall be enemies. This statement pierced her heart like a dagger. She had harbored feelings for Su Wen since the very day they first met, secretly nurturing her affection for this deskmate. Yet now, a mere fleeting remark sought to delineate the boundaries of their relationship. Su Wen, you truly are remarkable. Tang Xi intensified her restraint over Su Wen. In that fleeting moment, Su Wen's heart raced wildly, his entire body ablaze with heat, his mind swirling in a dizzy haze. His mouth felt soft, tinged with a tingling sweetness reminiscent of cotton candy. After a prolonged silence, Tang Xi finally withdrew, leaving Su Wen with a tinge of disappointment in his heart. The two sat awkwardly back to back. Tang Xi, with a flushed face, lowered her gaze and quietly said, In light of my having saved you, could you do me one more favor? Su Wen's cheeks burned crimson, his mind consumed with thoughts of kissing. Please assist me in hunting a 10,000-year soul beast. Tang Xi discreetly grasped Su Wen's clothing at the hem. The third soul ring of her martial spirit, the lifeline, was meant to be of the 10,000-year caliber, yet she knew that success could not be achieved alone. Su Wen nodded, his face aflame, and replied, Very well. I shall assist you. Tang Xi stole a glance at Su Wen's reaction and couldn't help but smile. It was the first time she had seen him blush. Su Wen, with his mind awash in the memory of their recent kiss, felt his face grow even warmer. The scene shifted as Tang Xi and Su Wen dashed through the Stardow forest. Tang Xi deftly manipulated the lifeline, which shimmered faintly as it floated in midair, eagerly seeking a suitable third soul ring. This was the unique characteristic of Tang Xi's martial soul. The two souls seemed to possess their own consciousness, autonomously selecting the most fitting soul rings. The lifeline pointed towards a distant iron rhinoceros, and upon observing its horn, approximately 1 meter in length, Tang Xi discerned that it possessed a cultivation age of 10,000 years. Su Wen was, in fact, that very iron rhinoceros. Tang Xi addressed Su Wen, who nodded in understanding, swiftly devising a strategy to confront the beast. You shall restrain it while I shatter its limbs. Agreed. Upon responding, Tang Xi summoned a colossal pale pink peony that blossomed behind her, staggering forward. One by one, peonies unfurled upon the back of the iron rhinoceros, causing its pace to considerably dwindle. In that moment, it became acutely aware of the impending peril and began to run frantically beneath its feet. Tang Xi's hands were adorned with countless threads as she unleashed her first soul skill, the soul attack venomous needle threads. Dozens of venomous threads transformed into toxic needles, targeting the ironclad bull's limbs, inflicting pain that resonated within its very essence. A deafening roar erupted from the ironclad bull, as if it were being pierced by countless needles. Her second soul skill, the resilient spider silk, activated simultaneously, ensnaring the ironclad bull while the other ends of the silken threads adhered firmly to several towering trees. Enraged, the ironclad bull let out a furious bellow, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that shattered the resilient spider silk. Its horns hardened to an extraordinary degree, and with a fierce glare directed at Tang Xi, it charged forward. Tang Xi marveled at the bull's speed, despite having diminished its velocity by 30%. and swiftly leaped to another tree. Observing this, the bull, consumed by rage, rammed its horns into the tree where Tang Xi had been standing. The ancient tree, over a century old, trembled before its trunk splintered and began to topple, forcing Tang Xi to evade to yet another tree. Suwen, watching intently from the sidelines, decided it was time to intervene. Dark mist enveloped his hands as he invoked his first soul skill, corruption. The vast expanse of black mist surged forth, seemingly animated, and clung to the ironclad bull. A heart-wrenching bellow echoed as the bull writhed in agony, revealing patches of crimson where the black mist had taken hold. Tortured by its suffering, the ironclad bull began to thrash wildly. Tang Xi manipulated hundreds of spider silk strands, tightly ensnaring the iron rhinoceros. Her second soul skill, Devour Soul Power. Tang Xi unleashed the second soul skill, Bloodthirsty Peony, causing the peony to bloom upon the blood-red back of the iron rhinoceros bull, swiftly siphoning its soul power. The force of the iron rhinoceros bull's charge diminished significantly, as it lacked the requisite soul energy to sustain its previous state. However, the agony it had just endured fueled a profound hatred towards the two figures before it. In a final surge of strength, it broke free from the confines of the web. The iron rhinoceros bull charged forward, directing its wrath towards Tang Xi and Suwen. Its formidable defenses rendered the encroaching black mist ineffective, as it could only erode the surface. Suwen furrowed his brow and activated his second soul skill, Toxic Mist. This skill not only obscured the opponent's vision, but also released a potent venom capable of permeating the body and directly corrupting the internal organs. Tang Xi surged forward, unleashing the first soul skill of the lifeline, the venomous needle threads. Dozens of needle threads pierced through the blood-red back of the iron rhinoceros bull. With a roar, the iron rhinoceros bull let out a heart-wrenching wail, its strength to resist utterly depleted. A soul bone fell, and Suwen retracted the poisonous mist. Observing this, Tang Xi swiftly retrieved a dagger from the sapphire soul guide at her chest, plunging it fiercely into the head of the iron rhinoceros bull, instantly staining her dress with its crimson blood. Suwen clicked his tongue in admiration, acknowledging her ruthlessness. The iron rhinoceros bull, with a reluctant closing of its eyes, emitted black specks of light that coalesced into a dark soul ring, settling around Tang Xi's waist. Tang Xi closed her eyes in meditation, finding herself in the sea of consciousness. Here, she was to endure the tumultuous onslaught of the soul of the iron-horned bull. The spirit of the iron-horned bull, filled with rage, charged towards Tang Xi, its horn piercing through her chest. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and for reasons unknown, her heart ached at the sight of Suwen. In the realm of consciousness, Tang Xi was unable to wield any soul techniques. She could only flee, perpetually under the assault of the iron-horned bull. A tremendous energy crashed violently within her body. Tang Xi's complexion was pallid, with her meridians once again sustaining multiple injuries. Within Tang Xi's consciousness, delicate pink peonies blossomed, and even the body of the iron rhinoceros bull was adorned with these exquisite flowers. The petals of the peonies were surrounded by an oppressive, blood-red mist. This crimson haze enveloped the soul of the iron rhinoceros bull, leading to a shattering of its essence. The dark soul ring settled firmly around Tang Xi's waist, signifying her successful absorption. Upon witnessing this, Suwen felt a profound sense of relief. Tang Xi opened her eyes once more, feeling lightheaded. A metallic taste of blood lingered in her mouth, threatening to spill forth, yet she restrained herself, determined not to appear too disheveled in front of Suwen. With concern etched on his face, Suwen inquired, "Tang Xi, how are you feeling?" Tang Xi's smile blossomed. Though her face appeared somewhat pale, fortunately, it was merely a reflection of her physical weakness. Her heart still ached intermittently. Tang Xi, eager to depart, remarked, "I must take my leave now, Suwen." Suwen fell into a contemplative silence. After gazing at Tang Xi for an extended moment, he finally spoke. "In the days to come, I shall seize all of Tang San's opportunities. Tang Xi, we hail from the same world, and I wish not to find myself at odds with you." Tang Xi gazed at Suwen with a hint of surprise, not expecting him to harbor such thoughts. A smile graced her lips as she remarked that there would always be a way for them to coexist peacefully. However, Suwen's expression turned complex as he looked at Tang Xi. "You remain too naive, Tang Xi. Xiaowu's mother was slain by my mentor, and Tang San's mother was coerced into sacrifice by the Spirit Hall. This deep-seated enmity cannot simply be set aside." Tang Xi fell into silence, recognizing the inevitable conflict that placed them on opposing sides. Observing Tang Xi's reticence, Suwen understood that she would not stand united with him. He turned to depart, but not before uttering, "Tang Xi, I harbor no desire to harm you, as long as you refrain from obstructing my pursuit of Tang San. The Spirit Hall shall never lay a hand upon you." After Su Wen had left, Tang Xi raised her gaze once more. Unable to restrain the tears that cascaded down her cheeks, and a mouthful of dark blood escaped her lips, Tang Xi consoled herself. Pondering the multitude of men in the world, why fixate on a single blossom? Suddenly, a blinding light compelled Tang Xi to shut her eyes. Adjusting her gaze, she discovered a glimmering object nestled in the chest of the iron rhinoceros armor bull. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be a soul bone? The likelihood of a soul bone emerging from a soul beast is exceedingly rare, as it only occurs when the soul beast reaches the age of 100,000 years or experiences an overwhelming sense of fear. Tang Xi, it seems that I have tightened the iron rhinoceros armor a bit too much just now. Tang Xi began to excavate the soul bone, which was an external soul bone, without a moment's hesitation, initiating the process of its refinement. Once she had completely absorbed this external soul bone, a refreshing sensation enveloped her. This soul bone possessed the remarkable ability to withstand 70 of attacks from opponents of the same rank. However, if the opponent's soul power level exceeded her own, the percentage of damage mitigated would correspondingly decrease. Conversely, when facing opponents with a lower soul power level, the defensive effects would be even more pronounced. Additionally, this external soul bone granted a strength enhancement of 200, and it also had the potential for growth. With a mere thought, Tang Xi summoned delicate pink peonies that blossomed upon the back of the iron horn bull, drawing sustenance from its blood. It was time to nourish her little peonies with a taste of blood. Once the blood was fully absorbed by the bloodthirsty peonies, the petals deepened in hue, a distinctive trait of her vampiric blooms, a secret that must remain concealed from others. This journey proved fruitful for Tang Xi. Her soul power ascended to level 32, and she acquired an external soul bone while providing her little peonies with nourishment. Yet, the ache in her heart persisted, and her meridians bore some damage. Now, it was time to rendezvous with Tang San and the others. 33 with a unique constitution. Tang San, on this side. During Tang San's quest to find Xiaowu, he encountered an assault from the face-devouring spider. After successfully vanquishing the creature, he came across the serpent matriarch, Chao Tianxiang. Recognizing Tang San as a disciple of the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang, she graciously bestowed upon him the soul ring of the face-devouring spider. Meanwhile, with the aid of Ming, Xiaowu acquired her third soul ring and ultimately succeeded in reuniting with Tang San. Tang San's expression was tinged with worry. Although Xiaowu had been found, Tang Xi remained unaccounted for. Xiaowu felt a deep sense of sorrow, lamenting, "I'm so sorry, brother. It was because of me that Xiao Shi went in search of you." Ning Rongrong approached to comfort Xiaowu, reassuring her. "There is no need for you to blame yourself. Tang Xi is incredibly capable and will surely be all right." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tang Xi's formidable strength. Zhao Wuji then spoke up, suggesting, "Let us continue to search for a while longer to see if Tang Xi can be located. If not, we should return to the inn to rest." Tang San clenched his fists tightly, a look of profound remorse etched upon his face. "Teacher, I shall not return without finding Tang Xi." Xiaowu echoed, "Neither will I." The others joined in unison, proclaiming their solidarity. Oscar's eyes brightened as he pointed ahead. "Is that not Tang Xi?" Tang Xi, weak and leaning against the tree trunk, felt a piercing pain in her heart with each step she took. As the crowd surged forward, Tang San was the first to rush out and support Tang Xi. "Little Xi, how could you have so much blood on you?" Tang Xi's light blue dress was stained with the blood of the slain iron-skinned rhinoceros, some of which was her own. Blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. Xiaowu was on the verge of tears, filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, Xiaoxi, truly sorry." Tang Xi weakly patted Xiaowu's head and said, "Sister Xiaowu, I bear you no grudge." Oscar hurriedly conjured up his restorative sausage and offered it to Tang Xi. Yet, Tang Xi could no longer withstand the strain. Her strength seemed to have been entirely drained, and she collapsed onto the ground, her heart racing and her complexion pale. It was merely an encounter with an ancient soul beast, followed by a brief skirmish. As she spoke, Tang Xi closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Tang San felt a surge of panic within him. "Xiaoxi, what is the matter?" It was as if he had been transported back to that fateful day 6 years prior. Zhao Wuji transferred his soul power to Tang Xi, but his expression suddenly stiffened as he incredulously exclaimed, "Her meridians are severely damaged. We must return Tang Xi to Shrek Academy for the dean to examine her." At Shrek Academy, Tang Xi lay feebly upon the bed, a faint glow emanating from her heart. A stream of green light coursed through her meridians, mending them wherever it passed. Tang Xi slowly opened her eyes, stretching languidly as she surveyed her surroundings, realizing that she was indeed in the dormitory of Shrek Academy. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Tang Xi couldn't help but exclaim, "How exquisite! Could this be the culinary creation of the master?" Having savored the master's dishes for 6 years at the Nodding Academy, she was already well acquainted with the fragrant essence of his cooking. Tang Xi narrowed her eyes. Could it be that the master has arrived as well? Tang Xi hastily donned her attire and rushed towards the dining hall with utmost urgency. Upon opening the wooden door, she beheld Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing seated at a table, enjoying their breakfast. The moment Xiao Wu turned her head and caught sight of Tang Xi, she immediately discarded the bun in her hand and dashed over, embracing Tang Xi with fervor. "Oh, how wonderful it is that you are safe," she exclaimed, tears of relief welling in her eyes. Upon witnessing Tang Xi full of vitality, Tang San felt a slight warmth in his eyes, relieved that all was well. Tang Xi remained in a state of bewilderment. "What has transpired? It feels as if I have been in a coma for an eternity." Dai Mubai, relieved to see Tang Xi unharmed, responded, "You have been unconscious for a week." Zhu Xing nodded in agreement, while Yu Xiaojiang brought a freshly prepared dish to the table. "Your meridians were damaged, and your heart has always been weak. After encountering the ancient soul beast, I feared you would not survive a month. Yet, astonishingly, your meridians have remarkably healed in just a week." Xiao Wu, with her hands on her hips, pouted in discontent. "Master, what do you mean by saying Tang Xi wouldn't last a month? Look, she is standing here quite well." Yu Xiaojing chuckled softly. "This is precisely what makes her constitution so extraordinary. Tang Xi's vitality is incredibly resilient. Even I am astounded." Tang San smiled upon hearing this. Relieved that his sister was safe, Tang Xi chuckled, alleviating everyone's concerns. "But rest assured, my physical condition is robust. I am perfectly fine. You just love to show off." Xiao Wu teased. Observing this warm scene, Yu Xiaojiang decided it best not to disclose the true situation, fearing it might overwhelm Tang San. He quickly added, "Hurry up and finish your meal. There is training awaiting you shortly." After a brief pause, he turned to Tang Xi and inquired, "Is your body still capable of training at this moment?" Tang Xi confidently patted her chest and declared, "Rest assured, master. I am capable of taking on 100 foes alone." Tang San hesitated as he glanced at Yu Xiaojiang. "Teacher, what about Tang Xi?" Yu Xiaojiang nodded and replied, "Very well, you should come over for training later." "Tang San, I understand your concerns for your sister, but you must have faith in her. She is not as fragile as you imagine." Soon after, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun joined for a meal, and they were pleasantly surprised to see Tang Xi full of vitality. The 8 of them engaged in cheerful conversation for a while before heading to the square, where they lined up to prepare for Yu Xiaojiang's training. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Xiaojiang, well aware of the abilities of each student, admitted his uncertainty regarding Tang Xi's strength. He then said, "Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, you will face off against Tang Xi, who will use her twin martial souls and exert her full strength in the battle." The group gasped in astonishment. Dai Mubai, looking somewhat troubled, remarked, "But master, Tang Xi has just recovered, and she is only at level 29. This seems unfair." Yu Xiaojiang chuckled lightly, who said she is only at level 29. She has already reached level 32. If I am not mistaken, her 3rd spirit ring is of the 10,000-year caliber. "What?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief. Ma Hongjun stared wide-eyed, astonished by the revelation of a 10,000-year spirit ring. Tang Xi stepped forward to elucidate, "Due to my dual martial souls, I have absorbed a total of 5 soul rings, which have been layered upon my 2 martial souls. With each soul ring I absorb, the threshold for the age of the soul rings I can harness increases. You may also comprehend that I have indeed absorbed 5 soul rings, with the 5th being of a 10,000-year caliber." Tang San gently stroked Tang Xi's hair and said with a hint of resignation, "However, one cannot forcibly absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. It would be detrimental to your health." Yu Xiaojiang interjected, "Since there are no further issues, let us commence the duel." The group made their way to the center of the plaza, where Tang San, taking the initiative, summoned the blue silver grass, entangling it. The ground was carpeted with the roots of the blue silver grass, its robust tendrils spreading forth, poised to ensnare Tang Xi. Tang Xi's hands were enveloped in a flowing white thread, invoking her 2nd soul skill, the flexible spider silk. Hundreds of strands of spider silk tightly encircled each blade of blue silver grass, preventing them from entwining around Tang Xi. The white threads in the blue silver grass intermingled, each refusing to yield to the other. In the midst of Tang San's interference with Tang Xi, Dai Mubai had already arrived behind Tang Xi, unleashing his 1st soul skill, the White Tiger Protective Shield. In an instant, Dai Mubai's speed and strength doubled as he poised to deliver a powerful punch towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi narrowed her eyes and activated the purple extreme magic eye, swiftly evading the oncoming assault. Her first soul skill, Soul Attack, Be Venom Needle. Tang Xi commanded the threads to pierce the limbs of Dai Mubai, while Tang San swiftly maneuvered the blue silver grass to ensnare Dai Mubai and draw him closer. In an instant, over 100 strands of silk entangled the soles of Dai Mubai's feet, and Tang Xi successfully struck the limbs of his soul state with the needles. The pain reverberated through Dai Mubai's body, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Oscar hurried over, conjuring a sausage and offering it to Dai Mubai. However, with keen eyes, Tang Xi swiftly manipulated the threads to snatch the rejuvenating sausage away, taking a bite for herself first. Yu Xiaojiang, observing this scene from the side, felt a wave of satisfaction. The support from an auxiliary spirit master in replenishing a teammate's soul power is a pivotal aspect on the battlefield. Tang San furrowed his brow and activated his third soul skill, the spider web binding. Above him, a multitude of blue-silver grass roots surged forth, weaving an intricate tapestry of interlacing blue-silver strands. Behind Tang Xi, the peonies flourished, and with the first soul skill, her steps were unsteady. Dai Mubai and Tang San found their pace suddenly hindered, their speed reflected upon Tang Xi, who swiftly maneuvered through the entangling web of blue-silver grass. Tang San smiled slightly, activating his second soul skill, Parasitism. Suddenly, blue-silver grass sprouted from Tang Xi, tightly entwining her body and restricting her movements. Dai Mubai unleashed his third soul skill, the White Tiger's Vajra transformation. After consuming the mushroom sausage provided by Oscar, he grew wings, enabling him to soar for a minute. This third soul skill augmented his attack, strength, and defense by a staggering 100%, causing his arm muscles to swell impressively. While his hair transformed from golden to silver, interspersed with strands of black, as Dai Mubai prepared to strike at her, Tang Xi had no choice but to activate her third soul skill, Steel Wire Form. Tang Xi's third soul skill allows her to transform threads into a steel wire form, bestowing her with the formidable attacking power of an iron rhinoceros, enhanced by 200%. An immense surge of energy enabled Tang Xi to break free from the restraints of the blue-silver grass. Masterfully, she manipulated the steel wires, binding them into sturdy staffs. With a swift motion of the iron rod, she unleashed a tremendous shockwave that severed half of the web-like bindings of the blue-silver grass before her. Oscar, gripped by fear, cowered in a corner, trembling. Indeed, Tang Xi's third soul skill was nothing short of terrifying. Tang Xi swung her iron rod fiercely towards Dai Mubai, who, taken aback, immediately activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger Golden Body. With a resounding crack, the shield before Dai Mubai was shattered, and he was propelled backwards by the force of the impact, stumbling 5 or 6 steps. In that fleeting moment, Tang Xi retracted her third soul skill and landed gracefully on the ground, her light blue dress billowing in the wind. The sheer power she exhibited left the onlookers in awe. This seemingly delicate maiden was capable of unleashing such terrifying force, leaving even Yu Xiaojing astonished. "Did you acquire your Millennium Soul skill from the Iron Rhino Bull?" Yu Xiaojing inquired. Tang Xi candidly revealed, "Indeed, my third soul skill transmutes silk threads into steel, bestowing me with the formidable attack power of an iron rhinoceros for a duration of 5 minutes." Yu Xiaojing, though taken aback, swiftly quelled his inner astonishment. Could it be that this millennial-old soul beast was truly slain by Tang Xi alone? It is highly likely that the soul ring Tang Xi acquired belongs to an iron rhinoceros aged between 15,000 to 18,000 years, with an attack potency rivaling that of a full-force strike from a level 50 Soul King. Tang Xi smiled sheepishly, dismissing the notion of terror. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, asserting that the true horror lay in the fact that Tang Xi's peony martial soul had yet to have its soul rings added. Should she incorporate them, the soul beast cultivation would undoubtedly exceed 20,000 years. Yu Xiaojing remarked. In this round, Dai Mubai made a significant error. You failed to safeguard Oscar, allowing Tang Xi the opportunity to seize the restorative sausage. Tang Xi, too, should not have seized the opportunity to restore the great sausage. Rather, she ought to have immediately ensnared Oscar with her spider silk. Meanwhile, Tang San did not exert his full strength. He could have easily affixed poisonous thorns to the blue-silver grass to restrain Tang Xi's actions. Tang Xi stood obediently, being lectured by Yu Xiaojing, her eyes blinking in grievance as she murmured, "I understand my mistakes, master." Next, it was Ma Hongjuan's turn, followed by Oscar battling against Dai Mubai. With several matches occurring thereafter, Yu Xiaojing proclaimed, "Each of you has committed a grave error today. You are to run 10 laps around Suatua City. And you must complete this before noon. Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. What? 10 laps? That would be utterly exhausting. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, stating, At the school gate, there are bamboo baskets that you must carry while running, and you are prohibited from using your soul power. You are a collective. Should any one of you fail to complete the task, you shall forfeit your meals. The 8 of them lamented their plight. But they had no choice but to comply and made their way to the school gate. Beside the entrance, 8 bamboo baskets lay, each containing varying amounts of stones. Tang San and Dai Mubai bore the heaviest loads, followed by Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun had the third least. Tang Xi and Ning Rongrong had the lightest burden. Ning Rongrong, upon noticing, joyfully remarked, This master is quite humane. He understands that Tang Xi has just recovered, and I am a support type, hence he assigned us the least weight. Dai Mubai nodded and picked up a bamboo basket, approaching Zhu Qing, saying, We should hurry. However, Zhu Qing distanced herself, visibly disapproving of Dai Mubai's presence. Dai Mubai, feeling quite embarrassed, was met with the lamentations of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were distressed at the thought of carrying such heavy baskets for 10 laps. They mused that this master was even more fearsome than the dean. As the 8 embarked on their arduous journey, Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder observed from a distance. Flinder inquired, Isn't this punishment rather severe? Without turning back, Yu Xiaojiang replied as he walked away. Only through enduring hardships together can they truly grasp the essence of companionship. After covering 50 kilometers, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were utterly exhausted. Being support-type soul masters, their physical resilience paled in comparison to that of Tang San and the others. Tang San placed a stone from Oscar's bamboo basket onto his own. Perhaps this is the true meaning behind the master's instruction for us to run with bamboo baskets. When one person is unable to bear the load, transferring a portion of that burden to another serves as an excellent means to cultivate camaraderie among companions. Dai Mubai placed a stone from Ning Rongrong's basket into his own, while Xiao Wu shouldered the weight of Zhu Qing's stone. After traversing 100 kilometers, Yu Xiaojiang was already at the school gate, prepared with salt water to replenish the energy of the 8 participants. 7 of them were drenched in sweat. Yet Tang Xi appeared remarkably composed. Yu Xiaojiang squinted, realizing he had underestimated Tang Xi's physical endurance. Tang Xi, suddenly, an unsettling premonition washes over me. 256 kilometers. Tang Xi placed the stones from Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong's bamboo basket into her own bamboo basket. Tang San inquired with concern, Xiao Xi, Can you still hold on? Ma Hongjun lay exhausted on the ground, remarking, Third brother, do you see any hint of difficulty on Tang Xi's face? Tang Xi smiled and said, Brother, I have been training since childhood. Such a level of punishment is nothing to me. The crowd responded, How infuriating. We have been deceived. 350 kilometers. Tang Xi was running, drenched in sweat, while the others were too exhausted to utter a word. After traversing 483 kilometers, their muscles ached. Ning Rongrong proactively reclaimed her stone, while Tang Xi assisted Tang San and Dai Mubai in carrying some of the load. At 598 kilometers, their muscles continued to protest, each of them struggling to move while clutching their waists. Upon reaching 700 kilometers, the 8 of them frantically consumed salt water to replenish their strength, their bones aching as if they were on the verge of dislocation. At 835 kilometers, they were nearing the final lap around Soto City. The bamboo basket of Tang Shiju is already filled to the brim with stones, leaving her breathless and weary. The others are equally reluctant to make any further movement. Tang Shiju feigns an intention to transfer some of Ning Rongrong's stones into her own basket. Ning Rongrong shakes her head, saying, Shiju, your basket holds more stones than those of Tang San and Dai Laoda combined. Trust me, I can endure a little longer. With only 5 meters remaining of the arduous 850 kilometers, the 8 of them support one another, each step feeling as though they tread upon the edge of a blade. The journey proving exceptionally challenging, their consciousness gradually fading. The sight of the 8 of them, united in both hardship and camaraderie, deeply moves Yu Xiaojiang. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Upon reaching the destination, 7 of them collapse, while Tang Shiju stands in the center, surveying her surroundings, seemingly the only one still upright. Tang Xi cast an embarrassed glance at Yu Xiaojiang before promptly pretending to faint. Yu Xiaojiang, 37 Shrek's 8 monsters. When Tang Xi awoke, she found herself immersed in a medicinal bath, her body aching profoundly. Tang Xi lamented incessantly, wondering how much longer such days would persist. Tang Xi glanced around. Noticing Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing still immersed in the medicinal bath, Tang Xi gazed in awe, utterly captivated by Zhuqing's remarkable figure, so splendid and alluring. Tang Xi cast a glance at herself. In the ensuing hours, the eight engaged in a series of contests, running and scaling mountains. Dai Mubai repeatedly attempted to strike up a conversation with Zhu Zhuqing, yet she consistently ignored him. Each time Ning Rongrong approached Oscar, her heart would race fervently. The relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu has grown increasingly ambiguous, albeit the other six remain tacitly aware. Thus, 3 months have elapsed. Yu Xiaojiang led the 8 individuals to the Grand Soul Arena, where they entered the luxurious VIP box. You are about to embark on the second phase of your training, with the objective being for each of you to acquire a Silver Soul badge. The duration of your training will conclude once you have secured this badge. Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of finally ending the tedious physical training was exhilarating. Yu Xiaojiang continued, stating that not only must you each obtain your individual Silver Soul badge, but you must also participate in team competitions to earn a collective Silver Soul badge. Furthermore, I require each of you to don a mask, concealing your voices and ages from your adversaries. Each of you will adopt a code name, and the name of your assembled team shall be the Shrek 8 Monsters. Tang Xi felt a wave of emotions as the story finally reached this pivotal moment. The onlookers exchanged glances and shared a soft smile. Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity, Master, must I also obtain the Silver Soul badge? Tang Xi remarked. Support-type Soul Masters can form teams, thus increasing the likelihood of victory. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong turned to Tang Xi with eager anticipation. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang interjected. Rongrong would not be well suited to team up with Tang Xi. I would recommend you partner with Ma Hongjun instead. Ning Rongrong nearly gasped in disbelief. Why? Tang Xi possessed such formidable strength that she could easily lead her to victory. Tang Xi explained, as I am at level 30. The opponents you match with while teaming up with me will invariably be in their 30s, whereas Ma Hongjun is merely in his 20s. Thus, your chances of victory will be significantly enhanced. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Tang Xi with admiration. Ning Rongrong, firmly opposed to teaming up with Ma Hongjun, grasped the arm of Zhu Zhuqing and declared, Then I shall team up with Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun, feeling dejected, exclaimed, Why is that? Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang outlined 3 stipulations for their participation in the competition. 1. No hidden weapons are to be utilized during the matches. 2. True names must not be disclosed, and all participants must don masks. 3. Each day, you are required to engage in at least 2 duels. He had also devised code names for each of them. Tang San, Thousand-Hand Azura, Xiao Wu, Soft-Boned Enchantress, Mu Bai, Evil-Eyed White Tiger, Zhuqing, Nether Spirit Cat. Rongrong, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, Oscar, Sausage Specialist, Ma Hongjun, Evil Fire Phoenix, Tang Xi, 7 Apertures Exquisite. Dai Mubai was quite pleased with his moniker, while Zhu Zhuqing smiled in agreement without any objections. Xiao Wu remarked, the names bestowed by the master are truly splendid. Tang San gazed tenderly at the lively Xiao Wu beside him, while Ma Hongjun proudly lifted his head. Oscar looked on with excitement at Ning Rongrong, who blushed under his gaze. Tang Xi nibbled on the melon seeds on the table, her gaze devoid of excitement. Instead, she pondered earnestly about what Su Wen would do next. If she were in Su Wen's position, she would seize the opportunity from Tang San, an elixir of immortality. Tang Xi's expression was grave, for the mystical herb was the pivotal opportunity that had enabled the Shrek's 7 monsters to secure their championship. Realizing this, she resolved to make the necessary preparations. While her allegiance lay with Tang San, it did not imply that she would take action against the Spirit Hall. She believed there must be a way for both sides to coexist peacefully. In the 14th round of the team battle at the Great Soul Arena, the host passionately announced, Next up, we have the newly registered team, the Shrek 8 Monsters, facing off against the undefeated Savage Warriors. The audience watched with curiosity as the Shrek 8 Monsters donned black battle attire, each adorned with distinct colors along the edges, their faces concealed by masks that lent them an air of mystery. As the Savage Warriors made their entrance, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers for their names. This formidable team comprised a lithe and enchanting Spider-Woman, whose martial spirit was a spider. 2 agile individuals known as Monkey 1 and Monkey 2, both possessing monkey martial spirits, a muscular man named Mad Rhino, whose martial spirit was a rhinoceros, and a support-type Soul Master, whose martial spirit was a wishful abacus. In the pre-match preparation area, Tang San was engaged in the formulation of battle strategies. Dai, you shall lead the offensive. Xiao Wu and Fatty, Focus on restraining those two slender opponents. Zhu Qing, find a way to eliminate that support-type Soul Master. Before the battle commences, Oscar will distribute sausages to each of us. Subsequently, Tang San turned his gaze towards Tang Xi, smiled, and remarked, in the initial rounds, Tang Xi, do not reveal the third skill of your white line martial soul. Instead, make your entrance as a support-type Soul Master. Tang Xi, filled with frustration, cried out, brother. Does that mean I can no longer fight? Yu Xiaojiang, standing nearby, elucidated, Tang San wishes for you to serve as the trump card of the team. Your third soul skill possesses the potential to turn the tide of battle. It should not be employed until the final moment, as it may yield unforeseen outcomes at a crucial juncture. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once prepared, the 8 participants took to the stage. The host, eager to enliven the atmosphere, proclaimed, next, let us witness whether the formidable team, having secured 7 consecutive victories, can triumph once more. Dai Mubai bellowed, brothers, unleash your martial souls. In an instant, soul rings materialized before their waists, gleaming in hues of yellow and purple. Most striking was Tang Xi's yellow-purple soul ring, which represented the bloodthirsty peony. The second soul ring was already a millennium old, astonishing both the host and the frenzied team. The optimal soul ring configuration for Shrek's team astonishingly included a support-type Soul Master. The host exclaimed passionately. Dai Mubai was the first to strike, transforming into the white tiger avatar as he launched a powerful punch at the rampaging rhinoceros. In an instant, golden light flashed, leaving spectators unable to discern the victor. Ning Rongrong summoned her martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, and declared, the 7 treasures are renowned. The first is might, the second is speed. Instantly, all teammates experienced a 30 increase in speed and strength. When Dai Mubai struck again, he successfully knocked down the rampaging rhinoceros. Meanwhile, the 2 monkeys veered to the sides, aiming to target Ning Rongrong and Oscar, adhering to the first principle of the competition. Defeat the opposing support-type Soul Master first. Tang San raised his hand, and the resilient blue-silver grass swiftly ensnared the 2 monkeys. The Spider-Woman furrowed her brow, realizing she had been outmaneuvered. She then cast her gaze towards Tang Xi, uncertain of what this support-type Soul Master could truly provide in terms of assistance. Tang San manipulated the blue-silver grass, casting the 2 monkeys from the arena. In that fleeting moment, the Spider-Woman shot out a web, ensnaring the 2 monkeys. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Qing exchanged glances and advanced to attack the opposing support Soul Master. Realizing the danger, the Spider-Woman unleashed a web to intercept their approach. However, Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly incinerating the web, while Zhu Qing surged forward with unparalleled speed toward the support Soul Master. As the opposing support Soul Master trembled, about to utter the word berserk, Tang Xi, positioned behind the Shrek team, smiled and softly proclaimed, first soul skill, staggering step. The opposing team was subjected to a 30 speed reduction, while Zhu Qing experienced a 100 boost in speed. With this enhancement, she practically teleported before the support Soul Master. Utilizing her first soul skill, Phantom Thrust, Zhu Qing swiftly incapacitated the support master, rendering him unconscious. The Spider-Woman gazed in disbelief at the turn of events. The Berserk skill was their trump card, enhancing their attributes by 15. Without their ace, how could they hope for victory? Seizing the moment of distraction, Xiaowu executed a skill, kicking the Spider-Woman off the battle platform. As the enraged Kongxi prepared to retaliate, Tang San activated the parasitic ability of the blue-silver grass, tightly binding Kongxi's limbs. The host, astonished, swallowed hard and stammered, the Shrek team wins. The 8 members of Shrek exchanged knowing smiles, with Oscar reflecting, I didn't even get to unleash my soul skill, and it's already over. Zhu Qing approached Tang Xi and quietly complimented, well done. She understood that had it not been for Tang Xi's first soul skill enhancing her speed, she might not have prevailed over the opposing support Soul Master before he could unleash his final ability. As the Shrek team exited amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yu Xiaojiang approached them, expressing his satisfaction. Your teamwork was commendable, but remember, do not become complacent. You must remain vigilant in the upcoming team battles. Ma Hongjun scoffed dismissively. No matter how formidable they are, our Shrek team can defeat them one by one. Oscar chimed in, you're absolutely right, fatty. This elicited quiet laughter from Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong nearby. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged a resigned smile, while Tang Xi appeared utterly relaxed. Yu Xiaojiang turned around and cautioned, your confidence is commendable, but do not allow this blind self-assurance to cloud your judgment. At that moment, an announcement echoed. Please summon Tang Xi, a level 32 control spirit master, to the 13th arena for a multi-opponent duel. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to speak, the Shrek group rushed over to converse with Tang Xi. Xiaowu remarked, Tang Xi, to be cautious this time. Don't injure your heart. Ning Rongrong concurred, indeed. You were unconscious for an entire week previously. Oscar raised his hand to interject. You must be careful. My sausages cannot mend your heart. Faced with their sudden concern, Tang Xi replied helplessly, Everyone, please do not worry too much. Recently, I hunted the Iron Rhino and obtained a soul bone, which can defend against attacks with a power level of 70 from opponents of the same rank. Therefore, they cannot harm me. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang nearly spurted out his drink, astonished, an external soul bone. How does this girl share such good fortune with her brother Tang San? Also obtaining a soul bone while hunting spirit beasts? Tang San, filled with delight, affectionately ruffled Tang Xi's hair, commending her on a job well done. Xiaowu, embracing Tang Xi tightly, exclaimed with exhilaration, This is simply marvelous. The others also extended their heartfelt congratulations, while they felt a twinge of envy towards Tang Xi. Their sentiments were predominantly those of joy and celebration for her achievement. Soon after, Tang Xi took to the stage, facing off against the dynamic duo of the cat and mouse combination, a brother-sister pair. Tang Xi's record is illustrious, boasting an impressive 9 consecutive victories without a single defeat. The feline maiden, embodying the spirit of the cat, gazes disdainfully, merely uttering, Is this all? Many fervently chant the name of cat and mouse, while the diminutive and rotund mouse brother, embodying the essence of the mouse, proudly raises his head. Tang Xi approached the stage with a cheerful demeanor, exuding a sense of leisure. The host exuberantly announced, Now, let the 13th match of 1 versus 2 commence. The cat girl and mouse brother shouted in unison. Martial soul manifestation. Instantly, yellow and purple soul rings appeared around their waists. After releasing their soul rings, the cat girl and mouse brother clasped hands and began to spin in the air, swiftly generating a tornado that propelled the cat girl outward. First soul skill, acceleration. The cat girl's fingers transformed into claws as she lunged toward Tang Xi, who merely smirked. First soul skill, staggering steps. A magnificent peony bloomed behind Tang Xi, ensnared by countless slender white threads. The cat girl was taken aback. What? This soul skill can actually inhibit my speed. The speed they lost was channeled back to Tang Xi, who deftly evaded the cat girl's attack, only to be confronted by Mouse Brother's sudden punch from behind. Tang Xi narrowed her eyes as hundreds of spider silk strands ensnared the Mouse Brother tightly from behind. The Mouse Brother, revealing his sharp claws, fiercely slashed at the white threads, only to discover shallow scratches upon them. My second soul skill, the resilient spider silk, is derived from a Millennium Soul Ring. Although it lacks considerable offensive power, its flexibility is beyond your imagination. No soul master below level 40 can hope to escape my silk. As Tang Xi spoke, hundreds of spider silk threads ensnared another soul master, the cat girl, with an unyielding grip. The threads seemed almost alive as they violently flung both individuals out of the arena. The host exclaimed in astonishment, Wow! They managed to eliminate the cat-mouse duo in just 1 minute. What kind of monstrous soul master possesses such a second soul skill? In the VIP box, Yu Xiaojiang observed Tang Xi's recent performance with profound concern. This situation could not persist. Noticing his distress, Tang San approached with curiosity and inquired, What troubles you, master? Yu Xiaojiang slowly replied, Tang Xi's dual cultivation martial soul is extraordinarily powerful. Soul masters of the same rank are essentially no match for her. This will inevitably attract the attention of that pope from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Tang San chuckled softly. Is this not a fortuitous circumstance? However, Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned grave. No, it is precisely because that pontiff possesses a twin martial soul that she would be even less inclined to spare Tang Xi. Moreover, His Majesty Tang Hao has also slain the former pope. On the 40th day of the royal battle, at the Great Soul Arena, Yu Xiaojiang slowly approached the front desk, presenting the iron badge of the Shrek 8 Monsters team. I wish to register for the team battle. The clerk glanced at the rather obscure team name and, in a moment of confusion, recorded it as Shrek. 8 Monsters. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes narrowed dangerously, correcting him. It is Shrek. Startled, the clerk promptly amended the entry, and soon the large screen displayed the matchups of the Shrek 8 Monsters against other teams. February 1st, the Shrek 8 Monsters triumph over the Shura team. February 6th, Zhu Zhuqing versus Long Lei. Zhu Zhuqing prevails. February 12th, Dai Mubai versus Xiaoniao, Dai Mubai emerges victorious. February 16th. The San-Wu combination versus Li Yong and Ying Hui. The San-Wu combination wins. Simultaneously, the ranking points of the Shrek 8 monsters continued to ascend, boasting an impressive record of 12 victories without a single defeat. February 20th. Ma Hongjun versus Bruce. Ma Hongjun claims victory. February 24th. The Seven Treasures Spirit Cat combination versus the Xiao Chao combination. The Seven Treasures Spirit Cat prevails. The Shrek 8 monsters have now accumulated a total of 268 points. February 29th. Tang Xi versus Lin Sin on March 2nd. Tang Xi witnessed the Shrek 8 monsters triumph over the Crimson Spirit team. The reception towards Yu Xiaojiang at the front desk has grown increasingly respectful. Gradually, the illustrious reputation of Shrek has spread throughout the nearby streets and alleys. Adorned in masks and cloaked in black, they form a remarkably enigmatic team. Tang Xi and Flander placed several bets using golden soul coins, wagering on the victory of the Shrek 8 monsters, and without exception, they emerged triumphant. Consequently, Tang Xi's modest treasury multiplied several times over. Yu Xiaojiang once again approached the front desk, only to be accosted by an agent from the Grand Soul Arena. The agent implored Yu Xiaojiang to allow the Shrek 8 monsters to compete in the Central Main Soul Arena and to grant them their Silver Soul Badge in advance. This was to facilitate a match against a team of Soul Masters, on which a significant wager had been placed by the nobility, and this team, predictably, secured victory, resulting in considerable losses for the Grand Soul Arena. Yu Xiaojiang acquiesced to the agent's request, who, in turn, expressed satisfaction by revealing the reward of 10,000 golden soul coins for participation and provided Yu Xiaojiang with the opponent's information. In the hotel, Yu Xiaojiang placed the competitors' details on the table, and Flander, sipping his tea, lamented, "Xiaojiang, you ought not to have agreed so swiftly. Perhaps we could have negotiated a higher reward." Yu Xiaojiang, however, harbored his own intentions. The chances of winning against this opponent were slim, and it would serve as valuable training for the Shrek 8 monsters. Moreover, the remuneration we received was not insignificant. Tang Xi was well aware that the adversary in this confrontation was none other than the Royal Academy of Tiando. Tang San picked up the contestant information, drawing the curiosity of others who gathered around him. The captain, Yu Tianheng, possessed the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex as his martial soul and was a formidable level 39 assault system soul master. The vice captain, De Guyen, wielded the Emerald Scale Serpent and was a level 38 control system soul master. Among the teammates were Osro with the Ghost Leopard, Yilingling with the Nine Hearts Begonia, Shima with the Graphite and the Black Tortoise Martial Soul, and Yu Feng with the Wind Chime Bird. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively inhaled sharply, and Tang San quietly remarked, "They are all soul sages above level 30. Their strength is indeed remarkable." Tang San, "This time I permit you to utilize the 8-spider spirit bone. Do not concede until the very last moment," Yu Xiaojiang declared. At that moment, Tang Xi leisurely remarked, "The cornerstone of this team is undoubtedly the healing-oriented Yilingling, along with Captain Yu Tianheng and Vice Captain De Guyen." Tang Xi pondered for a moment and then spoke slowly, "Brother, I can handle Yu Tianheng. As for Yilingling, I entrust her to you. Please ensure she does not employ her soul skill for healing. Regarding the poison afflicting De Guyen, I trust you can manage that." Tang San felt a flicker of doubt. Why did Xiaoxi appear to possess such vast knowledge? However, he soon dismissed the thought, for no matter the circumstances, Tang Xi was still his sister. Thus, he nodded in agreement with her assertions. On the chessboard of fate, the outcome remained uncertain. On the second night of the team battle, the sky above the Great Soul Arena was ablaze with fireworks. In the main arena, numerous enchanting maidens danced to the delight of the crowd, as 20,000 spectators cheered exuberantly. The main fighting platform, with a diameter of 70 meters, was designed in the nostalgic style of ancient colosseums. The host, Dodo, soared into the air with white wings, welcoming everyone to the Soto Great Soul Arena. "I am your host for this evening's team battle," Dodo announced. "Now, let us invite the participants to take the stage." As the spotlight illuminated the Shrek 8 monsters, the audience erupted in applause, followed by the entrance of the Tiando royal team. When Flander caught sight of their captain, Qin Ming, he momentarily paused, unable to suppress a smile. "Now, for the next minute, may each contestant reveal their martial spirits. You may only commence your attacks once I declare the battle to begin, and it shall conclude only when the opposing team is entirely defeated or concedes," Dodo reminded from above. Both teams displayed their martial spirits, and in an instant, the arena was awash in brilliant light. The crowd's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch upon the emergence of Tang Xi's third soul ring. The yellow, purple, and black soul rings left Yu Tianheng and the others momentarily astonished. Yi Lingling gasped in disbelief. The third soul ring is actually 10,000 years old. Behind Tang Xi blooms a magnificent peony, ensnared by hundreds of delicate white threads. Tang Xi possesses an exquisite visage, often tinged with a hint of pallor. Resembling a beautiful yet frail maiden, exuding an aura of danger that is utterly negligible. As Yu Tianheng gazed at Dai Mubai's white tiger spirit ring, he pondered inwardly, it seems their captain is not to be trifled with. The host, Dodo, bellowed. The competition begins. Dai Mubai surged forward first, and Yu Tianheng met him with a powerful fist, resulting in a resounding clash. Both combatants staggered back a step, their strengths evenly matched. Zhu Zhuqing faced off against the agile attack-type spirit master, Osro, narrowly evading Zhu Zhuqing's cat claws. Yu Feng sprouted wings and soared into the air to unleash his first spirit skill, Wind Blade, while Ma Hongjun swiftly advanced, unleashing the Phoenix Fire to counter the Wind Blade. Tang San's blue-silver grass entwined around the waist of his 6 companions, providing them with a protective grip against impending attacks. However, it refrained from encircling Tang Xi. Under the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glaze tile, the group's speed and strength surged by 30%. Xiaowu executed a swift horizontal strike aimed at the Shimo brothers, who promptly sought refuge within their impenetrable turtle shell. The shell boasted formidable defensive capabilities, rendering Xiaowu's assault utterly ineffective. Frustrated, she cast an exasperated glance at the 2 brothers. Taking advantage of her teammates' efforts to stall the opponents, Tang Xi activated her first soul skill, Peony, which instantaneously increased her speed by 100. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xi had already arrived behind Yi Lingling, whose icy demeanor revealed no hint of surprise. As Tang Xi was about to touch Yi Lingling, a sudden chill enveloped her from behind. In an instant, a fierce bolt of blue lightning struck the very spot where Tang Xi stood, its speed so breathtaking that she scarcely had time to react. Below, Qin Ming silently recalled the words he had shared with his teammates earlier. When the time comes, you must first defeat that dual-soul martial artist, Tang Xi. If necessary, we can employ the venom of Yinzi's azure-scaled serpent and the thunderous might of Tianning. The solitary Yin, perplexed, inquired, "Why, teacher?" Qin Ming, reflecting on the information he had previously reviewed, replied slowly, "We must first force her to reveal her third soul skill." Tang Xi had never revealed her third soul skill in the Grand Soul Arena, suggesting that it must be a hidden trump card of the Shrek 8 monsters. Only by forcing out this secret weapon could victory be more assured. Back in reality, the brothers Sure Mo and Sure Mo stood guard at the forefront of their team, while Tang Xi found herself encircled within their ranks. Tang San gazed in disbelief as a bolt of blue lightning surged towards Tang Xi. In a state of panic, Tang San rushed forward, desperate to thwart the oncoming assault of lightning. No. With a deafening crash, as the bolt struck Tang Xi's head, the protective armor's soul bone manifested, unleashing the formidable illusion of the iron assault bull that roared fiercely behind Tang Xi. The soul bone radiated a chilling blue light, enveloping Tang Xi and absorbing the brunt of the thunderous strike. Yet, he still bore the brunt of 30% of the attack, causing his complexion to pale instantaneously. Yu Tianheng, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could you withstand my lightning bolt?" Observing this scene from below, Qin Ming furrowed his brow, realizing it was indeed a soul bone. Tang Xi's tuft of hair stirred slightly as she lowered her head in silence, the black soul ring surrounding her pulsating ominously. Third soul skill, Iron Form. Tang Xi gradually approached Yu Tianheng, the oppressive aura of the black soul ring causing a slight discomfort to Yu Tianheng. The white lines behind Tang Xi instantaneously transformed into steel wires, intertwining to form a 2-meter iron rod. Grasping the iron rod, Tang Xi swung it fiercely towards Yu Tianheng. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Tianheng raised his hand to block the strike, and in an instant, a shockwave surged, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened considerably, clearly indicating that he was on the verge of collapse. Tang Xi, with an expression of indifference, exerted greater force, sending Yu Tianheng crashing against an iron pillar, fracturing several of his ribs. Tianheng. Du Guyan cast a concerned glance at Yu Tianheng, while Yi Lingling stepped forward, invoking the 9-heart begonia to mend most of Tianheng's injuries. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "Let us go." In an instant, the Shrek 8 monsters exuded an overwhelming aura. Dai Mubai advanced with a powerful punch, while Zhu Zhuqing was struck by Osro, causing her to plummet from the air. Dai Mubai swiftly caught her. Zhu Qing, you should rest for now. Zhu Qing replied softly, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Du Guyan, upon witnessing the extent of Yu Tianheng's injuries, was filled with rage. How dare you harm Tianheng? With a raised hand, she prepared to unleash her third spirit skill, Green Serpent Illusion, locking her gaze onto everyone present. Bitter Scale, Serpent Venom. Tang San furrowed his brow, skillfully manipulating the blue-silver grass to entwine his 6 teammates, guiding them away to evade the venom of the emerald-scaled serpent. Tang Xi faced the toxic mist with unwavering courage as hundreds of spider silk threads emerged behind her, seeking to ensnare Du Guyan. Yu Tianheng's eyes widened in alarm, declaring, I will not allow you to harm Yan. He bore the pain coursing through his body, unleashing his third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. This formidable technique enabled the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master to enter a berserk state, significantly amplifying his power with a twofold increase in attack strength. Tang Xi sensed Yu Tianheng's assault and swiftly turned, using the iron rod in her hand to deflect the attack. Tang San swiftly retrieved a water pouch from his waist and hurled it into the air. Dilata, fatty. Quickly, Dai Mubai unleashed his first spirit ability, the White Tiger Golden Light Break, which, in conjunction with Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line, shattered the water pouch suspended in midair, releasing a cascade of Xionghuang liquor. Du Guyan was momentarily taken aback. Is it liquor? However, the venom of her green scale serpent gradually dissipated thereafter. Tang San elucidated. The specially crafted Xionghuang wine of mine is deliberately designed to counteract the venom of your emerald-scaled serpent. Du Guyan gritted her teeth and retorted fiercely. How can this be possible? Tang San glanced at Tang Xi, who was currently unleashing her third soul skill. He held great confidence in Tang Xi's abilities. Although Yu Tianheng's Dragon's Fury was formidable, it paled in comparison to Tang Xi's Millennium Soul skill. With each strike of her iron rod, Yu Tianheng was forced to retreat. Ultimately, with a final blow, he was brought to the ground, and the duration of Tang Xi's third soul skill had also come to an end. Yi Lingling, in a state of urgency, activated her soul skill to heal her teammates' injuries. Tang Xi employed her second soul skill, directly siphoning 30 of the soul power from all members of the opposing team to replenish herself. Shurimo gasped, my 30 soul power has vanished. Shurimo nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I have only 50 soul power remaining. Upon saying this, Shurimo turned his gaze towards Tang Xi's silhouette. Shurimo and Shurimo exchanged a glance, nodding in silent agreement. In the team battle, Xiaowu glanced at the Shur brothers as they activated their third soul skill. The green shells adorning their bodies instantly detached, colliding and merging into sharp green fragments that surged towards Tang Xi with the wind. Ignoring everything else, Xiaowu utilized her flicker ability to break free from Tang San's blue-silver grass, using the rebound to leap towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi felt a cold sweat trickle down her back as she realized the impending assault from the duo of Shimo and Shimo, having just unleashed her third soul skill. She had already expended a considerable amount of her soul power, and the potency of the fusion soul skill wielded by the two was exceedingly formidable. As Tang Xi was poised to use Dong Guyan as a shield, she caught sight of Xiao Wu approaching her. The sharp shard spun wildly, and Xiao Wu boldly entered the very heart of the swirling chaos above. Tang Xi silently exclaimed in dismay as she instinctively leaped forward, embracing sister Xiao Wu. The brothers Shurimo and Shurimo exchanged a fleeting glance, and in an instant, green fragments coalesced to form a circle, encircling the two of them, the shards between them creating razor-sharp beams of light. The soul armor on Tang Xi's chest activated, forming a luminous circle that absorbed 70 units of damage. Yet the remaining 30 units were entirely borne by Tang Xi herself. Tang Xi let out a pained murmur, while Xiao Wu, unscathed, looked at her with concern etched upon her face. Xiao Xi, what is the matter? The other members of the Shrek team, startled by the commotion, instinctively shouted, Xiao Xi. As the attack subsided, Tang Xi released Xiao Wu, who fell gently to the ground. Tang San directed the blue-silver grass to bring both of them back to his side once more. Tang San recalled the conversation in which he had pledged to protect his sister, and the atmosphere around him felt as menacing as demons emerging from the depths of hell. Who dares to bully Xiao Xi? Tang San seethed with fury. The 8 spider lances, born from the 8 spider soul bone, were unleashed. As he deftly approached the Shimo brothers with his extraordinary ghost shadow perplexing step. Utilizing the purple extreme magic eye, he emanated an aura of icy coldness. The 8 spider lances, laden with potent venom, were aimed at Shimo and Shimo, as well as Du Guyan. Meanwhile, the fallen Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth and declared, Do not touch her, we have lost. The host, Dodo, was was utterly taken aback, and as he regained his composure, he hurriedly announced, "The Shrek 8 monsters emerge victorious." Subsequently, Tang San coerced Yi Lingling into healing his teammates, and with no other choice, Yi Lingling employed her 9-heart sea begonia to mend everyone's wounds. As Tang Xi felt her body had nearly recovered, she sprang back to life with exuberance. "Hooray! We have triumphed once more." Upon hearing her words, the somber expressions of everyone around transformed into radiant smiles. During the tallying of points, every participant advanced to Silver Spirit rank, except for Tang San and Tang Xi, who achieved the illustrious Golden Spirit rank with an impressive record of 56 consecutive victories. Subsequently, Flinder led the Shrek 8 monsters to challenge the fearsome 40-level demon team, where they employed hidden weapons to eliminate every member of the opposing team. Most were left trembling in shock at the gruesome scene. Yet Tang Xi and Tang San remained remarkably composed. Xiao Gang accepted Qin Ming's proposal to lead the Shrek 8 monsters into the Tian-Do Royal Academy, ensuring they would qualify for the elite competition. Now, after their trials in the Grand Spirit Arena, the strength of the Shrek 8 monsters had significantly escalated. Tang San possesses a soul power level of 33, Tang Xi at level 34, Xiao at level 32, Oscar at level 31, and Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Ma Hongjun at level 29, alongside Dai Mubai at level 39, subsequently embarked on their journey to the Royal Academy of Tian-Do, led by Flander, who guided all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. Upon their arrival at the Royal Academy of Tian-Do, the group was utterly astonished by its grandeur. The towering edifices and opulent decorations, situated on the mountainside, exuded an air of magnificence at every turn. Tang Xi couldn't help but marvel at the advantages that wealth brings. Soon after, a group of students from the Tian-Do Royal Academy approached, led by the fourth prince of the Tian-Do Empire, Prince Xuebing. Tang Xi paid close attention to the avalanche. In the original work, this avalanche was a deliberate act of arrogance, feigning a bold escape from Xue Qinghe's pursuit. Upon seeing the Shrek team in their tattered garments, the avalanche couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What beggars are these? How dare they come here to beg? Ha ha ha." Tang Xi remarked, "This person truly deserves a beating." Her words incited a wave of discontent among the crowd. Just as Flander was about to take action, he was restrained by Yu Xiaojiang. However, Dai Mubai was less temperate, charging forward and delivering a flurry of punches that left Xuebing crying out for mercy. At that moment, Qin Ming intervened, halting the farce and guiding the members of Shrek Academy to meet the 3 distinguished members of the Education Committee: the head, Ming Xunji from the 86th level, the vice head, Bai Baoshan from the 85th level, and the third member, Jilin from the 83rd level. After a round of introductions, the group entered the hall and took their seats. When the conversation turned to Tang San, Jilin sought to gauge Tang San's prowess by exerting his pressure upon him. This encounter proved immensely beneficial for Tang San, resulting in an elevation of his level and a complete integration of his external spirit bone. At that juncture, Prince Xuexing, accompanied by a poisoned Douluo of over the 90th rank, sought to create trouble, compelling Shrek Academy to vacate the Royal Academy. Meanwhile, Diggybo noted Tang San's astonishing talent in the use of poison. During their journey, Shrek Academy stumbled upon another recruitment event held by Lamba Academy, only to discover that its founder was Lu Erlong, the former beloved of Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong promptly resolved to rename the academy to Shrek Academy and appointed Flander as its headmaster. That evening, Diggybo abducted Tang San. Eager to witness his skills in poison manipulation, Tang San assured him that he could cure both Diggybo and his granddaughter, Dugwian, of their afflictions. Convinced by Tang San's promise, Diggybo released him, agreeing to 3 conditions should Tang San indeed possess the ability to antidote their ailments. During this period, Tang Xi preferred to refrain from excessive involvement, fearing that deviations in the plot might deprive Tang San and his companions at Shrek of their destined opportunities. Thus, when Tang San was captured, Tang Xi realized he would require at least 6 months to return from Diggybo's grasp. Seizing this opportunity, she requested a leave of absence from Flinder to undertake a 6-month training journey, concealing certain secrets from the others at Shrek. In a dim chamber, a silver-haired youth with crimson eyes descended. The room was stained with blood, and Xuepeng was helplessly bound to an iron frame. Upon seeing the youth, Suwen, Xuepeng's face contorted in terror as he emitted muffled cries. Suwen raised his hand, unleashing a dark mist that invaded Xuepeng's body, eliciting a harrowing wail of agony. Xuepeng's meridians were shattered, rendering him incapable of further cultivation. At that moment, Xue Qinghe entered. accompanied by the serpent spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo. Xueqing gazed at the youth before him, a hint of confusion in his voice as he inquired, "Can you assure me that the old emperor will not suspect me in this matter?" Su-wen replied decisively, "He will." However, he continued, shifting his tone, "he would not dare harm his only surviving son. You must remain vigilant regarding Prince Xueqing." Xueqing erupted in laughter. "You truly are remarkable, Su-wen. Your ability to discern that Xuepeng is merely feigning decadence is impressive. Thanks to you, our plan can proceed." Casting a sidelong glance at Xueqing, Su-wen cautioned, "Although your influence and power surpass mine, remember not to develop feelings for anyone, especially those with the surname Tang." Xueqing nearly spat blood, furrowing his brow. "You are overstepping your bounds, young man." Su-wen turned away, stating nonchalantly, "As long as you understand. For today as remuneration, I shall borrow your serpent spear Douluo for a day." The serpent spear Douluo behind Xueqing looked startled, glancing at his master, who nodded in acquiescence to Su-wen's request. "What do you require my title Douluo for?" Xueqing asked. Pausing, Su-wen turned back and whispered, "To capture someone." Tang Xi gracefully weaved through the starry forest, where resplendent peonies bloomed in abundance, entwined by thousands of delicate white threads. These threads pierced the bodies of century-old soul beasts, as the peonies flourished vibrantly upon their forms, drawing sustenance from their lifeblood. Tang Xi suddenly felt a surge of power approaching and immediately activated her purple extreme demon eye. Could it be that she had attracted the attention of a millennia-old soul beast? Su-wen and the serpent spear Douluo had been searching the Stardow forest for quite some time and finally discovered Tang Xi. From a distance, they beheld a figure in a white dress, a sickly beauty whose slightly pale complexion only accentuated her exquisite features. As Tang Xi pondered in confusion, she turned around to find Su-wen had already appeared behind her, accompanied by the serpent spear Douluo. In a fleeting moment of bewilderment, Tang Xi rubbed her eyes, realizing that she was not dreaming. "What brings you here?" she inquired, retreating cautiously. Su-wen, suppressing his murderous aura, responded with a frigid expression. "I had previously expressed my desire for you to remain uninvolved with Shrek. Yet I have come to learn that a team named the Shrek 8 Monsters has emerged within the Grand Soul Arena, along with the Soul Master possessing the dual martial soul of Golden Rake." Su-wen's feelings towards Tang Xi were intricate, however. He was acutely aware that unless he eliminated her, she would inevitably aid Tang San in achieving the feats outlined in the original narrative. Tang Xi trembled slightly, her countenance etched with disappointment as she spoke on Su-wen's behalf, articulating his forthcoming words. "Do you wish to kill me?" The serpent spear Douluo, a titled Douluo, suddenly unleashed an overwhelming pressure that compelled Tang Xi to kneel on one knee, her protective armor spirit bone instinctively activating to absorb 70% of the force. Despite this, she could not suppress the blood that escaped her lips. Su-wen remarked, "I apologize. I previously stated that our next encounter would position us as adversaries. Unlike Qian Rinxue, he would not show mercy to his foes, regardless of their profound significance to him." Tang Xi felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloping her entire being. Her head throbbed with a heavy dullness, her limbs were weak and devoid of strength, a sour sensation churned in her stomach accompanied by a nauseating urge to vomit. And her heart raced rapidly, intensifying waves of sharp pain. Tang Xi does not wish to succumb to death at this moment. She has numerous aspirations yet to fulfill and cannot simply perish. Tang Xi weakly uttered, "Please do not kill me. I shall accompany you to the Spirit Hall to acknowledge the Pope as my mentor." Tang Xi pondered deeply, realizing that this singular method was her only means of evading the relentless pursuit of Su-wen. Upon hearing these words, a tempest of emotions surged within Su-wen: relief, gratification, disbelief, and skepticism intertwined. However, Su-wen waved her hand, signaling the serpent spear Douluo to withdraw the oppressive aura, and approached Tang Xi, gently lifting her chin. Tang Xi and Su-wen gazed into each other's eyes, with Tang Xi's orbs shimmering like those of a frightened fawn, filled with a profound sense of grievance. "How can I trust you?" Su-wen retorted. "Come now, my dear deskmate, you have brought the title of Douluo with you. What choices do I have left but to be slain by you or taken back to the Spirit Hall? Moreover, is not the value of life more significant than following Tang San?" Tang Xi lamented, her pallor betraying her frailty. Su-wen's demeanor appeared to brighten further as he replied, "Trust me, Tang Xi, your decision is indeed the right one." Tang Xi expressed her thoughts with a purpose in mind. She possessed ample confidence in her ability to win over Pope Bibi Dong and earn her trust. This would not only be advantageous for her, but would also serve her desired outcomes in the future. However, with a pitiful tone, Tang Xi remarked, You've drawn blood from me. Shouldn't you offer some form of compensation? Hearing this, Douluo seemed intrigued. He glanced at the two and expressed his disbelief in the notion that it was without consequence. Su Wen then inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Tang Xi let out a haughty cold snort, urging me to assist her in acquiring the third soul ring for her peony martial soul. In truth, her peony martial soul had long been capable of obtaining a soul ring. However, the formidable strength of the soul beast posed an insurmountable challenge for her. She was also reluctant to seek help from the teachers at Shrek Academy, fearing that the secret of her bloodthirsty peony would be exposed. What would Sister Xiaowu think of her if she discovered this? Su Wen responded with a soft his spirits lifted as he readily agreed. Meanwhile, the serpent Spirit Douluo could only wear a dark expression, silently lamenting. Our esteemed holy son of the Spirit Hall harbors a twisted desire to both eliminate this young girl and bring her back to the Spirit Hall. After several hours had passed, Tang Xi raced after the petite peony before her. Su Wen and the serpent Spirit Douluo followed closely behind. Eventually, the peony halted in front of a vividly colored butterfly, and its petals dissolved into the very essence of the butterfly. This magnificent creature boasted wings spanning 2 meters, shimmering with a soft crimson luminescence, while its wings were a striking shade of blood red. The serpent Spirit Douluo paused, astonished. Could this be the legendary blood phoenix butterfly? Tang Xi nodded and added, its wings span 3 meters. I deduce that it has existed for over 30,000 years. A captivating floral fragrance emanates from its body, capable of rendering adversaries dazed for 10 seconds. Moreover, the delicate reddish luminescent speckles upon its wings, upon contact with skin, induce a ghastly decay. Thus, we make every effort to avoid any physical contact with it. As soon as Tang Xi finished speaking, the serpent Spirit Douluo unleashed his serpent spear martial soul, and a glimmering blade of light swiftly severed half of the blood phoenix butterfly's wings. My goodness, is this the power of a titled Douluo? Tang Xi was left in stunned disbelief. Su Wen, accustomed to such spectacles, urged from the sidelines, saying, as long as you take on the role of teacher and student, you shall frequently encounter such occurrences in the future. Now, hasten to absorb the soul ring. Tang Xi gradually composed herself, nodded slightly, and walked over. Indeed, strength and influence are of paramount importance in the Douluo continent. Tang Xi gently caressed the sapphire at her chest, a soul guide, before decisively plunging the dagger into the heart of the blood phoenix butterfly. Instantly, dark specks of light began to coalesce around the blood phoenix butterfly, forming a soul ring. While the energy within the black soul ring surged and pulsed with vitality, Tang Xi began to meditate and absorb the soul ring. Feeling a surge of power instantaneously coursing through her limbs, an overwhelming force, chaotic and tumultuous, Tang Xi entered the realm of consciousness, preparing to embrace the soul surge of the blood phoenix butterfly. The ethereal form of the blood phoenix butterfly wailed incessantly, before furiously charging at Tang Xi. It traversed through her corporeal being, igniting its own essence in a desperate attempt to annihilate Tang Xi's soul. The power within Tang Xi surged dramatically, unleashing an immense force. Even the serpent Spirit Douluo found himself momentarily shaken, questioning, this cannot merely be the strength of a 30,000-year soul beast. Suddenly, the expression on the serpent Spirit Douluo's face turned grave, and Su Wen, sensing an ominous premonition, inquired, what has happened to her? The serpent Spirit Douluo spoke slowly. This is a mutated blood phoenix butterfly. The energy it emits from its soul ring should be at the level of 40,000 years, and astonishingly, this soul beast has developed a trace of sentience. With a heavy heart, Su Wen murmured, once again, every time I witness you absorbing a soul ring, you wear an expression of torment. If a soul beast that has gained sentience is forcibly killed, the backlash from their soul during the acquisition of a soul ring will result in tenfold damage. The blood within Tang Xi surged backward, and her heart raced violently, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain that threatened to drive her to the brink of madness. Tang Xi writhed in agony within her consciousness, emitting cries of despair. It felt as though her skin was being gradually torn apart, and her bones were being crushed to dust, rendering her in a state of living death. In the realm of reality, Tang Xi's complexion was devoid of color, and her body had succumbed to pain so profound that physiological tears streamed down her face. Waves of force enveloped every part of her being. A deep fissure appeared in her 7 apertures long heart. Should this heart shatter, her life would inevitably come to a tragic end. Tang Xi's consciousness returned to her body. Yet the agony within her corporeal form was far more harrowing than that which resided in her mind. She coughed up dark blood, her body teetering on the brink of collapse, as if it were poised to succumb at any moment. Tang Xi's mind was in a tumultuous state, burdened with heaviness. She suppressed the recurring impulses of despair, and when thoughts of Shrek Academy, her teachers, and her father's care crossed her mind, a renewed sense of determination welled within her. Tang Xi's body could no longer withstand the brutal surge of energy, and thus this force began to accumulate upon her back, striving to break free from its shackles. "Oh, Tang Xi cried out in agony, and the serpent spear Douluo, unable to bear the sight, turned away. Su-Wen averted his gaze, unable to look at Tang Xi's pained expression. Tang Xi felt an excruciating pain, a profound torment that pierced through her very essence. Unbeknownst to her, a faint black mist infiltrated the tumultuous energy surrounding her, harboring the formidable and terrifying blessing of the god of destruction. In an instant, that energy appeared to crystallize, as the majority of the blood phoenix butterfly's power gradually petrified, manifesting as a soul bone that emerged upon Tang Xi's back. In a heartbeat, Tang Xi opened her eyes, and a pair of blood-red wings unfurled from her back. Her body was lifted into the air, while the ground below began to blossom with delicate pink peonies. Soul rings spiraled upward from her feet, yellow, purple, and black. The third black soul ring was particularly striking, as if it concealed an immense force and formidable pressure within its depths. The serpent spear Douluo from the Spirit Hall gazed at Tang Xi in disbelief. How could this be? Those wings were indeed a soul bone. Clearly, they belonged to the blood phoenix butterfly. Yet he had not witnessed the emergence of the soul bone at any point. How could it suddenly manifest within Tang Xi's being? Tang Xi, weary, retracted her wings, utterly oblivious to the peculiarity behind her. Observing Tang Xi's imminent descent, Su-Wen swiftly stepped forward to catch her, as Tang Xi heavily closed her eyes. Subsequently, Su-Wen cast a frosty glance at the serpent spear Douluo, asserting, "I do not wish to hear of today's events recounted elsewhere." Cold sweat trickled down the serpent spear Douluo's brow, overwhelmed by the palpable aura of menace emanating from the saint. The serpent spear Douluo raised a finger and vowed, "I swear upon my martial soul that I shall not utter a single word regarding today's occurrences." 2 weeks later, within Tang Xi's body, a diminutive green light was diligently mending the injuries she had sustained. However, any top-tier title Douluo present would discern the faint glow emanating from the 7 treasures heart located at the center of her being, pulsing gently. Yet, the heart was marred by numerous cracks. Tang Xi groggily opened her eyes, her head feeling somewhat heavy. She lightly tapped her forehead and got up, only to realize that the place where she had been sleeping was astonishingly opulent. The room featured a grand floor-to-ceiling window, and its spaciousness reflected a style reminiscent of the castles inhabited by European royalty. Tang Xi meticulously recollected the moments leading up to her fainting. It seemed she had encountered Su-Wen and subsequently absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. Thus, she found herself within the Spirit Hall. Tang Xi felt as though she had made an accurate guess, and then, in despair, she reclined on the soft, expansive bed. As she began to assess her soul power level, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Her soul power had actually reached level 36. Merely absorbing a millennium-old soul ring had elevated Tang Xi's soul power by 2 levels. Subsequently, she discovered that a bone had sprouted from her back. With a mere thought, Tang Xi manifested a pair of crimson wings, soaring somewhat awkwardly within the confines of the room before retracting them. Tang Xi was overwhelmed with joy as she unexpectedly discovered an additional soul bone, although she was uncertain about how it had come to be. She dressed herself and stepped out of her chamber. The maid outside was taken aback upon seeing the lively Tang Xi. Hardly recognizing her as the frail girl from the morning, Tang Xi noticed that the maid behind the door wore a rigid expression for a moment. The maid was the first to regain her composure and then said, "To think that our esteemed guest has already awakened. Please, allow me to escort you to meet His Holiness the Pope." Tang Xi shyly twirled her hair and inquired, "May I ask how long I have been asleep?" The maid responded, 2 weeks. Tang Xi, the petrification, how could I have slept for so long? In the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong reclined languidly upon the papal throne, flanked by Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. A voice from outside announced, "Your Holiness, the young lady has awakened." At this, Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes, revealing an expression devoid of emotion as she calmly responded, "Announce her." As the grand doors swung open, Tang Xi stepped inside. Utterly mesmerized by the opulent decor of the papal chamber, her mind racing with thoughts of its immense value. It was only upon catching sight of the woman seated upon the throne that her attention was truly captured. The figure was not tall. Adorned in a magnificent robe of silver interwoven with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved purple gold tiara, and grasping a staff approximately 2 meters in length, encrusted with countless gemstones. Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, as if lost in contemplation, before suddenly exclaiming, "So it's that beautiful sister from my childhood." Just as Douluo was about to reprimand Tang Xi, he was halted by a raised hand from Bibi Dong. A faint smile graced Bibi Dong's face as she remarked, "It's been a long time, little one." Bibi Dong, with her staff in hand, descended step by step and inquired, "I have heard Su Wen say that you wish to take me as your teacher?" Tang Xi, with a face flushed with embarrassment as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, cautiously remarked, "If the beautiful elder sister does not mind, it is perfectly acceptable for you to decline my request." Humph. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a faint smile. From the very first encounter with this young girl 7 years ago, she had harbored the desire to take her as a student. It was rather amusing that the little one had broached the subject first, leaving no room for hesitation. On the contrary, I would be most delighted. As she spoke, Bibi Dong had already approached Tang Xi, whose stature barely reached the height of her chest. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi displayed an exuberant expression, excitedly exclaiming, "Teacher!" Yet, deep within her heart, Tang Xi secretly mused that the fish was about to be hooked. Bibi Dong glanced at the tuft of hair atop Tang Xi's head and couldn't help but reach out to touzle her hair. However, her expression abruptly shifted to one of solemnity. She sensed with her spiritual awareness that Tang Xi's heart of 7 apertures was already riddled with cracks, and it was likely she would not survive the next 2 years. Tang Xi noticed something amiss with Bibi Dong and curiously inquired, "What is it, teacher?" Bibi Dong's expression was grave. 7 years prior, she had concluded that Tang Xi could likely only live until the age of 25. Yet now, merely 6 years later, Tang Xi's heart, once so vibrant, was already marred with cracks. In this state, she could survive at most another 2 years. "Little one, do you know how much longer you have to live?" Bibi Dong turned away, burdened by the weight of her thoughts. She had finally entertained the notion of taking on an apprentice, only to find that the time was so fleeting. Behind Bibi Dong, the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the gravity of the situation. Tang Xi nonchalantly remarked, "I no longer care how many years I have left. After all, death is inevitable for everyone, merely a matter of time." This response elicited a chuckle from Bibi Dong, who corrected him slightly, "You are mistaken. There exists a kind of being that is immortal, and that is a deity." She pointed towards Tang Xi's heart, adding, "Your 7 apertures Ling Long heart is gravely damaged. You may not survive beyond 2 years." Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo instantly understood. Bibi Dong closely observed Tang Xi's reaction, only to find him mumbling, "I know. If my teacher does not wish to have me as a student, she could simply say so." Bibi Dong couldn't help but laugh at Tang Xi's words. After realizing the brevity of her own life, her first thought was that he could not be her student. Bibi Dong acknowledged that she was touched by the young man's sentiment. After all, he was indeed a disciple of this pope and the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, a saintess? That sounds incredibly affluent. Could it be that my little treasure trove might double in size?" Gue Douluo and Ju Douluo stifled their laughter, finding Tang Xi's naivety utterly amusing. Bibi Dong chuckled softly and explained, "As a disciple of this pope, you not only possess a noble status but also have access to the finest resources across the entire continent." Tang Xi's playful tuft of hair swayed gently as she beamed and inquired, "Might the teacher grant a small request from her student?" Bibi Dong, intrigued, responded, "Oh, what might that be?" "I wish to visit the teacher every day, or at least for half a month," Tang Xi said, cheerfully wrapping her arms around Bibi Dong's. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, a warm current flowing through her heart. With a subtle smile, she replied, "Very well." Nearby, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged astonished glances, wondering how the Pope had so easily succumbed. "Are you leaving?" During this period, Tang Xi persistently showered attention upon Bibi Dong, eliciting her laughter at every encounter. He also crafted and presented small trinkets to her, which allowed Bibi Dong to feel a profound sense of familial affection, leading her to increasingly dote on Tang Xi. Every time Tang Xi encounters Su Wen, he is invariably adorned with numerous wounds. Tang Xi remains oblivious to the whereabouts of Su Wen's training, yet it is evident that he returns each time bearing considerable injuries. Tang Xi's daily life at the Spirit Hall revolves around increasing Bibi Dong's favorability, competing with the Golden Generation, and seeking counsel from Su Wen. 6 months later, a significant upheaval occurred within the Heaven Do Empire. The 4th prince, Shui Lang, passed away under mysterious circumstances. The power of Prince Shuixing was usurped, and Emperor Shui fell gravely ill, leaving the reins of power firmly in the hands of Crown Prince Shuixing. When Tang Xi became aware of this matter, she instantly recognized it as the masterpiece of Su Wan, who was aiding Qian Ringshu in establishing her foothold within the Tiandou Empire. Tang Xi contemplated her thoughts. Having spent half a year in the Spirit Hall, it was time for her to depart for Shrek Academy. Tang Xi arrived at the training ground of the Golden Generation. On the field, Su Wan was engaged in a duel with Xiaoyu, wielding a shadowy mist. Upon spotting Tang Xi, Hulaina rushed over and embraced her tightly, affectionately tousling her hair while exclaiming joyfully, "Junior sister, you've come to see me again." Su Wan had just concluded his match, narrowly defeated by Xiaoyu. At that moment, Yen approached with a look of resignation, remarking, clearly, "Little Xi is here to see Su Wan. You needn't indulge in such misplaced sentiments." Hulaina, upon hearing this, expressed her displeasure and turned to Tang Xi, advising, "Junior sister, when seeking a partner, elevate your standards. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by some scoundrel." Su Wan interjected, "I appreciate the subtle implication." Tang Xi smiled, acknowledging her senior sister's words. Tang Xi gazed intently at Su Wan before rushing over to question him. "Su Wan, do you truly not harbor any feelings for me?" Su Wan's ears remained as crimson as ever, yet he stubbornly retorted, "I apologize, but I have stated numerous times that I do not possess those romantic feelings for you." After all, in his heart, pursuing his career was of utmost importance. Tang Xi felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet a sense of relief washed over her as she comfortably stretched her limbs. "Well, it matters not. After a few days, I shall depart. And then I can freely seek out a handsome gentleman to pursue." Upon hearing this, Su Wan was taken aback, instinctively grasping Tang Xi's wrist. "Depart? Where do you intend to go?" Beside them, Xiaoyu patted Su Wan's shoulder. "You have already rejected Xiaoxi. What is it? Are you not allowing her the freedom to seek affection elsewhere?" Su Wan, however, was impervious to their words, his sanity gradually slipping into madness. "I ask you, do you intend to return to your previous abode?" Su Wan's expression shifted dramatically, an aura of menace radiating from him. Hulaina was taken aback. How had her usually gentle junior brother suddenly transformed into such a fierce presence? Tears welled up in Tang Xi's eyes as she desperately sought to break free, yet found herself unable to escape. "Let go. You are hurting me." Tang Xi, startled by Su Wan's seemingly predatory gaze, instinctively recoiled, summoning her courage to retort. "By what right do you dictate my actions? Even if you are my senior, you have no authority to meddle with my freedom." Su Wan's eyes widened, a hint of madness creeping into his demeanor as he took deliberate steps closer to Tang Xi. "Let me make it clear. Once you arrive at the Spirit Hall, there is no leaving." His gaze grew increasingly frenzied, fueled by an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. Over the past 6 months, he had accomplished numerous feats. He had propelled the Spirit Hall's business to unprecedented heights, recruited exceptional talents, and aided Qian Ringshu in solidifying her position within the Heavendou Empire, earning the recognition of Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo, thereby gradually seizing a portion of the Spirit Hall's power. Even Tang Xi had agreed to align herself with the Spirit Hall. Everything had unfolded seamlessly until her declaration of wanting to leave shattered Su Wan's illusion, revealing that her intentions had been a ruse all along. With bloodshot eyes, Su Wan fixed his gaze on Tang Xi, his grip tightening around her hand, which caused her complexion to grow increasingly pale. "Su Wan, that is enough." Suddenly, Bibi Dong entered the training grounds, initially intending to observe the progress of the Golden Generation, only to be taken aback by the scene of Su Wan tormenting Tang Xi. As Su Wan heard Bibi Dong's voice, reason returned to him, and he released Tang Xi's hand, his demeanor darkening. Bibi Dong approached, staff in hand, as both Xiaoyu and Yen respectfully greeted, "We meet you, Your Holiness." Meanwhile, Hulaina added, "Greetings, teacher." Tang Xi, feeling wronged, ran to the back of Bai Dong, pointing at Su Wan with tears in her eyes, and exclaimed, "Teacher, Su Wan is bullying me." Bai Dong, expressing her dissatisfaction, turned to Su Wan and stated, "You bear a heavy responsibility and should not be hindered by emotions." She gently patted Tang Xi's back in a gesture of comfort and continued, "I consent to Tang Xi returning to her original academy for her studies and allow her to participate in the Elite Soul Master competition under a different identity in 6 months. These are her freedoms. She should not be confined within the Spirit Hall." Had it not been for the fact that Tang Xi had only a year and a half left, Bai Dong might not have permitted her departure. She would have insisted on Tang Xi joining this Golden Generations team. Nevertheless, during this remaining time, Bai Dong respects any choice Tang Xi makes. She hopes Tang Xi will explore the world outside. Throughout their 6 months together, Bai Dong had come to regard Tang Xi as her own daughter. Su Wen remained silent, yet cast a deep glance at Tang Xi, filled with complex emotions, confusion, doubt, and anger. Su Wen finally comprehended that Tang Xi's sudden decision to join the Spirit Hall 6 months prior was merely a ploy to curry favor with Bai Dong to escape his pursuit. Cold water was poured over Su Wen's heart, and ultimately, he left without uttering a word. Tang Xi bowed her head as if she had committed a mistake. Bai Dong gently tousled Tang Xi's hair. Though she did not comprehend why Tang Xi chose not to disclose to Su Wen that she had less than 2 years to live, Tang Xi raised her head. Speaking with a sense of sorrow, "Teacher, I must take my leave for a while. I will miss you dearly." Tang Xi was in a state of utter panic. Fearing that her deskmate might harbor thoughts of harming her again, she resolved to take good care of herself if trouble arose. She would brandish the papal decree to warn those individuals, or if she felt wronged, she would simply return home. Yes, indeed, in her heart. Tang Xi lamented that the teacher was the best after all. Tang Xi, having bid farewell to Bibi Dong, Yin, Xie and Hulaina, departed from the Spirit Hall. However, scarcely had she stepped outside when she was intercepted by Qian Daolu. Her legs trembled with trepidation. Throughout the past 6 months, she and Qian Daolu had crossed paths. Yet they had never exchanged a word. What madness possessed this old man today to block her path? Qian Daolu, with his flowing golden hair, appeared ageless as a servant of the angel god. He turned to face Tang Xi, his gaze piercing as he declared, "Tang Xi, the adopted daughter of Tang Hao." Tang Xi's face was drenched in sweat as she forced herself to regain her composure. It was evident that Su Wen had reported her to Qian Daolu. "That accursed deskmate. How could you possibly be aware of my identity? What are your intentions?" Qian Daolu let out a disdainful snort, declaring, "Tang Hao is an adversary of my Spirit Hall. You claim that his daughter has come to serve as the saintess here. Could there be no ulterior motives at play?" Tang Xi made a face, saying, "Come on. Old man, don't you have any inkling about who murdered the former pope?" This remark infuriated Qian Daolu, who cast a fierce glare at Tang Xi. Tang Xi spat out blood, utterly overwhelmed and pinned to the ground by this invisible pressure. Tang Xi felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, as if a myriad of grievances were flooding her mind. It seemed that everyone harbored a desire to bring about her demise. It was apparent that Bibi Dong held a considerable affection for you, to the extent of confiding such matters. Qian Daolu remarked that the true cause of the former pope's death was known solely to him and Bibi Dong. It was unexpected that this young girl was also aware of it. Thus, it was clear that she could not be allowed to remain. Tang Xi sensed the murderous intent emanating from Qian Daolu and, with great difficulty, uttered, "Wait, I still have words left to say. I regret saving you. I cannot perish just yet. You may keep me for another year, and I can assist you in achieving your desires." This statement piqued Qian Daolu's curiosity, prompting him to retract his oppressive aura and inquire, "Then speak. What is it that I desire?" Tang Xi's face was ashen. The earlier oppressive force had unblocked her meridians, and now her soul power had reached level 40. The fact that her soul power could still rise under such circumstances sent a chill through her heart. Tang Xi lifted her gaze towards Qian Daolu, recalling the events from the original narrative. In that tale, Qian Daolu's greatest concern was none other than Qian Rinxue. After Qian Rinxue inherited the title of the angel god, Qian Daolu sacrificed himself. Yet he could never have anticipated that Qian Rinxue would ultimately face the shattering of her divine position. "What if I were to claim that I could resolve the conflict between you and your daughter, Qian Rinxue?" Tang Xi stated calmly. However, Qian Daolu was visibly unsettled. "Is what you say truly credible?" he inquired. "No one knows the teacher better than I do. She cherishes me above all, and I am the one most likely to be heard. If I do not act as an intermediary, who else could?" Tang Xi spoke with sincerity. Yet, Qian Daolu fell into silence, for his heart ached at the thought of his beloved Xuero being at odds with her mother. It was clear that Xuero had longed for maternal affection since childhood, yet circumstances had turned against her. "On what grounds should I trust you? And what is your true intention?" Qian Daolu questioned with skepticism. Tang Xi's expression turned somber as she replied, "I may only have 2 more years to live. My teacher has been so kind to me, and I wish to do something to bring her joy before my demise." This was the most compelling rationale Tang Xi could conceive. Intrigued, Qian Daolu probed Tang Xi's essence with his soul power, revealing the presence of her heart, the 7-treasure heart. Riddled with cracks, everything began to make sense, and a hint of regret flickered within Qian Daolu's heart. Here was someone who, even in the face of death, contemplated how to bring happiness to others, while he himself had been rather narrow-minded. However, he could not allow her to leave, despite the reasonableness of your words. I have made a promise to someone. Even if I do not take your life, you cannot depart from the Spirit Hall. At the very least, you must wait until the conclusion of the Advanced Elite Soul Master Tournament. Tang Xi was instantly petrified on the spot. Was this not a form of coercive extortion? Thus, Douluo escorted Tang Xi to the Elders' Hall to meet someone, and that person was Su-Wen. Tang Xi felt a wave of melancholy. She did not wish to encounter him. Douluo, with an acute awareness of their need for privacy, deliberately created space for their conversation, leaving only the sullen Su-Wen and Tang Xi in the Grand Hall. Su-Wen, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, "What is it? Do you still wish to depart from the Spirit Hall?" Tang Xi is now bound, and can only feign a fierce gaze towards Su-Wen. You ask knowingly, who should I blame for my inability to leave now? In Su-Wen's eyes, Tang Xi's demeanor appears rather endearing. Thus, Su-Wen gently touzles Tang Xi's hair and softly reassures, "Be good. You merely need to wait here until the conclusion of the elite competition before you can depart." Tears brimmed in Tang Xi's eyes as she pleaded, "Please, let me go." Tang Xi truly detests the feeling of being confined and having her freedom curtailed. Su-Wen gazes at Tang Xi's face, which is brimming with grievance, and feels a surge of anxiety mixed with profound irritation. How could you so fervently choose to side with Tang San? We are both traversers of this narrative. Should we not offer each other our support? Tang Xi felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. From a young age, I was taken in by Tang Hao and grew up alongside Tang San. I found it impossible to harm them, nor could I stand idly by while you inflicted harm upon them. Su questioned me, and I regretted my actions. I truly lamented pushing you away. Had Tang Xi not distanced herself from Su in reality, she would not have met her demise. Nor would she have been thrust into this nightmarish realm, enduring such immense suffering. Every word and phrase uttered by Tang Xi pierced Su-Wen's heart, prompting her to silently declare, "I believe I have truly fallen for you, Tang Xi." Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's face contorted with grievance, and tears, unbidden, began to cascade down her cheeks. Tang Xi implored, "Would you kindly let me go now?" Su-Wen resolutely shook her head, her expression firm as she addressed Tang Xi. "From the moment I arrived in this world, I have inherited the legacies of the God of Life and the God of Destruction. I am destined to stand in opposition to Tang San, yet I do not wish for you to be involved in this conflict. The only solution I can conceive is this. I am truly sorry. The dual divine inheritance." Tang Xi was taken aback, rendered speechless as if she were a mere jest. What significance did her existence hold, living a life that may not surpass 2 years? 6 months later, with merely a week remaining before the commencement of the prestigious Elite Soul Master competition, Tang Xi found herself confined within a cage. Though it would be more fitting to describe it as a greenhouse garden, the ceiling of the garden, crafted from glass, allowed glimpses of the sky beyond, while the fragrant blossoms filled the air with their enchanting aroma. At the center of the garden stood a magnificent statue of an angel, and Tang Xi's delicate form was bound by iron chains, her slender silhouette adorned in a flowing white dress, epitomizing the essence of a fragile beauty. Tang Xi found herself unable to escape. The moment she ventured outside, she would inevitably be recaptured by Douluo. During this time, it was Su-Wen who frequently came to visit her, yet each time he arrived, he bore wounds and scars, remaining silent in her presence. Tang Xi endures the torment of angina every night, and after being confined for 5 months, her sanity gradually unravels. Tang Xi cast a glance at the towering angelic statue beside her, and gradually she found herself losing the will to live. Locked away for such an extended period, enduring the torment of heartache each night, it felt as though even a sane person would succumb to madness. Tang Xi withdrew a dagger from the soul-guiding device and plunged it fiercely into her chest. The blade pierced through, staining her pristine gown with crimson blood as she collapsed amidst the sea of flowers, her lifeblood seeping into the statue of the angel. Tang Xi, weary, closed her eyes. Living had become too painful. Perhaps it would be better for her to pass away early and attain rebirth. What Tang Xi failed to notice was that as the blood seeped into the angelic statue, it emitted a faint golden glow, and a single tear unexpectedly flowed from the corner of its eye. When Tang Xi opened her eyes once more, she found herself amidst a vast ocean, with a blinding sun hanging high in the sky. Suddenly, pure white feathers descended from the air. Tang Xi pondered, have I arrived in paradise? She had never felt so unburdened. She had finally departed from this life. A celestial voice resonated, startling Tang Xi as she turned around. Before her stood a stunningly beautiful woman. Her long golden hair, cascading gently in the breeze. Clad in a flowing white gown reminiscent of ancient Greece, she bore 6 magnificent wings, and her eyes shimmered with profound compassion for humanity. The moment Tang Xi laid eyes upon the woman, the words "angel of God" abruptly surfaced in her mind. Tang Xi was astonished, never expecting that after death, one could truly ascend to heaven and encounter angels. The angel shook her head and explained, "No, you have not perished. It is merely your soul that I have summoned here. I have come to request a favor from you." Tang Xi stood petrified in the wind. It was a miracle she had not perished. Yet she found herself in the presence of a divine angel. However, she quickly regained her composure and spoke with a hint of indifference. "I am merely a trivial being who cannot even survive for 2 years. What capability do I possess to assist you?" The angel, with a melancholic expression, replied, "In the convergence of time and space, everything begins anew. It is fated that my heir shall see the divine shattered, and the angelic essence will cease to exist." Upon hearing the words of the angel god, Tang Xi could not help but ponder deeply. Did the angel god possess knowledge of the future trajectory of the Douluo continent? And what could she possibly mean by the concept of temporal overlap? Tang Xi was filled with bewilderment. Yet she managed to articulate the crux of her inquiry. "You wish for me to assist your successor? But does she not have Suwon by her side? Why would you choose me?" The angelic deity elucidated, "No, I have calculated that the pivotal point of fate rests upon you. Only you possess the capability to ensure that my successor's divine position remains unbroken." Though Tang Xi may not fully comprehend the situation, upon reflection, she believes she can grasp the essence of it. Qian Rinxue's divine position was shattered due to Tang San. As his sister, she considers herself the most suitable candidate to persuade him. However, 7 years later, Tang Xi will realize how naive her previous thoughts were. Yet, she is not foolish. "I can agree to your terms, but what benefits will you bestow upon me?" The angelic deity gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in contemplation. "I am aware of the immense pain you endure each time you absorb a soul ring. I can bestow upon you 2 exceptional soul rings and grant you a portion of my celestial power to heal your physical wounds." Such enticing conditions compelled Tang Xi to agree without hesitation. Finally, she posed one last inquiry: "Is there any way for me to survive beyond the age of 25? The angelic deity paused momentarily, a hint of sorrow in their voice as they replied, "You are not originally from this world. Your existence is a result of the life god's blessing, allowing you to live an additional 25 years. No deity would choose an anomaly to be their successor." Tang Xi murmured to herself, "So this is how it is." She felt a sense of relief. Living a few more years is rather delightful. At the very least, before her departure from this world, she would ensure a beautiful conclusion, one that surpasses even that of the Spirit Hall and Shrek. Tang Xi solemnly addressed the angel god. "I promise you, I will ensure the safety of Qian Rinxue and allow the legacy of the 6-winged angels to endure within the Douluo continent." This was the response the angel god yearned to hear, and with a sense of relief, the angel god closed his eyes, saying, "Tang Xi, please remember your vow." As the words of the angel god fell, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted, prompting Tang Xi to quickly shut his eyes. In reality, the angel sacred image emitted a dazzling beam that shattered the glass windows of the greenhouse, freeing Tang Xi from the iron shackles binding him. The commotion disturbed Bibi Dong, who was resting. She slowly opened her eyes, sensing the presence of the divine realm. Even Poseidon, far away on Sea God Island, turned his gaze towards the continent, murmuring, "Who could it be that has received the blessing of the gods?" The golden light healed the scars on Tang Xi's body, filling him with a warm energy. A streak of golden light coursed through him, and from a distance, Qian Dalu was utterly astonished, realizing this was the blessing of the angel god. Tang Xi slowly opened her eyes, feeling a continuous flow of warmth enveloping her entire body. Tang Xi glanced around, now that the chains binding her limbs had been shattered. It signified that she could finally attain her freedom. With a mere thought, Tang Xi unfurled a pair of blood-red wings from her back. As the golden light dissipated, 2 soul rings, one of 70,000 years and the other of 80,000 years, descended from the heavens, settling firmly around her waist, exuding an aura of divine might. Tang Xi's bloodthirsty peony, the soul of the line of life, has been adorned with the 4th soul ring bestowed by the divine grace of the angelic deity. The names of its soul abilities are the light of sacred healing and the puppet master, which serve the purposes of healing and control, respectively. Tang Xi marveled at the benevolence of the angelic deity. Without a moment's hesitation, she soared into the air. This time, Qian Dalu did not attempt to seize her return. With a complex expression, he gazed at Tang Xi and inquired, "Great angelic lord, is this your will?" Thus, they returned to Shrek Academy. Tang Xi dared not pause for even a moment, fearing that a careless misstep might lead her to encounter her insufferable deskmate, Su-Wen. All she longed for was to swiftly return to Shrek Academy and reunite with her companions. The journey from the Spirit Hall to Shrek Academy within the Heaven-Do Empire took Tang Xi a full 5 days to traverse. Her striking crimson wings drew considerable attention. And upon arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Tang Xi gracefully descended and retracted her wings. Tang Xi glanced at the gatekeeper and said, "Please inform Dean Flandra that Tang Xi has returned." Tang Xi's delicate visage was notably pallid, adorned in a pristine white dress, her hair fashioned into low twin ponytails. Standing there, she was undeniably a picturesque sight, prompting the guard to nod bashfully. Tang Xi awaited in the VIP lounge when the grand door swung open with a resounding bang. Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong had all arrived, closely followed by Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder. Xiaoxi. Tang San anxiously peered into the room, while Xiao Wu, pulling Tang San aside, dashed forward and embraced Tang Xi warmly. Tang Xi found herself somewhat breathless from the unexpected embrace. Cough, cough, Sister Xiao Wu, you're holding on a bit too tightly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu quickly released her grip and inquired, "Where on earth have you been for the past year?" Ma Hongjun patted Tang San on the shoulder, affirming, "If you hadn't returned soon, your brother would have gone mad." Yu Xiaojiang, however, remained remarkably composed as he remarked, "You only took a half-year leave. Yet you have returned half a year late. Did you encounter some difficulties?" Tang Xi glanced at the anxious crowd and, with a wry smile, said, "It's nothing serious. Merely that I encountered a rather formidable individual and was imprisoned for 6 months. I only escaped a week ago." "Imprisoned?" Oscar exclaimed. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Tang Xi's wrist, expressing his concern. "Are you hurt, sister?" As Tang Xi was about to speak, a fit of uncontrollable coughing seized her. When she covered her mouth with her hand and revealed it, it was stained with blood. Ning Rongrong, having never witnessed such a scene, was consumed by worry, and even Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew noticeably tense. Dai Mubai's face hardened as he exclaimed, "Who dares to imprison you?" Flinder patted his chest and assured Tang Xi, "Whoever dares to confine a member of Shrek shall face my wrath." Tang Xi smiled indifferently, saying, "There's no need for everyone to concern themselves with me. I have gained an opportunity from this, and that person's influence is considerable. It is unnecessary for anyone to offend him on my behalf." Tang San felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing those words, silently clenching his fists behind the scenes. However, Xiao Wu's concern for Tang Xi was palpable as she huffed, "Heaven forbid I discover which scoundrel dares to bully our little Xi." This remark elicited laughter from everyone present. Tang Xi glanced at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu and whispered in her ear, "Sister Xiao Wu, how are things between you and my brother?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed and she bashfully replied, "Oh, you really are something, Tang Xi." Tang Xi wore a smile of understanding, and Tang San, upon witnessing this, felt a twinge of shyness. Tang Xi feigned a sense of loss as she remarked, "I returned so late. I wonder if there is still a place for me in the prestigious elite competition just days away." "Of course there is. Our Shrek 8 monsters would be incomplete without you," Flinder interjected. Flinder glanced at Tang Xi's spirit power level and exclaimed, "Impressive, little Xi. In just a year, your spirit power has reached level 45. If anyone could truly be deemed a genius, it would undoubtedly be Tang Xi, who managed to elevate her level by 10 within a year without the aid of any miraculous herbs." Tang Xi shyly twirled her hair and said, "Please do not envy me. The elevation of my soul power has come at the cost of my very life. Aside from my own arduous cultivation that has allowed me to ascend a few levels, the rest were gained through harrowing encounters with soul beasts that nearly claimed my life. Additionally, it was only when I stood on the brink of death that I encountered the angelic deity, which bestowed upon me divine blessings, elevating my soul power by 5 levels. While everyone else assumed Tang Xi was jesting, only Tang San remained silent. He was aware that this was his sister, whom he had watched grow since childhood, and he understood that she spoke the truth. 55 Celestial Enchantment Luminous Fruit Midnight. Tang San summoned Tang Xi and, with a gentle touch upon the soul-guiding device, several types of concealed weapons materialized in his hand. Tang Xi exclaimed with delight, "Brother, in just this year, you have crafted such an impressive array of hidden weapons. With the King of Hell's Talisman, the Mother and Son soul-chasing darts, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, the Celestial Claw, and the Shadowy Sand projectiles, among others, I am utterly captivated." Tang San gently remarked, "Sister, take these with you. At the very least, Should you encounter a soul sage of level 70, you will have the means to escape. Tang Xi was moved to tears, ultimately collecting all the hidden weapons from the King of Hell's seal into her soul guide, except for the seal itself. After all, Tang San still needed this seal to evade the relentless pursuit from those over 70 levels. "Oh, my dear brother, you are truly wonderful," Tang Xi exclaimed as she collapsed into Tang San's embrace, her tears flowing incessantly. This past year had been exceedingly stifling for her. Tang San gently caressed Tang Xi's hair, saying, "Foolish girl, though I may lack power and influence, I shall exert my utmost efforts to present the finest things before you. You are my only sister. If I do not cherish you, whom shall I cherish? Of course, Xiaowu, as my beloved, does not count." Tang Xi felt a pang in her nose, choking back her tears as she asked, "Brother, what would you do if one day I were to pass away?" Tang San felt his eyes redden. His fists clenched tightly as he declared, "I shall become a deity and discover a way to revive you." Tang Xi felt a warmth in her heart. Indeed, her deceased deskmate could not be compared to her beloved elder brother. Simultaneously, she resolved to alter the fate of Douluo Continent, believing that neither the Spirit Hall nor Shrek Academy should perish, and that a way for both to coexist must exist. However, Tang Xi gazed intently at Tang San, saying, "Brother, I heard from Sister Xiaowu that among the Shrek 8 monsters, 7 of us have obtained the divine herb." Tang San gazed at Tang Xi's pitiful expression, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Indeed, in the next moment, tears cascaded down Tang Xi's cheeks, lamenting the absence of love. As if she were the sole bearer of such desolation, Tang San, in a flurry, waved his hands and elucidated, "How could the celestial herb be absent without you?" Tang San retrieved a delicate, glass-like fruit from the enchanting night beneath the 24 bridges, explaining, "Though there is no celestial herb suitable for you, there exists a divine fruit." Tang Xi was overjoyed as she snatched the exquisite fruit from Tang San's hands. Delighted, she admired the translucent beauty of the fruit, saying, "I knew my brother would not forget me. But what purpose does this rosy fruit serve?" Tang San helplessly ruffled Tang Xi's hair, wondering when this impetuous nature would ever change. "This is called the celestial charm Lioli fruit. It has the ability to transform your physique and also brings about some evolutionary effects on martial souls." Tang Xi's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and she eagerly devoured the enchanting glass-like fruit in one large bite. Tang San was momentarily taken aback by the sound of someone munching on fruit, as if he had not yet finished his statement. "The skin of this fruit possesses adverse effects, thus rendering it inedible." As Tang San concluded his words, Tang Xi had just finished eating the fruit and swallowed it down. Tang Xi was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Tang San. Tang San chuckled in amusement. "Well, it's nothing to worry about for your health, but it may indeed complicate your life a bit." Tang Xi let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, smiling as she remarked, "It seems this is not a significant issue. I shall refrain from further discussion, for I need to calm my mind and focus on my cultivation. I sense that a breakthrough is imminent." Tang San nodded lightly and then turned his gaze towards Tang Xi as she took a seat. Within Tang Xi's body, a gentle force flowed, cleansing the meridians and instantly clearing a previously obstructed area. She felt light as a feather, her skin gradually becoming smooth and delicate, exuding a captivating fragrance that penetrated the heart. The surrounding soul energy surged with fervor. Beside Tang Xi, delicate pink peony buds bloomed, revealing deep crimson hearts within their petals, which were a soft pink. After a considerable time spent showcasing her fourth soul skill, Tang Xi finally finished digesting the celestial fruit. With astonishment, she opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, "Wow, my dear brother, I have already reached level 48. Tang San smiled, finding that advancing 3 levels was quite commendable. Did he experience any changes in his physique? Tang Xi sensed the transformation within her being and candidly expressed, "I feel an exhilarating lightness in my body. Devoid of any sensation of tightness in my chest, I am entirely refreshed, and there is a delightful fragrance enveloping me. Yet, the fissures in my delicate heart remain unaltered, and the unyielding truth of not living beyond 2 years persists." Tang San felt a sense of relief as he observed the slight improvement in his younger sister's pale complexion. However, this enhancement came with its own side effect. The fragrance emanating from her body increased her affinity towards individuals of the same gender by 50%. Tang San elucidated that, in other girls' eyes, Tang Xi has become quite the coveted figure, making it unsurprising if she were to attract the attention of another girl. Tang Xi appeared utterly unconcerned, chuckling softly, "It seems I am destined to be a beloved fairy adored by all." Tang San could not help but chuckle, acknowledging the wisdom of self-awareness. The following day, Tang Xi and the others awaited Yu Xiaojiang in the canyon to explain the rules of the elite competition. Not far away, Yu Xiaojiang approached with 4 young companions and elaborated. These are your substitute teammates. Jiang Zhu, a level 34 healing spirit master. Jing Ling, a spirit master specializing in agility. Huang Yuan, a level 37 assault spirit master. And Tai Long. Upon seeing the beautiful Jiang Zhu, Ma Hongjin's eyes widened, while the others greeted her politely. Yu Xiaojiang then glanced at Tang Xi and called out, Tang Xi, step forward and demonstrate your 4th soul skill, as well as the 3rd soul skill of the peony spirit ring. He pondered to himself, I wonder how effective the soul skill this child has recently acquired is. Tang Xi nodded, and at her feet, her soul rings spiraled upward in a captivating display of yellow, purple, black, and black, as the 4th soul ring materialized. An overwhelming surge of power erupted, stirring a tempestuous wave. Behind Tang Xi, a peony with deep pink stamens and pale pink petals emerged. Entwined by hundreds of slender white threads, Jiang Zhu was momentarily stunned, gazing at Tang Xi's exquisite visage, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, causing her heart to race slightly. The 3rd soul skill, body weakening. The 3rd soul ring on Tang Xi illuminated, and peonies bloomed upon Tai Long's body. His muscular arms swelled momentarily before fading away, and his skin gradually lost moisture, becoming wrinkled. Tai Long exclaimed, My goodness, where have my muscles gone? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue, while the others erupted into hearty laughter at the spectacle. Tang Xi curled her lips into a smile. Yet the true delight lay ahead, the 4th soul skill of the line of life, the puppet on strings. As Tang Xi finished speaking, hundreds of silken threads ensnared Talon, while a pair of invisible hands manipulated his movements with white strands. Talon, uncontrollably flailing, caused the joyous laughter of those around to vanish. Daimubai exclaimed in astonishment. There exists a soul skill capable of controlling others' actions. Xiao Wu clapped in approval, exclaiming, You're the best, Xiao Shi. Oscar, taken aback, realized the potential for ambush with such a skill. Ma Hongjun, dumbfounded, found it hard to close his mouth, while Zhu Zhuqing's resolve to grow stronger intensified. Ning Rongrong gazed at Tang Xi with envy. Tang Xi explained that the 3rd soul skill of the peony is known as body weakening. As the name suggests, it is a collective skill that reduces the physical strength of the group by 40 while simultaneously enhancing the physical capacity of one individual by 200. Consequently, the opponent's physique becomes exceedingly fragile, rendering even the most formidable attack-type soul masters constrained to a mere 30 of their true power. Tang Xi gazed at the astonished expressions of those around her, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. She then proceeded to elaborate on her 4th soul skill. The name of this skill, known as the Puppet Master, granted her the ability to control individuals of a lower rank than hers for a duration of 30 seconds. For those of a higher rank, the time would be reduced from a default of 25 seconds based on their level. The cooldown period for this formidable skill was 1 hour. On the eve of the elite competition, an air of silence enveloped the crowd, as it became evident that Tang Xi's 4th soul skill was indeed extraordinarily powerful. This was no mere skill of a 10,000-year soul ring. It was comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Xi smiled without uttering a word. After all, it was the divine gift of an 80,000-year soul ring. And how could its effects possibly be lacking? Even the 4th soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony paled in comparison, albeit slightly. Tyron cried out, Fair maiden, I bear you no grudge. Can you not restore my muscles? Tang Xi tilted her head and laughed playfully. Of course, I can. The 4th soul skill, Holy Healing Light. The peony behind Tang Xi gradually faded into a pristine white, hovering in midair and emanating a warm, white light that illuminated Tai Long. Instantly, Tai Long's muscles reverted to their former vigor, and his entire being radiated vitality. Tang Xi elucidated that the 4th soul skill of the peony is named Holy Healing Light, which serves solely a healing purpose, though the extent of its efficacy remains unknown to me. However, one would presume that a soul skill with a 70,000-year soul ring would not be lacking in potency. The other 7 members of the Shrek 8 monsters exchanged glances. Excitement evident on their faces, the prospect of a healing soul skill is indeed remarkable. A look of astonishment flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, as the soul rings corresponding to these skills must be at least 50,000 years old. Truly formidable. Yu Xiaojiang promptly stated, Tang Xi, I urge you to publicly declare yourself as a support-type soul master and to refrain from revealing your full capabilities during the preliminary rounds. Deep within, Yu Xiaojiang mused, this child possesses a peony martial spirit replete with purely supportive soul skills. While the white lines of her soul rings primarily focus on control and powerful offense, further enhanced by the effect of soul bones. This child has virtually no rivals at the same stage and could even contend with soul kings of over 50 levels. It is a pity that fate is often unkind to such prodigies. It is tragic that such talent may not see beyond the age of 25. Tang Xi obediently nodded, merely concealing the enhancements of her other soul ring abilities. For instance, the first soul skill of Peony. The exploitation speed has risen from 35 to 40. Indeed, all of Tang Xi's soul ring skills are of a growth type, with the addition of each new soul ring. The effects of the skills from her other soul rings also experience an increase in their efficacy. Tang Xi also concealed her additional external spirit bone, the blood butterfly wings, along with its corresponding spirit bone abilities. Meanwhile, the power enhancement of the Iron Rhino Armored Bull's protective spirit bone was elevated to 245, capable of withstanding 75 attacks of the same tier. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang began to elucidate the competition rules, as the day of the prestigious elite competition was imminent, set to take place in the contest area of the Heaven-Do Empire. The next morning in the Heaven-Do Empire, residents rose early to witness the event. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the sounds of firecrackers and the cheers of the people. Colorful flags adorned the streets, and the crowd was more densely packed than ever before. In the competition district, members from various academies stood along the sides, while a colossal screen displayed the enthusiastic host, Brother Curly, who fervently introduced 3 distinguished guests seated in the VIP area. Ning Fingxi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, His Excellency, the Platinum Bishop Salas, one of the leaders of the Spirit Hall, and the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor. Following this was the entrance ceremony for each combat team. In a corner, the Shrek 8 monsters donned their unsightly dark green uniforms, causing Tang Xi to grimace and mutter, "What kind of aesthetic does the dean have? I can hardly bear to wear such an ugly uniform in public." Dai Mubai quietly lamented, "This is severely damaging my image." Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow in disapproval of the attire, while Ma Hongjun lamented, "How am I supposed to attract girls now?" Before the Shrek 8 monsters could voice further complaints, Yu Xiaojiang urged, "Enough of the grumbling. It's time for your entrance. Follow me." He secretly felt relieved that he was not required to wear such a color, otherwise it would be utterly embarrassing. The host exuberantly announced. Next to enter is the second team from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, whose motto is Brave Forward, Invincible. The crowd responded with fervor, chanting, "Heaven-Do shall prevail. Heaven-Do shall prevail." Following them was the Element Academy's team, then the Plan Academy's squad, and finally, the peculiarly dressed team from Shrek Academy, whose slogan proclaimed, "Champions without rivals." It appeared they intended to attract attention with such a statement. As Tang Xi and his companions made their entrance, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. "Oh my, this absurd shade of green attire adorned with advertisements is simply hilarious. What a way to seek attention. It's utterly ridiculous. I dare say this is nothing but a trashy academy." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai, in a fit of anger, turned around ready to confront the mockers, but was halted by Tang San behind him. "Boss Dai, we shall prove ourselves through our strength," Tang San remarked, his brows furrowed, clearly sharing in the displeasure of the moment. Tang Xi positioned herself at the end of the line, her adorable tuft of hair and gracefully cascading twin braids framing a visage that, though slightly pallid, radiated exquisite beauty. Her porcelain-like complexion rendered her a living doll in the eyes of many women, evoking a profound sense of affection, accompanied by an irresistible urge to tousle her silky strands. Undoubtedly a delight to the touch. Within the Grand Do battle arena of Tiando, participants and esteemed guests alike made their entrance as His Excellency, Lord Salas, the master of the Spirit Hall, drew lots to determine the order of the duels. The Shrek Academy faced off against the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. Under the guidance of Tang San, substitutes were finally called to the stage, including Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiaowu from the Shrek 7 monsters. As the battle commenced, Tang San summoned his 4th spirit ring, astonishing the onlookers. It was, in fact, a 10,000-year spirit ring. The Emperor of the Snowy Night was taken aback, especially after hearing the sect master Ning recount how Shrek Academy had once considered aligning with the Tiando Royal Academy, only to be dismissed by Prince Xuesheng. The Emperor's indignation turned toward Xuesheng, who trembled under the weight of his gaze. Ultimately, Shrek Academy decisively triumphed over the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, securing victory in a mere minute. Following this, the participants were granted a day of respite. After fervent persuasion from Dai Mubai, they finally agreed to replace their unsightly olive green uniforms with sleek black attire, acknowledging that while the advertisements could not be removed, a portion of the advertising revenue could still be shared. Tang San inquired about the exploits of Tang Hao from Ning Fingxi, and ultimately, under Ning Fingxi's recommendation, Tang San and Tang Xi went to meet the crown prince of the Heaven Dou Empire, Xue. Tang Xi followed closely behind, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she was about to meet Xue, the disguise of Qian Renxue, in the world of Douluo Continent. The existence of Qian Renxue is undoubtedly a tragedy. Her father, who cherished her in her childhood, was murdered by her own mother, who had never favored her. The only person who loved her, her grandfather, sacrificed himself for the inheritance of the angel god, only to meet a shattered fate due to his love for Tang San. Tang Xi pondered to herself, if Qian Renxue had not fallen in love with Tang San, would the outcome have been different? Ning Fingxi led Tang San and Tang Xi to a hotel, where they ascended the stairs to a private room. Upon entering, Tang Xi beheld a golden-haired youth gazing into the distance from the window, his silhouette exuding an indescribable sense of solitude. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Xue turned around and, upon seeing Ning Fingxi's arrival, pretended to bow in greeting. "Uncle Ning, you have come." Ning Fingxi stepped forward, declining Xueqing's gesture of respect, stating that such formalities were unnecessary. Xue shook his head, insisting, "You are Qinghe's mentor. It is only proper for Qinghe to do so." Tang Xi stood at a distance, gazing intently at Xue, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps Tang Xi's gaze was too overt, as Xue glanced over and smiled. It was likely that these were the two individuals frequently mentioned by Uncle Ning. One, the exceptionally gifted Tang San, and the other, his sister Tang Xi, who possessed the rare dual martial spirits. Tang San was somewhat astonished. How could Xue be so polite, in stark contrast to the arrogant and overbearing Xue Lang? Could they truly share the same father? Yet, the way he addressed her as sister Tang Xi was rather irksome. Tang Xi gazed at Tang San with unwavering admiration, her face illuminating with a sweet smile. "Big brother, you are so handsome." Ning Fingxi, witnessing Tang Xi's infatuated demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Is the expression of affection among the youth so remarkably candid? Tang San stood there, helplessly resting his forehead in exasperation. What should he do about a sister who was perpetually infatuated? Should he caution her that those who are handsome might very well be harboring ill intentions? Xue gazed at Tang Xi's sweet smile, his face turning slightly crimson. Shyly averting his gaze, he stammered, "Miss Tang Xi, you truly jest." Tang Xi approached Xue with an affable demeanor, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. She pondered whether the elder brother had any friends, as she was eager to forge a friendship with him. Tang Xi continuously circled around Xue, entirely depriving him of the opportunity to converse with Tang San. Her foremost objective was to cultivate a close friendship with Qian Renxue, thereby diverting Qian Renxue's attention away from her elder brother. Tang San nearly choked on his own blood. To his ears, Tang Xi's words conveyed the unmistakable intention of wanting to become his girlfriend. His sister had transformed so rapidly, only to be whisked away by a stranger. Xue found himself somewhat at a loss. Upon first laying eyes on Tang Xi, he had thought her exceedingly adorable. Yet hearing her express a desire to be friends left him momentarily stunned. This was the first time someone had spoken such words to her. Nearby, Ning Fingxi pretended to cough a few times, saying, "Ahem, perhaps we should sit down and converse." It was then that Xue came to his senses, raising his head with an air of elegance. His master was indeed correct. He quickly shifted the focus of the conversation, inquiring, "What brings you both to seek Qinghe?" Tang San was the first to inquire about the deeds of his father, Tang Hao, expressing his desire to know any news regarding his mother. Xue shook his head in resignation, revealing that there was nothing to share. However, he indicated that all of this was connected to a singular place, the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, Tang San clenched his fists tightly. If the Spirit Hall is indeed the culprit behind my mother's death, then my vendetta against them shall not cease. Tang Xi's gaze was somewhat forlorn. Tang San was her brother, and Bibi Dong was her mentor. If a conflict arose between them, whom should she support? After their conversation, Xue had graciously invited them to stay for dinner before departing. Just as Tang Xi was about to accept, she was abruptly pulled back by the sullen-faced Tang San, who stated, "There's no need. We have a competition tomorrow, and my sister and I wish to return to our training." Ning Fingxi chuckled and then cast a meaningful glance at both Tang Xi and Xue. Xue picked up the token from the table and handed it to Tang Xi, smiling as he said, "If Miss Tang Xi wishes to seek me out, this token will grant you access to the Tiandou Imperial Palace." As Tang San was about to assist Tang Xi in her refusal, Tang Xi preemptively seized the token, cradling it as if it were a treasure, and exclaimed loudly, "Big brother, I will seek you out again." Tang San, with a solemn expression, pulled Tang Xi away. Upon reaching the entrance of the hotel, he earnestly advised, "Sister, you are still young. Do not harbor thoughts of romance just yet." Tang Xi pouted in dissatisfaction. "Humph. Then what is your relationship with Sister Xiaowu?" Tang San's face flushed instantly, and he hurriedly denied, "It's merely a sibling relationship." Tang Xi let out a playful exclamation and teased, "I know, it's Sister Qing and Brother Qing. I completely understand." Tang San's face flushed even deeper. On the upper floor, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Xi's pouting demeanor, remarking, "That girl, Tang Xi, is quite amusing." Ning Fengji, upon witnessing Xue Qinghe's genuine smile, found himself momentarily entranced, ultimately feeling a sense of contentment. "Qinghe, it has been quite some time since you've laughed so heartily," he mused silently. Indeed, the phenomenon of love at first sight truly exists, Ning Fengji pondered, his mind already conjuring up whimsical misunderstandings. The next day, Yu Xiaojing spoke slowly. "Your upcoming adversary is the Xiangjia Academy, one of the 5 great academies. Your chances of victory are merely 30% unless you collectively reveal your true capabilities. Therefore, I suggest you forfeit the match." Upon hearing this, the group felt quite troubled. Tang Xi stepped forward, declaring, "Master, allow me to take the stage. My third soul skill, body weakening, is perfectly suited to counter their defenses." Dai Bai nodded in agreement, while Tang San remarked, "Since this presents a challenge, should we not face it head-on?" Yu Xiaojiang reflected on their indomitable spirit, noting it was commendable, albeit. He looked up at Tang Xi and continued, "However, Tang Xi, you should refrain from using the third and fourth soul skills of the Baixian martial spirit unless absolutely necessary, and limit yourself to the first 3 soul skills of the mutant martial spirit." "Understood." Tang Xi replied cheerfully. At the Great Soul Arena, the host, Douluo, boomed, "Let us welcome the Shrek team and the Xiangjia Academy team to the arena. Captain Dai Bai and Vice Captain Tang San, both soul masters who had fought in the first round of the preliminaries, were now joined by new members." Douluo glanced at the screen displaying the member information, announcing, "Today we have a newcomer, Zhu Zhuqing." Douluo exclaimed in surprise, "Another soul master." Following this, Oscar's information appeared on the screen, indicating a soul power of level 41. The host was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Shrek Academy had 3 or 4 soul masters. Then, Tang Xi's individual information emerged on the screen, leaving Douluo dumbfounded, unsure of how to articulate it. A dual martial spirit soul master at level 48. This is astonishingly beyond our expectations. The audience erupted into fervent cheers, chanting, "Shrek! Shrek!" Tang Xi lingered at the rear of the procession, offering a subtle smile to the camera. The Platinum Master of the Spirit Hall, Salus, rose in astonishment upon hearing the name Tang Xi. Could it be the disciple of His Holiness the Pope, Tang Xi? Beside him, the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji exchanged puzzled glances. "What is it, Lord Salus? Have you spotted someone familiar?" Salus composed himself, his complexion somewhat pale, and addressed the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, Lord Huyen. "Lord Huyen, you would do well to pray that your grandson does not provoke someone beyond your means." Huyen's face paled. Was this not the same as urging him to battle Shrek Academy? Why the sudden change in demeanor? Ning Fengji pondered over Salus's words, wondering who this formidable person might be. The Snow Knight Emperor, intrigued, turned his gaze toward Salus, who slowly articulated, "Tang Xi, possessing twin martial spirits, is supported by forces that are beyond both of our capabilities." After that, Salus fell silent, leaving the Snow Knight Emperor with his thoughts. The Platinum Master of the Spirit Hall would not jest. If this young lady were to wed Qing He, the strength of the Tiando Empire would surely escalate. Yet, Ning Fengji speculated whether the Spirit Hall had discovered that Tang Xi was the daughter of the esteemed Haoyan. Shifting focus back to the Grand Soul Arena, the members of the Elephant Armor Academy stood tall and imposing, their muscular arms bulging. Tang Xi snorted disdainfully, showing no regard for the adversaries before her. As both sides revealed their martial spirits, 4 soul rings spiraled into the air beneath Tang Xi's feet, yellow, purple, black, and black, while a magnificent peony blossomed behind her, entwined with white threads. The host, Douluo, exclaimed in shock, "A 10,000-year soul ring." Remarkably, there are 2 10,000-year soul rings. It appears that we must not underestimate the prowess of contestant Tang Xi. Ning Fengji was taken aback. The pressure emanating from the fourth 10,000-year soul ring instilled within him a sense of reverence. The Snow Knight Emperor furrowed his brow, firmly resolved in his determination for this woman to become Qing He's bride. 60. A disastrous defeat for the Elephant Armor Academy. The host, Douluo, announced. The battle commences. Hu Yanli, the captain of this combat team and grandson of the Elephant Armor sect leader, confidently proclaimed, first soul skill, Copper Elephant Iron Wall. A crystalline shield appeared in the hands of the seven, who huddled together and advanced toward Tang San and his companions. The ground trembled slightly as they marched, their voices echoing with guttural laughter. Oscar consumed a flying sausage, sprouting wings, and lifted Tang San into the air, while Tang San's blue-silver grass entwined the others, allowing all six to soar above. Leaving Tang Xi alone on the platform, she smirked slightly. First soul skill, staggering steps. Third soul skill, body weakening. Tang Xi unleashed 2 soul skills in rapid succession, causing peonies to bloom upon the bodies of the 7 opponents. Hu Yanli frowned, attempting to pluck the suddenly sprouted flowers. But to his astonishment, his arms felt weakened, as if his muscles had diminished in size. Additionally, he experienced a peculiar lethargy in his hands, which filled him with dread. Could it be the effect of the earlier soul skill? Meanwhile, Tang San manipulated the blue-silver grass, ensnaring 6 of his adversaries. The grass wrapped around Daimubai, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others, as Tang San flung it outward. Xiaowu delivered a powerful kick, while Zhu Zhuqing struck relentlessly in a specific area, and Daimubai unleashed the white tiger light wave. Hu Yanli struggled to free himself from the blue-silver grass, but found himself devoid of strength, being overwhelmed by the onslaught of his opponents. In the VIP section, Hu Yan's grandfather was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief that a single soul skill could breach his grandson's defenses. Ning Fengji, standing nearby, elucidated. This is likely not merely the effect of a soul skill from a spirit ring just over 10,000 years old. Rather, it possesses the might of a spirit ring exceeding 30,000 years in cultivation. Its power is not to be underestimated. The Snow Knight Emperor, at the center, laughed heartily, proclaiming, Indeed, this generation of elites is quite impressive. I have a premonition that this girl may become the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Hu Yan's grandfather, feeling somewhat indignant, discreetly transmitted a message to Hu Yanli. Quickly utilize your soul bone. Upon receiving his grandfather's urgent communication, Hu Yanli regained his composure instantly. A surge of power erupted, propelling Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Daimubai away. As Hu Yanli rose once more, he donned an elephant helmet, his head soul bone. His body and strength were amplified several times over, and he glared fiercely at Tang Xi, musing that if it weren't for the assistance of this support soul master, victory might have been within his grasp. With newfound resolve, Hu Yanli charged at Tang Xi, delivering a forceful punch. However, he was repelled by a mysterious force that formed a shimmering wall of light, shielding Tang Xi. Ning Fengji immediately discerned the situation, recognizing yet another soul bone, an external soul bone. Meanwhile, Xinian, observing from a distance, brightened at the sight of Tang Xi's soul bone, silently formulating a plan in his mind. Tang San secretly thought it was unfortunate as he attempted to assist Tang Xi, only to be intercepted by another adversary, Hu Yanshan. Tang Xi's complexion paled slightly as she offered a faint smile to Hu Yanli, then retaliated with a punch, its force rivaling that of Hu Yanli's earlier strike. The enhancement from her soul bone, coupled with the regenerative effect of her third soul skill's physical debilitation, bestowed upon Tang Xi a physical prowess akin to that of a formidable assault-type soul master. Tang Xi's punch sent Hu Yanli staggering back several meters. In a fit of rage, Hu Yanli swung his fist once more, to which Tang Xi responded with a smile. You are far too impatient. With that, Tang Xi leaped gracefully into the air, delivering a forceful stomp to Hu Yanli's face. A cloud of dust erupted as he pinned Hu Yanli firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. The host, exasperated, could only hold his forehead in disbelief, as the previous stomp was indeed a rather brutal sight. Tang San employed the blue-silver cage to restrain the other 6 individuals. Without the pivotal figure of Hu Yanli, the remaining members were utterly disjointed. Tang Xi, Zhu Zhuqing, and Daimubai exchanged glances, then consumed the restorative sausages to replenish their strength. They proceeded to unleash a flurry of blows upon their remaining opponents, toppling them all. The exuberant host exclaimed, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shrek Academy emerges victorious. The audience erupted in cheers, this battle catapulting Shrek Academy into the limelight, and simultaneously elevating Tang Xi's fame. After 61 slaughters, Shrek Academy continued to triumph, prompting the spectators to fervently chant, "Shrek will prevail, Shrek will prevail." However, it was a lamentable fact for the audience that Tang Xi had only participated in the match against the Xiangjia Academy, missing out on the subsequent contests. As the day of respite from competition arrived, Tang Xi contemplated venturing out to explore the streets and indulge in delightful delicacies. The thoroughfare was eerily desolate, enveloped in an unsettling silence, with nary a soul in sight, save for a lone passerby seated at a table, sipping tea. When Tang Xi sensed that something was amiss, a smirk graced her lips. She was well acquainted with this narrative. It was none other than the plot where Sharon Yin from Songhui Academy sought to eliminate Tang San, only to be vanquished by him instead. However, for reasons unknown, Tang Xi had found herself in the crosshairs. When Tang Xi opened her eyes once more, a subtle violet glow emanated from her gaze. It was only after employing the violet extreme demon eye that she was able to discern the precise location of the individual who was currently sipping tea. Without uttering a word, Tang Xi swiftly executed a sweeping kick. Shernyan deftly caught it with his hand, then calmly finished his tea. As Shernyan opened his eyes once more, he reverted to his original visage, and the surrounding townscape abruptly disintegrated, revealing its true form, a desolate forest region. With a swift whistle, a silver needle shot forth from the sole of Tang Xi's shoe. Shernyan narrowly evaded it by tilting his head aside. But as he loosened his grip on Tang Xi's left foot, he was still caught off guard and suffered a scratch from the needle. Shernyan was somewhat astonished by how Tang Xi managed to breach his seventh soul skill, nightmarish, but more so, he was filled with rage. "I had initially intended to engage in a playful duel, compelling you to surrender your soul bone, yet now you seek your own demise. I shall gladly oblige you." Tang Xi looked at Shernyan with a proud expression. "Did you inquire about my background before deciding to kill me?" Shernyan smirked cunningly. "I care not for the magnitude of your background. Once I eliminate you, no one will ever know it was I who did it." Tang Xi feigned fear with a shrug, defiantly stating, "Are you so certain that you can kill me? Perhaps I could even defeat you." Shernyan felt provoked by her words and, in a fit of anger, unleashed his soul rings, yellow, purple, and black. A potent aura of level suppression surged forth, causing Tang Xi to struggle for breath. She outwardly complied, displaying a frightened expression as she collapsed to the ground, muttering, "This is the end." The mark on Shernyan's forehead emanated a radiant glow. It was the manifestation of his martial spirit. Nothing pleased Shernyan more than the cruel torment of others until their demise. Tang Xi, gripped by fear, instinctively recoiled, desperately attempting to summon her bloodthirsty peony martial spirit. Yet, her trembling hands rendered her incapable of unleashing any soul skills. Nevertheless, the peony subtly exuded an enchanting fragrance. Before her, several shadowy figures began to materialize. And as a sense of dizziness enveloped her, Tang Xi realized, too late, that she had vanished from sight. Tang Xi stealthily approached Shinian from behind, her hands ensnared by the silken white threads. With her first soul skill, the body attack, the venomous needle-like threads swiftly pierced toward Shernyan's heart. Tang Xi retreated several paces and snapped her fingers. With a resounding boom, a tremendous force tore through Shinian, and in an instant, flesh and blood were scattered, splattering onto Tang Xi's cheek. Yet she merely smiled, her eyelids not even fluttering. "From the moment I unleashed the bloodthirsty peony martial spirit, I activated the skill of the blood butterfly winged soul bone, fragrant mist, which induces hallucinations and cloaks the five senses, rendering you oblivious to my clandestine approach from behind." Tang Xi's words were meant for the deceased Shinian. Beneath the tree, a dazzling radiance emerged, emanating from the soul bone left behind by Shinian. Tang Xi approached and picked up the soul bone, placing it within the sapphire, soul guiding device, while reflecting on the fact that she had finally utilized the first soul skill of the lifeline for a physical attack today. Among all her soul skills, the bodily assault of the bee venom needle was one of her greatest trump cards. For Tang, she had coated the needle with a specially formulated explosive powder. Under intense compression, an explosion was inevitable. Before a soul sage of level 70. If the opponent did not use their soul power to defend, any penetration of the needle into flesh would undoubtedly trigger an explosion. Tang Xi stretched languidly, realizing it was time to return. As for the soul bone, she decided to bequeath it to Ning Rongrong, for it was not suited for her. Bestowing it upon Rongrong would also earn her a favor from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With this thought in mind, Tang Xi unfurled a pair of blood-red butterfly wings from her back and soared towards the competition district. She had been away for so long and had yet to truly savor the pleasures of food, drink, and entertainment. Tang Xi indulged in revelry for several days before returning. Upon entering the hotel, she spotted Yu Xiaojiang standing at the entrance, appearing to have waited for quite some time. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the roasted sausage in Tang Xi's hand and, with a resigned gesture, remarked, "A few days ago, you told me you were going to cultivate. Yet here you are, indulging in feasting and merriment?" Tang Xi, trembling with trepidation, extended the untried grilled sausage towards Yu Xiaojiang, inquiring, "Master, would you care for a bite as well?" This innocent question ignited Yu Xiaojiang's ire, prompting him to exclaim vehemently, "Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. Do you not realize that you have a competition tomorrow?" Tang Xi cried out in anguish, "It can't be true." After regaining his composure, Yu Xiaojiang continued, "Next, we shall engage in a confrontation with the Blaze Academy. Come to the living room so we can discuss our strategies together." Tang Xi lamented, "Yes, Master QQ." As she sorrowfully finished the sausage in her hand, Yu Xiaojiang pushed open the door, revealing the living room filled with Tang San and 6 others, along with 4 substitute members, including Dean Flandre and Lu Erlong. Upon seeing Tang Xi, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she dashed over to embrace her tightly, exclaiming, "You went out to play without me." Xiao Wu sniffed the enticing aroma of grilled sausage on Tang Xi and gazed at her with a look of reproach. Tang Xi buried her face in Xiao Wu's bosom and playfully whined, "Dear sister Xiao Wu, I promise I won't do it again." The affectionate address made Xiao Wu blush deeply, feeling quite bashful. Meanwhile, Tang San's initial concern gradually morphed into a frown, a hint of jealousy crossing his face. He wondered, what if his sister had become his rival in love? Oh no, Xiao Wu is not even his wife. Why was he overthinking this? Lu Erlong cleared her throat deliberately and said, "Ahem, let us first discuss some serious matters." Yu Xiaojiang then inquired, "Your next opponent is the Blaze Academy. Will you choose to concede and conserve your strength, or will you continue to fight?" Tang Xi exclaimed excitedly, "Of course, it's battle. I want to participate this time." Dai Mubai responded, "Our Shrek Academy shall never retreat." Tang San exchanged a knowing smile with Tang Xi, saying, "We shall take the stage. Dear sister, it would be best if you refrained." Tang Xi, with a sense of melancholy, lowered her head. When she raised it again, her expression was one of pitiable vulnerability. "This time, I shall remain steadfast in my role as a support, ensuring that I face no peril to my life." Tang San, "No, I fear that those individuals cannot withstand your blows. It is acceptable for Tang Xi to participate in this battle, as long as the 3rd and 4th soul abilities of the White Line Martial Spirit remain concealed." Yu Xiaojiang initially determined. Tang Xi cheered, while the crowd sighed in resignation. The following day, within the grand arena of the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, guests took their seats in succession. On stage, beautiful dancers performed as music filled the air and fireworks erupted, accompanied by the fervent cheers of the audience, chanting for the victory of the Blaze Academy and Shrek Academy alike. The host, Dodo, spread her pristine wings and soared gracefully through the air. "Hello, esteemed audience. Welcome to the 11th duel at the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, where Blaze Academy faces off against Shrek Academy." Dodo amplified the electrifying atmosphere, recalling Shrek Academy's previous triumph over one of the 5 great academies, the Elephant Armor sect. The question lingered, could they also conquer Blaze Academy this time? Let us first examine the information of both teams. The large screen displayed the details of Blaze Academy, Level 43 Control System Spirit Master Huo Wu, Strength Attack System Huo Wu Shuang, Agility Attack System Huo Lai, Hui Yu, Support System Huo Jun, and Huo Chui. The scene shifted to reveal the members of Shrek Academy: Tang Xi, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Titan, Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Tang Xi's personal profile, Dodo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "It is the long-absent contestant Tang Xi. What surprises will the legendary twin martial soul wielder, with their unique yellow, purple, black, and black configuration, bring us today?" As the host spoke, the Shrek team entered the arena, a magnificent fire crane soaring around the spirit arena before dissipating, revealing the 7 figures of Blaze Academy. Among them, Huo Wu proudly lifted her chin, convinced of her inevitable victory in this match. Tang Xi trailed behind the group, exhibiting a smile that was both polite and perfectly measured. Her pure yet alluring appearance, coupled with her amiable demeanor, garnered the admiration of most present. "May both parties summon their martial souls," Dodo proclaimed, microphone in hand. Behind Tang Xi, a magnificent peony entwined with white threads, everyone was prepared. The duel commenced. With a commanding shout from Dodo, the competition had officially begun. Huo Lai advanced to challenge Xiao Wu, while Dai Mubai stepped forward to deliver a punch, narrowly evading the onslaught of Huachui with a thrilling maneuver. As Tang Xi unleashed her first soul skill, the bloodthirsty peony, the speed of her adversaries, a group of 7, diminished significantly. Seizing this moment, Daimubai activated his soul skill, the White Tiger's Golden Light Break, sending forth a brilliant beam toward Huo Wushuang. Although Huo Wushuang attempted to evade by sidestepping, he was unexpectedly met with Talon's sudden assault, propelling him backwards several dozen meters. Xiaowu, Daimubai, Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Talon swiftly surrounded Huo Wushuang, who was a formidable assault-type soul master. Eliminating him would simplify matters for the rest. Just as they prepared to unleash their soul skills against Huo Wushuang, Huo Wu smirked and declared, "Resist the fire ring." In an instant, a fiery tornado engulfed Huo Wushuang, rebuffing the attacks of Daimubai and the others. A shockwave erupted, sending Xiao Wu and several others crashing down from the stage. Consequently, only Tang Xi and Tang San remained on the battlefield. Tang Xi furrowed her brow. Her second soul skill, Devour Soul Power, could only diminish Huo Wu's soul power by 35%, insufficient to prevent her from utilizing her third soul skill. She had been awaiting the moment when Huo Wu would unleash her fourth soul skill, but now, it was just herself and her elder brother left standing. Sister. Tang San and Tang Xi exchanged a knowing glance, and she understood his intentions. Tang Xi skillfully unleashed her soul technique, while Huo Wushuang rushed forward, intent on preventing her from aiding Tang San. However, he was firmly intercepted by Tang San's blue-silver grass. Huo Wu disdainfully remarked, "Do not struggle. The two of you are destined to lose." Tang San provocatively remarked, "It seems that may not align with your desires." Tang Xi consecutively employed the first and third soul techniques, staggering as she walked. Her physical form weakened. Both abilities diminished her opponent's speed and physical strength by 35%, subsequently transferring all the effects back to Tang San. Tang San skillfully maneuvered through the fiery rain, employing the ghostly shadow technique to deftly sweep his legs and unexpectedly bring a foe to the ground. He then swiftly approached Huo Lai. Huo Wushuang raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Tang San, you have fallen for it again." Meanwhile, the remaining 3 immediately surged towards Tang Xi, who stood in the corner. "Will Yun Star Hammer? Would he attack?" Tang San turned his head, initially believing he was under attack, only to discover that the remaining 3 were directing their assault towards Tang Xi. Tang San silently prayed that his younger sister would not inflict too much suffering upon these individuals. Do, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in shock, "Tang Xi is being besieged. Are they attempting to force her to unleash her fourth soul skill?" Tang Xi possesses 2 10,000-year soul rings, yet she has not utilized a single soul skill, leaving everyone in eager anticipation of what her dual martial soul's 10,000-year soul skill might entail. Tang Xi opened her eyes once more and unleashed the purple extreme demon eye. She stood motionless, and the white thread in her hand surged forth, transforming into silken strands that ensnared the 3 individuals tightly. Her second soul skill, flexible spider silk. Tang Xi's silk is remarkably resilient and nearly impossible to sever. Unless one's level surpasses hers by several tiers, escape is utterly unattainable. Having successfully advanced in the preliminary round, as the fiery star hammer and other assaults descended upon Tang Xi, they were instantly repelled by a surge of azure light, leaving only a mere 25 points of damage to affect her. Yet, this still rendered Tang Xi's complexion somewhat pallid. Simultaneously, she activated the soul skill of her protective soul bone, augmenting her strength by an impressive 245 points. Tang Xi delivered a powerful punch to Huo Wushuang's chin, resulting in a sharp crack that sent shivers down the spines of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others. "Brother," Huo Wu exclaimed anxiously, her heart racing as she watched her brother Huo Wushuang being sent flying by Tang Xi, her face etched with concern. Tang Xi swiftly delivered another punch to the abdomen of Fire Hammer, causing him to grimace in agony. Subsequently, she unleashed a powerful kick to the back of Fire Jun. The 3 adversaries collapsed to the ground, their eyes swirling with stars and foam escaping from their lips, utterly incapacitated. The tides of battle shifted, leaving only Tang Xi, Tang San, and Huo Wu standing. Huo Wu glared fiercely at Tang Xi, proclaiming, "You are finished." Tang Xi made a face, infuriating you. Huo Wu, overwhelmed with anger, summoned all her soul power to unleash her fourth soul skill, Radiant Sun of Huo Wu. Tang Xi curled her lips into a smirk, thwarting any attempts to unleash the fourth soul skill. The second soul skill, Devour Soul Power. As soon as Tang Xi's voice faded, a pink peony blossomed on Huo Wu's arm, instantly draining the soul power from within her. Huo Wu felt her strength siphoned away, collapsing helplessly to the ground, and quietly murmured, "I concede." Oh yes, we triumphed. Tang Xi exclaimed joyfully. Tang San approached and affectionately ruffled Tang Xi's hair, saying, "Well done, sister." Dodo, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "Shrek Academy has emerged victorious." The audience erupted into applause, while the esteemed Emperor of the Snowy Night remarked, "That girl's second soul skill is truly formidable. I am eager to discover the nature of her 1,000-year soul skill." Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, this young lady possesses a soul bone at such a tender age. Her future is promising. However, the risks associated with dual cultivation of twin martial souls are considerable, and the path is fraught with challenges." The Emperor of the Snowy Night expressed his regret and then turned to the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, saying, "I have heard that His Holiness the Pope possesses a twin martial soul. If this girl could receive guidance from His Holiness, she would undoubtedly flourish." Salus raised an eyebrow, tempted to reveal that Tang Xi is the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall and a disciple of the Pope. However, respecting her desire for anonymity, he refrained from disclosing Tang Xi's true identity. Following the success of the battle against the Academy of Fiery Flames, Shrek Academy advanced into the top 5 of the preliminary rounds, securing a spot in the upcoming qualifiers. Yet, there remained several duels against the Academy of Tsanghui and the Academy of Heavenly Water. In the confrontation with the Academy of Tsanghui, Tang San severely injured their participants, rendering them mentally incapacitated, which drew the attention of Salus. However, due to Yu Xiaojiang possessing the Pope's decree, the matter was ultimately brushed aside. During the match against the Academy of Heavenly Water, Tang Xi did not participate, resulting in a stalemate between Shrek Academy and the Academy of Heavenly Water. The preliminary rounds concluded, leaving half a month until the next qualifiers commenced. Once again, Tang Xi approached Yu Xiaojiang, requesting to return for a few days of training before rejoining. While this was her stated reason, her true motive was to divert the attention of those in Shrek Academy, as she sensed that she was being secretly monitored. Tang Xi arrived at a desolate area and joyfully exclaimed to the person behind her, "Elder brother, let us abandon the game of hide and seek." Beneath Tang Xi's gaze lay a shroud of shadows, for she sensed a faint aura of malevolence. At that moment, Xue Qinghe emerged from the thicket, adorned in an elegant royal gown, her silky golden hair cascading gracefully, accompanied by a perfectly crafted facade of a smile. "Truly, dear sister Tang Xi, your vigilance is commendable. Perhaps I should address you as the saintess of the Spirit Hall." Upon encountering Xue Qinghe, Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to see him. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of composure and smiled. "Indeed, how did you come to know, big brother?" Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly. "Do not be anxious, Tang Xi. I am merely here on behalf of a brother of mine to inquire, when shall you return? Your teacher misses you." As he uttered the last sentence, his teeth were clenched in a manner that betrayed his true feelings. The teacher he referred to was none other than Bibi Dong, her mother. A twinge of jealousy surged within her as she contemplated the affection that this young girl before her was receiving from her mother. 65 Xiang Qianren informed Xue the truth. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi immediately discerned that the brother referred to by Xue Qinghe was none other than Su Wen. It seemed that Su Wen still wished for her return to the Spirit Hall, not wanting her to become entangled with Tang San and his companions. As Tang Xi discerned the subtle shift in Xue Qinghe's expression, she hastily declared, "I am not yet inclined to return. I implore you, dear prince, to convey my sentiments. There are still matters that require my attention before I can even contemplate going back." Intrigued by her words, Xue Qinghe inquired, "Pray tell, what is it that occupies your thoughts, dear Tang Xi?" Tang Xi felt somewhat melancholic, yet her heart blossomed with joy, eagerly anticipating your words. "Dear prince, please do not divulge our conversation to anyone else." Xue Qinghe nodded, casting a reassuring glance at Tang Xi. Tang Xi finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly said, "I have a friend who, in her youth, harbored affections for a young man. However, her noble status was incompatible with his humble origins. As a result, she contemplated forsaking her clan to elope with him." Xue Qinghe listened with rapt attention and, noticing Tang Xi had paused, inquired, "What happened next?" Tang Xi deliberately created suspense. The young girl and boy naturally did not end up together. Do you know why? Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment and replied, "It is due to their identities. And moreover, the sect is strongly opposed to it." Tang Xi nodded and continued, "The young girl's master had coerced her into an unwanted pregnancy. With tears in her eyes, she parted ways with the boy. A year later, she gave birth to a baby girl, and from that moment on, her emotions became tumultuous and unpredictable." As Tang Xi spoke, She cast her gaze towards Xueqinghe, whose mind suddenly erupted with realization. The girl in the tale could not possibly be her mother, while the boy must be Yu Xiaojiang, and the master was undoubtedly her own father, was it not? Xueqinghe appeared momentarily stunned, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, and then fervently grasped Tang Xi, demanding, "What then is the conclusion of the story?" Tang Xi wore an expression of innocent bewilderment as she gradually unfolded the latter part of the tale. The young girl harbored a deep-seated resentment. She loathed the child for having ruined her life, and she despised the sect for having taken away her love. That very child was subsequently sent to the Heaven Do Empire, where he ascended to the position of crown prince. Every word and every utterance from Tang Xi pierced deeply into Xueqinghe's heart. This cannot be true. It is absolutely not true. A faint redness crept into Xueqinghe's eyes, and in the next moment, tears threatened to spill forth. For an instant, she contemplated ending the life of the girl before her. Why must this narrative be so cruel? She dared not confront the authenticity of this tale, for fear consumed her. Tang Xi sensed the murderous intent emanating from Xueqinghe, her entire body trembling slightly, as if she had ventured too far into dangerous territory. Tang Xi promptly intervened with a smile, saying, "However, I am aware that my friend truly cares for her daughter. She simply struggles to articulate her feelings." Tang Xi gently brushed away the tears on Xueqinghe's cheeks and softly said, "Do not weep." Xueqinghe's hands trembled as he silently inquired, "What is your purpose in telling me this story?" He believed that Tang Xi's actions were undoubtedly motivated by some ulterior motive. This question left Tang Xi momentarily speechless. Prompting an instinctive response, "I have no ulterior motives." Observing the disbelief and wariness in Xueqinghe's eyes, Tang Xi hastily revised her statement. "Well, my only desire is for you to reconcile with your teacher and for him to completely forget about Yu Xiaojiang. If that happens, I can happily embrace my role as the saintess and live a leisurely life." This simple request elicited an involuntary chuckle from Xueqinghe. "Is that all you desire? Power? Soul bones? Soul rings? You do not care for any of these?" Tang Xi, that resonates deeply. If she could live a few more years, it would undoubtedly matter. Tang Xi sighed bitterly, expressing a desire for power if it were within reach. In this era, the nobility exerts oppressive control, and the world reveres strength above all. The original intention of my teacher was to unify the continent and establish a martial spirit empire where all individuals are treated equally. However, it is evident that the efforts of one person alone cannot achieve this vision. When Tang Xi spoke these words, she cast a glance at Xueqinghe, urging, "You and your daughter must unite. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Pursuing a career is the fundamental truth." Tang Xi spoke with profound significance, and Xueqinghe nodded in agreement. "You are correct. Allowing emotions to dictate one's actions is indeed a grave misstep. Yet, what should a mother do if she still harbors deep affection for that Yu Xiaojiang? Tang Xi, what she just expressed was intended for you, dear sister," signifying that one should never fall in love with Tang San. Tang Xi spoke softly, "If you wish to reconcile with your mother, you must heed my advice and refrain from opposing her. Moreover, do not interfere with Yu Xiaojiang." Xueqinghe scoffed coldly, "It is she who abandoned me since my childhood, always displaying a disdainful expression upon seeing me." As Xueqinghe continued, a sense of grievance welled within, causing her nose to tingle. With a quivering voice, she lamented, "My very existence is but a mistake, is it not?" Tang Xi felt a profound sympathy for Xueqinghe and stepped forward to embrace him. As her hands inadvertently brushed against him, Tang Xi's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of his well-defined abdominal muscles. "Ahem. Let us return to the main topic at hand." Tang Xi patted Xueqinghe on the back, saying, "Your grandfather and father are both overjoyed by your arrival. If you had not been born, how could I have ever encountered such a gentle and refined elder brother?" Tang Xi gazed at Xueqinghe's figure with a hint of longing, causing Xueqinghe to blush slightly as she clarified, "This is not my true appearance. I actually look like this." With those words, Xueqinghe revealed her original form, reminiscent of the ethereal beauty of Qian Rinxue, characterized by flowing golden locks, an aloof expression, and a figure that was both curvaceous and alluring. Tang Xi was utterly mesmerized, and with a hint of excitement, she exclaimed, "You must be the legendary sister Qian Rinxue. How beautiful and magnificent you are." Tang Xi gazed at Qian Rinxue with adoration, as if she were viewed through a delicate filter. Her cherry-like lips, sparkling almond-shaped eyes, and exquisite skin captivated Qian Rinxue. Turning her head away, Qian Rinxue felt her ears flush crimson, unable to resist the urge to pinch Tang Xi's soft cheeks. Qian Rinxue mused to herself, "How soft. The texture is simply delightful. What should I do? I really want to take her home." This cuteness is almost unfair. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue remarked, I have heard that Shrek Academy has successfully advanced to the qualifiers, and the venue will be at the Royal Hunting Grounds. Why don't you accompany me there first? After all, the competition will commence in just a few days. Tang Xi contemplated for a moment, realizing that this was an excellent opportunity to cultivate the bond between the two of them. Thus, she readily agreed, exclaiming, all right. Tang Xi's desire to enhance Qian Rinxue's favor stems from a deeper intention, to forge an alliance with both Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. This alliance would not only expedite the reconciliation between the two but also grant him greater control over the Spirit Hall, enabling him to navigate more intricate narrative threads. Recently, rumors have spread like wildfire throughout the Tiando Royal Hunting Grounds, as the Crown Prince has returned with a girl, sharing his nights with her. Upon hearing this news, the Empress of Tiando was moved to tears, realizing that her son had finally come to his senses and was willing to engage with the opposite sex. At this rate, how far could the goal of becoming a grandparent truly be? Upon hearing the news, Tang Hao, consumed by fury, struck down dozens of towering trees with a single punch. He could hardly believe that after raising his daughter for several years, she had been so swiftly abducted by that scoundrel from the Heaven Do Empire. Tang Hao's emotions mirrored the fury of a cherished cabbage whisked away by a swine. How infuriating. It is all due to that little scoundrel Tang San's negligence in safeguarding his own sister. Next time, he shall certainly administer a thorough beating to Tang San. Tang San felt a sudden chill run down his spine. In recent days, Tang Xi has been quite exuberant, spending her nights entwined with Qian Rinxue, and during the day, dragging her out for shopping excursions. However, she failed to notice that the glances Qian Rinxue cast her way were increasingly peculiar. Qian Rinxue's thoughts were a tapestry of emotions. Tang Xi was growing ever more adorable, and she yearned to embrace her and drift into slumber together. She suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to flaunt this to that wretched woman, reveling in the fact that Tang Xi was her nightly companion, albeit merely sharing a blanket and engaging in conversation. Every time Su Wen visited and witnessed the closeness between Tang Xi and Qian Rinxue, she would leave with a darkened expression. Tang Xi would laugh heartily, exclaiming, "This must infuriate you, ha ha ha." Su Wen felt a twinge of discomfort, particularly when observing Tang Xi nestled beside Qian Rinxue. Ning Fingji appeared to understand instantly. Recognizing that the desires of the youth today are vast, he could empathize, though he had not anticipated such a penchant for revelry among the younger generation. Tang Xi, it seems that the misunderstanding has escalated. She appears to have overlooked the fact that Qian Rinxue is presently in the guise of Shui Qinghe, which could easily lead to misinterpretations. On the eve of the promotion tournament, Yu Xiaojiang led the members of Shrek Academy to the Royal Hunting Grounds for the competition, where Tang Xi had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon spotting Tang San and the others, Tang Xi joyfully waved her hand. Ning Rongrong pointed towards Tang Xi and remarked, "Isn't that Xiaoxi?" Oscar looked around, puzzled. "Where?" Ma Hongjun patted Oscar on the back and gestured towards Tang Xi's direction. "Over there." The group approached Tang Xi, and Xiaowu stepped forward to embrace her, exclaiming, "I've missed you so much, Xiaoxi." Tang Xi smiled and said, "I miss you too, Sister Xiaowu." Ning Rongrong raised her hand, feeling a twinge of jealousy, and asked, "What about me?" Tang Xi smiled playfully, expressing her desire to join Sister Rongrong and Sister Shiqing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shiqing, with a hint of pride, turned her head away, clearly in good spirits. Yu Xiaojiang, puzzled, inquired, "Tang Xi, how did you gain access to the Royal Hunting Grounds without the Academy's token?" Tang Xi instinctively replied, "I entered alongside my elder brother, the Crown Prince." Upon hearing the term Prince Brother, Tang San was instantly engulfed in fury. Prince Brother? Dai Mubai approached, seeking to comfort Tang San. "Little San, your sister will eventually marry one day." Tang San's emotions were somewhat unruly, his heart brimming with rage. "Sister, you are still young. You must resolutely refrain from romantic entanglements until you turn 25. Tang Xi curled her lips, casting a glance at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu. "Aren't you and Sister Xiao Wu in a romantic relationship?" Both Xiao Wu and Tang San turned crimson and turned their heads away. Tang San hastily clarified, "Xiao Wu and I are not what you think." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression fell as she lowered her head. Lu Erlong, filled with fury, exclaimed, "What do you mean, Tang San?" Ma Hongjun and Oscar, feeling the weight of Lu Erlong's deadly glare, trembled and huddled together. Tang Xi stepped forward to mediate, saying, Indeed, I understand the relationship between the romantic brother and sister." Tang San's face flushed even deeper, and Tang Xi ceased her playful teasing, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Uncle Ning has been waiting for us inside for quite some time. Let us proceed. 68. The battle against Balak Academy. Tang Xi guided Tang San and his companions into the royal hunting grounds. Xiao Wu, clutching Tang Xi's arm, inquired with a hint of confusion, "So, Tang Xi, what exactly is your relationship with the crown prince of the Tiando Empire?" Tang San also perked up his ears to listen, as Tang Xi explained. "My relationship with Prince Brother is merely that of ordinary friends, and besides, I am not inclined to pursue a romantic relationship at this moment." Tang San let out a sigh of relief, his spirits buoyed. Soon after, he encountered Ning Fingxi and Xue Qinghe. While Xue Qinghe attempted to engage Tang San in casual conversation, Tang San remained stoically unresponsive, offering no hint of amiability. Meanwhile, Ning Fingxi was in discussion with Flander regarding the arrangement for the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to attend Shrek Academy for their studies. That evening, Yu Xiaojiang elaborated on the rules for the upcoming promotion competition, which would be conducted in a one-on-one format, continuing until one academy was entirely vanquished. He cast a glance at Tang Xi and slowly stated, "Tang Xi, you will be the one to face Barak Academy tomorrow." Tang Xi, with a sense of indifference, remarked, "All right." The crowd erupted in laughter at Tang Xishin's demeanor, with Ning Rongrong teasingly declaring, "Xiao Xi, you are simply too lazy." Xiao Wu, placing her hands on her hips, proudly asserted, "My Xiao Xi is quite formidable. Even I have yet to witness her true power." Yu Xiaojiang nodded affirmatively, eager to uncover Tang Xishin's genuine capabilities. Hence, he arranged for her to take the stage. The following day, Emperor Shuya, alongside sect master Ning and Salis, took their seats, while the various academies observed from the sidelines. The host for this event was the flamboyant curly-hair brother from Soto City, sporting a head of yellow curls and an extravagant, unconventional purple suit. Greetings to all esteemed spectators. The first match features Shrek Academy facing off against Balak Academy. Opposite Shrek Academy stood a group of men clad in red athletic attire with a hint of ethnic flair. Their expressions rife with disdain as they looked down upon Shrek Academy. Flinder lamented, "In the past, our Shrek Academy endured the arrogance of the Balak Kingdom, nearly facing closure. Had it not been for the support of our alumni, Shrek Academy would likely have ceased to exist." Tang Xi comforted Flandra, saying, "Director, please believe in me. I will surely leave Balak Academy searching for its teeth." The scene shifted to Curly Brother, who passionately announced from the stage, "Next, we invite Tang Xi, the wielder of the twin martial souls from Shrek Academy, alongside the captain of Balak Academy, Valoki." The audience eagerly anticipated this match, curious to witness the true prowess of Tang Xi's dual martial souls. Valoki ascended the fighting platform with an air of arrogance, while Tang Xi appeared innocent and harmless, exuding a sense of purity. Valoki disdainfully remarked, "Little sister, I advise you to concede quickly. You wouldn't want to be frightened by my prowess, huh?" Tang Xi smiled gently, remaining silent. It was not until the host, Curly Brother, declared the commencement of the competition that she spoke. Tang Xi dashed forward with remarkable speed, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind, as she delivered a powerful punch to Vroki's jaw, followed by a fierce kick that sent him sprawling out of the soul-fighting platform. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, prompting Curly to exclaim in disbelief, "Tang Xi wins." The members of Shrek Academy beamed with pride, casting triumphant glances towards Barak Academy. Meanwhile, the individuals from Barak Academy rushed to assess Vroki's injuries, indignantly protesting, "This is unfair. They are clearly intent on inflicting harm. Such a heavy-handed approach. TSK. Tang Xi provocatively declared, "Even if you all band together, you are still no match for me. If you disagree, then hold your breath. Prove your worth by defeating me first." The Barak Kingdom found themselves at a loss for words, for indeed, they could not contend with her prowess. In the second match against Feng Xiaotian, Tang Xi effortlessly unleashed the third soul skill of her bloodthirsty peony, sending one of her opponents tumbling off the soul arena. In the third match, she employed her first soul skill, Stumbling Walk, to swiftly eliminate her adversary. The fourth match saw her directly use her flexible spider silk to toss her opponent off the soul arena. By the fifth match, Tang Xi had grown lethargic, merely yawning as her flexible spider silk actively dispatched her opponent. In the sixth match, she wielded the first soul skill of Lifeline, piercing her opponent with venomous needles, resembling a hedgehog. The seventh opponent wielded a chrysanthemum spirit, proving somewhat more resilient, yet Tang Xi personally hurled him off the arena. Curly-haired brother was left in utter shock. Mouth agape, as yet another opponent was swiftly defeated. On average, Tang Xi triumphed over one opponent every 30 seconds, achieving the remarkable feat of 7 consecutive victories. Securing a win for Shrek Academy. The academy erupted in cheers, while the Bakra Academy bore bruised egos, all fearing Tang Xi, the true embodiment of a female demon. Emperor Shuya laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, remarkable. The Yangtze River pushes the forward waves. Each generation surpasses the last. Tang Xi would undoubtedly make a fitting daughter-in-law." Subsequently, Tang Xi opted to refrain from participating as the next match against the fiery academy commenced. Considering Tang San's blue-silver grass offered fire immunity, Yu Xiaojiang allowed Tang San to take the stage while Tang Xi watched the spectacle unfold, particularly during Tang San's bout against Huo Wu. He was on the verge of achieving 7 consecutive victories. Huo Wu unleashed her ultimate move, intent on perishing alongside Tang San, but in a moment of compassion, he refrained from striking, instead shielding Huo Wu from a blow, leading to his own unconsciousness. Tang Xi chuckled, exclaiming, "Oh my! My dear brother certainly attracts an abundance of admirers." Following this, they engaged in a series of battles against numerous academies, with Shrek Academy achieving consecutive victories. During the match against Thunder Academy, Dai Mubai particularly shone, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion, which elicited a wave of concern from Zhu Zhuqing. In the final confrontation against Wind God Academy, Feng Xiaotian challenged Tang San to a decisive match. Tang San pointed towards Tang Xi and remarked, "You ought to defeat my sister first before claiming victory." At that moment, Tang Xi, who was casually enjoying the spectacle, found herself unexpectedly caught off guard. Feeling a whirlwind of emotions, "This is truly my brother." Tang Xi's expression darkened. Feng Xiaotian felt offended. Ultimately, after a unanimous agreement from the judges, the battle between Tang Xi and Feng Xiaotian would determine the victor. Curly-haired brother exclaimed passionately, "Who will ultimately claim the championship? Let us eagerly await the outcome." A tempest swirled around Feng Xiaotian, revealing the shadow of a swift, dual-headed wolf behind him, which was his martial spirit. Tang Xi unleashed her martial soul, a magnificent peony blooming behind her, entwined with delicate white threads. From beneath her feet, 4 soul rings spiraled upwards, yellow, purple, black, and black. Notably, the 4th soul ring emanated a subtle yet formidable pressure, one that even soul masters of the soul Douluo rank would not dare to underestimate, for after all, divinely bestowed soul rings are fundamentally distinct. In his heart, Feng Xiaotian contemplated that he was unaware of Tang Xi's true capabilities. Perhaps it would be wiser to launch a ferocious assault from the outset, catching her off guard. Without hesitation, Feng Xiaotian activated his 2nd soul skill, Dual Wolf's Possession. Instantly, his hands transformed into the forelimbs of wolves, moving with a swiftness comparable to that of agility-focused soul masters, as he rapidly approached Tang Xi to deliver a fierce strike. Tang Xi cautiously retreated, yet she was still caught in the fray. Her protective armor Soul Bone activated, absorbing 75 points of damage on her behalf. Feng Xiaotian relentlessly advanced, accompanied by a flurry of slicing winds. Tang Xi commanded, 1st soul skill, Stumbling Stride. 2nd soul skill, Devour Soul Power. Tang Xi swiftly employed 2 soul techniques, significantly enhancing her evasion speed. Surrounding her were shimmering blue orbs, the result of Feng Xiaotian's spirit power being devoured and subsequently replenished to Tang Xi. Feng Xiaotian furrowed his brow. If he did not secure a swift victory, by the time Tang Xi unleashed her 2nd soul technique to absorb soul power, he would likely be left with little energy to continue the fight. Once more, Feng Xiaotian concentrated his soul power, invoking his 3rd soul technique, Gale Wings. Ethereal blue wings manifested behind him, lifting him gracefully into the air. "Tang Xi," he declared, "allow me to conclude this battle." Tang Xi's cold sweat trickled down her brow. "Brother, you needn't exert yourself so." Numerous blades of wind gathered around Feng Xiaotian, all directed toward Tang Xi. In the air, Feng Xiaotian held an undeniable advantage. Swift Gale Demon Wolf, 36 consecutive slashes. Feng Xiaotian swung his wind wings, launching an assault on Tang Xi. The swirling wind blades created by the wind wings obstructed her path of escape. Tang Xi's gaze was piercing, and the strands of silk in her hands surged with energy. What is so remarkable about creating one's own soul technique? I can do that too. Tang Xi unleashed the mystic jade hand, effortlessly intercepting the successive wind blades dispatched by Feng Xiaotian. With a commanding voice, she proclaimed, "Spider silk binding." A multitude of supple spider threads shot forth from the 8 stone pillars, intricately weaving into a dense web. Undeterred, Feng Xiaotian believed his wind blades could sever anything. However, upon contact with the web, the threads seemed to possess a life of their own, swiftly ensnaring his form with their remarkable resilience. The first soul skill, Soul Attack. Venomous needle threads. Tang Xi, leveraging the resilience of the spider silk, propelled herself to a considerable height, executing a swift 90-degree rotation before unleashing her first soul skill. As Feng Xiaotian faced the imminent attack, he found himself ensnared by the silken bonds, leaving him with no choice but to activate his own soul skill, the fourth soul skill. The Demon Wolf Storm. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous surge of soul power engulfed the entire soul arena. The wind coalesced midair, transforming into a formidable wolf that shattered the spider silk with its sheer force, baring its fangs as it lunged toward Tang Xi. With a subtle smirk at the corner of Tang Xi's lips, the silk thread in her hand instantly transformed into a form resembling steel wire, intertwining with one another to form a sturdy rod. This was her third soul skill, steel wire form. The third eternal soul ring around Tang Xi's waist trembled incessantly as she gripped the iron rod, charging forward to engage in a fierce battle with the illusory demon wolf conjured by Feng Xiaotian behind her. With a resounding crash, a powerful shockwave erupted from the collision of their soul skills as the demon wolf clamped down on the iron rod, showing no signs of relinquishing its grip. Tang Xi once again swung the iron rod, this time unleashing the full might of the 5-minute assault from the iron rhinoceros armor bull, the power of which is beyond imagination. Tang Xi simulated the technique of the 36 hammer strikes, continuously wielding the iron rod in her grasp. The fierce blow of the iron rod struck towards Feng Xiaotian, who struggled to defend himself with both hands. An immense force erupted, sending Feng Xiaotian flying out of the soul fighting platform. The spectators were all astonished, and the Snow Knight Emperor stood in surprise, realizing the formidable power of the third-level soul skill. One could only imagine the might of the fourth-level soul skill. Ning Fengji remarked with a calm smile that Tang Xi had merely employed the technique of the 36 hammer strikes. The Snow Knight Emperor paused, his thoughts drifting to a certain individual, as Ning Fengji explained that Tang Xi and Tang San were indeed the offspring of the esteemed Hao Yin. After the initial shock, the Snow Knight Emperor's face lit up with admiration, exclaiming that it seemed the ultimate champion would undoubtedly belong to the Heaven Do Empire. Meanwhile, Salus expressed his discontent with the Snow Knight Emperor's stance, reminding him that the Saintess was one of their Spirit Hall members. It should be their Spirit Hall claiming victory. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian lay unconscious on the ground, and the team from Shinkong Academy hurriedly rushed forward to lift him, while Tang Xi remained effortlessly composed atop the soul-fighting platform. Below, her teammates were in high spirits, and Zhu Zhuqing ran up to embrace Tang Xi, exclaiming, "You were amazing, Xiaoxi." Tang San gently ruffled Tang Xi's hair, exclaiming with admiration, "Well done, little sister." Ma Hongjun and Oscar encircled Tang Xi, both giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Impressive." Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai exchanged smiles, while Ning Rongrong approached with a beaming countenance to congratulate her, declaring, "Little Xi, you truly are remarkable." However, Qin Ming expressed concern to Yu Xiaojiang, stating that Tang Xi's current prominence might attract unwanted attention. Yu Xiaojiang sighed in resignation, suggesting they take things one step at a time. Several hours later, as numerous battle teams assembled, Emperor Xueye stroked his beard in contemplation, acknowledging, "This year has indeed witnessed the emergence of exceptional talent." He then turned to commend the Shrek team, stating, "Especially the Shrek team, you have provided me with countless surprises." Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged bashful glances at the praise. The Emperor continued, "The upcoming finals will be held at the Spirit Hall, and I shall dispatch the Crown Prince to lead the team." Upon hearing his name, Xueqing has stepped forward with a courteous smile, prompting Tang Xi to wave excitedly at him, eliciting a chuckle from Xueqing. The Emperor regarded their interaction with increasing warmth, inwardly reflecting that Tang Xi was indeed the most suitable candidate to be his daughter-in-law. Clearing his throat, Emperor Xuye added, "We will also send 500 elite guards to escort you. You are the hope of the Heaven Do Empire. I wish you great success in the finals, and it would be splendid if you could bring home the championship." As the convoy departed from the Heaven Do Empire, a line of well-organized carriages made their way to the Spirit City, with bystanders cheering, "Go, go, go." Inside the carriage, Tang Xi appeared troubled, prompting Xiao Wu to curiously inquire, "What's wrong, little Xi?" Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong glanced over, and Tang Xi sighed, explaining, "There are two main halls in the Spirit City, the Hall of the Pope and the Douluo Hall. The Hall of the Pope has 3 holy sons and holy daughters, all candidates for the future Pope, and among them, 2 will compete in the finals. making our chances of victory quite slim. The most dangerous opponent is that Su-1. His current strength is likely only known to our teacher, Bibi Dong, at a mere 7. Moreover, in the original story, on the way to the Spirit City, they encounter assassination attempts by the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, but I believe our teacher will refrain from using lethal force out of respect. Ning Rongrong chuckled. Little Shi, you needn't worry. Zhu Zhuqing added with a calm smile. Historically, the teams from the Spirit Hall have always claimed the championship, even if we lose. It won't be a loss. Curiously, Xiao Wu asked, is the Spirit Hall truly that formidable? Tang Xi, fully aware of the profound heritage of the Spirit Hall, silently remarked that, at least at this stage, extinguishing us would be as effortless as crushing ants. 2 days later, a line of neatly arranged carriages traversed the vast expanse of yellow sands, a place teeming with crows, where the wind stirred up swirling sands. Tang San sensed an unsettling aura, casting a wary glance towards the window. Suddenly, the carriage came to a gradual halt. Tang Xi shot a piercing gaze outside, aware that what was destined to arrive would indeed come. Upon the precipice, Su-1 donned a flowing black robe, surveying the group of cloaked figures behind him. Alongside 3 esteemed titled Douluos, Zhu Douluo, Gui Douluo, and the demon-suppressing Douluo, one of the 7 offerings of the Douluo Palace. Gui Douluo was taken aback by the saint's prominence, astonished that he commanded such influence within the Spirit Hall that he could summon titled Douluos at will. All for the assassination of a single individual. Standing at an imposing height of 1.8 meters, Su-1's well-proportioned physique was shrouded in his black robe, revealing a cascade of dark purple-silver hair. His brows knitted together as his gaze darkened ominously, a tempest brewing in the depths of his eyes like a frigid abyss. This time, Tang San, your demise is inevitable. With a gentle motion of his left hand, he pointed towards the carriage ahead. In an instant, a legion of shadowy figures surged forth, unleashing a torrent of boulders that cascaded down upon the carriage below. The soldiers below hastily converged, the captain bellowing commands to form ranks. Zhu Douluo, harboring a flicker of concern, ventured, Saint, I have heard the saintess is also within. Should we Su-1 cast a frigid glare in his direction, rendering Zhu Douluo speechless? Pay her no mind. Let her fend for herself, he declared, his fist clenched tightly. Seething with rage, he had never anticipated that, in the final week, Tang Xi would manage to escape. However, it mattered not. This time, he would show no mercy. Su-1 led his forces to encircle Tang San, as a swarm of black-clad figures descended upon the 500 soldiers, who swiftly dismounted their carriages, readying themselves for battle. Tang Xi leisurely dismounted the carriage, not immediately engaging in combat, for she was acutely aware that those cloaked figures would not dare to harm her. Qin Ming unleashed his martial soul, the flame-hunting wolf, dispatching several of the dark-clad assailants. The leader of the black-clad men, standing atop a rock, spoke coolly. Though you are young, you possess some skill. However, your lives shall end here. With a powerful leap into the air, he activated his 7th soul skill, the Golden Eagle transformation, and a pair of golden wings unfurled from his back. Dai Mubai issued a commanding shout. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Tang Sanchi and the others promptly unleashed their martial spirits. Flender and Lu Erlong stood protectively in front of their students. With a tempestuous temperament, Lu Erlong exclaimed, "Who dares to lay a hand on us?" The figure in black, unfazed, wore an expression of arrogance as the 8 soul rings at his waist gradually ascended. Tang San was taken aback, for it was indeed Soul Douluo. Behind him, Tang Xi chuckled softly and stepped forward, saying, Who granted you the audacity to act recklessly here? Tang Xi donned a pale pink puff-sleeve dress that accentuated her complexion to a sickly pallor. Her low ponytail lent her an air of delicacy, yet there was a hint of fragility between her brows, as if she were a canary born to be confined within a cage. Tang Xiguang smiled faintly from the side, causing the leading figure clad in black to feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Upon catching sight of Tang Xiguang's countenance, the surrounding black-clad individuals bowed respectfully, calling out in unison, Saintess. This chorus of Saintess left Tang San momentarily stunned, and he was not alone. The members of Shrek Academy were equally astonished, gazing at Tang Xiguang in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that such a delicate figure could possibly be the revered saintess spoken of by this group. Observing this scene from the cliff, Su-1 frowned slightly and remarked, You need only to eliminate Tang San. If anyone else attempts to intervene, dispose of them as well. The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged silent glances. Su-1 did not specify whether to include Tang Xiguang among those to be dealt with, But it was evident that Tang Xi, despite being cherished by the Pope, wielded no real power and was naturally subordinate to Su-1. The demon hunter Douluo, looking down on Su-1, scoffed at the notion that Tang San required his assistance to resolve this situation. Rising, he dusted off his garments, brandishing the Panlong staff as he charged toward Tang San. Su-1 signaled to the ghost and chrysanthemum Douluo, who promptly understood the cue. The two clasped hands in midair, surrounded by dazzling soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Static field level 2. Before anyone could react, they found themselves rendered immobile. The demon hunter Douluo swung the Panlong staff, hurling it toward Tang San. Tang San's pupils widened as death quietly approached. Behind him, Xiao Wu's eyes also widened, and she instantaneously teleported in front of Tang San. Although her body was immobile, her soul abilities remained at her disposal. The demon suppression Douluo raised an eyebrow, incredulous that someone would dare to teleport in front of this boy, attempting to protect him. How utterly fanciful. In that fleeting moment before the Panlong staff descended, the Heartbreak Red instinctively emerged to shield its master. A tremendous sound echoed through the mountains as the Heartbreak Red radiated a crimson glow, successfully guarding both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Su-1 scoffed, dismissing the situation. If Tang San could still evade, he was truly a king of luck. With that, he descended from the sky, delivering a punch aimed at Xiao Wu's abdomen. Though she felt pain and remained unable to move, she clung tightly to the Heartbreak Red in her grasp. The onlookers anxiously gazed in their direction, with Tang San's eyes reddened, fixated on Su-1. Seeing the Heartbreak Red in Xiao Wu's arms, the chrysanthemum Douluo became increasingly excited, instinctively rushing to embrace her while murmuring, "This is indeed the Heartbreak Red." The ghost Douluo stared in bewilderment as the chrysanthemum Douluo dashed away. "Old Jew, what about our 2-level stasis field?" As the stasis field dissipated, a chilling aura surged forth, particularly from Tang San and Lu Erlong. Enraged, Lu Erlong bellowed, "How dare you harm my daughter?" Activating his 7th soul skill, the Crimson Dragon Transformation. Lu Erlong's murderous intent swirled as his soul power transformed into a blue dragon, baring its fangs and lunging towards Su-1. The demon suppression Douluo smirked, rising to leap and effortlessly stomp the blue dragon from midair. Just erupted around them as Lu Erlong suddenly fell to his knees, spitting black blood. This adversary was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond his capabilities. The 9 soul rings on the waist of the demon suppression Douluo gradually revealed his status as a title Douluo. Flinder's face was a mask of despair, a title Douluo. There was truly no hope left. Su-1 spoke up, urging, "Demon, do not hesitate any longer." The demon suppression Douluo remained unimpressed, dismissing the significance of his opponents. "No rush, let us take our time with this." Su-1 frowned further, realizing that while he was not afraid of a godlike opponent, he dreaded having teammates akin to swine. If this continued, the level 97 Sword Douluo, Shin Xian, and Dugu Bo would soon arrive. Even if they couldn't kill Tang San now, they must at least incapacitate him. A dark mist spread from Su-1's palm as he turned to Tang San and said slowly, "Second soul skill, Mist Blade." Tang San could not comprehend why this mysterious black-robed youth, with whom he bore no enmity, sought to take his life. Yet, in the present moment, he found himself in a state of desperate concealment. Tang San skillfully employed the ghostly shadow mist to evade the successive blades of darkness that emerged from the inky fog. Yet he sustained some injuries in the process. The other members of Shrek wished to rush to his aid, but the demon suppression Douluo merely stood there, emanating the oppressive aura of a level 96 limit Douluo, which deterred them from advancing a single step. The chrysanthemum Douluo, cradling Xiao Wu, gazed at the red flower of longing in her hand and declared to Su-1, "This young lady is under my protection. No one is permitted to harm her." Su-1 could not help but raise an eyebrow, exclaiming in a commanding voice, "Then take down Tang San first." In that instant, the chrysanthemum Douluo trembled, reminiscent of the presence surrounding Pope Bibi Dong. With a swift swing of his staff, the demon suppression Douluo unleashed a surge of energy that struck Tang San, sending him hurtling several meters away. He landed awkwardly on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with defiance. It seemed he was destined to perish here today. "Wait." Tang Xi stepped forward and directly retrieved the papal order from the sapphire. To behold this token was akin to witnessing the Pope himself. At this very moment, all those present from the papal hall were compelled to heed my commands. The cloaked figures exchanged glances, evidently troubled. Su-1 gritted his teeth and declared, "Tang Xi, it seems I should not have merely confined you before. I ought to have ended your life." Choosing Tang San means he is his adversary. What? Ning Rorong and the others gasped in astonishment. realizing that Tang Xi had been subjected to torment by the youth before them. Tang Xi, with a stern expression, stood protectively in front of Tang San and questioned. Su-wen, how dare you bring 3 titled Douluos to assassinate my brother? Did you obtain the consent of our teacher? The demon slayer Douluo found this situation amusing. Did this so-called saintess truly comprehend the extent of power wielded by Su-wen, who was recognized even by his elder brother? It was evident that the position of future pope was destined for Su-wen alone. Su-wen remained silent, casting a cold glance at the demon slayer Douluo. Internally cursing Su-wen, the demon slayer Douluo nonetheless advanced, prepared to strike down Tang San with his staff. 4th soul skill, Infinite Stalwart Staff. A crimson true dragon materialized around the demon slayer Douluo, exuding an immense pressure that deterred others from advancing. 7th soul skill, Phantom Entity. From behind the ghost Douluo emerged a shadowy figure that directly intercepted the attack of the demon slayer Douluo, while the chrysanthemum Douluo attempted a sneak attack from behind. 5th soul skill, Shadow Blade Clone. A massive chrysanthemum manifested, its petals forged from metal. As the petals unfurled, they transformed into lethal blades, hurtling towards the demon slayer Douluo. In response, the demon slayer Douluo swung his staff, invoking his 3rd soul skill, True Dragon Guardian. The red dragon expanded dramatically, enveloping the demon slayer Douluo and shielding him from the assault of the moonlight chrysanthemum. Standing resolutely before Tang Xi, both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo proclaimed in unison, "We shall forever serve the esteemed pope." Tang Xi now holds the papal decree, appearing to ghost Douluo and the others as if the pope himself were present. 74 aggrieved. Tang Xi swallowed hard. That had been a close call. Su asked him if he truly wished to take his life. Ha ha ha, consider me an old man. The green toxic mist began to spread, and Douluo strolled leisurely out, approaching Tang San. The demon slayer Douluo furrowed his brow and urged, "I advise you to leave quickly. It is no small feat for us to reach the rank of title Douluo. And I do not wish to see the Douluo Continent lose 3 title Douluos due to a momentary lapse." The demon slayer Douluo grew increasingly arrogant. Tang Xi quipped, "Is this what they call a villain succumbing to verbosity?" Su's face darkened. He had never anticipated defeat at the hands of an inept ally. "Humph. That may not be the case," Tang Xi retorted, directing a cold gaze at Su. "It seems today you shall not be able to kill me, Su." Clenching his fists, Su turned away indifferently. "Demon Slayer, let us depart. I fear that Shen Xin has already arrived." Had they been in the dual stasis domains of Gui Mei and Yu Guanju, it would have been inevitable for the Demon Slayer to kill Tang San. But he never expected these two to betray him. Nevertheless, he did not wish to escalate matters at present. He had ample opportunities to eliminate Tang San. "Tang Xi, you and Tang San shall not escape. I will personally bring you back. If you dare deceive me, you shall understand the consequences." The demon slayer Douluo snorted coldly before retracting his hand, deeming it a waste of his time. Su cast a frosty glance at Yu Guanju and Gui Mei. Once they grasped the implied meaning, they approached Su directly. Yu Guanju released the celestial fungi from his hand, and a cloud of mist echoed through the canyon. The cloaked figures, upon receiving the signal, retreated willingly. "I believe, Tang Xi, that you owe us an explanation." Tang San struggled to rise, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Tang Xi. With a sudden shift in tone, he declared, "I suppose I should now address you as your holiness." The saintess. Xiao hurriedly supported Tang San, urging, "Please, don't be so agitated, San Gu. Perhaps Tang Xi has her reasons." At that moment, the sword Douluo Chen Xin and Ning Fingji also arrived at the scene, bewildered by the silent tableau before them, wondering what had transpired. Tang Xi had never seen Tang San treat her so harshly. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt a lump in her throat and began to weep. Although Tang San felt a pang of sympathy, he still pressed on with a stern demeanor, urging her not to cry and to reveal what had transpired over the years, including any instances of imprisonment. Ning Rongrong could no longer bear to witness this. She stepped in front of Tang Xi and exclaimed, "Brother San, your words are too harsh." "Too harsh?" Tang San retorted, aware that the Spirit Hall might harbor a deep-seated grudge against him. He wished to shield his sister, Tang Xi, from becoming entangled in this murky affair, and he certainly did not want to see her aligned with his enemies. Tang Xi felt a profound sense of grievance, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out, "If at this very moment I were not the saintess of the Spirit Hall, you would be gazing upon my cold, lifeless body." Tang Xi felt a profound sense of grievance as her words struck deeply at Tang San's heart. Daimyo Bai stepped forward, speculating, "Xiao Shi, could it be that the Spirit Hall has threatened you?" Upon learning that Tang Xi was a disciple of Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong regarded her with a complex expression. Unsure of how to respond, Douluo slowly remarked that in recent years, any promising younger generation not aligned with the Spirit Hall would inevitably face immediate assassination. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was all due to his own insignificance. A profound sense of regret washed over him as he reflected on how he had treated Xiaoxi just moments before. Tang Xi wept as she explained, however. My teacher Bibi Dong has treated me exceptionally well. She has granted me ample freedom to pursue my desires. The silver-haired youth, Su1, is my senior brother. A year ago, upon learning of my intention to depart from the Spirit Hall, he initiated a covert assassination attempt against me. As Tang Xi pondered, her feelings of grievance deepened. Tang San stepped forward, embracing her tenderly. I am sorry, my sister. I misjudged you. Oscar, intrigued, inquired, and then what happened? Tang Xi sniffed. And upon seeing my beauty, he decided to imprison me. Upon hearing this statement, Douluo could not contain his laughter. Tang San, the emotions I had just rendered were completely shattered by you, my dear sister. Tang Xi pouted her small lips and turned around to say. Then I seized the opportunity to escape. Little did I expect that he actually intended to kill me. Alas, we were once a pair of deskmates who cherished each other. Why the sudden urgency to harm? Tang San gently tapped Tang Xi's head with his hand and said, Sister, I am sincerely asking you a question. Tang Xi, wincing in pain, rubbed her head and cast a pitiful glance at Tang San, exclaiming, Oh brother, you are bullying me again. Xiao Wu found herself both amused and exasperated by the banter between the siblings. Yet, this was a welcome sight. For at least they were experiencing joy in the moment. Despite enduring immense suffering in silence, Tang Xi always managed to maintain an air of nonchalance before others. In the hall of the Spirit Hall, Suan knelt before Bibi Dong, who sat imperiously before him. Her cold gaze fell upon him, and she mused to herself about the excellent disciple she had raised. A year and a half ago, I allowed Tang Xi to leave the Spirit Hall. Yet you took it upon yourself to imprison her within the Douluo Hall. Furthermore, you dispatched 3 titled Douluos to hunt down your own junior sister. Is that so? Bibi Dong's sneer was a harbinger of her wrath. The grand hall was empty save for Bibi Dong and Suwan. Beads of sweat trickled down Suwan's back, his pallid lips betraying the punishment he had already endured. However, he remained unfazed, articulating each word with conviction. All of this is for the benefit of the Spirit Hall. Tang Xi, as your disciple, has aligned herself with the Tiando Empire. Her acceptance of your mentorship was merely a ploy to evade my pursuit. Bibi Dong's fury ignited as she lifted Suwan with her mind, hurling him violently against a nearby pillar. The resounding thud echoed in the hall as he crashed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Confused, he gazed at Bibi Dong, his voice hoarse as he continued. Tang Xi's brother, Tang San, is the son of Tang Hao. The Spirit Hall is their enemy. And if we do not eradicate the root of this issue, it will surely lead to future calamities. Bibi Dong reflected on Su Wen's words, recognizing the child's meticulous nature. He had always strived to achieve more, displaying remarkable diligence, but his heart was far too cold. Su Wen, I understand your good intentions. Yet you must never lay a hand on Tang Xi. Everyone has something they wish to protect. Tang Xi bestowed upon her a joy and warmth that had eluded her for decades. In the twilight of Tang Xi's life, her sole desire was to ensure that Tang Xi felt happiness and freedom. Love is reciprocal. Su Wan, however, was perplexed by these sentiments. His heart was slow to warm, and he did not wish to comprehend them. The author silently adds, one who solely pursues career is unworthy of love. Enduring the pain, Suwan leaned against a pillar and rose to his feet, ultimately bowing his head in concession. I understand, he whispered. I shall not harm Tang Xi. Yet Tang San must perish. Bibi Dong retorted sharply, not yet. In response to Suwan's bewilderment, Bibi Dong merely shook her head and stated, in a few months. You may take Tang San's life, but for now, I absolutely forbid you from laying a hand on anyone near Xiaoxi. Though Suwan was filled with questions, he recognized that his teacher had made a concession, and he would not refuse. Thus, he merely needed to bide his time for the opportune moment. 3 days later, the elite team from the Tiando Empire finally arrived at the lodgings in Seoul City. Ma Hongjun and Oscar embraced tightly, lamenting, we finally made it. We almost met our end on the journey. They attributed their safe arrival to Xiaoxi's papal decree, but were astonished to learn that she was indeed the saintess of the Spirit Hall. At this revelation, laughter erupted among the group. However, at that moment, Flanders emerged, declaring, Did you think arriving in Seoul City meant you were safe? Oscar, bewildered, replied, "Surely not, Dean. The Papal Hall is right here in Seoul City." "Do they really dare to act so brazenly in broad daylight?" Tang Xi gently patted Oscar on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Fear not, everyone. With me, Tang Xi. At the Spirit Hall, they dare not lay a finger on us." Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, "Indeed, Tang Xi is the most formidable." However, as she spoke, Tang Xi hesitated momentarily, adding, "But regarding the others at the Spirit Hall, I cannot be entirely certain. After all, I am merely a saintess without much real power. In comparison to the Douluo Hall or the Holy Sun Tzu, I find myself uncertain." Ma Hongjun lamented dramatically, "It can't be true." At that moment, Lu Erlong emerged from the balcony on the second floor, inquiring, "Tang Xi, why would Bibi Dong take you as her disciple?" Lu Erlong still harbored lingering feelings about Tang Xi being Bibi Dong's student. Oscar nodded in envy. Yes. Do share. I too wish to become the Pope's disciple." Flender shot a glance at Oscar, reminding him, "Your current teacher is still right here." Tang Xi smiled innocently, perhaps due to the fact that I possess twin martial souls. Although the teacher appears to be aloof on the surface, in reality, he is quite perceptive. Xiao Wu turned her head in dissatisfaction and huffed. That may not necessarily be the case. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong lowered his head, lost in thought. Tang San stepped forward to lighten the atmosphere. All right, he said. "The finals will take place in 3 days, so let us focus on our training for now." For the next 3 days, everyone dedicated themselves to cultivating their soul power to ensure they were in peak condition. Xiao Wu promptly achieved a breakthrough to level 40. And Lu Erlong took her to acquire her soul ring. The Spirit City, nestled at the foot of a mountain, was considerably smaller than Heavendoe City. Yet its architecture was remarkably grand and spectacular. The Hall of the Pope was constructed around a hill, its roof shaped like a hexagram. Above the Hall of the Pope loomed the legendary Douluo Hall, which, though much smaller, was made of exquisite white jade bricks. The Spirit Hall was a place every soul master aspired to reach. Xue Qinghe and the Soul Master team from the Heavendoe Empire settled in a restaurant on the western side of Spirit City. On the final day, Xiao Wu successfully obtained her 4th soul ring upon arriving in Spirit City. However, Lu Erlong wore a peculiar expression, for during the process of acquiring the soul ring, Xiao Wu had become separated from him. When Lu Erlong encountered Xiao Wu again, she had already secured her soul ring. According to Xiao Wu, she had fortuitously come across a severely injured soul beast during her quest, but at the time, no one paid it much heed, except for Tang Xi, who regarded Xiao Wu with a bemused smile. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu, upon transforming into human form, did not require a soul ring until she reached the 70th level, as she could automatically acquire the most suitable soul ring based on her own cultivation. Subsequently, the master arrived just in time before the competition to share some important notes regarding the tournament. A total of 32 teams would participate, and a lottery system would determine the competition order. After each team competed, there would be a day of rest, and the final 3 teams selected would be sent to the Spirit Hall for the ultimate championship, with whispers of soul bone rewards for the victor. Several hours passed, and Xue Qinghe came to lead the captains of each soul master team to the lottery draw. When Dai Mubai returned, his expression was grave. Their next opponent would be the Royal Academy of the Star Luo Empire. The atmosphere around Dai Mubai was tense. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not deterred. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She stepped forward and earnestly bowed to everyone, stating, "This competition holds immense significance for both Mubai and me. It even pertains to our very safety. I hope everyone can give their utmost effort." Tang Xi hurriedly assisted Zhu Zhuqing to her feet, and in that fleeting glance, she inadvertently beheld the fullness of Zhu Zhuqing's bosom. Tang Xi then cast a glance at her own modestly curved figure, pondering the pleasing sensation it might evoke. Upon sensing the fervent gaze directed towards her, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, prompting her to swiftly avert her eyes. Tang San added confidently, "Boss Dai, believe in yourself. We are destined to triumph." The 8 members of Shrek Academy exchanged encouraging glances. Tang San placed his palm at the center, and Tang Xie followed suit, placing her hand upon his. Subsequently, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun mirrored the gesture. All eyes turned to Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, who, deeply moved, also placed their hands atop the pile. The 8 of them rallied together, shouting in unison, "Victory is ours." As they arrived at the competition venue, they unexpectedly encountered the site of the Chiffon Academy's match. To their astonishment, members from the Chiffon Academy team included Hua Wu, Hua Wushuang, and Hua Yun from the Chiwa Academy. Later, the master discovered that these two academies had merged to form a new Chiffon Academy team, where all members had reached the Soul Master level, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Tang Xi sighed, acknowledging that this was indeed a prudent choice. For such a team possesses the strength to at least secure a place among the top 3 in the finals. In the Grand Hall of the Pope, where the Starry Royal team faced off against their opponents, Bibi Dong held her staff, gazing down at the championship scene below. Upon catching sight of Tang Xi, her expression softened immediately. It would soon be time for the young Xi to take the stage, and she eagerly anticipated the surprises that this past year had in store for her. Opposite Tang Xi, there was a young man from the opposing team who appeared languid throughout, his golden hair cascading behind him. Upon closer inspection, he exuded an air of authority reminiscent of the higher echelons, bearing a striking resemblance to Dai Mubai. Beside him stood a young lady, her figure voluptuous and skin fair, with a perpetual smile gracing her lips. She bore a resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, though lacking her frigid demeanor and possessing a softer essence instead. With a command, the Stardo Academy team unleashed their martial spirits, and the soul power fluctuations from Zhu Zhuyun and Davis became palpably evident. "Let us surprise them," Davis declared as his aura surged dramatically, shoulders broadening and stature towering, a devilish smile adorning his face. The Shrek team swiftly arranged themselves and similarly activated their martial spirits. A notable deviation this time being that Ning Rongrong took to the field. Remarkably, the collective strength of Shrek had surpassed level 40. The gazes of Zhu Xing, Dai Mubai, Davis, and Zhu Zhuyun clashed intensely in the air. The referee, positioned in the center, announced, "Begin." As the words echoed, Tang Xi's soul rings gradually descended around his waist, their colors manifesting as yellow, purple, black, and black. The opposing team was taken aback, for the third and fourth soul rings were already of the 10,000-year caliber. Bibi Dong was astonished at the age of Tang Xi's fourth soul ring, which likely exceeded 70,000 years. The third soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony, body weakening, was unleashed. The third eternal soul ring around Tang Xi's waist activated, causing delicate pink peonies to bloom upon the 7 individuals before her. The term body weakening, as its name suggests, is a collective skill that diminishes physical strength by 40, while simultaneously enhancing one individual's physical capacity by an upper limit of 200. Tang Xi waved at Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu ahead, both adorned with blooming peonies. Their physical enhancements stood at 60 and 40, denoting strength and speed respectively. With a delicate cry from Ning Rongrong, 2 beams of pink light enveloped Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu advanced, planting one foot firmly on the ground while the other struck towards Davis's waist, catching him off guard and sending him flying. "How is this possible? Why is my body so feeble?" Davis swiftly regained his footing, feeling a twinge of pain in his waist. As he squeezed his abdominal muscles, he discovered that his once 8-pack had dwindled to 6. The revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, and he glared fiercely at Tang Xi, realizing that her third spirit ability had diminished his physique. Where was the dignity of a man? Before Davis could dwell further on his humiliation, Dai Mubai initiated his assault. White Tiger Shield. A circle of golden light enveloped Davis, causing Dai Mubai to be pushed back a few steps. He then unleashed his third spirit ability, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. His stature grew slightly taller, enhancing his attack, defense, and strength by 100. Coupled with Tang Xi's augmentation of 60 and Ning Rongrong's enhancement of 30, Dai Mubai's total strength surged to an impressive 190. With ease, he shattered Davis's White Tiger Shield. Zhu Zhuqing quickly rushed forward, intervening just before Dai Mubai could strike Davis. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing advanced swiftly, her nails sharpening as she executed Phantom Stab. She targeted Zhu Zhuyun, who reacted promptly but still received several cuts on her arm. Tang Xi smiled faintly, activating the first soul ring skill of the bloodthirsty peony, staggering forward with an unsteady gait. As soon as Tang Xi's words fell, a peony blossomed upon Zhu Zhuyun, diminishing her speed by 40, which was then transferred to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuyun's pace slowed considerably, while Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly lunged at Zhu Zhuyun, leaving behind a shadow in midair as if she had instantly appeared behind her. With a chilling cry, she unleashed her 100 claws of the nether, her sharp talons raking across Zhu Zhuyun's form hundreds of times. Observing this, the members of the Starry Royal battle team contemplated rushing in to assist, as the Spirit Hall battle team made their entrance. Upon witnessing this, Tang San activated the fourth soul skill of Blue Silver Grass. A flash of azure light illuminated the ground, as hundreds of robust blue-silver grasses erupted from the earth, entwining tightly around the 5 members of the opposing team. The blue-silver grass ascended for several meters, accompanied by a brief dazzling effect. This was Tang San's latest research, a mutated fourth soul skill known as blue-silver stab. He then turned to Ma Hongjun behind him and shouted, "It's your turn, fatty." Ma Hongjun wiped his mouth, a grin spreading across his face as he excitedly replied, "Understood, Brother San." He unleashed his fourth soul skill, Phoenix crying to the sky, and the phoenix soared into the air, leaving in its wake a trail of searing magma that caused the blue-silver grass to tremble, enhancing the disorienting effect. Zhu Zhiyun reacted swiftly, evading the onslaught before joining forces with Davis to execute a martial soul fusion technique. A brilliant flash of white light illuminated the sky, and a colossal, red-glowing nether-white tiger emerged majestically. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai exchanged knowing smiles, clasping hands as they too transformed into a nether-white tiger. The 2 nether-white tigers locked eyes and engaged in a fierce battle. Tang Xi unleashed her soul skill, the flexible spiderweb, against the ethereal crimson-glowing phantom white tiger. This technique, a creation of her own, involved numerous flexible threads that intertwined around the pillars of the Duhan stage, forming a dense web to ensnare the phantom white tiger. In response, another phantom white tiger roared fiercely and struck at its counterpart, sending shockwaves that compelled Tang Xi to retract her web. The felled phantom white tiger collapsed and transformed into 2 humanoid figures, Zhu Zhiyun and Davis. The other phantom white tiger dissipated as well, revealing Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing. Had that powerful strike landed squarely on the chest, the 2 on the ground would surely have met their demise. Yet, Zhu Shiqing's heart softened, for this was her own sister. The referee gazed in astonishment at the swift conclusion of the duel. It was a decisive victory for the Shrek team. The Shrek team erupted in cheers, while Zhu Zhiyun, rising awkwardly, cast a conflicted glance at Zhu Shiqing, reflecting on the missed opportunity to eliminate her adversary. Observing this scene, Salus turned away with a scoff, muttering that without his family's saintess, how could Shrek Academy possibly claim victory? A girl with purple hair and green eyes approached Tang San, offering her congratulations. This was Digu Yin, her expression somewhat serious as she declared, "Next, it will be my turn against the Spirit Hall team in the finals. You should watch closely to see how the legendary Spirit Hall team engages in battle." As they passed by the Shrek team, it was the Tiando Royal team. Yu Tianheng spoke dejectedly, "It won't be long before we are knocked off the stage." Tang San's expression grew solemn. Could it be that the Spirit Hall is truly that formidable? Tang Xi stretched lazily and approached, gently patting Du Guyan's shoulder as a reminder, cautioning him that if he found himself unable to prevail, he should promptly concede. They would not be excessively harsh on him due to his grandfather being a titled Douluo, but his companions might not be afforded the same leniency. This statement instilled a sense of trepidation in Du Guyan, causing him to tremble slightly. The most exhilarating match was about to commence, featuring the Spirit Hall team versus the Star Luo Royal team. The members of the Spirit Hall team advanced slowly, with the foremost quartet being unfamiliar faces to the audience, as the previous match had only seen 3 representatives from the Spirit Hall triumph effortlessly. Among these 4, 2 were disciples of Pope Bibidong, embodying the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Leading the 4 was a boy with jet black hair, his strands standing erect like steel wires. To his right stood a girl with shoulder-length yellow hair and an appealing physique, while to his left was a boy with fiery red locks. These 3 were Xieyu's younger sister Hulaina, and Yin. Their appearances were unremarkable, yet they radiated an aura of unwavering confidence. Trailing behind them was a boy with dark purple-silver hair, exuding an air of mystery, his eyes a deep crimson hue. This enigmatic figure was Su-Wan. He cast a cold gaze towards Tang Xi in the audience, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Upon spotting Tang Xi, Hulaina excitedly raised her hand to greet her, exclaiming, "Hello, junior sister." This enthusiastic call from Hulaina instantly ignited a fervor among the previously silent audience, all eyes turning towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi felt a wave of embarrassment as Du Guyan exclaimed that Tang Xi was actually her junior sister. This revelation implied that Yu Tianheng had regained his composure, acknowledging that Tang Xi was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, Huo Wu, having witnessed the earlier scene, pondered the question, why would a member of the Spirit Hall compete in a team from another academy? Tang Xi was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Oh, senior sister. Why do you have to call me?" The gazes of the onlookers were directed at Tang Xi with a peculiar mix of confusion and disbelief. How could someone forsake the abundant resources of the Spirit Hall to join the Shrek team? Soon, however, Silence fell over the crowd as a more astonishing scene unfolded before them. The soul rings of the Spirit Hall team emerged. The first 4 members astonishingly displayed 5 soul rings each, adorned in the sequence of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, an optimal configuration. Yet, what truly left everyone dumbfounded was the soul rings of the silver-haired youth with dark purple locks, which were purple, purple, black, black, and black. The first soul ring alone was of the 1,000-year caliber. This was utterly extraordinary. The soul power levels of the 4 in the front were as follows. Su-1, a 53rd level control system soul master. Xiaoyu and Yin, both at 52nd level assault system soul masters. And Hulaina, a 51st level control system soul master. The remaining 3 were also soul masters in their 40s, but they paled in comparison to the prowess of the first 4. On the opposing side, Yu Tianheng was drenched in cold sweat. The moment that youth appeared, he sensed an unspoken aura radiating from him, one that was both dignified and beyond reproach. As the match commenced, Su-Wen raised his hand lightly, his expression devoid of emotion, and unleashed his first soul skill, Black Mist, centered on the Tiando royal team. A thunderous roar echoed as a cloud of black mist enveloped the 7 participants. Su-Wen's first soul skill possessed a potent corrosive effect, diminishing all sensory perceptions by 30. Any soul master trapped within this black mist for 5 minutes would surely meet their demise. Su-Wen's intention was to conceal his true strength. After which, Xiaoyu brandished a blood-red crescent blade and stepped into the mist. Within moments, one figure after another collapsed in the black fog, subsequently being hurled off the stage. In less than 3 minutes, the entire opposing team was annihilated. Su-Wen swiftly dissipated the black mist. Yet the faces of the 7 adversaries bore the horrifying marks of corrosion, revealing bone and flesh, an atrocity too gruesome to behold. Ning Rongrong felt nauseated and began to tremble, grappling with the reality of having to battle against such formidable foes. Tang Xi was also puzzled, as fellow travelers through time. Why was there such a vast disparity between her and Su-Wen? Tang Xi seemed to have come to a realization, as the opponent appeared to possess dual divine inheritances. Tang Xi wept, for this match was exceptionally thrilling, even capable of overshadowing the previous performances of the Shrek team. The Soul Hall's resting area was filled with cheers. Subsequently, the team leader represented them in the drawing of lots. After several rounds of competition, 6 teams successfully advanced, with the Soul Hall team undoubtedly exhibiting formidable strength. The Shrek team and the Divine Wind team also showcased commendable prowess, while the remaining 3 teams barely managed to keep up. All teams would rest for 3 days to recuperate, after which the final match would be held within the Soul Hall. During these 3 days of recovery, Tang Xi was far from idle, as she sought out Xueqinghe daily to play, which infuriated Tang San, who never showed Xueqinghe a pleasant demeanor. Oscar, on the side, offered consolation, saying, "Brother San, your sister will eventually marry one day." Tang San's expression darkened further. He then called Tang Xi over once more, admonishing her, "Sister, we must refine our standards. At the very least, when seeking a boyfriend, one should aspire to find someone akin to your brother. Xueqinghe is indeed a commendable individual, yet he is the crown prince and will inevitably become the emperor of the Tiando Empire. Tang San harbors no desire for his sister to entangle herself in the irrevocable turmoil of royal conflicts, especially given the emperor's notorious callousness." Tang San, increasingly irritated by the sight of Xueqinghe, could not hide his displeasure. Yet, Tang Xi, with an unwavering sparkle in her eyes, exclaimed, "But the crown prince is undeniably handsome." Tang San spat out blood, questioning who truly was your highness' elder brother. Was it him or your biological brother? That evening, Tang Xi stealthily sought out Xueqinghe for a visit. Xueqinghe, engrossed in a book by the window, couldn't help but smile upon catching sight of Tang Xi from below, his demeanor softening considerably. Without a moment's hesitation, Xueqinghe descended the stairs to meet Tang Xi, who immediately greeted him with a playful grimace. Amused, Xueqinghe inquired, "Are you not afraid your brother will be upset for seeking me out in such a manner?" Tang Xi shook her head and stepped forward to embrace Xueqinghe, smiling innocently. "It's all right. If you don't say anything, neither will I, and my brother won't find out." Xueqinghe had gently ruffled Tang Xi's curly hair, feeling a warmth in his heart. Tang Xi, sensing that the moment was right, looked up and inquired, "Elder brother, the crown prince, it is indeed a rare occasion for you to visit the Spirit Hall. Surely, you must wish to pay a visit to our esteemed teacher?" Tang Xi's teacher is Bibi Dong. The mere thought of her so-called mother, Xueqinghe, plunged her into silence. I am her disgrace. She would never wish to see me. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi felt a surge of urgency. The grievances of a past life should not entangle the next generation. Surely, the Crown Prince has much to express to his mentor. Why not attempt to articulate the thoughts that reside within your heart? Do not persist in suppressing your emotions. Some misunderstandings ought not to deepen to the point where one is left with nothing but regret when it is too late. After Tang Xi finished speaking, Xueqinghe gazed intently at her, noticing the slight embarrassment on Tang Xi's face. Unable to contain her laughter, Xueqinghe chuckled. How can such a small mind hold so many principles? As laughter filled the air, Xueqinghe's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, a warmth blossoming within her heart. At times, she pondered why fate had not brought her to Tang Xi sooner. Yet, she felt an immense gratitude for having encountered such a remarkable girl in her lifetime. A beacon of light illuminating her dark existence, striving to pull her from the depths of despair. However, she pondered, if she were not in that abyss, what strength would she possess to protect the Spirit Hall and safeguard the girl standing before her? Tang Xi felt an overwhelming surge of compassion as she witnessed Xueqinghe shedding tears. She delicately rose onto her toes and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Xueqinghe's eyes. Do not weep. You have me by your side. I shall forever stand beside you. Tang Xi was acutely aware that she had but 2 months left to live. Thus, she earnestly wished for Qian Renxue to mend her relationship with teacher Bibi Dong, hoping that it would at least not escalate to the point of drawing swords against one another. Tang Xi gazed earnestly at Xueqinghe. Prince brother, would you grant me a favor? Xueqinghe was elated, for this was the first time Tang Xi had made a request of her. Without a moment's hesitation, Xueqinghe replied, what do you desire? Anything that belongs to me, be it soul bones, soul rings, or power, I can provide for you. Tang Xi tightly embraced Xueqinghe, a gesture imbued with profound emotions of reluctance, akin to that of dear friends on the verge of parting. I only ask that you be a touch more selfish. Tang Xi spoke slowly, urging her elder brother, the Crown Prince, to take better care of himself. I understand the burdens you bear as a member of the Spirit Hall, and the myriad grievances that weigh upon your heart. Should the pressures become unbearable, allow yourself a moment of indulgence to release your pent-up emotions. Cherish those who were present in your life, especially your grandfather. For when you ascend to the divine position, it is not the supreme cultivation that you will possess, but rather an overwhelming solitude. Having pondered deeply, Tang Xi found herself at a loss for further words. With a heavy sigh, she concluded, for now, let this suffice. I have yet to articulate any more thoughts. Xueqinghe gazed at Tang Xi in a daze, then, with a wry smile, remarked, Little Xi, why do I feel as though you are bequeathing your last wishes? Tang Xi, it is merely the arrangement of matters to come. However, Xueqinghe felt a pang in her heart, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Xi, truly. You need not consider everything for my sake. You may also think of your own desires. Whatever you yearn for, I am willing to grant you. I merely ask that you indulge in a touch of selfishness. Tang Xi pondered for a moment, and suddenly enlightenment struck her. Oh, I have realized, she exclaimed, that Prince Brother must never forget little Xi. Tang Xi understood that the lifespan of a deity is exceedingly prolonged. With Su Wen present, Qian Renxue would not meet the fate of a shattered divine position. Her desire to leave an indelible mark of her existence in this world was merely a wish to ensure that Qian Renxue would not forget her. Xueqinghe's eyes reddened. What kind of wish was this? How could she possibly forget the most significant person in her life? How could that ever be? The following morning, the Shrek team arrived at the gates of the Spirit Hall, joined by 6 other teams. Pope Bibi Dong stood high in the papal hall, gazing down upon the gathered crowd. Upon noticing Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong walking hand in hand, her grip on the scepter tightened, a surge of resentment swelling within her. After a lengthy introduction, Bibi Dong finally addressed the rewards for the ultimate champion, languidly announcing that the champion of this competition would receive 2 soul bones, each over 10,000 years old, the left leg bone of swift advance and the right arm bone of fiery eruption. With a wave of her left hand, the 2 soul bones materialized before the astonished audience. Rare soul bones, indeed, and of such ancient caliber. This time, the Spirit Hall was truly generous. As Bibi Dong concluded her remarks, Tang Xi was taken aback, glancing at Bibi Dong in disbelief. How was this different from the original narrative? Was it not supposed to be 3 soul bones, including the skull of wisdom, the embodiment of mental concentration? Tang Xi harbored her doubts deep within. For the time had come for the lottery competition that would determine eliminations. Each team designated a member to participate in individual matches, vying to select the top 3 teams. The Shrek team, opting for a strategic retreat, deliberately forfeited their match to avoid facing the Spirit Hall team, subsequently competing against Chiffon Academy for the final qualifying spot. However, this time, Tang Xi did not take to the arena. Instead, mirroring the original storyline, the Shrek formation executed a breathtaking 7-man soul fusion technique. Ultimately, the triumphant teams that secured their places among the top 3 were the Shrek team, the Spirit Hall team, and an unknown team. The champion would be determined in the competition to be held the following day. When Bibi Dong announced the results of the day's matches, she notably emphasized that Yu Xiaojiang held the status of Elder Yu within the Spirit Hall. This remark incited a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. How could a mere soul master of only level 29 possibly be an elder of the Spirit Hall? Typically, the elders of the Spirit Hall are not only expected to possess the rank of title Douluo but also to have made significant contributions to the organization. How could someone like Yu Xiaojiang possibly be regarded as an elder? Tang Xi found herself in a state of helplessness. Her teacher ultimately could not escape the clutches of affection. While others, even masters, had already found new romantic partners, her teacher remained entangled in the past with an ex-boyfriend. However, it was not long before Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon Tang Xi, as she emphatically declared that Tang Xi was the saintess of their Spirit Hall, warning that anyone who dared to bully her would be opposing their esteemed organization. Such unabashed adoration. Tang Xi responded with a radiant smile directed at Bibi Dong. This gesture slightly improved Bibi Dong's image in Xiaowu's eyes, revealing that she was not entirely devoid of warmth. Yet, the fact that she had absorbed her mother's soul ring remained distasteful. That evening, the Shrek 8 monsters convened to discuss their strategic plans before the impending battle. Tang Xi was the first to speak, expressing her understanding of the Golden Generation. She stated that Hulaina and Xie had yet to unleash their soul fusion technique, undoubtedly reserving it for the final battle as a trump card. Ma Hongjun, dismissing her perspective, retorted that they too possessed a trump card, namely, herself and San Ge. His gaze flitted between Tang San and Tang Xi, while Oscar nodded in agreement, affirming that with the two siblings as their secret weapon, there was nothing to fear from the Spirit Hall. Tang Xi pondered, feeling that matters were far more complex than they appeared, especially concerning that Su-Wan. Ning Rongrong inquired, Shashi, why do you always pay such close attention to that Su-Wan? Tang Xi's gaze suddenly sharpened. Su-Wan's age was akin to mine. Yet his soul power was at the remarkable level of 53, with his first soul ring being a millennium in age. Tang San gently patted Tang Xi's shoulder, offering words of comfort. So what if there are challenges? As long as the 8 extraordinary members of Shrek Academy stand together, we need not fear anything. We must simply remain resolute and forge ahead. Indeed, Tang Xi sighed, realizing she had overthought the matter. Tang San raised his right hand, and immediately, the other 7 followed suit, their hands stacked together as they shouted in unison, "Victory is ours." The next day, the Shrek 8 stood in a neat formation under the leadership of Yu Xiaojiang as they stepped out of the door. Even the typically laid-back Flander appeared considerably more serious. As they walked through the streets, they captured the attention of many passers-by. Although their attire was adorned with advertisements, no one dared to mock them. After all, only those who possess true strength can reach the finals of the elite competition at the prestigious academy. Originally, the competition permitted only 7 members from each team to participate. However, with Tang Xi's involvement, both teams would ultimately field 8 members. The Shrek 8 stood united, an inseparable force. Each member of the Shrek team bore a solemn expression, and the very air around them grew heavy with silence. Sunlight streamed toward the gates of the Spirit Hall, casting its rays upon the 8. Each step they took upon the stone steps fortified their resolve, reinforcing their determination for victory. As the gates of the Spirit Hall swung open, the 8 members of the Spirit Hall's team awaited them on the steps. A chilling and murderous aura erupted in that instant, particularly intensified by the coldness emanating from Su-Wan. The Shrek 8's pace slowed. The captain, Xie, spoke, "I admire your ability to reach this stage, but the gap in soul power is insurmountable." Captain Daimubai of Shrek, undeterred, stepped forward resolutely, asserting, "How can one reach a conclusion without testing the waters?" Hulaina's gaze lingered on Tang Xi for a moment, her face breaking into a smile. "My dear junior sister, I shall show no mercy." Tang Xi responded with a smile, indicating that the mercy shown might not solely come from the senior sister, but could also originate from me. Su-Wen's eyes, filled with animosity, remained fixed on Tang Xi, prompting Tang San to keenly sense the tension and approach her, returning Su-Wen's gaze with a piercing intensity. Furrowing his brow and clenching his fists, Su-Wen silently vowed, "Tang San, there will come a day when I shall end your life." High above, the majestic papal palace, The esteemed Pope Bibidon focused his full attention on the unfolding match. Several titled Douluos took their seats in succession, while Tang Hao observed discreetly from a corner. Under the leadership of the red-clad leader, each team returned to their designated positions. The Shrek team and the Spirit Hall team exchanged fierce glances. The air thick with an electric tension. Prepare. As the red-clad leader's words fell, each participant assumed their battle stance. However, Tang Xi's gaze scanned each titled Douluo present. Sensing an underlying discord, the match commenced. With the red-clad leader stepping aside, ample space was granted for the two teams to engage in combat. 83 Spirit Hall team versus Shrek's 8 monsters. The 4 soul rings around Tang Xi's waist shimmered in a rhythmic pattern, beginning with the 4th ring, followed by black, purple, and yellow. Behind Tang Xi bloomed a magnificent and colossal peony, its petals adorned in delicate shades of pink, while the heart of the flower had deepened to a rich crimson hue. Surrounding the peony were slender, white tendrils. Gazing across at the 8 members of the Spirit Hall, Hulaiina's spirit was that of a fox. Yan's spirit embodied the Flame Lord, and Xiaoyu wielded the Moon Blade, whereas Su Wen's spirit manifested as an eerie wisp of black mist, belonging to the dark attribute. Contrary to the original narrative, where Hulaiina would initiate the encounter with her enchanting allure. It was Su Wen who stepped forward to unleash his first soul skill, the encroaching black mist. With a resounding boom, the dark mist spread across the arena's center. Exuding a potent corrosive effect, ordinary soul masters could not endure its grasp for more than 5 minutes before being reduced to a pool of viscous fluid. Soon after, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar experienced intense sensations of burning upon their skin, yet Tang Xi and the others, possessing formidable constitutions, suffered significantly lesser damage. Tang San shouted towards Oscar, "Oscar, quickly produce the sausages." "All right." A flash of golden light emanated from Oscar's palm as he swiftly conjured 8 identical flying mushroom sausages. Each of the Shrek 8 monsters received 1 sausage, but Tang Xi alone chose to stow the sausage away, instead directly unleashing the Blood Phoenix butterfly soul bone. As Tang Xi's thoughts stirred, immense crimson butterfly wings unfurled behind her. With each graceful flap of the wings, luminous red specks cascaded down, potent enough to erode a person's very essence. Tang Xi soared into the sky, breaking free from the ominous black mist, leaving the other 7 in awe as they beheld the wings sprouting from her back. While the others bore blue wings, Tang Xi's were a striking crimson, resembling those of a butterfly. With a gentle smile, she chose not to speak, instead directing her gaze toward the Soul Master Hall's battle team below. Particularly astonished was Tang San, who, possessing an external soul bone himself, could not fail to recognize the nature of her wings. They were undeniably external soul bones. Yet, why had his sister chosen to conceal the existence of her soul bones until this very duel? The revelation was astonishing. Yu Xiaojing was equally taken aback. External soul bones. Joining in their astonishment were Hulaiina, Xiaoyu, and Yan, as they marveled at the fact that a soul master of over level 40 possessed not 1, but 2 soul bones. Tang Xi is indeed a prodigy, one might even say a genius. However, when compared to Su Wenny, he appears somewhat lacking. Su Wenny had long anticipated that Tang Xi's external soul bone would not elicit much surprise. Instead, he scoffed with disdain, exclaiming, "Do you truly believe that possessing the ability to fly can allow you to evade my black mist? That is a grave miscalculation." Tang San, perceiving an anomaly within the dark mist through his purple extreme magic eye, immediately turned and shouted, "Beware of the black mist." Time was of the essence. As black blades swiftly materialized from the depths of the fog, hurtling toward the Shrek 7. The blades unmistakably targeted Ning Rongrong, the one with the weakest defenses. Terrified, she evaded momentarily, yet was still struck. This was merely the beginning, for there was not just 1 blade. 4 or 5 additional blades sliced through the mist simultaneously, all aimed at the vulnerable Ning Rongrong and Oscar. In a moment of desperation, Ma Hongjun unleashed a fiery blast, but the flames failed to inflict any harm upon the blades. A minute later, as the black mist dissipated, the flight of the mushroom-like entity concluded. Tang San skillfully maneuvered his blue-silver grass to catch the 7 of them, while only Tang Xi remained airborne. Unfortunately, Ning Rongrong and Oscar bore multiple wounds inflicted by the blades, suffering excruciating pain. Xiao Wu rushed over, filled with concern. "How are you holding up, Rongrong?" Zhu Zhiqing, struggling to maintain her footing, felt dizzy, and it was Dai Mu Bai who supported her. "Zhu Qing, how are you faring?" he inquired, his face etched with worry. In the arena, the Spirit Hall team faced off against the Shrek 7. The malevolent Yu erupted into laughter, mocking, "Ha ha ha. You couldn't even withstand Su Wen's first soul skill. What hope do you have of standing on this battle platform? The members of Shrek wore solemn expressions, their hearts aflame with indignation. Even Ning Rongrong and Oscar, hand in hand, managed to rise to their feet, determined to persist. We will never concede until the final moment, Ning Rongrong declared resolutely. The other six supported one another, their faces reflecting unwavering determination as they gazed at the Spirit Hall team. Even Hulaina appeared somewhat swayed. Witnessing such a resilient group truly was an awe-inspiring sight. Tang Xi curled her lips into a faint smile. What, have you all forgotten my existence? Tang Xi soared through the air, her hand clutching a peony that suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance. As the light spread, her fourth eternal soul ring shimmered with increasing intensity. The bloodthirsty peony's fourth soul skill, divine light of healing. The intense golden light pierced the eyes of those below, rendering them unable to see. As the golden rays enveloped the members of Shrek, their wounds rapidly healed, and they felt a surge of vitality coursing through them. This fourth soul skill possessed the power to heal all. Capable of mending even the gravest injuries, it was indeed a divine gift. Su Wen gazed on in astonishment, acutely aware of the awe-inspiring presence exuded by the fourth soul ring, a manifestation of unassailable divine majesty. Undoubtedly, it was a divinely bestowed soul ring. Ning Rongrong looked on with delight as her own wounds vanished, and the seven exchanged joyful glances before promptly transitioning back into combat mode. Xiaoyu cast a wary glance at his companions and whispered, "Proceed as planned." Yen, raising his fist, charged towards Tang San, while the final support teammate of the martial Soul Hall team directed their supportive light towards Yen, enhancing his speed even further. Tang San was compelled to retreat to the side, using blue silvergrass to ensnare Yen, only to find his efforts thwarted by Yen's astonishing force. The other three members of the Spirit Hall team swiftly surrounded the remaining six from Shrek, launching their assault. Dai Mubai chuckled, remarking that these three spirit masters dared to capture the six of them. With a flourish, the white tiger spirit behind him expanded, doubling in size as the white tiger barrier and white tiger King Kong both activated, amplifying his strength, defense, and speed by a factor of 2. As for power and speed, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun were joining forces, aiming to eliminate one of the spirit masters. Hulaina gracefully shifted, spinning to position herself before the teammate threatened with attack. A faint pink glow shimmered, enhancing Hulaina's beauty, leaving even Ma Hongjun momentarily entranced. Are you truly capable of harming me? Hulaina's cool, sultry voice resonated, causing even Tang Xi to blush. Xiao Wu remained unaffected, but Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were left dazed for quite some time. Zhu Zhiqing, feeling disgruntled, turned her head away with a cold snort, remarking, "All men are the same." Tang San noticed the scene over here and shouted, "Do not look at her." As Tang San spoke, Yen had already approached him, molten lava erupting from the ground. Tang San swiftly employed the Xianyu hand to intercept Yen's dual fists. At level 52, the Battle Soul King Yen was indeed formidable after several exchanges. Tang San found himself unable to retaliate. In a flash, Xiaoyu swung the moon blade towards his sister Hulaina, while a beam of supportive light shot towards him. The moment Xiaoyu collided with Hulaina, a crimson glow emanated. With a resounding crash, the red light enveloped the two, and a thick pink mist began to spread from the center of Hulaina and Xiaoyu, engulfing all but Tang San and Tang Xi among the Shrek 8 monsters. From within the mist emerged an androgynous figure wielding a moonblade. This was the martial soul fusion technique of Hulaina and Xiaoyu, Enchantress. Within the pink fog, everyone's senses were dulled by 50, and all attributes were similarly diminished. With the fusion technique, Hulaina and Xiaoyu incapacitated 6 members of the Shrek 8, leaving the other 2 to be dealt with by Su Wen and Yen, a most optimal solution. Though it caught Tang Xi entirely off guard as she was entangled in a struggle with Su Wen. In the midst of the pink mist, the 6 felt their bodies grow heavy, each movement becoming increasingly arduous, and they even lost their sight, unable to perceive anything. Ma Hongjun panicked, and even Dai Mubai felt a sense of urgency. Enduring the unknown dangers was a torturous experience. Xiao Wu pinched her leg, reminding herself to stay alert. For her brothers Tang San and Tang, she were still fighting outside. However, Oscar and Ning Rongrong could no longer hold on. Oscar lacked sufficient soul power to conjure flying mushroom sausages in such a short time, and had to resort to creating the invigorating pink sausage instead. Hee, can you see us? The eerie figure of Enchantress flickered within the mist, swiftly dispatching Oscar, for Su Wen had previously stated, Never underestimate the role of food-type soul masters. They should be the first to be eliminated. The anguished cries echoed continuously within the fog as one figure after another fell, causing Yu Xiaojing to feel a pang of sympathy, rendering him unable to bear witnessing the unfolding of the match. Tang San was compelled to unleash the 8 spider lances, and from his back sprouted 8 robust and grotesque legs, adorned in hues of purple and black. These legs were bifurcated, with their tips culminating in sharp and extraordinarily resilient spider stings. The molten lava erupting from the ground obstructed Tang San's path, and as Yan aimed to strike him with a fierce punch, Tang San invoked the blue-silver prison to thwart Yan's assault. Meanwhile, Tang Xi, endowed with the ability to fly, found herself evading the mist blades that Su Wen hurled in an attempt to subdue her. As the pink mist dissipated, 6 of the Shrek 7 lay grievously wounded upon the ground, and the alluring figure of the fusion between Hulaina and Xiaoyu emerged. The enchanting voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, echoed, expressing astonishment at the formidable nature of Tang San's soul bone. Let us utilize that technique to vanquish Tang San. Thereafter, our junior sister Tang, she shall have little to fear. The enchanting figure clasped 2 moon blades, connecting their tips to form a crescent moon, which she positioned behind her. Tang San, you were fortunate to witness my ultimate move. With that, the enchanting figure spun gracefully, and the crescent formed by the moon blades whirled above, generating a formidable tornado. With a glimmer of determination in her eyes, Tang Xi seized the moment. The 4th spirit skill of the lifeline, the puppet on strings. The enchanting figure was ensnared by numerous threads, and behind her loomed a pair of colossal phantom hands that dictated the movements of the enchantress. While Tang Xi's 4th spirit skill granted her the ability to manipulate others, the sole power of the fusion technique, the enchantress, soared above 60 levels. Thus, Tang Xi could only exert control over the enchantress for a fleeting 10 seconds. Yet, this brief span was more than sufficient. With her command, Tang Xi directed the enchantress to whirl the crescent moon into a tornado that surged towards the other members of the Spirit Hall battle team. Tang Xi's complexion was pallid, clearly indicating a depletion of spiritual energy. However, suspended in midair, she possessed an undeniable advantage, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to mount an attack against her. Tang Xi initially directed the enchanting demon to assault Su Wen, who was desperately evading the attacks. He had never anticipated that Tang Xi possessed such a formidable trump card. However, Su Wen was unable to retaliate against his own ally, compelling him to continue his evasive maneuvers. Yet, inadvertently, he still suffered injuries, with visible marks on his arms, back, and face. In disbelief, the demon exclaimed, "How is this possible? I cannot control my own body." The unexpected turn of events brought forth by Tang Xi left everyone present utterly astounded. To possess a soul skill capable of controlling others is indeed a remarkable feat. Even Bibi Dong gazed in awe, though it is lamentable that fate seems to conspire against the gifted. Yet, Tang Xi had an operation that astonished the crowd even further. The confrontation between the 86th Spirit Hall team and the Shrek 8 monsters unfolded. Tang Xi skillfully commanded the enchanting spirit with one hand while simultaneously employing her second soul skill, the resilient spider silk, entangle. Hundreds of silken threads ensnared the 4 Soul Hall team members who were attempting to evade. Despite their desperate struggles, escape proved futile as they helplessly witnessed the approaching menace. The arena echoed with agonizing screams, and in the final moments before the 4 Soul Hall members succumbed, Tang Xi could no longer maintain her altitude and plummeted from the air. Upon witnessing this, Tang San immediately rushed over to embrace Tang Xi. Due to the excessive expenditure of soul power, the fusion technique of their martial souls disbanded, reverting Hulaina and Xiaoyu back to their original forms. However, both were panting heavily, clearly too fatigued to continue the battle. Thus, the battlefield was left with Su Wen, Yan, Tang Xi, and Tang San. Yet, it was evident that Tang Xi had expended too much energy. If they could eliminate Tang San, the championship would undoubtedly belong to the Spirit Hall. Tang San gazed at his sister with a heart full of concern and gently inquired, "Do not exert yourself too much. It may cause your heart to ache. Leave it to your elder brother." Tang Xi's lips bled in a serpentine pattern, the crimson fluid tracing a winding path down her face, which had turned as pale as death, as if she were on the brink of departing from this world. "I'm fine, brother. I can endure." Tang Xi stood up unsteadily, a surge of pain radiating from her chest, making even the act of breathing significantly more arduous. Yet, the duel was far from over. The bloodthirsty peony unleashed her second soul technique, soul power extraction. Tang Xi's soul force exploitation allows her to seize 30 units of other soul power and replenish her own. However, there is no limit to the number of individuals from whom she can extract this power. It can be done collectively. The peony blossomed upon the arms of Su Wen and Yin, as Su Wen distinctly felt his soul force rapidly diminishing. The peony subsequently withered, while Tang Xi's complexion took on a much healthier hue. The mutual restoration of their soul power indicated that Tang Xi had regained her strength to 60 units. Tang Xi once again unfurled her blood-red butterfly wings, soaring gracefully in the air. "Brother, from now on, leave the rest to us." Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpening with intensity. "The glory of Shrek shall be entrusted to the two of us." Tang Xi Fei hovered in midair, her beauty striking yet tinged with an ethereal quality. The pallor of her skin, coupled with the crimson trace at the corner of her mouth, imbued her with a haunting allure. "Surely, you have yet to witness the manifestation of my soul bone and soul skills." Tang Xi smiled faintly, and at her center, a crimson halo emerged from the ground. In an instant, 100 peonies blossomed simultaneously, releasing waves of enchanting fragrance that wafted through the air, intoxicating the senses with their ethereal aroma. The floral fragrance unleashed by Tang Xi enveloped the surroundings, rendering individuals devoid of all five senses, hearing, sight, smell, taste, and touch, completely extinguished. However, Tang San possessed the purple extreme magic eye, which granted him the ability to perceive and manipulate the blue-silver grass that had latched onto Yin. Seizing the moment, he wielded the Haotian hammer to strike at Yin. Deprived of his senses, Yin was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of panic, launching erratic attacks, yet still fell prey to Tang San's stratagem. A resounding blow landed upon Yin's neck, followed by another upon his lower back, and a final strike directed at his chin. With a violent thrust, Yin was sent flying a considerable distance, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hulaina and Xiaoyu, witnessing the unfolding chaos, yearned to assist, yet found themselves powerless due to their lack of soul power. Hulaina felt a pang of guilt, realizing her own negligence. Su Wen remained stationary, making no move, but instead offered a chilling smirk, addressing Tang Xi. "Ah, Tang Xi, do not hold it against me. That move was not one I desired to employ." The battle between the Spirit Hall team and the Shrek 8 monsters intensified. The black mist surrounding Su Wen thickened ominously as Tang San approached him. The 8 spider spears behind him writhed with anticipation, their spider-like limbs lunging towards Su Wen. However, upon contact with the black mist, the limbs trembled violently, as the mist swiftly corroded the upper halves of the 8 protruding appendages. Su Wen's second soul skill, Dark Dissolution, possessed the formidable capability to dissolve anything in its path, nullifying soul skills and eroding physical matter alike. Tang San let out a low, muffled grunt, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the specter of death had descended upon him, a lingering terror of mortality that still haunted him. Yet, as the agonizing torment of the encroaching soul bone began to overwhelm him, he could only cry out in despair. Tang San cried out in agony. Even the merciless Dugu Bo could hardly bear to witness it. The soul bone, akin to a bone embedded within one's own body, inflicted a torment unparalleled, its insidious erosion evoking the most excruciating pain. Su Wen curled his lips into a smile, his icy gaze fixed upon Tang Xi, for this was merely the beginning. Surrounding Su Wen were numerous orbs of black mist, both large and small. Subsequently, the 5th soul ring at his waist began to tremble incessantly. The 5th soul skill, Dark Sphere Detonation. Tang Xi gazed at the approaching black orb, an unprecedented sense of crisis churning within her heart. In that moment, the desire to flee overwhelmed her, and her pupils widened in terror. Suddenly, with the explosion of one black orb, a series of subsequent detonations ensued. A tremendous dark radiance engulfed Tang Xi, as if it sought to tear her asunder. As the black mist dissipated, the arena bore the scars of deep craters, a testament to the formidable force of the recent onslaught. Tang Xi, Xue Qinghe, unable to suppress the urge to rescue her, was halted by the red-clad leader. "The match is not yet concluded. I implore you, Your Highness, to exercise restraint," the red-clad leader cautioned, leaving Xue Qinghe to clench his fist in frustration, watching helplessly. Tang Xi spat out blood, plummeting straight down from the sky, her crimson butterfly wings shattered and tattered. Bang! Tang Xi fell to the ground, and an immense impact surged through her, bringing forth a dolorous sensation as if her very organs had been mercilessly shattered. Tang San had already collapsed in a pool of blood, unconscious. Yet, miraculously, golden light emanated from Tang Xi, healing her wounds. This was a divine blessing bestowed by the angel god. No matter how grievous the injuries, a mere fragment of the angel god's power could effectuate their healing. Tang Xi resolutely rose to her feet, displaying not the slightest inclination to concede defeat. Su furrowed his brow and approached Tang Xi step by step, questioning her persistence in the face of such adversity. Bai Dong turned her gaze away. Tang Xi's garments were already stained crimson with blood. Yet she still managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Her indomitable spirit evoked profound admiration. The blood on Tang Xi's forehead obscured her vision, and she felt an overwhelming pain throughout her body, as though her bones were dislocated and her heart shattered. Su, you have always been so conceited. Tang Xi raised her head and managed a defiant smile as the white threads surrounding her transformed into slender and sharp needles. At her command, they pierced Su's wrist and the tendons of his limbs. The first soul skill, venomous needle threads. Tang Xi weakly uttered these words, her consciousness already beginning to wane. Su let out a cold snort, contemplating the dissolution of the threat with his second soul skill, however, the needle thread, upon piercing through the dark mist of Su's palm, suddenly detonated. Concealed within the thread was explosive material, its power rivaling that of his fifth soul skill. Su's pupils widened, seemingly unable to comprehend the outcome. He had indeed underestimated Tang Xi. She was not merely a soul master, but also a scientist who had received numerous national awards. The explosion occurred perilously close to Su's heart, the tremendous force propelling him several meters away, inflicting severe damage upon his internal organs. As Tang Xi witnessed Su collapse, she too could no longer endure, closing her eyes and succumbing to unconsciousness. In the aftermath of the explosion, Su lost consciousness as well. The scene was chaotic, with members of both teams rendered unconscious. Yet, the championship had yet to be determined. Bibi Dong struck the ground forcefully with her scepter, calmly declaring that both teams had exhausted their strength and were unable to continue. Thus, I announced these two teams as joint champions, each receiving a soul bone. Is there any dissent? Regarding the announcement of the book, it is set to launch on October 1st. In the rush, I have not prepared much, but I will provide several updates in the following days, with 2 updates daily. I aim to complete the story by the end of the winter break, and I plan to finalize it before the summer of 2023, as I will be entering my senior year and will have limited time for writing. After the launch, some readers may choose to abandon the story, but that is perfectly fine. I do not oppose you reading elsewhere. However, I would appreciate it if you could leave comments or votes, as it lets me know that there are still readers engaged with the narrative. I also extend my gratitude to all the supporters who have been with me. I never anticipated that this casual writing endeavor would resonate with so many. I take your comments seriously, but due to school, I am unable to respond promptly. I have a general idea of the characters' endings. The journey may be somewhat arduous, but the beloved and resilient character archetype will remain unchanged. Bibi Dong and Chen Renxue are among my favorite characters, and I cannot bear to see them meet untimely fates. As for Qian Daolu, I am still contemplating his fate. Regarding the protagonists, rest assured, the anticipated chasing the wife to the ends of the earth scenario will indeed unfold. I do not perceive the earlier hardships as particularly burdensome. The most excessive action by the male lead primarily involves restricting the female lead's freedom. If this novel does not suit your taste, please feel free to click the exit button on the left. If you do not love it, please refrain from inflicting harm or leaving negative reviews, as encountering such critiques can be quite disheartening. With that said, those who have reached this chapter are undoubtedly true fans. I hope you do not mind if I request a comment or a vote. I will strive to continue writing diligently and aim to reach the conclusion before the winter break. As the crowd fell silent, no one questioned the Pope Bibi Dong's decision. Nor did anyone deem the outcome of this battle unjust, for this duel surpassed any spectacle on the Douluo Continent. It epitomized the spirit of combat, embodying the principle of never surrendering while one still draws breath. The members of Shrek immediately surrounded Tang Xi and Tang San, along with the other Shrek 7 monsters. Bibi Dong descended, accompanied by 2 elders, while Ning Fingji stepped forward, wielding the 7 treasure-glazed Tao Pagoda. However, the injuries on the field were far more complex than Ning Fingji had anticipated. He advised Pope Bibi Dong, "Your Holiness, both teams have sustained severe injuries and will likely require 2 days of recuperation to regain their senses." Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Tang Xi. With a heavy sigh, she instructed Yu Guan and Gue Mei to disseminate orders, dispatching the finest healing soul masters from the Spirit Hall to effectuate a cure, while postponing the awards ceremony until the day after tomorrow. A day later, Bibi Dong stood by Su Wen's bedside for an extended period. When Su Wen finally awoke, she let out a cold snort. So you have finally come to. Upon opening his eyes, Su Wen was beset with excruciating pain throughout his body, yet his first thought was of his teacher. What about the championship, master? He inquired urgently, cursing himself for having been led astray by Tang Xi, ultimately resulting in his fainting. Bibi Dong sighed, remarking, both you and Tang Xi are too tenacious. The championship has been jointly claimed by our Spirit Hall team and the Shrek team. Su Wen nearly spat blood, his resentment towards Tang Xi intensifying. How could Shrek possibly win the championship? Bibi Dong cast a disapproving glance at Su Wen, quietly asserting, Su Wen, I have never wished for you to be at odds with Tang Xi due to Spirit Hall. Su Wen lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly. Master, Tang Xi may become our adversary. As long as she remains aligned with Spirit Hall, I will not act against her. But that is enough. Bibi Dong, unable to contain her indignation, retorted, do you truly believe a dying person could be an enemy of Spirit Hall? That is preposterous. Each word she uttered struck Su Wen's heart like a hammer, the phrase dying person reverberating in his mind. For the first time, panic flickered across Su Wen's face. Tang Xi is a dying person? That cannot be true, master. It's impossible. Bibi Dong let out a cold huff. Determined to reveal the truth, from the moment of her birth, Tang Xi was not meant to survive. It is merely the existence of the Seven Treasures heart that has allowed her to live for an additional 25 years. Yet, the Seven Treasures heart is inherently fragile, and the trials of soul master cultivation have rendered it nearly shattered. She can endure for at most 2 more months. As Bibi Dong spoke, her expression became increasingly sorrowful, and she conveyed her final request. These are the truths that Tang Xi forbade me from disclosing to you. I reveal them now so that you may treat her well in these last 2 months. Having uttered this, Bibi Dong departed, leaving Su Wen alone to grapple with his sorrow. With reddened eyes, Su Wen was overwhelmed with astonishment, convinced that his teacher must be deceiving him. How could Tang Xi possibly be so close to death? He had treated her so harshly before. A wave of guilt and shame washed over him, filling his heart with regret as he contemplated the future he so eagerly anticipated. When Tang Xi awoke, she found herself surrounded by numerous figures by the bedside. Rubbing her eyes for clarity, she was startled to see the enlarged visage of the plump Ma Hongjun suddenly materializing before her. Xiaoxi, are you feeling any better? Tang Xi could not help but exclaim. Ah. Ma Hongjun, startled, took a few steps back. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaowu rushed over and, upon arrival, eagerly pulled Ma Hongjun to Tang Xi's side, exclaiming joyfully, Xiaoxi, you have finally awakened. Tang Xi, frail, managed to sit up, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over her, causing her to collapse once more. With each movement she made, her heart ached with a sharp pain. Perhaps it would be better to lie down. Standing at the back of the crowd, Tang San could no longer hold back his tears upon hearing this. Beside him, Dai Mubai approached, attempting to offer comfort. Do not blame yourself. Little Xi is not in any danger, is she? He said. Little Xi, I heard that during that duel, you showcased extraordinary prowess, incapacitating Su Wen with just a single move. Alas, we all fainted. I apologize. Oscar's voice gradually fell into a somber tone. Ning Rongrong remained silent, feeling for the first time the inadequacy of her role as a support-type soul master. Even Zhu Qing, usually so composed, held her tongue, her eyes brimming with unyielding resentment. Tang Xi, upon witnessing the atmosphere so profoundly somber, was momentarily taken aback. However, Tang Xi spoke softly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Without the collective effort of everyone, we would not have reached this final stage. Even if we did not secure the championship, it is of little consequence. At least we gave it our all. Furthermore, it is fortunate that everyone fainted. Otherwise, Su Wen's 5th soul skill would have left us all in a state of unconsciousness for several days and nights. As for me, being robust, a few injuries are of no concern. Tang Xi's words radiated warmth akin to the gentle light of spring, bringing joy to all present. Indeed, Xiaoxi, you speak the truth. Xiao Wu playfully clung to Tang Xi, inadvertently tightening her grip around Tang Xi's neck. A soft chuckle escaped Zhu Qing, her heart unburdened as the bond of the Shrek 8 grew ever stronger. Each member played an indispensable role. However, Tang Xi, allow me to correct you. Our Shrek is indeed a champion, standing proudly alongside the Spirit Hall as co-champions. Ning Rongrong teased. Tang Xi was astonished. Could such a maneuver truly exist? How delightful. The glory of Shrek rightfully belongs to us. Ha ha. The room resonated with laughter and joy. Even the despondent Tang San wiped away his tears and smiled, silently vowing to himself. Sister, wait for me. By the age of 25, I shall ascend to divinity and discover a means to prolong life. Only by becoming a deity can I possess the strength to protect my beloved sister. As for Su-Wen, their enmity had been firmly established. In the blink of an eye, our graduation approaches. Has everyone decided where they shall go? Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with a radiant hope for the future, even though she was aware that her prospects were dim. Nevertheless, she found contentment in her present. Daimubai approached Zhu Xing, exchanging a knowing smile. Both he and Xu Qing hailed from the Star Luo Empire, and now he too possessed the right to vie for the throne alongside his elder brother. Thus, they would return to the Star Luo Empire, for it had been quite some time since they had left home. Zhu Qing smiled in return, her heart beginning to anticipate a promising future. Then Oscar chimed in, hee. Of course, I shall follow Rong Rong wherever she goes. His words caused Ning Rong Rong's cheeks to flush a deep crimson, eliciting laughter from the group. Subsequently, all eyes naturally turned to Ma Hongjun, who felt a bit embarrassed under their gaze and remarked, I prefer freedom, so I certainly plan to travel the world. Finally, there was Xiao Wu and Tang San. Xiao Wu shyly hid behind Tang San, murmuring, I only wish to be with San Ge and Xiao Xi. Tang San smiled helplessly and remarked, my current plan is to first seek out my father. Tang Xi attentively listened as everyone spoke of their bright futures, yet regrettably, she realized that she would no longer partake in such splendid prospects. Upon this realization, she could no longer remain seated and earnestly addressed her companions. First, to Daimubai, our esteemed leader, you must refrain from entanglements henceforth. Do not think of bullying our dear Zhu Qing again. If you genuinely wish to be with her, you must devote yourself entirely to her well-being. Zhu Qing, moved by Tang Xi's words, gazed at her with gratitude, suddenly feeling that having Tang Xi as a sister was far more valuable than having Daimubai. Indeed, I will, Daimubai solemnly vowed. Zhu Qing is an integral part of my life, and from this moment on, I shall cherish her even more. He then shared a tender gaze with Zhu Qing, embarking on their journey of love, while Tang Xi could only sigh in exasperation. Shifting her focus to Ning Rong Rong and Oscar, she spoke with equal earnestness. Since you two have established your feelings, do not allow any obstacles to drive you apart. Oscar, if you truly care for Rong Rong, strive to protect her. For only a powerful soul master can safeguard a delicate support-type soul master. Ning Rong Rong, taken aback, looked at Tang Xi in surprise. Did she truly understand the rules of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? The rule dictates that the partners of inner disciples must be formidable attack-type soul masters. I will. Indeed. I genuinely care for Rong Rong. Oscar smiled at Ning Rong Rong, who blushed profusely in response. Tang Xi, I wish I could express my frustration, but I fail to comprehend her meaning. Alas, I have lost my enthusiasm. She then turned her gaze towards Ma Hongjun, who instinctively straightened up upon noticing her looking in his direction. Oh, the chubby one. Tang Xi sighed and continued, in any case, you must listen carefully. You must diligently cultivate your skills and never let complacency take hold, for it could lead to lifelong regrets. Ma Hongjun, with a playful grin, twirled his head. But in reality, the words went in one ear and out the other, responding with a casual, understood. Tang Xi, I am utterly exasperated. I feel as though I might succumb to a heart attack. At that moment, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Xi with sparkling eyes, prompting Tang Xi to question. What is it, Sister Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu, taken aback, then became indignant, exclaiming, Oh dear, Tang Xi, how could you not have anything to say to me? Tang Xi replied, Alas, Sister Xiao Wu, please do not weep. Tang Xi, in a fluster, stepped forward to offer comfort, while Xiao Wu, in a fit of anger, turned away, her demeanor endearingly petulant. The onlookers could not help but burst into laughter. The following morning, the group made their way to the Papal Hall, for the day of the awards ceremony had arrived. Yet, it was also a day filled with trepidation for Tang Xi, as there loomed the possibility of Xiao Wu's true identity being revealed. She feared that Su-Wen might once again intervene to thwart her friend's prospects. However, she still held one last card close to her chest. Upon arriving at the Papal Hall, the Shrek team found that the members of the Spirit Hall had already gathered, including several Douluo rank title holders. Pope Bibi Dong, seated in the center, rose with an air of nobility, flanked by the Scarlet Bishop, who held a crimson platter containing 2 luminous soul bones. When Bibi Dong caught sight of Tang Xi, her demeanor softened considerably, and she spoke gently, acknowledging that this year's elite competition had been the most thrilling yet, though never before had there been a tie for the championship. She expressed her belief that their unwavering efforts would shape the future of the Douluo continent. She then proceeded to allocate the soul bones. announcing that the rapid pursuit of the wind left leg would be awarded to the Shrek team, while the explosive flame right arm would go to the Spirit Hall team. Following Master S guidance, the Shrek team decided to bestow the soul bone upon Zhu Zhuqing, while the gem soul bone was allocated to Ning Rongrong. Everyone was in agreement. Yet both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat embarrassed, as these accolades were rightfully meant for Tang San and Tang Xi. Nevertheless, despite repeated insistence, Tang Xi graciously declined Ning Rongrong's offer to keep the soul bone for herself. Tang Xi felt a wave of jubilation. As they were about to depart from the Spirit Hall, she hoped that Xiao Wu's true identity would remain concealed. However, as Xiao Wu was leaving, she suddenly stumbled, causing the heartbreak red flower she held to fall from her grasp. In a flurry of panic, Xiao Wu hurriedly retrieved the heartbreak red, but in that fleeting moment, the gazes of the powerful figures in the Pope's hall converged upon her. Alarmed, Xiao Wu sought refuge behind Lu Erlong. As Tang Xi sensed the ominous atmosphere, a sense of foreboding surged within her. Instinctively, she glanced towards Bibi Dong. Yu Guan, standing nearby, urgently reminded, "Your Holiness, it is time to make a decision. Otherwise, the 100,000-year soul rings will be lost." Yu Guan thought anxiously. Tang Xi instinctively glanced at Bibi Dong, her eyes filled with pity. Bibi Dong tightened her grip on the scepter and resolutely turned away. "You all should leave quickly." Tang Xi's face lit up with joy. The teacher had actually spared Sister Xiao Wu. However, Su Wen, standing beside Bai Dong, bore a contrasting expression, filled with confusion. He could not fathom why, having ensnared the prey, they would choose to let it escape. How could they possibly allow Xiao Wu to slip away? Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice echoed from outside the hall. Following the sound, Tang Xi beheld a towering figure clad in golden armor, draped in a long crimson robe, wielding a staff reminiscent of the golden cudgel. Was this not the very description of the demons subduing Douluo from the original tale? Tang Xi has perished. The evil spirit Douluo gazed at Xiao Wu with the predatory intensity of a wolf eyeing its prey. Tang San instinctively shielded Xiao Wu, his vigilance directed towards the evil spirit Douluo. Pointing at Xiao Wu, the evil spirit Douluo declared, "She cannot leave." Lu Erlong, her temper flaring, retorted, "On what grounds?" The evil spirit Douluo replied with a cold snort, "Simply because she is a spirit beast, not a human." The members of Shrek, aside from Tang San and Tang Xi, were left in utter shock, exclaiming, "What?" Bibi Dong was about to step forward to intervene, but was halted by Su Wen, who whispered, "Teacher, I have a way to prolong Tang Xi's life for a few more years. As for why we cannot capture that 100,000-year spirit beast, she has fled today. Without the protection of the Spirit Hall, there will be many pursuing her. Rather than relinquishing that spirit beast to others, it is preferable that we take control ourselves." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's gaze hardened with resolve. Raising her staff, she pointed at Xiao Wu and commanded, "Juju Douluo, Gui Douluo, seize that girl." Daimu Bai stepped forward, asserting with conviction, "United as one, we share life and death." Following suit, Zhu Qing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Daimu Bai stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes brimming with determination, united in their fate. Even Tang Xi positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Wu. When Xiao Wu caught a glimpse of Tang San's gentle expression, she was momentarily taken aback. There was no shock as she had anticipated, only a tenderness that enveloped her. Tang San gently lifted Xiao Wu's delicate face and spoke earnestly, "Silly sister, I have long known your true identity. Regardless of who you are, you shall forever remain my beloved." A wave of confusion engulfed Xiao Wu's mind, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Tang San let out a mighty roar, declaring, "If you wish to seize her, you must first step over my lifeless body." Bibi Dong stood by, momentarily stunned by the fervor of this scene. Years ago, she too had experienced such a passionate love. Yet, as she gazed at Tang San, her eyes were filled with unspoken complexities. Never had she imagined that Xiao Wu would one day stand in opposition to her. Suddenly, Flender chuckled, exchanging glances with Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing. They arranged themselves in a triangular formation, gathering soul power behind them, as golden light surged into the air, gradually transforming into a magnificent golden dragon. The Golden Triangle. The Golden Sacred Dragon, Flender proclaimed. The old guard is still standing. There is no need for the younger generation to intervene. However, this was effortlessly countered by both the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. Ning Fengji attempted to assist, but was warned off by Bibi Dong, resigning to merely observe the unfolding battle. Suddenly, Dugabo appeared before Tang San and Xiao Wu, while Bibi Dong unleashed 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black. and one red. Douluo found himself paralyzed by Bibi Dong's overwhelming pressure. While Xiaowu's eyes burned with resentment as they fixated on Bibi Dong's red soul ring, the one representing her mother's 100,000-year spirit. "Child, stay with Bibi Dong," she heard. As Tang San remained remarkably calm compared to others. When the ghost Douluo and chrysanthemum Douluo charged toward him, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air. The two were forcefully propelled away by an overwhelming power. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost dare to threaten my son and daughter? Above the Spirit Hall, dark clouds loomed ominously, and a shadow hovered in the sky. The figure unflattering, a disheveled mane, an unshaven beard, a pallid visage, and a tattered cloak, unmistakably revealing the identity of Tang Hao himself. Upon hearing that voice, Tang San instantaneously succumbed to despair. It belonged to his father, whom he had not seen for 8 long years. Bibi Dong's expression stiffened, as it was indeed him. Tang Hao, wielding the Haoyan hammer, swiftly appeared before Tang Xi. He first extended his soul power into Tang Xi's body. In an instant, Tang Hao was taken aback, stepping back several paces, murmuring in disbelief, "How could this be? I have only been away for 8 years." When Tang Hao beheld Tang Xi's pallid visage, he felt an urge to probe into the condition of her exquisite heart, only to discover that her once resplendent heart, now marred by cracks, beat with great difficulty, likely unable to survive beyond 2 months. Bibi Dong sighed softly, her gaze abruptly sharpening. "Tang Hao, you may take Tang San." A shift in her tone led her to cast a pained glance at Tang Xi. "However, you cannot take her away. We both know that Tang Xi has but 2 months to live. If you were to leave with her, it would only be to witness her demise helplessly. Yet, if you entrust her to me, the Spirit Hall shall spare no effort to restore her health." The expressions of all present morphed into astonishment. And even Xiaowu pushed past Tang San to stand before Tang Xi, her demeanor frantic as she inquired, "Is this true, Xiaoxi?" Tang San was taken aback, his eyes reddening as he gazed at the silent Tang Xi. Tang Xi's silence speaks volumes. This is indeed true. With a hint of red in his aged eyes, Tang Hao gently ruffled Tang Xi's hair, and in that fleeting moment, he appeared to have aged considerably. "Child, you shall follow Bibi Dong." At that moment, all animosity seemed trivial to Tang Hao. The former pope had perished, and his beloved Ain had departed from him. He could no longer endure the thought of witnessing his daughter perish before his very eyes. As long as he could save little Xi, all grievances could be set aside. Family transcends all. Tang Xi clenched her fists tightly, her expression filled with anguish as she cried out, "Father, you will forever be the person I am most proud of." Su Wen's gaze was icy. Xiaowu absolutely could not be taken away. 100,000-year soul beast. What an immense temptation this was. Su Wen exchanged a glance with the demon battle Douluo, who understood with each step taken, another soul ring would ascend. 9 soul rings in total. The pressure of a 96th-ranked Super Douluo surged forth, though it was slightly less imposing than that of Tang Hao. "You may take your son, but the 100,000-year soul beast must remain. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee the complete recovery of your daughter." Xiaowu seemed to have made a momentous decision, her face resolute as she stood beside Tang Xi, declaring, "I will stay, as long as you can save Xiaoxi." Tang, she had her own plans. She earnestly spoke to Tang San, "Brother, I have my ways to protect Sister Xiaowu. You all must leave quickly. If that old fellow Douluo arrives, there will be no chance for escape." Tang San gazed at the 2 individuals he cherished most, who remained in the Spirit Hall, and resolutely shook his head, declaring, "I refuse to part ways. If we must leave, let us depart together. If we are to stay, let us remain side by side." Tang Hao sensed the presence of that old fellow, Douluo. He grasped his hammer and struck the ground with fervor, causing the 9th soul ring at his waist to tremble. Accompanied by a resounding roar, a tempest surged forth, leaving soul masters below level 70 dazed and disoriented. The golden iron triangle retracted their soul power, and Xiaowu, overwhelmed, fainted and was supported by Tang Xi. Without the need to hunt soul beasts, one could still acquire soul rings. As the dust settled, Tang Hao and Tang San vanished from sight, leaving only echoes lingering in the air. "Bibi Dong, remember your words. Should Xiaoxi perish, the entire Spirit Hall shall follow her to the grave. I am deeply grateful to Shrek for nurturing my children over the years. I owe you all a debt, indeed." Bibi Dong's expression darkened. "Tang Hao, oh Tang Hao, how utterly arrogant." Tang Xi gently lifted the unconscious Xiaowu, and, step by step, approached Bibi Dong. With a face full of remorse, Tang Xi expressed her apologies to the members of Shrek. Bibi Dong, with a cold demeanor, waved her sleeve and departed, declaring that the elite competition had concluded and bidding them to leave the Spirit City. Tang Xi obediently followed behind Bibi Dong, while Su Wen emerged to resolve the remaining matters. The soldiers departed in an orderly fashion. Ning Rongrong, gazing at Tang Xi's retreating figure, could not help but wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes and cried out, "Tang Xi, come back. You must explain to me how it is possible that you won't survive for 2 months." Ning Rongrong rushed forward, attempting to grasp Tang Xi's silhouette. But 2 guards obstructed her path. She fell to the ground, her shoulders trembling from relentless sobs. Oscar quickly stepped forward to help her up, offering consolation, "Do not cry, Rongrong. Perhaps Tang Xi has her own unspoken burdens." Zhu Zhuqing approached, her eyes glistening with tears as she declared, "I believe in little Xi. She and little Wu will surely be safe." Ma Hongjun stood silently at the side, while Dai Mubai shook his head in resignation, his clenched fist revealing his unwillingness to accept the circumstances. Within the Pope's chamber, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo stood flanking Bibi Dong, with Su Wen nearby. Bibi Dong sat in the center, her heart aflame with unexpressed fury as she regarded the kneeling Tang Xi. Striving for a gentle tone, she inquired, "Little Xi, are you truly prepared to oppose your teacher for the sake of a 100,000-year soul beast?" Little Wu had already been taken away for confinement, and Tang Xi remained kneeling, unyielding. "Teacher, are you truly willing to kill Sister Wu to obtain the soul ring?" Observing the tears in Tang Xi's eyes, Bibi Dong wavered, merely sighing and shaking her head. She then rose slowly and stated, "Little Xi, you must understand that we soul masters and soul beasts are inherently at odds. Soul masters must hunt soul beasts to continue their cultivation." Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she realized it was time to present her proposition. "If I were to say that there exists a method to acquire spirit rings without the need to hunt soul beasts, would you be inclined to believe me, teacher?" This statement stirred tumultuous waves within Bibidong's heart. Could it truly be possible to obtain spirit rings without slaying soul beasts? Yu Guanju and Gui may exchange glances, equally skeptical yet intrigued. However, Su Wen remained unwavering in her belief, for in the modern world, she had been a recipient of national awards as a distinguished scientist. She never anticipated that Tang Xi was concealing such a formidable secret. Tang Xi articulated her thoughts, proposing the concept of soul power sharing, which could only be executed under mutual trust between soul beasts and soul masters. The soul beast would release its soul power and provide it according to its will, allowing the soul master to autonomously absorb the soul power to condense a soul ring. The effect of the soul ring would mirror the skills exhibited by a 100,000-year soul beast. Although Su Wen had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon hearing Tang Xi's explanation. Thus, Su Wen suggested, "Teacher, why not allow Tang Xi to give it a try? After all, we have a 100,000-year soul beast right here." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, stating, "That sounds promising. If you succeed within these 3 days, I shall release this 100,000-year soul beast." Regardless of the outcome, the 100,000-year soul beast would belong to Tang Xi, perhaps a testament to Bibidong's unique favoritism towards her. After receiving Bibidong's distinct permission, Tang Xi gained the freedom to enter and exit the heavenly prison, where the 100,000-year soul beast was confined, much to the envy of every soul master. However, any soul master, unless they were a titled Douluo, would face certain demise if they recklessly attempted to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Furthermore, even if one succeeded in absorbing it within the Spirit Hall, they would become a target of pursuit. Thus, no one dared to touch the 100,000-year soul beast. When Tang Xi arrived to see Xiaowu, she found her huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. At the sound of familiar footsteps, her rabbit ears perked up, and she immediately turned to face Tang Xi. In that moment, as Tang Xi appeared, all the tears she had been holding back burst forth. "Wu, Tang Xi, I am so scared." Aware that she was on the brink of death, even with her mind prepared for the inevitable, fear still gripped her heart. Tang Xi comforted Xiao Wu in her embrace, assuring her, "I will not let you perish. Do not fear, Sister Xiao Wu, I shall protect you." Xiao Wu trembled within Tang Xi's arms, clearly at a loss for words, having cried so much. Tang Xi then reiterated the concept of soul power sharing that had been previously discussed with Bai Dong. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Xi with tear-filled, dazed eyes and asked, "Is what you say truly genuine, Tang Xi?" Tang Xi hesitated and lowered her head, softly uttering, "It's still merely in the conceptual phase. Experiments have yet to commence." Tang Xi fell silent, merely bowing her head. However, even in her silence, Xiao Wu could discern her thoughts. Disappointed, Xiao Wu inquired, "Am I to offer my soul power to another? Since it is not for Tang Xi, I find myself utterly disheartened." Tang Xi shook her head and pointed at herself. or more precisely, indicated that it was she who was engaged in this experiment of soul power sharing with you. As Tang Xi's words lingered in the air, Xiaowu tightly embraced her, expressing her relief, declaring that as long as it was her, nothing else mattered. The more Xiaowu spoke thus, the more guilt enveloped Tang Xi, her eyes reddening as she responded, "I'm sorry, Sister Xiaowu. It is because of me that you chose to remain in this spirit hall, when you could have accompanied your brother. Why did you choose to stay for my sake?" Xiaowu gently kissed Tang Xi's forehead and, with a resigned smile, replied, "Foolish one, from the moment I took on human form, I understood that one day I would be pursued by spirit masters to become someone's spirit ring. Yet, as long as it is you, nothing else matters. Moreover, did you not say that this is merely a sharing of spirit power and poses no lethal threat? This is a significant matter for both spirit beasts and spirit masters alike. I am honored to partake in this experiment. Even if it were to fail, I would have no regrets." Xiaowu's words left Tang Xi momentarily stunned, her resolve solidifying to ensure that, before her own demise, she would safely escort Sister Xiaowu out of the spirit hall. Tang Xi harbored selfish intentions. She was acutely aware that today her father could take Sister Xiaowu away, and 5 years hence, the spirit hall would compel Xiaowu to be sacrificed for her brother, followed in succession by Deming and Erming. She did not wish to witness such a dismal fate. With this thought weighing on her heart, she resolved to boldly take action. Ultimately, Tang Xi openly led Xiaowu back to her dormitory, unhindered by anyone along the way. This was due, in part, to her status, and also because powerful individuals of the title Douluo rank closely monitored her every move. The mere thought of sharing a bed with Tang Xi filled Xiaowu with excitement, causing her to cast aside the sorrows of the day. As she beheld Tang Xi in her alluring, pure white nightgown, and marveled at her flawlessly delicate skin, a blush crept across her cheeks. Ahem, Tang Xi, do mind your image. The moments spent with Tang Xi were truly cherished. Tang Xi approached Xiaowu with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Is there something wrong with my attire, Sister Xiaowu?" As Tang Xi's warm breath brushed against Xiaowu's cheek, she blushed even deeper, and in her eyes, Tang Xi appeared more enchanting than ever. With her fluffy hair, tear-glimmering eyes, and rosy cheeks, Xiaowu found herself irresistibly drawn to touch her soft visage, which felt surprisingly delightful to the touch. Tang Xi gazed plaintively at Xiaowu's actions, for pinching one's cheeks can indeed be quite painful. In the depths of the night, as the two slumbered, Xiaowu held Tang Xi ever tighter, cherishing the soft presence in her embrace, growing increasingly enamored with each passing moment. "Tang Xi, I nearly suffocated the entire night." The following day, when Su Wen received the report from the person he had sent to monitor Tang Xi, his face darkened with rage. They did nothing at all, merely spent the night together? The more Su Wen contemplated that little dancer, the more displeased he became, even feeling a twinge of jealousy. Yet, given that both were women, he questioned why he was so concerned. As long as Tang Xi ultimately stood with the spirit hall, as long as she remained on his side. As Tang Xi lay peacefully asleep, a gentle ray of sunlight illuminated her soft, cherubic face, rendering her utterly adorable, akin to a little angel sent from above. Unable to resist the temptation, Xiaowu stealthily planted a kiss upon Tang Xi's cheek, exclaiming to herself how irresistibly cute her little Tang Xi was. However, upon noticing Tang Xi's eyelids fluttering as she stirred awake, Xiaowu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She wondered if her clandestine kiss had gone unnoticed. Tang Xi, with sleepy eyes, rubbed them gently and glanced at her sister Xiaowu, who had long since risen. "The sun is so bright. How long have I been asleep?" Xiaowu replied. "So adorable, I can't help myself." She reached out her mischievous hand towards Tang Xi's soft, plump cheeks, exclaiming, "Ah, the texture is delightful. Tang Xi, little dance. Could you please act like a person? Oh wait, I forgot, you're not human." This brings tears to Ching Ching. There remains but one day until the 3-day period set by Teacher Li and Bibi Dong. Under the veil of night, Tang Xi led Little Dance to the grassy meadow, where fragrant aromas lingered and the air was crisp, making it an ideal setting for their experiment. In the shadows, Bibi Dong was accompanied by the formidable Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, silently observing. However, Tang Xi did not commence the experiment immediately. Instead, she took a sandwich and began to eat with Little Dance. Everyone was taken aback. Subsequently, while Tang Xi wore a serious expression, she excused herself for a brief visit to the restroom. Bibi Dong, visibly exasperated, pressed her forehead in frustration. And then, well, Tang Xi finally adopted a serious demeanor, which brought a sense of relief to Bai Dong. Then, with a solemn expression, Tang Xi inquired of Xiaowu, "Sister Xiaowu, have you had enough to eat?" To which Xiaowu replied, I am quite full, dear Tang Xi. Surely, you are not still hungry, are you? Tang Xi Huan cheerfully acknowledged, Suddenly, Bibi Dong, who had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer contain her laughter. Yu Guanju, with a face full of helplessness, glanced at Gue Mei and had to admit that Tang Xi Huan was indeed the joy of His Holiness the Pope. Ever since Tang Xi Huan arrived at the Spirit Hall, the Pope's rare smiles had become a daily occurrence. After some playful antics, Tang Xi Huan finally turned to serious matters. Remembering this, she earnestly reminded Xiaowu one last time. Sister Xiaowu, just a bit of soul power will suffice, roughly equivalent to several hundred years' worth of cultivation. Xiaowu nodded excitedly, though her attention seemed to drift. She responded, However, she suddenly lowered her head, a weight of sorrow overtaking her, and quietly said, I'm sorry, Xiao Shi. A tear glistened at the corner of Xiao Wu's eye, filled with reluctance. A beam of red light shot from her forehead into the sky, instantly painting the heavens in hues of crimson. As Xiao Wu floated mid-air, the red glow radiating from her brow, enveloping her. That night, all the soul beasts were astounded, gazing at the distant sky glowing red. Erming emerged from the dense forest, puzzled. Could this be a sacrifice? In Spirit City, Bibi Dong remarked softly, No. This is not a sacrifice. A glint of brilliance flashed in her eyes. This should be termed as a sacrifice of soul power. Never before had there been a precedent for the sacrifice of soul power on the Douluo Continent, but this night was destined to be extraordinary. The pink radiance filled Xiao Wu's body, her dress reduced to ashes, revealing her form, as clear and luminous as a ruby, surrounded by a radiant pink glow. Tang Xi felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and security, akin to being enveloped in the comforting embrace of the womb. Lifted by this enchanting force, Tang Xi floated effortlessly in midair. Tang Xi curled up, her arms embracing her legs, as her consciousness gradually faded away, succumbing to the warm embrace of slumber. The blood butterfly behind Tang Xi unfurled, enveloping her entire being, as the lifeline surged forth, tightly wrapping around her and forming a grand cocoon. At the moment when the torrent of soul power surged into Tang Xi's body, her soul power ascended from level 49 to level 50. Xiaowu's gaze softened as she tenderly looked upon the slumbering Tang Xi. In that instant, her face was filled with determination, and a rosy glow emanated from her beings. Transferring into the cocoon, a substantial amount of soul power was extracted from Xiaowu, akin to having her very bones wrenched from her body, causing her to tremble with visible agony. Xiaowu cried out to the heavens, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain. A tear of blood slipped from the corner of her eye, for all that soul power stemmed from her arduous cultivation. As the soul power flowed, her consciousness began to dissipate little by little. The cocoon then ruptured, revealing a pair of blood butterflies adorned with golden patterns. Having undergone evolution through the baptism of Xiao Wu's soul power, Tang Xi remained in a deep slumber, enveloped by a soft pink glow. Her hair seemed to have grown longer, and her features appeared more refined. A faint outline of the fifth spirit ring emerged around her waist, displaying a delicate shade of pink. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu's expression brightened with joy, as 100,000-year soul beast. She understood all too well that this signified a profound improvement in the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts. Tang Xi once stated that transmitting a few hundred years of soul power would suffice. However, in Xiao Wu's perspective, a few hundred years is far from adequate. If she could secure a result, one that could unequivocally demonstrate the reliability of soul power sharing to the world, what would it matter if she sacrificed herself? An immense surge of vibrant soul power surged from Xiao Wu's being towards Tang Xi, causing the fifth soul ring around Tang Xi's waist to gradually shift from a pale pink to a deeper pink. A century of soul power. A millennium of soul power. 10,000 years of soul power. Until Xiao Wu sensed Tang Xi's body trembling violently, the fifth soul ring had transformed into a rich pink hue. Was Xiao Xi's consciousness resisting my soul power? Xiao Wu's expression shifted from surprise to relief. Even in her slumber, she pondered how to counteract my soul power. I am truly sorry, Xiao Shi. I did not heed your words. I had promised to contribute merely a few hundred years of soul power, and I regret breaking that promise. Upon witnessing the rejection of the soul power she had offered, Xiao Wu decided to cease her sacrificial act. In an instant, the crimson beam of light dissipated. Xiao Wu had sacrificed a staggering 2,000 years of soul power, equivalent to the full strength of 2 soul skills from a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiao Wu transformed into her original form, the soft bone rabbit. The loss of 2,000 years of cultivation would regress her consciousness to a state of hazy ignorance akin to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. As the soul power sacrifice concluded, Tang Xi awoke, enveloped in a warm energy that brought her immense comfort. The pink glow faded from both of them, and the soft-boned rabbit, having transformed from Xiao Wu, fell from the air. Tang Xi rushed forward to embrace it. Tang Xi gently caressed the rabbit nestled in her arms, its soft, bewildered eyes gazing vacantly at her before it affectionately nuzzled against her. At that moment, Bai Dong emerged, her tone laced with urgency. Has it all come to an end? What was the outcome? Tang Xi gently placed the soft-boned rabbit into her soul guide, gazing at her teacher, Bibi Dong, with a radiant smile. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Sister Xiao Wu has imparted her 2,000-year soul power into my being, signifying that I can unleash the full might of both soul skills from the soft-boned rabbit. Every word spoken by Tang Xi stirred turbulent waves within Bibi Dong's heart. What does it truly mean to possess such formidable strength? The soul rings obtained by soul masters from hunting soul beasts serve the purpose of enhancing their level cap, thereby acquiring a soul skill. However, the majority of these soul skills only reflect a mere fraction of the true power of the soul beasts, often failing to even reach a single layer of their offensive capabilities. This is because the acquired soul skill is merely one among the multitude of abilities possessed by the soul beast, and it cannot unleash its full potential. Tang Xi spoke as she released her spirit ring, which spiraled gracefully from her feet, shimmering rhythmically until a distinctive pink spirit ring emerged. Unlike the menacing aura of other spirit rings, this pink one exuded only the refreshing sensation of a gentle spring breeze, embodying an essence of purity and nobility. Bibidong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the fifth spirit ring, eagerly inquiring, what is the nature of the soul skill? Tang Xi closed her eyes, and in the mere blink of an eye, she found herself beside Bibi Dong. This was one of the soul skills of the soft-boned rabbit, instantaneous movement. Tang Xi elucidated that this is the fifth spirit ring added to the bloodthirsty peony. The spirit power voluntarily bestowed by the spirit beast can unleash 100% of its combat prowess, and it will manifest superior spirit skills based on its own essence. The two spirit skills I have acquired are as follows. Teleportation, which initially covers a distance of 10 meters and increases with levels, enhancing by 2 meters for every 10 levels, without any time interval, and the eightfold slam, which entails a sequence of 8 consecutive slams, rendering the opponent entirely incapacitated. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, truly a commendable student of the master. This is undoubtedly a boon for the entire Douluo Continent, as well as for the spirit beasts." Tang Xi, however, could not find joy within herself. Little Sister Wu had bestowed upon her the entirety of her 2,000 years of soul power, transforming herself into a soul beast of 80,000 years, consequently regressing to the mental state of an infant. Bibi Dong approached, gently ruffling Tang Xi's hair, offering words of comfort. This soft-boned rabbit is entrusted to you. It was originally meant for you. Child, listen closely. The history of Douluo Continent is on the brink of alteration. For now, refrain from disclosing the matter of soul power sharing to avoid unnecessary pursuits. Tang Xi nodded cautiously and inquired, Teacher, are you contemplating unifying the Douluo Continent and subsequently promoting the sharing of soul power? Bibi Dong's eyes flickered. This child truly was akin to a worm in her stomach. If I were to affirm this as true, would Xiaoxi still stand by my side? The intelligence of Xiao Wu regressed. After pondering for a moment, Tang Xi replied, I am uncertain, for I do not comprehend the true nature of the teacher's ambition for unifying the continent. If this unification is merely in pursuit of wealth and glory, then such an endeavor is devoid of significance. Bei Dong's eyes sparkled with illumination. In that instant, she appeared to have discovered a kindred spirit, her excitement palpable. What, then, does little she believe is necessary for the unification of the continent? Tang Xi pondered deeply before articulating her thoughts. She envisioned that unifying the continent could alleviate the discord between soul beasts and soul masters, fostering a harmonious coexistence. If it could eradicate the disparity between nobles and commoners, allowing everyone to realize their potential, and if the entire continent could embrace those possessing malevolent martial spirits, then no one would aspire to become a malevolent soul master. Each individual would come to appreciate their intrinsic worth, leading to a society where people coexist joyfully and amicably. Thus, the unification of the continent is not only necessary but also invaluable. As Tang Xi finished her statement in one breath, a jolt of realization struck her. Oh no. What have I done? She had voiced a notion that seemed utterly implausible in the modern context, and now she regretted having expressed it. Unexpectedly, Bai Dong, upon hearing her words, was left in a state of astonishment. Perhaps there were times when she too should learn from Tang Xi's boldness. With a playful tone, Bai Dong remarked. It appears that little Xi is quite suited for the realm of politics. Tang Xi instinctively shook her head, expressing her disinterest. The political arena is rife with cunning and intrigue, and she had no desire to become entangled in it. Bai Dong felt a tinge of disappointment. It was a pity that had little Xi harbored such ambitions, she might have considered nurturing her as the next pope. As night fell, within Tang Xi's dormitory, she gazed tenderly at the obedient soft-boned rabbit. From a sapphire, she extracted the heartbroken red and fed it to the rabbit. In the original tale, Sister Xiaowu regained her human form after consuming the heartbroken red. As anticipated, a pink glow enveloped the soft-boned rabbit, and a human figure gradually emerged, long rabbit ears, slender legs, porcelain skin, and flowing hair cascading down to her waist. When the radiance faded, a beautiful maiden stood naked upon Tang Xi's bed. Tang Xi blushed, hurriedly enveloping the transformed figure of Sister Xiaowu with a bedsheet. Xiaowu's rabbit ears twitched as she stealthily stole a glance at Tang Xi. A flurry of indistinct images flashing through her mind, and she instinctively called out, "Little Xi." Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with delight. "Sister Xiaowu, you still remember my name." Upon seeing Tang Xi smile, Xiaowu beamed back, drawn in by the unique fragrance that enveloped Tang Xi, relishing the moment as she nestled closer. Thus, once again, Tang Xi found herself entangled in a slumbering embrace. Over the past few days, Tang Xi had observed that ever since Xiaowu ingested the heartbreak red, her intellect had regressed to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. She exhibited childlike charm and began to learn to recognize characters. Yet her appearance remained that of a 16-year-old maiden. Remarkably, she retained her previous soul rings and spirit power level. However, it was likely that upon reaching the 60th level, her soul rings would no longer materialize automatically. A spirit beast that had transformed after 100,000 years typically attained true humanity upon reaching the 70th level, at which point their prior cultivation would seamlessly transmute into soul rings suited to their essence. This implied that Xiaowu currently possessed 80,000 years of cultivation, and thus her automatically manifested soul rings would collectively amount to that same level of prowess. Nonetheless, this was merely Tang Xi's conjecture at present. In the days to follow, the members of the Spirit Hall would come to realize that the 100,000-year-old transformed spirit beast had become one of 80,000 years. However, this revelation held little allure for many titled Douluos. Initially, there was astonishment, but in the ever-strange Douluo Continent, they gradually grew accustomed to such occurrences. Consequently, it became common knowledge that the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Tang Xi, was frequently accompanied by a girl clad in pink garments. And Tang Xi had never publicly disclosed her 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Xi diligently teaches Xiaowu how to eat, dress, read, and cultivate. Although Xiaowu's mental faculties have regressed, she remains quite attached to Tang Xi and displays remarkable cleverness, following her wherever she goes. When Suwen encounters Tang Xi, she happens upon the sight of Xiaowu affectionately attempting to kiss Tang Xi. Suwen's expression darkens, and an aura of menace surrounds her, prompting Xiaowu to sneeze. Her gaze directed at Suwen filled with defiance. It is all due to the malevolent presence before her that has thwarted her desire for affection. Tang Xi, upon realizing that Suwen sought her for a discussion, retrieved a carrot from her soul guide device. The moment Xiaowu spotted the carrot, her eyes sparkled with delight, and saliva began to pool at the corners of her mouth. "Be a dear and play over there for a while. I have matters to discuss with the gentleman ahead," Tang Xi instructed. Suwen, his expression darkening, muttered, "Gentleman? I am but the same age as Tang Xi, and my appearance is hardly lacking." Undeterred by the comment, Xiaowu, wholly captivated by the carrot, readily agreed and, as she departed, graciously bowed to Suwen, bidding, "Farewell, dear sir." Tang Xi struggled to suppress her laughter. Yet she ultimately succumbed, letting out a soft snicker followed by a cascade of hearty laughter. Suwen, visibly irritated, felt his face flush with anger as he coldly remarked, "There is nothing amusing about this. Please, let us be serious. I have come to discuss important matters with you." Tang Xi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me, Your Holiness?" Suwen, blushing, turned her head away and murmured, "I apologize." Puff. Tang Xi felt as though she had misheard. Would her typically indifferent deskmate actually utter an apology to her? Suwen's eyes revealed a flicker of emotion, her heart brimming with regret. She had been unaware that you had only 2 months left to live, and yet she had confined you for half a year. Was this truly the crux of the matter? Tang Xi lightly remarked, "It's nothing. At that time, we merely held differing stances. The fact that you did not take my life is quite commendable." Upon hearing this, Suwen's complexion flushed even deeper. There were no expected curses or demands. Merely a simple, "It's nothing?" Su Wen felt a pang of disbelief. "Do you not harbor any resentment towards me?" Tang Xi laughed outright. "While I certainly harbor resentment for the days you confined me, it is evident that you aligned with the Spirit Hall, imprisoning me to prevent my participation in the elite competition and to keep me from standing against you. You possess the strength to eliminate me. Yet you have spared my life time and again. However, I am on the brink of death. I shall release you, and in turn, I implore you to release me as well." Upon hearing this, Su Wen instinctively exclaimed, "I will not allow you to perish." After a brief pause, he amended his statement. "At least, not now." Su Wen earnestly addressed Tang Xi. "I am the inheritor of the dual gods. Should you partake in the trials of the dual gods and succeed, you may obtain the reward of the god of life, which could potentially prolong your existence. Then, once I ascend to divinity, I shall be able to elevate you to the divine realm, where we shall share eternal life, free from the afflictions of illness." Observing Tang Xi's nonchalant demeanor, Su Wen felt a pang of anxiety. "Tang Xi, if you truly were to die, I would unhesitatingly eradicate Tang San and every member of Shrek." Tang Xi looked at Su Wen's anxious expression and couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "Su Wen, do you care about me so much because you have feelings for me?" Tang Xi approached Su Wen, scrutinizing her flushed complexion, while her own heart raced uncontrollably. Su Wen felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping her entire being, and the sight of that soft, tender face intensified her anxiety. She could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her own heart. "No, not at all," Su Wen nervously refuted, only to be engulfed later by an inexplicable wave of regret. Tang Xi proactively took Su Wen's hand, causing Su Wen to instinctively retreat in nervousness. In a fluid motion, Tang Xi wrapped her arms around Su Wen and, rising on her tiptoes, planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. A surge of electricity coursed through Su Wen's mind, leaving it momentarily blank. Her hands involuntarily found their way to Tang Xi's slender waist, where a delightful tingling sensation spread through her. Gradually, Su Wen began to cherish the warmth of this embrace. Tang Xi whispered softly in Su Wen's ear, confessing her affection, "I have liked you since the moment we first met." Days later, Su Wen found himself in the study, filled with regret. After Tang Xi's heartfelt confession, he had nervously fled the scene. The mere recollection made his heart race, and he couldn't help but remember the delightful sensation of their kiss. As he gently touched the cheek that Tang Xi had kissed, a deep blush crept across his face. In truth, he had been smitten by her adorably foolish demeanor from their very first encounter. Meanwhile, the prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, sought permission from the great Emperor Shuiyu to visit the Wuhuan Hall and see Tang Xi. The emperor readily agreed, adding with a hint of jest that it would be best if he returned with a daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi was filled with immense excitement. In just a few days, it would also be the birthday of her mentor, Bibi Dong, presenting an opportunity for the mother and daughter to mend their differences. Thus, she promptly rose to seek out Xue Qinghe. However, the petite figure of Xiao Wu beside her angrily tugged at Tang Xi's arm, pouting in dissatisfaction as she remarked, "Little Xi, you promised to spend the entire day playing with me." At this juncture, Xiao Wu's intellect resembled that of a 6- or 7-year-old, compounded by the significant loss of her memories. With a sense of helplessness, Tang Xi unleashed her secret technique, swiftly planting a kiss on Xiao Wu's cheek. Instantly, Xiao Wu's rabbit ears perked up, and a rosy blush spread from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. In a tipsy manner, Xiao Wu leaned toward Tang Xi, playfully saying, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Tang Xi felt helpless, as if she had unwittingly adopted a daughter. After walking for a while, she finally spotted Xue Qinghe, who was standing atop the city wall, gazing at the scenery. Upon hearing Tang Xi's footsteps, Xue Qinghe joyfully turned around. However, the insistent little rabbit was clinging to Tang Xi's arm, wearing a provocative expression. In an instant, Xue Qinghe was petrified, her mind filled with a torrent of expletives. Alas, she had never embraced Xiao Xi in such a manner, but this cursed princely identity constrained her from acting freely. Tang Xi remained oblivious to the unusual demeanor of Xue Qinghe and joyfully approached him, taking hold of his right hand. "How wonderful, brother Crown Prince. You have come to see me. How long will you be staying this time?" The warmth radiating from the hand she touched caused Xue Qinghe to suppress the strange feelings within, and with a tender expression, he replied, "I shall be here for approximately 3 days." Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's excitement grew, and she looked at Xue Qinghe with pleading eyes. "Brother Crown Prince, there is something I wish to ask of you." "What is it?" "Of course, I shall grant little Xi's request." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, feeling a pang of jealousy, observed their interaction from the side. She wrapped her arms around Tang Xi's and, standing on her tiptoes, planted a kiss on her cheek, asserting her claim. Little Xi is mine. With that, she made a playful face at Xue Qinghe, who furrowed his brows, struggling to suppress the urge to eliminate the audacious rabbit before him. The glances exchanged between Xue Qinghe and Xiao Wu sparked an intense clash, igniting a flurry of emotions, while Tang Xi felt a twinge of embarrassment, sensing the tension between the two. Subsequently, Tang Xi instructed the servants to head to the kitchen to prepare flour and the common seasonings used by the ordinary folk. Of course, Bai Dong was aware of these arrangements and silently approved, eagerly anticipating the delightful surprises Tang Xi would unveil. Somewhere in the Douluo Palace, a certain individual, content with himself, mused that his granddaughter had finally arrived in Wuhuan City, surely to visit her beloved grandfather. How delightful! I can hardly wait for Xue to come. Qian Daolu, while passing the time by plucking flower petals, counted down the hours. In 2 hours, Xue will come to see me. In 4 hours in the kitchen. Xue Qinghe stood perplexed, gazing at the damp clump of flour before him, then turned to Tang Xi with a puzzled expression. Little Xi, what are we making with this? Tang Xi replied, of course, I will be making noodles. In a few days, someone has a birthday. So I thought I would prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for that person. Noticing the curiosity in Xue Qinghe's eyes, Tang Xi smiled and added, in a few days. It is our teacher's birthday. This revelation struck Xue Qinghe like a thunderclap. He immediately dropped the dough in his hands and turned away, reluctantly stating, since it is her birthday, why must I be asked to help? She must detest the sight of me, so I shall not go and vex her. As Xue Qinghe spoke, a hint of grievance crept into his voice, and he became increasingly uncertain. Tang Xi lamented, how can you be certain that she harbors disdain for you? Yet every time she gazes at me, her eyes resemble those of a foe, instilling a chilling dread within me. Whenever I behold Bai Dong, I am reminded of my childhood, when I could only stand at a distance, watching in silence, hesitant to approach my own mother, bound by the ties of blood. With a sense of helplessness, Tang Xi gently advised, dear prince, you possess admirable qualities. It is merely that the teacher struggles to confront her emotions. If neither party initiates a heartfelt conversation, their relationship will inevitably remain forever rigid. I shall facilitate an opportunity for the two of you to converse privately, allowing you to express all that weighs upon your heart. The outcome may lead to the teacher's disdain or an overwhelming sense of compassion, yet this could also pave the way for her understanding and acceptance. Forgiveness is intrinsic to a mother's nature. The teacher treats senior sister Nana with such warmth, as if she were her own daughter, fulfilling the void left by 2 decades of maternal affection. Both you and the teacher are obstinate, unwilling to be the first to concede fault. As a result, misunderstandings and conflicts arise, despite the fact that you both care deeply for one another, yet are ensnared by the pride that resides within your hearts. After Tang Xi concluded her profound reflections, Xue Qinghe gazed at her in astonishment, exclaiming, little Xi, how is it that you articulated such mature sentiments? Tang Xi, with her hands on her hips, expressed her frustration, feeling that after so long of discussing their feelings, not a single word had truly been absorbed. Observing the pout on Tang Xi's face, Xue Qinghe could not suppress a chuckle, laughter spilling forth until tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes. Finally, with her head bowed and her cheeks already flushed, Xue Qinghe quietly murmured, but still, thank you, Xiaoxi, having found some solace. Xue Qinghe resolved that regardless of the outcome, she would seek to converse with that person. If there was a chasm that person dared not cross, then she would take it upon herself to bridge that gap. She did not wish for the relationship between mother and daughter to once again become stagnant. After all, they were mother and daughter. At that moment, Xiao emerged with her cherubic, pale face, clutching a handful of white powder and playfully poking Xue Qinghe's back with a beaming smile. As Xue Qinghe turned around, Xiao gleefully scattered the powder all over her face. Caught off guard and choking on the cloud of white, Xue Qinghe's visage became a comedic spectacle, prompting Tang Xi to burst into hearty laughter. With a triumphant smirk, Xiao made a silly face at Xue Qinghe before quickly hiding behind Tang Xi. Xue Qinghe's frustration bubbled to the surface, and the previously somber atmosphere shattered. Now, her sole intention was to catch that mischievous little rabbit. Grabbing a pile of flour from the table, she chased after Xiao, exclaiming, you little rabbit, stop right there. Xiao, darting behind Tang Xi, continued to taunt. Come on then, I'm not afraid of you, hee. With her smug expression igniting Xue Qinghe's ire, the two began a playful flour fight. With Tang Xi unfortunately caught in the crossfire, Tang Xi was on the verge of tears, wondering if these two individuals could ever cease their incessant antics. On the night of the 102nd Long Life Noodles Festival, the lights in the Pope's bedroom, adjacent to the Pope's hall, burned brightly. Bibi Dong was still tirelessly revising the official documents, a duty she bore as the Pope. Tang Xi approached the door of Bibi Dong, holding a bowl of longevity noodles. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open on its own, revealing the sound of Bibi Dong's laughter. "Come here, Xiao Shi. I heard your footsteps from afar." The moment Bibi Dong mentioned Xiao Shi, her previously weary expression transformed into one of renewed vitality. Tang Xi approached with a radiant smile, gently placing the longevity noodles upon Bibi Dong's desk. "Happy birthday, teacher." Bibi Dong appeared somewhat bewildered. Happy birthday? Today, it seemed, was indeed her birthday. In the hazy recesses of her memory, she recalled that the last time she celebrated such an occasion was 3 decades ago. However, the passage of time had rendered her entirely oblivious to the very notion of a birthday. Tang Xi discerned her teacher's bewilderment and kindly elucidated. "I am examining the ancestral record of the Spirit Hall, which explicitly states your date of birth. In our culture, this day is celebrated as one's birthday, symbolizing the joy of coming into this world, as well as conveying heartfelt wishes for the individual's well-being. Furthermore, this bowl of noodles is known as longevity noodles. Consuming it is believed to bestow long life." Tang Xi smiled cheerfully as she spoke, then took the document from Bibi Dong's hand. While gently massaging Bibi Dong's back, she also kneaded her arm. "This evening, dear teacher, you can rest assured and take a well-deserved break." Every action of Tang Xi flowed into Bibi Dong's heart like a warm current. Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Xi with increasing gentleness, almost overwhelmed by the urge to break down in tears at that very moment. She was engulfed in anguish. Each day since her separation from Xiao Gang had been a torment. Many compelled her to grow stronger, initially with the intention of safeguarding Xiao Gang. Yet he turned away and fell in love with another. Even her own daughter felt like a stranger to her, despite her commendable strength. Having attained the formidable level of 98 in soul power, earning the reverence of many as a formidable warrior, she remained human, not divine. Once, she longed for affection and care. The man she loved now embraced another woman. And the solitary occasion he sought her out was merely for his disciple to comprehend the secrets of cultivating the twin martial souls. Human hearts are flesh, and Tang Xi's sincerity and actions did not escape her notice. Even if they were deceptive, they were preferable to the insincere pretenses of others. This was the very reason Bibi Dong held a deeper affection for Tang Xi. With a sense of solace, she picked up noodles with her chopsticks and brought them to Tang Xi's lips, her expression softening, a subtle smile gracing her features. "Here, Xiao Shi. Do take a taste of these noodles. As your teacher, my greatest wish is for our little Xi to enjoy a long and prosperous life." Tang Xi joyfully agreed, opening her mouth wide to devour the noodles. After finishing, she licked the corner of her mouth, savoring the lingering aroma of the dish. "Teacher, you must try it too. I've spent a long time preparing these noodles." At Tang Xi's insistence, Bibi Dong took her first bite of longevity noodles. The fragrance of the broth spread across her palate, intensifying with each chew of the noodles. This was the most delectable meal she had ever tasted. Bibi Dong found herself lost in the experience, savoring the rich flavors, and as she continued to eat, tears began to form at the corners of her eyes, fortunately concealed by the dim light. Tang Xi awaited the evaluation with eager anticipation, while Bibi Dong tenderly ruffled her fluffy hair, declaring, "Longevity noodles, they are truly delectable." Even the most skilled culinary soul masters from the Douluo Continent could not compare to the bowl of longevity noodles before her. In a reality world epilogue, Sports Day 1. A City First High School, early September, Class 2-1. Dear students, the Sports Day is fast approaching, and those interested are encouraged to register. The homeroom teacher reminded from the podium, adjusting her glasses while surveying the female students below. Her tone shifted to one of seriousness, emphasizing that especially the girls must take the initiative to sign up. Otherwise, she would have no choice but to start with the class leaders. As the class monitor, Tang Xi trembled with apprehension. She loathed running above all else. "No way." Suwen noticed Tang Xi's anxious shuddering and coldly remarked, "Do you not wish to participate in the sports day?" Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback. Suwen had actually initiated a conversation with her. Stealing a glance at the stoic Suwen beside her, their eyes met, and in that fleeting instant, Tang Xi's heart raced wildly, her ears turning crimson with embarrassment. Suwen suddenly leaned closer, fixing a serious gaze upon Tang Xi, and remarked, "Nerd, have you become foolish from all that reading?" Tang Xi gazed at Suwen's striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, momentarily lost in thought before finally realizing the question Suwen had posed. "Ahem, what about you? You must be planning to participate in the sports meet, right?" Tang Xi feigned a cough, lowering her head to conceal the rosy hue that adorned her cheeks. Unbeknownst to her, this gesture inadvertently captured the attention of a boy seated in the front row. One of the boys turned to glance at her, then mischievously exclaimed, "Oh." The academic prodigy has been flustered by the campus heartthrob. This proclamation drew the gaze of many, accompanied by a chorus of teasing shouts, urging, "Get together! Get together!" Tang Xi immediately turned her attention to Su Wen's reaction, feeling a twinge of disappointment upon seeing his emotionless expression. Perhaps it was destined that they belonged to different worlds, forever unable to converge. Silence. The homeroom teacher's sharp command brought the class to an immediate hush, compelling everyone to focus on the lesson. At that moment, Su Wen's deep voice broke the stillness, proclaiming, "I will participate in the sports meet, specifically in the 3,000-meter long-distance event." The mention of the 3,000-meter race struck Tang Xi. She recalled that Su Wen had garnered numerous medals during the first-year sports meet. Moreover, given his dedication to Taekwondo, his physical fitness was undoubtedly impressive. As the bell rang to signal the end of the fourth period, Tang Xi strolled past the bulletin board in the corridor and stumbled upon significant news. All award recipients from the sports meet would have a commemorative group photograph taken. This revelation prompted a wave of nostalgia, for she realized that there was not a single photograph of herself with Su Wen. Despite being in the same class, she had refrained from participating in events like military training or school excursions, as she was preoccupied with her scientific endeavors, while Su Wen was tied up with his business commitments. What if she were to win an award at the sports meet? Could that not lead to a shared photograph with Su Wen? The more Tang Xi contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. That evening, she returned home and gathered data regarding the upcoming school sports meet to analyze which event would yield her the greatest chance of winning. After a night of thorough analysis, Tang Xi furrowed her brow, as it became evident that her most promising opportunity lay solely in the women's 3,000-meter long-distance race. Tang Xi felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Lamenting her fate, while she struggled with running, her endurance was commendable. With a month of dedicated practice, she believed she could improve. Moreover, the competition for the women's 3,000 meters was minimal, as few participants signed up. Tang Xi gritted her teeth and bravely registered for the women's 3,000-meter long-distance run early the next morning. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the school. The academically gifted and stunningly beautiful Tang Xi, who had never participated in any activities, had taken the initiative to sign up for the sports meet, and for long-distance running at that. How could anyone not be thrilled? Tang Xi had appeared on television multiple times and had garnered numerous research accolades, already becoming a celebrity within the school. In a side note regarding the sports meet, in the bustling heart of City A, a towering office building stood tall. A secretary knocked on the glass door and entered, clutching a stack of documents. Su Wen sat in his office, sipping coffee while perusing the printed materials in hand. The first page of the documents featured Tang Xi's portrait, accompanied by an extensive list of her accomplishments and awards. Upon seeing the secretary, Su Wen instructed, "Allocate 1 million from our group's budget to the research lab where Tang Xi is." The secretary, accustomed to such requests, inquired, "Boss, shall we keep the funding anonymous as usual?" Su Wen nodded nonchalantly. The secretary hesitated momentarily, struggling to voice her thoughts. Her boss seemed to hold a peculiar interest in the young lady, frequently reviewing her profile. Could it be affection? After a long pause, the secretary finally asked, "Boss, do you have feelings for that girl?" Su Wen was momentarily taken aback, recalling Tang Xi's adorably naive demeanor, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her eyes that he had never perceived before. However, he swiftly dismissed any hint of sentiment, attributing his interest solely to the potential benefits of her research project for their group, which could yield unexpected results. Hearing Su Wen's characteristic indifferent tone, the secretary sighed internally. Indeed, he remained the same aloof and unfeeling boss, always prioritizing profit in his dealings. It seemed unlikely he would ever find a girlfriend. Once the secretary departed, Su Wen chuckled softly to himself. Affection? Regrettably, he dared not hope for such things. Few possess the integrity to build a conglomerate of this magnitude. Amidst the murky waters of commerce, he wished to shield innocent souls from becoming entangled. She radiated such a bright and beautiful smile. She deserved to exist in this world unblemished. Meanwhile, for several weeks, Tang Xi dedicated an hour each evening to jogging, pushing herself to the point of pale cheeks and breathlessness, never once giving up before the sports meet. One day after school, Su Wen happened to catch sight of Tang Xi running on the track. She was glistening with sweat, her slender figure easily recognizable on the track. He found himself watching for over 10 minutes, only to turn away, his cheeks flushed. Was she always this drenched in sweat while running? Was it for the sports meet? Would such intense training lead to malnutrition? Recalling her delicate frame, Su-Wen pursed her lips and retrieved her phone. The next day, when Tang Xi returned to the classroom, she was astonished to discover that someone was distributing milk and bread, a provision for those preparing to participate in the upcoming sports event, which was merely a week away. As Tang Xi approached her desk, she discovered a bottle of milk and some bread nestled within her drawer. Curiously glancing around, she caught sight of Su-Wen, who was preparing his computer for work. He turned back to her and explained, "I brought you the milk and bread to cheer you on for the sports meet." With that simple statement, he returned his attention to his laptop. Yet, those words slipped into her heart, igniting a delightful flutter within her. Blushing ever so slightly, Tang Xi took her seat and opened the bottle of milk to take a sip. The milk was sweet, though it paled in comparison to the sweetness she felt inside. Su-Wen was known for his generosity, often treating the entire class to delicious snacks, a customary gesture that had become quite routine. Even Tang Xi failed to notice anything amiss, such as why Su-Wen chose to buy treats just before the final exams rather than on the days of the spring or autumn outings. The reason was that Tang Xi would be so engrossed in her studies during exam time that she would lose sleep and develop dark circles under her eyes. While she had not participated in the spring or autumn excursions at all. Epilogue. Sports Meet 3. Her cheeks flushed under his gaze. The sports meet had commenced, with athletes from each class warming up, preparing for the upcoming events. Tang Xi stands at a height of 1.60 meters, yet her figure is exquisite. With porcelain-like skin and doe-like, innocent eyes, her softly curled hair is elegantly tied up, and as she stands quietly, she effortlessly captivates the attention of those around her. In the afternoon, the men's 3,000-meter race unfolds, and Tang Xi silently observes from the sidelines, her gaze fixed on Su-Wen, who occupies the outermost lane. With broad shoulders and a slim waist, he stands at an impressive height of 1.80 meters. He is handsome, affluent, and possesses a cool demeanor, making him quite popular within the school. Regrettably, she is destined to inhabit a different world from Su-Wen. After graduating from high school, her path leads her towards scientific research, while he is set to immerse himself entirely in the realm of business. This unspoken understanding lingers between them, yet neither has dared to address it, resulting in their meager interactions. As the starting gun fires, the athletes spring into action, and the thunderous cheers resonate through the air. Su-Wen maintains a moderate pace amidst the crowd, initially intending to conserve energy for a later sprint. However, upon catching sight of Tang Xi among the throng, a subtle softness graces his brow, and he radiates an aura akin to a gentle spring breeze, invoking a sense of comfort in those who behold him. Tang Xi's gaze collided with Su-Wen's, causing her to tense up, her face flushed with a faint crimson hue as she stood there in a daze. Observing Tang Xi's demeanor, Su-Wen couldn't help but smile, his pace quickening in that instant. He swiftly surged ahead from 6th place, closely trailing the second competitor. As time gradually passed, Su-Wen flawlessly ascended to 1st place, yet he showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, he accelerated, leaving the second competitor further behind with each passing lap. The girl beside Tang Xi was discussing with a knowing smile, remarking on the impressive stamina of the school bully, who managed to accelerate during the 3,000-meter race. It seemed evident that he was quite enduring in that regard. Surely, he must possess the physique of a man with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. As these words reached Tang Xi's ears, she could not help but flush uncontrollably, becoming somewhat tipsy with embarrassment. What utterances of lewdness were these? Yet, the words spoken by the girls earlier replayed in her mind, leading her to contemplate that 8-pack abs must indeed signify an admirable physique. Suddenly, a deafening cheer erupted from the playground as the men's 3,000-meter race entered its final 2 laps, with Su-Wen entering the sprinting phase. On the last lap, Su-Wen surged toward the finish line like an arrow released from a bow, sweat cascading down his forehead. At that moment, Tang Xi had quietly arrived at the finish line, and when Su-Wen crossed the vibrant red ribbon, the crowd erupted in jubilation. The champion of the 3,000-meter race was undoubtedly Su-Wen. Breathless and drenched in sweat, he gasped for air as the coach approached, patting his shoulder to help him relax and handing him a bottle of water. Suddenly, a girl behind Tang Xi erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow! Su-Wen's physique is truly remarkable." One of the girls shouted, causing Tang Xi to blush. It was only then that Su-Wen realized his athletic attire had become thoroughly soaked with sweat, clinging to his body and accentuating his abdominal muscles. The girl's gaze made him quite uncomfortable. Just as he contemplated turning away, he noticed Tang Xi looking at him. Her expression blank, yet her cheeks flushed. This sight filled Su-Wen with delight, instantly dispelling his earlier thoughts, although his ears turned crimson and he dared not meet Tang Xi's gaze. Epilogue. Sports Day 4. When heaven fails to meet one's wishes, the women's 3,000-meter race was about to commence, and Tang Xi stood anxiously at the starting line, awaiting the signal. Suddenly, the gunshot rang out, and the stadium erupted with noise, alive with cheers and applause. The surrounding competitors surged forward in a flash. And only then did Tang Xi react, beginning to run. Even in running, she lagged half a beat behind the others, prompting Su-Wen to chuckle softly. Tang Xi maintained a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow, a speed that was quite commonplace among the competitors. Yet, owing to her beauty and remarkable talent, even her ordinary running drew the attention of many. Tang Xi panted softly, consistently maintaining deep breaths to preserve her stamina to the utmost. Among the 20 participants, she held a steady position in 10th place. Many of the girls were reluctant to compete in this 3-kilometer race, resulting in a lack of seriousness in their efforts. After several laps, some were already gasping for breath, resorting to walking. In reality, only 5 or 6 girls possessed genuine strength, yet only 6 awards were available. Tang Xi's goal was clear, to secure the 6th place. The mere thought of the opportunity to take a photograph with Su-Wen made her heart race, and she found herself repeatedly whispering, Su-Wen, 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 Su-Wen. Her speed gradually increased, especially evident when she caught glimpses of Su-Wen in the crowd. However, after 30 seconds, a painful sensation coursed through her calves, and she began to feel her body weaken, the urge to give up growing ever stronger. In the 6th lap, Tang Xi's complexion flushed, her clothes soaked with sweat, and she gasped for air, her pace slowing significantly, clearly displaying signs of exhaustion. At this moment, she was in 7th place, while the girl in 6th was equally fatigued, ultimately deciding to take a brief respite before attempting to catch up. As Tang Xi observed the girl ahead of her taking a moment to rest, a glimmer of hope flickered within her. Perhaps her aspirations of winning the prize were not in vain. Her limbs ached excruciatingly, and tears of pain streamed down her face, a testament to her physical distress. Her brain was starved of oxygen, and even lifting her hands felt like a monumental task. The violent expansion and contraction of her lungs left her in discomfort. Yet, as she overtook the girl in front of her, an invigorating surge of confidence propelled her forward, solidifying her determination to triumph in the competition. However, fate had other plans. During the final lap, her body succumbed to exhaustion, her legs faltered, unable to propel her into a sprint. She yearned to surge ahead, leaning forward, yet her calves refused to cooperate. With a sudden crash, Tang Xi fell to the ground, the impact reverberating through the silent crowd. Gasps filled the air as everyone witnessed her tumble. Even the principal was startled, acutely aware of the significance of nurturing talent like Tang Xi. Should she sustain any injuries, there would undoubtedly be repercussions from above. The principal, drenched in cold sweat, urgently instructed the nearby director to check on Tang Xi's condition. As onlookers on either side of the track rushed forward with concern, Tang Xi raised a hand to signal them to stay back. With great effort, she pushed herself up, her arms, knees, and other abrasions ablaze with pain. Walking had become a daunting challenge, her legs refusing to straighten after the fall. This sight pained Su-Wen deeply, who found himself torn between the desire to assist and the hesitation that held him back. Epilogue. Sports Day 5. Princess Carrie. Tang Xi's nose had been grazed, rendering it the most crimson feature on her face, followed closely by the glistening tears in her eyes, which appeared to be on the verge of spilling over, evoking an overwhelming sense of injustice. Tang Xi supported her waist with her hand and limped forward with determined strides, resolutely unwilling to concede defeat. However, it was not long before she heard the swift, echoing footsteps approaching from behind, as the girl who had previously been idling began to quicken her pace and rapidly close the distance. Tang Xi's heart had grown cold, for she had toiled diligently for an entire month, only to realize that her efforts were in vain. Indeed, she had only exerted herself for a mere month, a mere flicker in comparison to those who ran tirelessly every day. Yet, a bittersweet ache spread through her heart, and the lump in her throat remained stubbornly lodged, refusing to be swallowed. At this moment, there was still half a lap to go, a mere 200 meters remaining, though her legs felt utterly drained. Tang Xi had begun to numb her senses, only acutely aware of the heaviness in her thighs and the struggle to breathe. Tang Xi raised her eyes to gaze at the finish line ahead, where 6 girls had already completed the race. However, when Su-Wen, amidst the crowd. Cast a worried glance in her direction. Tang Xi felt a surge of motivation once again. Well, having exerted herself to this extent, it would be inappropriate to even entertain the thought of giving up. Moreover, there were still more than a dozen girls behind her waiting to surpass her. Tang Xi grew resolute, her brow furrowing under the overwhelming fatigue that enveloped her. What began as a brisk walk transformed into a slow, determined jog. Yet the abrasion on her knee began to ooze blood as the skin stretched with each movement, crimson rivulets trickling down her calf. This harrowing sight moved all who bore witness. Her delicate frame appeared as if it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. Sweat cascaded from her forehead, while tears glimmered at the corners of her eyes, imparting an aura of fragility. Oh my, what was she doing? Blood was already seeping from her knee. Didn't she feel pain? How could she possibly continue to run in such a state? Yet, her resilience was truly remarkable. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, yet a more fervent cheer arose, a chorus of encouragement for Tang Xi. Goddess, run. Just 100 meters to go. Keep pushing. Those behind Tang Xi began to surge forward, eager to surpass her. With a resolute heart, Tang Xi disregarded the heavy dizziness clouding her mind, shutting her eyes as she propelled herself forward with unwavering determination. It was not until a chorus of jubilant cheers echoed through the air that she dared to slightly open her eyes, realizing she had just crossed the finish line. Merely 5 meters ahead stood Su-Wan, and in a moment of bewilderment, Tang Xi failed to react in time and collided with Su-Wan. Wow, the couple I ship actually embraced. One girl exclaimed with exuberance. Tang Xi found herself enveloped in a gentle embrace. As she regained her senses and attempted to break free, Su-Wan held her firmly in place. He lifted Tang Xi effortlessly, his voice cold yet commanding. Stay still. I shall take you to the infirmary. Oh my, a Princess Carrie. How delightful. I knew they were a couple. Tang Xi's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelming the sensations of aching thighs and the searing pain in her knees. Tang Xi felt her heart race, somewhat at a loss, as her head gently rested on Su-Wan's shoulder. Su-Wan, too, was not at ease. The small figure in her embrace was fragrant and soft, and the areas she touched tingled delightfully, creating an addictive sensation. Throughout their journey, neither spoke. One paralyzed by nervousness and the other ensnared in a tumult of emotions. In a side story, the Sports Day 6, Ambiguity, Su-Wan escorted Tang Xi to the school nurse, and upon recognizing the two prominent figures from the school, the female doctor beamed with delight. Ah, it seems the rumors are true. They truly make a splendid pair. However, her expression turned serious upon noticing the injury on Tang Xi's knee. After diligently attending to the wound, she admonished Su-Wan, as a boyfriend, you must be more attentive. How could you allow your girlfriend to fall so severely? She's bleeding. The phrase boyfriend and girlfriend sent their minds into a sudden blank. Su-Wan's face flushed crimson as she turned her head away, unwilling to deny it, while Tang Xi lowered her gaze, her entire being aflame with embarrassment. The nurse, sensing the shift in atmosphere, donned a knowing smile and, under the pretense of fetching some ointment, deliberately left the two alone. In this confined space, only Tang Xi and Su-Wan remained. Su-Wan felt a surge of heat, the atmosphere oddly charged yet intoxicating. At that moment, Tang Xi broke the silence. Thank you for bringing me to the infirmary. Of course, Su-Wan replied, her ears burning as she discreetly glanced at the anxious Tang Xi. Noting her voluminous hair and the way her face had blossomed with color, Tang Xi is remarkably captivating, particularly with her innocent doe-like eyes that enchant those who gaze upon her. Her lips are also full and alluring, momentarily causing Su-Wan to lose his composure. In an impulsive gesture, Su-Wan reached out to tousle Tang Xi's hair and said coldly, do not be anxious. This unexpected action brought a secret smile to Tang Xi's face, and she nervously remarked, you looked quite handsome while running just now. However, it would be even more appealing if you revealed your abs solely to me. Upon hearing this, Su-Wan's demeanor softened considerably. In the places where Tang Xi could not see, his thoughts were entirely consumed by her presence. He chuckled in a low voice. You appeared even more beautiful while watching me accelerate. Tang Xi suddenly perked up, instinctively shaking her head in denial, exclaiming, how could that be? A soft chuckle escaped Su-Wan's lips, her eyes shimmering with amusement and a hint of affection toward Tang Xi. During the closing ceremony of the sports meet, Tang Xi sat despondently, listening to the principal's speech, having not won a prize in the 3,000-meter race. She felt she had also lost the opportunity for a photograph with Su-Wan, causing her spirits to wane. The principal passionately proclaimed from the podium, I would like to give special recognition to one student in the women's 3,000-meter race, and that is Tang Xi. Despite falling and even bleeding during the race, she refused to abandon the competition. Her indomitable spirit is truly commendable and serves as an inspiration to us all. Therefore, I am honored to present her with the award for the exemplary spirit of sportsmanship. Tang Xi stood frozen in place until the jubilant cheers of the crowd finally penetrated her daze. She had actually won an award. A radiant smile blossomed in her eyes, and tears of joy streamed down her face uncontrollably. How wonderful it was! She had finally achieved her goal. When it came time for the award recipients to pose for photographs at the sports meet, Tang Xi found herself positioned right in the center, with males and females flanking either side, while the principal and other dignitaries stood prominently at the forefront. It was uncertain whether this arrangement was intentional. But Suwon also ended up near Tang Xi, leading to an unintentional brush of their shoulders that instantly flushed both of their faces. During the photograph, the young girl radiated a brilliant smile, a balm for the soul. Meanwhile, the young man's lips curled slightly upward, though his gaze remained fixed upon her. Tang Xi smiled contentedly, then embraced Bibi Dong's arm, playfully saying, "Actually, there is another person who helped me make this noodles. May I take you to meet that person?" Faced with Tang Xi's charming antics, Bibi Dong found herself utterly defenseless and indulgently replied, all right, I will listen to you, shall she?" At that moment, Bibi Dong couldn't help but ponder. Could that person be her daughter, Qianren? Probably not. After all, she likely despised her. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's agreement, Tang Xi became even more exhilarated. Once Bibi Dong finished her noodles, Tang Xi immediately led her to find Xue Qinghe. It should be Qianren by now, as she had reverted to her original girl form. On the lawn, beneath the trees, a woman with golden hair awaited them, surrounded by the shimmering glow of fireflies. The starry sky twinkled above, and the fragrant scent of blooming flowers wafted through the air, creating a breathtaking tableau. After Tang, she found Qianren with Bibi Dong. She quietly withdrew, observing Bibi Dong's astonished expression. Qianren embodied the perfect amalgamation of her parents' finest traits, possessing an exquisitely proportioned figure and a visage reminiscent of Bibi Dong. Her thick brows furrowed with evident tension. Overwhelmed, Bibi Dong was instantly reminded of that fateful night, the harrowing scene of coercion replaying incessantly in her mind. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and a pained expression crossed her face as loathing surged from the depths of her being, rekindling her resentment toward the Angel clan. Qianren hesitated before stepping forward, timidly uttering "Mama." This utterance caused Bibi Dong to recoil, her voice cracking as she shouted, "Get away. I do not wish to see you." The words halted Qianren in her tracks, making her recall Tang Xi's words, "If you have something to say, do not hesitate. It is better than being perpetually misunderstood." With this thought, her nose tinged with bitterness, and a sense of grievance lodged painfully in her throat. Choking back tears, Qianren confessed, "As a child, I often watched my peers joyfully leap into their mother's embraces. While I envied them, I secretly believed that my own shortcomings rendered me unworthy of my mother's affection. To prove my worth, I ventured to the Heaven Do Empire, hoping my mother would regard me with newfound respect. However, witnessing her gentle smiles bestowed upon other girls, while I received only indifference and even disdain, led me to a painful realization. My mother has always despised me, not for my lack of excellence, but because I was an unwanted offspring." Qianren tear-filled eyes pierced Bibi Dong's heart, stirring memories of how she had treated her daughter, leaving her feeling as though she were being gnawed upon by a swarm of ants, both itchy and distressing. She longed to protest, to declare that it was not the case, yet the words remained unspoken on her lips. Observing Bibi Dong tremble, Qianren felt a chill wash over her. Lowering her head in silence, she said, "But I do not harbor resentment towards you, for without you, I would not exist. I have come to understand the truth of the past, and thus have no reason to blame you. Yet I, too, am innocent. I am a girl who yearns for her mother. For years, I have envisioned countless scenarios of you accepting me." When Qianren lifted her gaze to Bibi Dong, her face was streaked with tears, her voice quivering with sorrow as she continued, "However, if my existence brings you disdain, I shall no longer appear before you. You may pursue whatever you desire or depart from the Spirit Hall. I will not allow my grandfather to obstruct your path again. This is the last time I shall call you Mama. I deeply regret appearing before you on your birthday. Rest assured, I shall no longer be a burden to your sight." Abandoning past grievances, the sound of Qian Ringshu's weeping resonated deeply within Bibi Dong's heart, each word striking with profound intensity. As she watched Qian Ringshu walk away in disappointment, an overwhelming sense of emptiness engulfed her, as if she had lost something of immense significance. As Qian Ringshu receded further into the distance, Bibi Dong's mind became a void, filled with anxiety, panic, and self-reproach that permeated every corner of her being. Almost instinctively, she extended her hand and called out, "Don't go." Qian Ringshu halted her steps. Yet she dared not turn to face Bibi Dong. With a tremor in her voice, Bibi Dong implored, "I do not harbor any disdain for you. I simply do not know how to confront my feelings. Can you grant me some time? Time to adapt to this fear within me that I believe I can conquer." After all, blood is thicker than water. Upon witnessing the girl's tears, a sharp pang of sorrow pierced Bibi Dong's heart. Qian Ringshu, taken aback, could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, immediately rushing into Bibi Dong's embrace. In that moment, Bibi Dong felt paralyzed, instinctively resisting but unable to push away the trembling figure enveloped in her arms, nor could she bear to see the girl in distress, her heart aching for the one she held close. Tang Xi secretly observed this heartwarming scene and then quietly departed, feeling that this night should belong to the mother and daughter. A heavy burden lifted from her heart, and she felt a wave of relief. Even if she were not to see tomorrow, she would have no regrets. The following day, when Tang Xi sought out the Pope Bibi Dong, she was met with a serene smile, while the expressions of the specter and Yue Guanju resembled those who had seen a ghost. For they had never witnessed the Pope smile for such an extended duration. When the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe of the Tiando Empire departed that morning, the Pope herself went to the city wall to bid farewell, appearing quite reluctant to see him go. Upon encountering Tang Xi, Bibi Dong's joy blossomed even further. "Xiao Shi, you have arrived." How could she not realize that the reconciliation with Shui'er was entirely orchestrated by Tang Xi? She had come to regard Tang Xi as her own daughter. Who could resist loving such a considerate little darling? Tang Xi beamed as she gazed at Bibi Dong, evidently pleased, suggesting that her mentor had recently encountered fortuitous events, thus lifting her spirits. "Indeed, this is largely thanks to you, Xiao Shi." Bibi Dong gestured for Tang Xi to approach, and the latter obediently complied. Before her, Bibi Dong summoned with her soul power a soul bone, originally belonging to Tang San in the original narrative from the Soul Guide. The soul bone emanated a soft glow, gracefully hovering in the palm of Bibi Dong's hand. Tang Xi inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is this?" Observing the bewildered expression on Tang Xi's face, Bibi Dong's heart blossomed with joy as she affectionately tousled Tang Xi's fluffy hair and explained, "This is the spirit bone from my spiritual head, which I initially intended to award as a prize for the elite competition champion. However, considering your affiliation with the Shrek team, I decided to reserve this soul bone specifically for you." Tang Xi, moved, leaped into Bibi Dong's embrace, her voice quavering as she expressed, "You are truly the best, teacher." However, she shook her head regretfully, declining, "Teacher, I cannot accept this soul bone." The nearby Yu Guanju was left speechless, after all. This was a soul bone, something immensely coveted. To refuse such a gift seemed utterly nonsensical. Yet, Gui Mei's reaction remained notably subdued. Tang Xi's actions must surely be guided by her own reasoning. Bibi Dong smiled gently and inquired, "Why do you choose not to accept it?" Tang Xi replied with a sense of resignation, "Little Xi, I have less than a month to live. The soul bone should be left for someone who needs it more. My teacher can utilize it to attract talent, thus allowing this soul bone to realize its greater potential." Every word spoken by Tang Xi reverberated in Bibi Dong's mind, accompanied by a cascade of memories that surfaced. Tang Xi playfully embraced her arms and said, "Teacher, you must find joy in every day that I am away." Tang Xi, with a beaming smile, served herself a bowl of longevity noodles and said, "Happy birthday, dear teacher. Let us temporarily set aside the duties of the Pope and indulge in a moment of well-deserved rest." Tang Xi, brimming with excitement, dashed towards her with the meticulously crafted flower crown in hand, never uttering a word about the wounds that adorned her hands. Her perpetual smile suggested that the sight of the teacher adorned with the crown would be nothing short of enchanting. However, when she learned that Tang Xi had but 2 months to live, the anguish she felt rivaled that of her heartbreak when parting ways with Yu Xiaojiang. "The one I love does not love me in return, while the one who loves me has but 2 months to exist." Moreover, Su Wen had once confided in her, assuring her that he could only promise a chance to prolong Tang Xi's life, but it was merely a chance. as the memories faded. Under the bewildered gaze of Gui Mei and Yu Guanju, Bai Dong's eyes gradually welled with tears. She tightly embraced Tang Xi, her face etched with sorrow, and gently implored, "Xiaoxi, why can't you think of yourself for once?" Tang Xi felt somewhat at a loss and said anxiously, "Teacher, please do not be upset." Tang Xi believed that her reluctance to accept the soul bone was the reason for her predicament. Thus, she suggested, "Why not grant me more gold soul coins? After all, I am quite the little money enthusiast." Observing the sparkle in Tang Xi's eyes, Bai Dong couldn't help but chuckle, and with a grand gesture, she bestowed upon Tang Xi half of her modest treasury. Tang Xi gazed at the astonishing sum of 100 million gold soul coins in her soul guide, unable to tear her eyes away, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. She had never encountered such wealth in her lifetime. Oh, how she longed to revel in an ocean of soul coins at that very moment. However, Tang Xi did not lose sight of her purpose. She mentioned her plan to embark on a journey to the Douluo Forest that afternoon. Naturally, Bibi Dong would not oppose Tang Xi's desire, yet under her condition. Tang Xi was required to be accompanied by a titled Douluo. This, of course, posed a challenge. For having a titled Douluo by her side would hinder her encounter with De Ming and Ming. After a charming display of affection and persuasion from Tang Xi, Bibi Dong ultimately consented to allow her to venture alone to the Douluo Forest. The purpose of this journey was straightforward. Tang Xi intended to escort Sister Xiao Wu to the side of De Ming and Ming, for it was only in their presence that Xiao Wu would be sufficiently safe. Moreover, she could not predict her own demise, and having Xiao Wu accompany her would be an unwise decision. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu looked on with a worried expression as Tang Xi spread her blood butterfly wings, striving to elevate herself into the air. "Tang Xi, perhaps we should consider walking instead," she suggested. Tang Xi attempted to lift Xiao Wu into the air, but her efforts proved futile. Ultimately, she helplessly remarked, "Sister Xiao Wu, it is high time for you to consider shedding some weight." Xiao Wu, taken aback, turned her head away in irritation, choosing to ignore Tang Xi. Tang Xi, did she perhaps misspeak? In the Douluo Great Forest, Xiao Wu and Tang Xi weaved through the trees, where Xiao Wu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, prompting Tang Xi to allow her to lead by intuition. After a series of twists and turns, Tang Xi found herself in a breathtaking clearing, revealing a serene lake nestled beyond a dense thicket. The crystalline waters rendered the air more humid, reflecting the towering trees surrounding it, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, which made everything shimmer with ethereal clarity upon the lake's surface. At the edge of this tranquil lake stood a colossal figure, akin to a mountain, its ebony fur glistening faintly under the dim moonlight. Though it knelt on all fours, its shoulders towered well over 7 meters. If it were to rise upright, its height would likely exceed 15 meters. This creature bore a striking resemblance to both a monkey and a gorilla, with eyes the size of lanterns glowing like amber jewels, while the rest of its form was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Moreover, the sheer might of this behemoth was astonishing. Its physique not only vast but also adorned with muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills. The entirety of its being was a harmonious amalgamation of strength and grace, embodying the essence of the forest's sovereign, the Titan giant ape, a soul beast revered as a title akin to Douluo in the spirit world. Upon catching sight of Xiao Wu behind Tang Xi, the Titan giant ape's amber eyes suddenly blazed with intensity, yet it soon sensed something amiss. For Xiao Wu was no longer a 100,000-year soul beast, but had diminished to an 80,000-year level. Confounded by the shift, the Titan giant ape was consumed by fury, convinced that humanity had wronged Sister Xiao Wu. With this thought igniting its rage, the Titan giant ape roared at Tang Xi, its eyes blazing like twin suns, exuding a majestic aura that caused the waters before it to ripple in response. Tang Xi stood petrified in the wind, staring into the eyes of the Titan gorilla, which regarded her with the intensity of a sworn enemy. Xiao Wu was the first to sense the unusual tension. She immediately positioned herself in front of Tang Xi, eyeing the Titan gorilla with a defensive stance, ready for battle. At the tender age of 7, Xiao Wu's intellect was limited, and most of her memories lay dormant, rendering her unfamiliar with the formidable creature before her, as well as with the identities of De Ming and Ming. The Titan gorilla, bewildered, wondered why Sister Xiao Wu assumed an aggressive posture towards it. Thus, it made an attempt to speak. "Sister Xiao Wu?" Tang Xi approached and gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, offering comfort. "It's all right, Sister Xiao Wu. Is it a family member from before your amnesia?" Xiao Wu tilted her head in confusion, intrigued by the term family. What exactly is family? Family refers to those who care for you, love you, and consider your well-being, as well as those who are deserving of your protection. Tang Xi responded with a beaming smile, but Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, embraced Tang Xi, exclaiming, "Little Xi is my kin." The Titan great ape, feeling overlooked, clicked its tongue in discontent. Subsequently, Tang Xi offered a brief explanation to the Titan great ape, detailing how Xiao Wu had fallen among a group of titled Douluos. And as a result of soul power sharing, Xiao Wu's cultivation had regressed by 20,000 years. She also recounted how the titled Douluos had spared Xiao Wu. Tang Xi also spoke of the current circumstances surrounding Xiao Wu, mentioning her regression in consciousness and the necessity of hunting soul beasts to attain true humanity upon reaching the 60th level. Even Xiao Wu, despite her naivety, discerned the underlying implications of Tang Xi's words, and in a moment of distress, she cried out, "Wu, Xiao Xi, do you no longer want me?" Meanwhile, the Titan great ape, feeling overlooked once more, expressed its desire for Xiao Wu. However, when confronted with her disdainful gaze, it found itself momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Xi smiled helplessly and said, "Sister Xiao Wu can cultivate faster by following Air Ming. By then, I will just wait for Sister Xiao Wu to protect me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu ceased her tears and, with a choked voice, asked, "Really?" Tang Xi nodded fervently, coaxing, "I believe Sister Xiao Wu will become incredibly strong by then. Remember to come and protect me when the time comes." Xiao Wu valiantly suppressed the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes, and a wave of joy surged within her, prompting her to leap with excitement. Yes, yes. Xiao Wu will protect Tang Xi. In her exuberance, Xiao Wu sought to share her happiness with Tang Xi, planting several kisses upon her cheek. However, as they faced the ominous gaze of the Titan giant ape, Tang Xi wiped away the cold sweat that had formed on her brow. Fearing that Xiao Wu might become reluctant to part ways, Tang Xi gently rendered her unconscious with a swift strike, whispering, "I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Wu. If I don't do this now, I fear it will only become more difficult to move forward." The Titan giant ape silently observed Tang Xi, noting the faint, enchanting fragrance that surrounded her. In a rare moment of speech, the Titan giant ape expressed, "Thank you for protecting Sister Xiao Wu in front of so many." The temptation of 100,000-year soul beast was immense, yet this human had managed to develop a theory of soul power sharing, allowing Sister Xiao Wu to retain her human form. This was a boon for her and all soul beasts alike. Truly. The Titan giant ape felt a profound respect for the human before it. Tang Xi cast a reluctant glance at Sister Xiao Wu for the last time, for she feared that this farewell might be eternal. "Air Ming, please take good care of Sister Xiao Wu for me." Tang Xi spoke with unease, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. "I will," solemnly vowed the Titan great ape. Subsequently, during the journey back to the Spirit Hall, Tang Xi's heart was gripped by intermittent pangs of anguish, her forehead beaded with perspiration, her complexion pale and frail, as if her heart were on the verge of bursting from the unbearable torment. Tang Xi spread her pair of blood-red butterfly wings, soaring through the air with an undulating motion, as if she were on the verge of plummeting from the sky at any moment. Enduring excruciating pain, Tang Xi finally succumbed to unconsciousness upon reaching the Spirit Hall, causing a stir among the members of the Papal Palace. Bibi Dong felt an unsettling anxiety within her, yet Su Wen instructed her to leave the room. Aware of Su Wen's status as a successor of a divine legacy, she vaguely understood that his method involved guiding Tang Xi to undergo a trial in order to earn rewards that would prolong her life. This was Su Wen's secret, allowing Bibi Dong to ease her mind and order everyone to refrain from visiting Tang Xi. Inside the room, as Tang Xi regained consciousness, she hazily perceived a figure before her. A strikingly handsome visage materialized in front of her. Tang Xi was nearly startled as the figure before her gradually came into focus. Upon realizing it was Su Wen, she momentarily froze, then lifted the blanket to check if her clothes were still on. Su Wen, with a dark expression, inquired, "What kind of person did you imagine me to be? Now that you are awake, prepare yourself." Tang Xi appeared somewhat dazed, pondering what preparations were necessary. "Take a moment. Shortly, I shall initiate the dual deity trial for you. Whether you can sustain your existence hinges on your abilities." Su Wen elucidated. Upon turning around, he noticed Tang Xi casually respond with a nonchalant "Oh." Su Wen struggled to suppress the urge to admonish Tang Xi, yet he could not refrain from inquiring, "Aren't you anxious? Aren't you exhilarated?" Tang Xi rubbed her bleary eyes and spoke softly, "Dying early leads to rebirth. It's not a significant issue." Thud. Su Wen could no longer restrain himself and tapped Tang Xi on the head, his gaze icy as he declared, "If you fail to survive, I shall eliminate Shrek, Hao-Yi insect, and Tang San to accompany you in death." Tang Xi crouched in the corner, cradling her swollen head in a display of grievance. "How can you disregard the martial virtues, you wretched deskmate?" In the midst of the 108 dual god trials, Suwen helplessly rubbed his forehead, ultimately adopting a serious demeanor. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew heavy, and a faint green flame took shape on Suwen's forehead, emanating a gentle glow. His dark purple hair danced wildly in a fierce wind, and his gaze sharpened with intensity as a swirling mass of black mist enveloped him. A flash of white light illuminated the ground as a heavy, ancient door began to rise slowly. At the center of this door, a skull was intricately carved, and to Su Wen's astonishment, the skull spoke, announcing, "The dual god trials have commenced. Please enter, trial participants." As Su Wen's eyes turned to Tang Xi, she approached leisurely, her face alight with anticipation. "Is this truly the trial of the god of life and the god of destruction?" she inquired. Su Wen nodded in silent affirmation and cautioned, "Once you enter, the scene will transform into the trial you are destined to face, and the tasks will manifest automatically within your mind." Tang Xi gazed at Su Wen with utmost seriousness, then quietly rose onto her tiptoes and planted a playful kiss near Su Wen's face. Su Wen was momentarily taken aback, a rosy blush immediately creeping up to her ears. By the time Su Wen turned around, there was no trace of Tang Xi. She had already slipped through the doorway after teasing Su Wen. With her cheeks flushed, Su Wen found herself reminiscing about the delightful sensation, which seemed rather pleasant. Beyond the door lay an expanse of unending darkness. Suddenly, the scene shifted rapidly, and Tang Xi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Rubbing her temples, she opened her eyes to find herself in a forest teeming with an ominous aura. Concurrently, a passage echoed in her mind. "This is a world turned upside down. Where the positions of spirit beasts and humans have reversed, spirit beasts must hunt humans to acquire soul rings. Your identity: 100,000-year-old transformed human with a soul power level of 53. Mission: successfully eliminate the ultimate boss. The limit: Douluo spirit beast. The 9 mysteries emerald scorpion, equivalent to 100,000 years." Upon absorbing this information, Tang Xi felt a flush of embarrassment. Did this mean she was the coveted prize in the eyes of the spirit beasts? As she pondered this, the forest began to tremble. Suddenly, a pair of adorably large eyes emerged from the gaps in the trees, followed by a 7 or 8 meter long lizard, entirely cloaked in a vibrant green hue. Rising to its full height, upon spotting Tang Xi, it curled the corners of its mouth and licked its lips with its tongue. Tang Xi felt an ominous premonition as crimson butterfly wings unfurled behind her, hovering in midair. Suddenly, a lizard's tongue elongated and darted towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi summoned her soul power, and 5 soul rings spiraled upward from beneath her feet, pulsating in a rhythmic dance. Notably, the 5th soul ring, a striking shade of pink, shone with an even more brilliant radiance. The delicate web of flexibility. Behind Tang Xi, a colossal peony illusion blossomed, surrounded by countless delicate white threads. Hundreds of these threads transformed into silken strands, swiftly launching towards the lizard. The moment the strands made contact with its tongues, they instinctively coiled around it, while the other ends firmly adhered to the crevices of towering trees. The lizard attempted to retract its tongue, but a formidable pulling force rendered it immobile. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Tang Xi swiftly took to the skies, her thoughts wandering to the delightful flavor of roasted lizard, which she imagined would be quite delectable. However, she realized that the enticing aroma of roasted meat would undoubtedly attract numerous soul beasts, putting her in peril. Such a risk was far too great to bear. Within the forest, danger lurked at every turn. Countless eyes observed Tang Xi's every move from the shadows, sending a shiver down her spine. Simultaneously, she sensed multiple powerful auras converging upon her from within 100 miles. The deeper she ventured into the woods, the more silence enveloped her, with scarcely any low-level soul beasts in sight. This profound quietude often served as a forewarning of impending peril. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as a flock of crows, startled by an unseen threat, took flight in a flurry of feathers. The ground trembled slightly, fissures appearing as if something formidable were about to burst forth from the earth. A surge of anxiety welled up within Tang Xi, prompting her to swiftly unfurl her wings and ascend into the sky. As she soared upward, a gust of razor-sharp wind suddenly approached, and before her appeared a formidable black-feathered wing, a soul beast, a black eagle, possessing nearly level 90 of soul power. In a moment of panic, Tang Xi clung to a branch, nearly unleashing a torrent of curses. What on earth are these things? As she spoke, a pair of crescent-shaped eyes appeared behind her, sending a chill down her spine. Instinctively, she leapt from the branch. With a resounding thud, a massive python, approximately 20 meters in length, lunged and struck the branch with its fangs. Tang Xi harnessed her soul power, causing peonies to bloom upon each soul beast, their movements becoming sluggish. Each soul beast was deprived of 40 units of speed, which were then redirected to enhance Tang Xi's own, tripling her velocity. In a swift motion, she evaded the pursuit of the beast with remarkable agility. A brilliant flash of white light erupted in the sky, forming a luminous halo that enveloped the entire forest. As Tang Xi reached the forest's edge and made contact with the radiant light, she was repelled by a formidable force, sending her flying several meters back. "You cannot escape. Human, stay and become our soul ring," boomed a majestic voice, followed by a hoarse chuckle that echoed, "I prefer to torment this human rather than let her die easily." Ahaha. The sources of these ominous tones were none other than the colossal python and the black eagle. The centipede, surging forth from the ground, gazed at Tang Xi with insatiable greed, while the four-winged fire dragon approached slowly from the distance. The combined might of these four soul beasts already reached the level of a tidal Douluo. Countless escape routes flashed through Tang Xi's mind, yet all ended in failure. Moreover, she had yet to encounter her mission target, but she resolved that if death was inevitable, she would take someone down with her. Tang Xi's face radiated unwavering determination. As the fifth soul ring at her waist shimmered incessantly, locking onto the weakest soul beast in the air, the black eagle, which was soaring towards her. The black eagle mocked Tang Xi's audacity, generating countless blades of wind with each flap of its wings. However, Tang Xi deftly utilized her teleportation ability, executing a swift maneuver that brought her directly behind the black eagle. Hundreds of threads emerged, ensnaring the creature. For a tidal Douluo, no matter how resilient the silk, it would typically break free within a minute. Yet, Tang Xi's true intention lay beyond this, as she invoked her fourth soul skill, the puppeteer. This skill allowed her to control a soul master of equivalent strength for 40 seconds, with a reduction of 1 second for each rank higher than her own. Thus, even against the tidal Douluo, she could maintain control for approximately 3 seconds. Countless strands enveloped the black eagle, governing its actions. The creature, stricken with terror, found itself immobilized, watching helplessly as it bit down on its own precious wings with its razor-sharp fangs. The fangs pierced through flesh, unleashing waves of agony that rendered the black eagle voiceless in its cries. As the 3 seconds elapsed, Tang Xi's complexion grew pale, yet the black eagle's wings bled profusely, causing it to lose its balance and plummet from the skies. In the air, Tang Xi held an undeniable advantage, but below, the four-winged fire dragon glared furiously at her, instantly unfurling its massive wings and charging towards her. "Stop struggling!" it roared as torrents of flames erupted from its maw, turning all in their path to ash. Tang Xi struggled to unleash her second soul skill, devouring soul power, quickly replenishing the soul energy within her. A flash of pink light danced through the air as a pink peony unexpectedly bloomed in suspension, exuding a delicate fragrance. In that moment, Tang Xi activated the skill of her blood butterfly wing soul bone, floral enchantment, which rendered the soul beasts ensnared by the floral aroma devoid of all 5 senses. The four-winged fire dragon instantly realized it could see nothing and hear nothing, its furious wails echoing. Human. Its massive form thrashed about wildly, and the flames it emitted blazed even more fiercely than before. Tang Xi struggled to evade, yet the searing flames of the dragon grazed her wings, overwhelming her with a scorching sensation. How infuriating! Tang Xi muttered a curse under her breath as she descended gracefully from the sky, retracting her wings upon landing. Just as she touched the ground, a colossal tail, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, struck towards her. With a nimble leap and a swift sidestep, she narrowly evaded the serpent's assault, only to find an unsightly centipede scuttling menacingly in her direction. "Stay away from me, you're utterly repulsive." Tang Xi could not suppress her revulsion and let out a scream. The centipede paused for a moment, seething with rage. "You wretched girl, how dare you call me ugly?" Its words dripped with the essence of a greasy old man. Tang Xi fought to quell her nausea as she dodged the gaping maw of the python, all the while evading the centipede's assaults. A moment's inattention resulted in a massive tail sweeping through the air, sending Tang Xi hurtling away. Bang! Tang Xi collided with a rock and fell to the ground, blood trickling from her forehead. Her limbs ached with fatigue, leaving her devoid of strength to flee any further. The python glanced over at the centipede with a sense of triumph, while the fragrant blooms faded, allowing the four-winged fire dragon to regain its senses and descend from the sky. The black eagle, filled with hatred, slowly approached Tang Xi. At that moment, a flurry of snowflakes drifted by, accompanied by a biting cold wind that swept through the air, swiftly forming a thin layer of ice beneath the feet of the four-soul beasts. Their expressions stiffened, suddenly transforming into one of fear. It was approaching. A tall, dark silhouette advanced, its massive pincers crashing to the ground, turning everything they touched into solid ice. The creature, adorned in a deep violet hue, stretched an impressive 5 meters in length, with 9 segmented tails sprouting from its posterior, each tipped with a sharp stinger. This soul beast was known as the Nine-Xian Green Scorpion, possessing the formidable strength equivalent to a level 99 extreme Douluo. "I shall claim this human," it declared in a voice that was surprisingly high-pitched yet clear. "This human undoubtedly belongs to you," the black eagle rasped, his eyes filled with resentment. The other 4 soul beasts could do nothing but yield before the Nine-Xian Green Scorpion, for opposing it would be futile. Before losing consciousness, Tang Xi faintly glimpsed a scorpion with 9 tails, but soon her vision blurred and she succumbed to darkness. In the deep of night, by the flickering campfire, Tang Xi awoke, startled by the oppressive heat that enveloped her. In an instant, she realized she was bound, with fierce flames searing beneath her. Goodness! To perish in such a manner is truly tormenting. As Tang Xi awoke, she began to grumble, the commotion rousing the slumbering 9 profound verdant scorpion. The creature lifted its gaze and, with a nonchalant tone, addressed Tang Xi, urging her to accept her fate and cease her struggles, for soon she would become its meal. It had heard that roasting humans yields a delectable flavor, and thus it was eager to put this theory to the test. Tang Xi, of course, had to struggle for a while, shouting, "At the very least, you should poison me first. Otherwise, enduring the process of being burned alive is far too tormenting." The 9 profound emerald scorpion replied, "Human, why do you not adhere to the usual conventions? Nevertheless, food is ultimately just food, not worthy of concern." Noticing that the 9 profound emerald scorpion was ignoring her, Tang Xi felt a twinge of panic and immediately exclaimed, "I can prepare dishes 100 times more delectable than myself." The 9 profound emerald scorpion's interest was piqued, and it responded, "I find myself salivating. I am somewhat intrigued. You must have lived for quite some time. Do you not find it dull? I have countless delightful trinkets to share." Having lived for 100,000 years, the 9 profound emerald scorpion felt even more captivated. No, she is human. One must not trust her words. At that moment, Tang Xi shouted fervently, "Since I am destined to die eventually, why not allow me a few more days of life? I shall provide you with delightful entertainment and exquisite delicacies, and once you tire of me, you may consume me at your leisure." The Nine-Xian Green Scorpion responded with palpable excitement. How tempting! With a sudden whoosh, a chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the roaring flames beneath Tang Xi, who then managed to free herself, her limbs agile once more. At that juncture, a mournful gaze fell upon Tang Xi. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she smiled reassuringly at the Nine-Xian Green Scorpion, saying, "Do not worry, I shall not flee. I will prepare something delectable for you." After all, if she were to escape, the soul beast would not let her off easily, leading to an exhausting chase. Alas, it seemed far more comfortable to simply lie back and endure, living as long as fate allowed, for an early demise would merely hasten her rebirth. Tang Xi retrieved a succulent piece of pork from the sapphire nestled against her chest, then proceeded to gather an array of spices, preparing to indulge in a barbecue. For her own hunger had begun to manifest. Her stomach rumbled audibly, echoing her cravings. The enticing aroma of the spicy barbecue wafted into the nostrils of the Nine-Xian Emerald Scorpion, filling its mind with visions of delectable delights. Tang Xi was already salivating, eager to seize a skewer of roasted meat for herself. However, in a flash, a shadow darted past, and the skewer in her hand had vanished without a trace. Turning her head in surprise, she discovered that the wretched scorpion had entwined the meat with its 9 tails, devouring it in great, greedy bites. In the span of a mere minute, Tang Xi, drenched in sweat from her efforts, watched helplessly as the entirety of her meticulously prepared barbecue was consumed voraciously by the Nine-Xian Emerald Scorpion. Tang Xi felt a profound sense of grievance. On the verge of tears, lamenting the loss of all the barbecue, exclaiming that starving to death was far crueler than being burned alive. After indulging in the feast, The nine-serpent emerald scorpion licked the remnants of flavor from its mouth and, with its radiant emerald eyes aglow, inquired eagerly, "Is there more? I wish to eat again." Consequently, with a scowl etched upon her face, Tang Xi spent the entire night preparing barbecue once more. However, this time she had learned to be clever, mastering the art of grilling while feasting, allowing her to snatch a few morsels from the scorpion's jaws. As the night wore on, Tang Xi was utterly exhausted, while the nine-serpent emerald scorpion, content, caressed its swollen abdomen with its large pincers. Marveling at having eaten so abundantly for the first time and pondering that keeping this human might not be such a bad idea after all. Observing Tang Xi's slumbering form, the scorpion tilted its head, recalling suddenly that humans appeared to be creatures that required long periods of rest. When Tang Xi awoke, her first sight was the nine-handled green scorpion, its large, adorable eyes fixed intently upon her. She silently closed her eyes again, turned over, and returned to slumber, disregarding everything around her. The nine-handled green scorpion, vexed by her indifference, lamented the opportunity lost as she chose to drift back into dreams. How could it possibly entertain itself now? Thus, with utmost caution, it coiled its nine tails around Tang Xi, careful to avoid the sharp stingers, and then began to thrash its tails wildly. 112. Surrender to repose. Tang Xi felt her entire body swaying, as if the remnants of last night's meal were about to be expelled. She surrendered, exclaiming, all right, I shall awaken at once. Please, do not torment me any further." The nine-profound green scorpion, still possessing a hint of pride, huffed, "Can it not subdue mere mortals?" Tang Xi and the nine-Xian green scorpion exchanged incredulous glances. She quietly proposed, "Perhaps I shall call you Little Geo from now on. Otherwise, referring to you as the foul scorpion seems rather unappealing." The nine-Xian green scorpion stared blankly at Tang Xi, then fervently shook its head and retorted, "Foul scorpion is undeniably majestic. How could it possibly be deemed unpleasant?" Tang Xi nearly burst into laughter, clutching her stomach as she chuckled incessantly. "Ha! Your aesthetic sense is peculiarly unique." Tang Xi gazed at the dazed appearance of the nine-mystic green scorpion, and in that instant, a small idea blossomed in her mind. Tang Xi feigned seriousness, yet inwardly struggled to contain her laughter. "Are you familiar with our human music?" she inquired. Jiushuan Bailu Siem merely shook his head in bewilderment. In response, Tang Xi produced her exquisitely crafted harp, a luxurious instrument she had acquired at great expense. In this world, nobility typically played only stringed instruments, and fortuitously, Tang Xi had mastered the guqin, which bore similarities to the harp in technique. With deftness, she manipulated the threads of life, conjuring the melody that danced in her imagination. A fantastical and familiar tune filled the air, prompting Tang Xi to joyfully commence her movements. Arms outstretched, swaying this way and that, she exuberantly performed a traditional dance. Her voice soared with melodious lyrics and accompaniment. "You are my little apple, just like the most beautiful clouds on the horizon." Jiushuan Bailuxia was utterly entranced, his eyes widening as he instinctively began to sway alongside Tang Xi, wildly shaking his neck. He even joined in the singing, albeit with a comically unrefined Mandarin. "You are my little duck, my small frying pan." Elated, Jiushuan Bailuxia leapt in delight, the enchanting melody having captivated his very essence. Perhaps Tang Xi sensed the brevity of her existence, prompting her to embrace freedom and revel in her whims. To hell with propriety. She would now embrace the role of a mischievous spirit. As Tang Xi savored the grilled meat, she joyfully swayed and danced with the nine-mystic green scorpion. After a while, she glanced at the nine-mystic green scorpion, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "Hee, little Geo, can you shrink?" The nine-mystic green scorpion, caught off guard, nodded eagerly while happily relishing the grilled delicacy. Tang Xi continued to inquire, "Have you ever soared through the skies?" The nine-Xian emerald scorpion gazed at Tang Xi with a look of bewilderment, as it was a reptilian creature, devoid of wings capable of flight. "I see," Tang Xi replied. Tang Xi conceived a mischievous idea and playfully enticed. "Why not shrink yourself to the size of my palm? I possess something truly delightful that will undoubtedly pique your interest." Upon hearing this, the nine-Xian emerald scorpion's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it obediently transformed to fit within the confines of Tang Xi's palm, eagerly inquiring, "Something fun? Is it really true?" At this moment, Tang Xi had unfurled the blood butterfly pool on her back. Gazing at the petite nine-Xian green scorpion, she responded with a beaming smile, "Of course, it's true." In the next instant, she seized the scorpion's tail and, before it could react, soared to an astonishing height of 999 meters. A fierce gust of wind rushed towards them, and the sensation of weightlessness enveloped the 9 green scorpion. Although its tough exterior could withstand a fall, the experience was undeniably terrifying. This was merely the beginning, as a playful smirk appeared on Tang Xi's lips. She then veered sharply, spiraling rapidly around the forest, executing several loops in the air, leaving the scorpion dizzy and disoriented. Slow down. The 9 green scorpion, which had never ventured away from the ground, trembled in fright, overwhelmed by the disorienting sensation. It feared that if it were to fall, it would endure a month of discomfort. In a state of desperation, the scorpion cried out, "Woo-woo, I don't want to play anymore. I want to go down." Tang Xi, feeling helpless, exclaimed, "How can you, a dignified titled Douluo, be so timid, afraid of heights? I don't care. I must go down." With the 9 green scorpion urging her on, Tang Xi obediently released its tail. In a moment of daze, the 9 green scorpion plummeted from the dizzying heights of the sky. With a resounding crash, its mind went blank, and a chill ran through its heart as it realized the impending doom. Oh no, it felt as though disaster was about to strike. Tang Xi curled her lips into a smile, leaning down swiftly to grasp the tail of the 9 green scorpion. Then, with a joyful burst of speed, she dashed forward, this time lowering her altitude, revealing the stunning mountains and rivers below. The 9 green scorpion was left mesmerized. Was it beautiful? Tang Xi inquired. And the 9 emerald scorpion nodded earnestly, its emerald eyes gleaming like precious gemstones, filled with increasing excitement. How beautiful! I wish to see it every day. From that day forth, Tang Xi and the 9 emerald scorpion shared delightful meals of grilled skewers, and occasionally, Tang Xi would prepare exquisite spicy hot pot. When it rained, they would seek warmth in the lair of the 4-winged fire dragon, and when the sun shone, they would frolic in the river. Each day, Tang Xi would take the 9 emerald scorpion for a breezy jaunt, soaring through the air to admire the scenery. At night, they would gather around a fire, joyfully dancing and singing "You Are My Little Apple," shaking their heads with abandon. When fatigue set in, the pair would snuggle together, drifting into a deep slumber. Though Tang Xi often found herself awakened by the snoring of the nearby spirit beast. Perhaps this world was crafted by the god of life, imbued with a trace of divine power that had miraculously extended Tang Xi's originally brief lifespan from 2 months to 5. In the divine realm, a gentle green-haired woman and a dark purple-haired man with crimson eyes gazed helplessly at the water mirror before them, which displayed scenes of the 9 emerald scorpion and Tang Xi reveling in daily pleasures. The god of life silently questioned the god of destruction beside her. What was our initial purpose in establishing this trial world? The god of destruction, rubbing his temples in exasperation, replied, "To cultivate the strength of the trial takers, and to gain a deeper understanding of the relationship between spirit beasts and humans." Yet, how has this girl managed to turn it into such a spectacle? The god of life chuckled, her defenses crumbling. Now that's what makes it interesting. However, this cannot continue. We shall have to intervene. As Tang Xi awakened from her slumber, her heart surged violently, and with a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of crimson blood. A searing sensation engulfed her internal organs, as the looming specter of death once again enveloped her entire being. The 9 green scorpion, startled by the blood that trickled from the corner of Tang Xi's mouth, anxiously inquired, "Little Xi, what has happened to you?" After 5 months of companionship, the 9 green scorpion had come to regard Tang Xi as a cherished friend. Though the notion of a spirit beast befriending a human may seem absurd, it was a sentiment born from the depths of its heart. Having existed for 100,000 years, it had endured a century of solitude. Yet, these past 5 months had been the most joyous of its existence. In this moment, it realized that the value of a lengthy life, filled with a lifetime of loneliness, could never compare to the fleeting happiness found in these brief months. Tang Xi wore a face full of despair. "Xiaojiu, I feel as though my days are numbered." The 9 green scorpion couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha. Xiaoxi, are you jesting? You seem so vibrant every day. Why the sudden gloom today?" However, upon seeing the seriousness etched on Tang Xi's face, its laughter faltered, realizing that she was indeed sincere. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The 9 green scorpion's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by an air of solemnity and fierce determination as it shielded Tang Xi behind it. "Who dares to trouble me? Are they seeking death?" A few powerful, terrifying presences gradually approached. In the distance, a menacing wolf, radiating an aura of malice, locked its gaze onto the Nine-Xian green scorpion. It stood atop a cliff, looking down upon Tang Xi. The malevolent wolf's presence matched that of the Nine-Xian green scorpion, indicating that the two soul beasts were evenly matched in strength. The wolf raised its head to the sky and howled a whoa. Dozens of wolves emerged slowly from the forest. The Nine-Xian green scorpion was about to unleash its soul skill when it realized its power was being suppressed. Noticing the unusual expression on the Nine-Xian green scorpion's face, Tang Xi surmised that it was the work of the god of life and the god of destruction, for this was indeed a trial ground. Tang Xi unleashed her martial spirit, a magnificent peony blossoming behind her, encircled by ethereal white threads. The soul rings spiraled rhythmically from her feet, signaling her readiness for battle. A pack of ferocious wolves lunged forth, and in an instant, hundreds of spider silk strands sprang to life, ensnaring the wolf horde. Meanwhile, the ravenous wolves charged towards the Jiuquan verdant scorpion, which, unable to utilize its soul skills, could only attempt to strike down its foes with its venomous stinger. However, the wolves were far from foolish. In the sky, a golden light flickered, and with a whoosh, it transformed into dozens of claw strikes aimed at the Jiuquan verdant scorpion. This was the soul skill of the wolves, and the scorpion struggled to evade the onslaught. Concurrently, a serpent that had been shadowing Tang Xi emerged, taunting, "Ha ha ha. Scorpion, can you still contend with us now that your soul skills are restricted?" As it spoke, the serpent opened its gaping maw, intent on tearing Tang Xi to shreds in one swift motion. Tang Xishu unfurled her butterfly wings and soared into the air, directing her flight towards the Nine-Xian emerald scorpion, calling out, "Little Jiu, quickly shrink." The Nine-Xian emerald scorpion comprehended Tang Xishu's intent, and as she grasped its tail, it swiftly diminished in size, allowing her to carry it aloft. Suddenly, a vicious wolf leapt into the air, sinking its fangs into Tang Xishu's calf. With a muffled cry of pain, she immediately unleashed the first soul skill of the lifeline, Bee Venom Needle. A flash of golden light erupted as the needle emerged from her back, striking towards the wolf's vital point, causing it to release its grip in agony. Taking advantage of the moment, Tang Xi embraced the diminutive version of the Nine-Xian emerald scorpion and soared into the sky to escape. However, before long, a searing flame shot towards Tang Xi, prompting her to hurriedly spin in midair to evade it. The Nine-Xian emerald scorpion, witnessing this predicament, felt a pang of guilt and said, "I'm sorry, Xiao Shi, I have caused you trouble." Observing Tang Xi's desperate efforts to flee with it, the Nine-Xian emerald scorpion felt a warmth in its heart. As a soul beast, it was the first time someone had stepped forward to protect it. And that someone was a human. Tang Xi chuckled helplessly. "What are you talking about? Those people are here to capture me." The Nine-Xian's green scorpion interjected. "You really have a knack for ruining the atmosphere." As they spoke, blades of wind swept past Tang Xi's ears. Surrounded by the onslaught of the fire dragon and the black hawk, the latter approached Tang Xi, poised to strike. In an instant, Tang Xi teleported above the black hawk and delivered a powerful kick. However, she was still struck by the fire dragon's attack. Searing flames ignited behind her. Tang Xi sought to escape, yet flames surrounded her on all sides. This was the fire dragon's soul skill, Blazing Inferno. This skill could engulf an area within a 50-meter radius in flames, and once any object came into contact with the fire, the flames would cling to it, becoming impossible to extinguish. Tang Xi continuously teleported to evade the encroaching flames, yet the fire clung tenaciously to her form, the searing sensation overwhelming her entire being. A cry of agony escaped her lips. "It hurts." The flames gradually consumed half of her butterfly wings, leaving her pallid and drenched in cold sweat. Bereft of her wings, she plummeted helplessly from the sky, yet she clutched the emerald green scorpion, Jiuxian, tightly to her chest. The black eagle, witnessing this exhilarating scene, soared furiously towards Tang Xi, unleashing a beam of white light akin to Dai Mu Bai's golden tiger soul skill, which precisely pierced through Tang Xi's heart. In that fleeting moment, she felt a haze envelop her, as though her heart had ceased to beat, her blood no longer coursing through her veins. Yet, instinctively, she tightened her embrace around the emerald green scorpion, curling her body to shield it more effectively. With a thunderous impact, petals were propelled into the air, and Tang Xi fell amidst a sea of blossoms, blood gushing forth relentlessly as her consciousness began to fade. The crimson liquid stained the emerald green scorpion nestled against her chest, which remained obediently there, listening to the silence of her heart. Tears streamed down its tiny face. Tang Xi, can you still hear my voice?" The tiny emerald green scorpion, with a choked voice, crawled to Tang Xi's face, affectionately touching her as it always had. Tang Xi now feels utterly exhausted. She longs to succumb to slumber at this very moment. With a hoarse voice, Tang Xi inquired, "Xiaojiu, are you still unable to unleash your soul technique?" With each word uttered, agony surged through Tang Xi's internal organs. Each pulse a violent squeeze that left her gasping for breath. Xiaojiu, the emerald-hued scorpion, shook his head in tears, for the first time feeling a profound sorrow within his heart, a sensation so painful it was almost unbearable. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light erupted from Tang Xi's body, painting the sky in a haunting shade of blood red. Tang Xi lay collapsed in a pool of blood, yet her entire being radiated a crimson glow, slowly dissipating. From the moment Tang Xi first arrived in this world, not only did the rules of this realm emerge in her mind, but she was also bestowed with the knowledge of how a human, as a soul beast, could cultivate, which naturally encompassed the art of sacrifice. Tang Xi, with her final will, initiated the sacrificial rite, ensuring that the soul ring, born from her demise, would wholly belong to Xiaojiu. The mournful cries of the nine-Xian emerald scorpion echoed in Tang Xi's ears as it nudged her with its tiny pincers, lamenting, "Oh, please, end my suffering. Rise and vanquish me, for only by slaying me shall you claim victory in this trial." Tang Xi's forehead was smeared with blood as she laboriously turned her head to gaze at the nine-Xian green scorpion, managing to offer a faint smile as she uttered the brief phrase, "Live well." As the words left her lips, her form disintegrated into luminous particles, coalescing into a crimson soul ring that adorned the waist of the nine-Xian green scorpion. In the fleeting moments of her consciousness fading away, she thought simply, "I am liberated. Living is truly exhausting." With a resounding boom, the nine-Xian green scorpion's size began to swell, returning to its original dimensions. The blood-red soul ring encircled its waist, and as it stared into the pool of blood where Tang Xi once stood, silence enveloped it. A surge of murderous intent erupted around it, reminiscent of a demon returning from the abyss. The coldness in the nine-Xian green scorpion's eyes was palpable. The last remnants of warmth dissipated with Tang Xi's departure, and all seals on its soul abilities were unbound. The soul beasts that had participated in the hunt for Tang Xi trembled in fear. The black eagle, attempting to flee, found its fate sealed as the nine-Xian green scorpion's tail elongated in an instant, piercing through its body. With a chilling proclamation, the nine-Xian green scorpion declared, "You shall all accompany her in death." When Tang Xi regained consciousness, she found herself enveloped in a warm circle of light. Tang Xi lowered her gaze to her own form, realizing that her corporeal body had dissipated, leaving only the essence of her soul. Yet, despite having perished, she found herself unable to embrace complete oblivion, contemplating her plight with a helpless expression akin to that of a bitter melon. As the aura gradually dispersed, a woman with green hair of a glistening hue, resembling the color of Zhongzi, appeared before her, accompanied by a man with dark purple hair and silver strands. Tang Xi rubbed her eyes and, upon opening them again, found herself still facing the same two individuals. Their attire suggested they were the two supreme deities of the divine realm, the god of life and the god of destruction. To my astonishment, how am I still in the world of Douluo? Tang Xi was eager to unleash a torrent of curses, questioning whether death would prevent one from departing this world to explore others. The god of life maintained a serene smile, congratulating her on successfully passing the trial. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, his countenance darkened, remarked bitterly, "Thanks to you, the world we painstakingly created has been obliterated by that wretched scorpion." Tang Xi was momentarily stunned, then joyfully exclaimed, "Xiaojiu, you have truly outdone yourself." "Wait, what are you saying? I have passed the trial?" It was only then that Tang Xi paid heed to the words of the god of life, her countenance turning grave. The god of life, with a sense of despondency, recounted how, upon your demise, the nine-Xian green scorpion had slaughtered all the spirit beasts within the trial grounds before taking its own life. Remarkably, the last utterance of the nine-Xian green scorpion prior to its self-inflicted end was, "O great god of life, I beseech you to grant Tang Xi a second chance at life. For according to the rules, she did indeed bring about my demise. Her human emotions compelled me to end my own existence. Should you choose to resurrect her, I would willingly offer my soul in exchange." The god of life fell into silence after hearing the words of the nine-Xian green scorpion. It was the first time she had encountered a spirit beast of such ancient lineage, one that would articulate such sentiments for a mere human. Tang Xi's emotions were tumultuous, encompassing anger, sorrow, anguish, and regret. She felt a deep sense of frustration towards the Nine Shin green scorpion for succumbing to death so easily, and she lamented the closeness she once shared with it. The god of destruction perceived Tang Xi's sorrow and, in an uncommon display of empathy, offered her a comforting remark: "Do not be overly harsh on yourself. The 5 months you spent by its side surpassed the entirety of its existence spanning 100,000 years. The joy you brought it is incomparable to anything else." At that moment, the god of life added, "As the victor of the trial, you are about to receive the rewards we bestow upon you." Tang Xi, enveloped in a cloud of melancholy, expressed her reluctance to accept the rewards, coldly declaring, "I refuse. As long as I do not acknowledge myself as the victor, then little Jiao shall not perish, shall she?" Upon witnessing the yearning glimmer in Tang Xi's eyes, the god of life was deeply moved. Tears welled in the corners of their eyes, yet they restrained their emotions, gently pointing forward. In an instant, a surge of vibrant life energy flowed into Tang Xi's soul. This warm force enveloped her, bringing immense comfort, and her consciousness began to blur. As the soft green light enveloped her, her ethereal form gradually transformed into a corporeal one. Her skin became even more radiant than before, her pallor replaced with a healthy glow, and her inky hair grew longer, while her features became more exquisite. Her limbs elongated gracefully. The verdant luminescence cocooned Tang Xi, eventually manifesting as a jade-hued puff-sleeved garment adorning her figure, her hair styled into playful twin tails. The god of life, unable to resist, playfully pinched Tang Xi's cheek, marveling, "The body I crafted with my own hands is indeed extraordinary, perfectly embodying the ideal image of my daughter." The god of destruction blushed, momentarily speechless. After a while, when Tang Xi regained consciousness, she appeared dazed and bewildered, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings before glancing at the two individuals before her. Tilting her head in confusion, she inquired, "What has happened to me? I distinctly remember entering the trial grounds just moments ago. How have I suddenly found myself here?" Tang Xi felt a wave of dizziness, her mind a blank slate. The god of life smiled gently and replied, "You have emerged victorious from the trial grounds. I have merely fulfilled a request to erase your memories." The final words of the Nine Shin green scorpion were to ensure the obliteration of Tang Xi's recollections, perhaps wishing to spare her from the burden of guilt as she embraced this newfound reward. Tang Xi tapped her forehead. The first person that came to her mind was Su-Wen. Could it be that insufferable deskmate? Yet, there seemed to be no reason for him to erase his memories of the trial grounds. However, before this moment, she could not conceive of anyone else. The god of destruction cleared his throat and stated, "As for my rewards, they consist of 1% of my attack power and 1% of my divine strength." Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is all this for me?" The god of destruction smiled and replied, "Of course not. It is a matter of choosing one or the other." Tang Xi's smile abruptly froze, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, just as she was about to make her choice. A sudden question arose within her, prompting her to inquire, "How much longer can I live this time?" The god of life replied with a note of regret, "I am truly sorry. As a soul from another realm, you were never meant to exist in this world. However, with my divine power bestowed upon you, you may live a maximum of 25 years. Tang Xi remained silent for a moment before inquiring further, "What about Tang San and Su-Wen? They are also souls from another realm. Will they be able to live beyond the age of 25? They are the children of destiny, acknowledged by this world, thus granting them the possibility of surpassing that age." Observing the fading color in Tang Xi's eyes, the god of life felt a profound sense of compassion. Therefore, the god of life hastily added, "However, your heart remains the exquisite 7 apertures Linglong heart, now infused with my divine power. This heart will not shatter easily. The blessings bestowed upon you by the angel god, along with a fragment of divine energy, still linger. Your body has grown remarkably healthier, comparable even to the strength of a soul Douluo. Furthermore, your twin martial souls have been sanctified by my divine energy, ensuring that you will not easily succumb before the age of 25. In the next moment, Tang Xi revealed a bold smile, exclaiming, "Well then, with such generous rewards, I shall live to the fullest until I turn 25. Perhaps Tang Xi's exuberance resonated with the god of destruction, who was also in high spirits. He then infused a dark mist from his palm into Tang Xi's body, a mist that contained a fragment of his divine power and 1% of his offensive strength. The god of destruction spoke, "I hold you in high regard. These 2 rewards are yours. However, such bounties are not given freely. You must undertake a task for us." As Tang Xi was momentarily lost in the abundance of rewards, she suddenly regained her composure. "Indeed, Such generous rewards came with responsibilities, akin to the divine tasks of angels. Nevertheless, Tang Xi earnestly vowed that she would do everything within her capabilities. The god of life and the god of destruction exchanged grave glances, their expressions laden with seriousness. Su1 was chosen as our successor because, in the near future, other realms would encroach upon our Douluo realm, necessitating formidable protectors to safeguard it. The divine powers that we, the two divine kings, wield in unison are sufficient to rival the future dual kingship of Tang San. However, what we desire is not a clash of these two great powers, but rather their mutual support and collaboration, and you are the key to our success. You surely understand what must be done. The underlying implication of the two divine kings was that Su1 and Tang San should foster a loving bond, which she comprehended. Upon witnessing Tang Xi accept the charge with a beaming smile, the god of life felt considerably uplifted, especially as Tang Xi's adorable demeanor brought her immense joy. Next came the external rewards, a 100,000-year soul ring and the left arm bone of the 9 green scorpion. The god of life's simple remarks stirred ripples within Tang Xi's heart. The name of the soul beast, 9 green scorpion, sounded eerily familiar, evoking a wave of emotion that nearly brought her to tears. In a flash of red light, the 100,000-year soul ring descended from the heavens, enveloping Tang Xi in an oddly familiar sensation. As the soul ring settled onto the fifth soul ring of her lifeline, a warm power surged throughout her being. With the fifth soul ring firmly in place at her waist, the surrounding soul power surged wildly, propelling her level to an astonishing 55. The floating soul bone effortlessly fused into her left arm, and she could feel an unending flow of strength coursing through her entire body, accompanied by a subtle chill. Child, it is time for you to return. Do not forget your promise. A melodious voice echoed in Tang Xi's ear, leaving her uncertain whether it belonged to the god of life or the god of destruction. Before her eyes, a blinding white light enveloped everything. The god of life held great expectations for this girl, believing she would bring many surprises. The god of destruction concurred, noting that the age-old conflict between soul beasts and humanity could finally find resolution. It seemed she had forgotten to inform her that the time within the trial grounds did not align with the passage of time in the outside world. Oh well, that was not a significant issue. Suddenly, a flash of white light zipped across the sky above the Spirit Hall, and as the light dissipated, Tang Xi gracefully landed on the rooftop, stretching her limbs and feeling an invigorating lightness. Below, the guards, upon seeing her familiar face, screamed in terror, "What on earth? She is back. She has been dead for 2 years. This is terrifying." Tang Xi pouted in displeasure, wondering, am I really that intimidating? Nevertheless, she decided to seek out the teacher to share this delightful news. Tang Xishu unfurled her blood-red wings, their edges emanating a faint golden glow. Captivated, Tang Xi found herself admiring the beauty of her wings. After a while, upon her arrival at the Pope's palace, the grand doors swung open with a resounding thud, and a chilling wind, laden with a palpable aura of menace, surged forth. From within, the furious voice of Yuegwan echoed, demanding to know who dared to impersonate the holy maiden Tang Xi of the Spirit Hall. Tang Xi was filled with questions. Was she impersonating herself? Faced with the palpable aura of menace, Tang Xi exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, she excitedly called out, "Teacher, little Xi is back." The cold-faced Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by her words, for it had been 2 long years since she had heard such a warm greeting. A glimpse of a pale green hem caught her eye as Tang Xi approached with a beaming smile, her beauty surpassing even her imagination. Indeed, this was her little Xi, the one who had vanished for 2 years. As Bibi Dong blinked again, tears welled up in her eyes, and almost instinctively, she rose and rushed to embrace Tang Xi tightly. Bibi Dong cupped Tang Xi's face, examining her closely, affirming that this was truly her little Xi. Tang Xi, bewildered, silently raised her hand and inquired, "Teacher, I have only been away for 5 months. Why do you perceive me as if I have been gone for an eternity?" Bibi Dong, with tears glistening in her eyes, tightly embraced Tang Xi. 5 months? You have truly been absent for 2 years. The passage of time has been so extensive that I feared you would never return. As she spoke, Bibi Dong extended her soul power into Tang Xi's body, only to be met with disappointment. The result indicated that she still possessed the 7 treasures' unique heart, signifying that, regardless of her efforts, Tang Xi would not live beyond the age of 25. Tang Xi gently consoled, "Teacher, do not weep. I have returned, and I, Xiaoxi, still have many years to live." However, She could not have anticipated that the passage of time in the trial grounds differed significantly from that outside. In this timeline, senior sister Nana and her brother had ventured to the city of Slaughter for their training. Upon recalling Su-Wan, she immediately inquired of Bibi Dong, "Teacher, what of Su-Wan?" Upon hearing Su-Wan's name, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of guilt and awkwardly turned her head away. "Oh, he has been sent to the Death Canyon, a place rumored to be exceedingly perilous. I did not dispatch anyone to safeguard him." As Bibi Dong continued to speak, her unease grew, primarily because at that time, she believed Su-Wan had harmed Tang Xi, and in her anger, she had cast him so far away. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi felt a weight lift from her heart. With this revelation, it seemed that Su was unable to contend with Tang San. Nonetheless, she was quite eager to explore the city of Slaughter. Thus, Tang Xi invited Bibi Dong to take a seat and proceeded to serve her tea, massage her back, and knead her legs with great enthusiasm. Tang Xi, in a bid to curry favor, remarked, "I heard that senior sister Nana also ventured to the city of Slaughter, teacher." Bibi Dong chuckled softly, yet a sense of unease crept into her heart as she observed Tang Xi's diligent efforts. "Flattery without cause. What is it that you truly seek?" she inquired. Tang Xi, with a beaming smile, stood up and playfully kissed Bibi Dong's cheek. Pouting, "I too wish to visit the city of Slaughter." Bibi Dong nearly spat out blood in shock. "You want to frolic in the city of Slaughter?" she exclaimed, her brows furrowing in disapproval. Clearly reluctant to allow Tang Xi to take such a perilous risk. Noticing Tang Xi's playful demeanor, she scolded, "What nonsense! Do you even comprehend what kind of place the city of Slaughter is?" After speaking, Bibi Dong felt a wave of regret. Perhaps she had been too harsh just now. Tang Xi, with a dissatisfied turn and hands on her hips, exclaimed, "I don't want that. They have all gone to train. And I too wish to venture into the city of Slaughter for some experience." Bibi Dong, with a sigh of exasperation, pressed her forehead and advised, "It is far too perilous there. It is not suitable for you." With a subtle smile gracing her lips, Tang Xi gracefully glided to the center of the grand hall. Her palm entwined with a slender thread of life. The white filament, seemingly imbued with vitality, tenderly caressed her hand, while several peonies unexpectedly bloomed at its tip. Although the deity of life claimed that her martial soul had undergone evolution, the precise nature of this transformation remained elusive to Tang Xi. With each step she took, a series of soul rings rose slowly from beneath her feet. The hues of yellow, purple, black, and crimson cascaded in succession. Yet it was the deep crimson of the fifth soul ring that radiated with an overwhelming brilliance, exuding an intense aura of slaughter and a chilling coldness. Bibi Dong's exquisite visage reflected a myriad of emotions. The color of this soul ring surpassed even that of her 100,000-year soul ring, marking it as a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. Zhu Delaw and Gue Delaw exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. This fifth soul ring was indeed a 100,000-year soul ring. An extraordinary feat. While it was true that Tang Xi's bloodthirsty peony also bore a 100,000-year soul ring, it was merely a manifestation of the soul beast's power. However, this particular soul ring was undeniably a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. A flicker of pride danced in Tang Xi's eyes. "So, what do you think, teacher? Am I worthy of the city of Slaughter?" Bibi Dong was filled with exhilaration. For the astonishment Tang Xi brought her was no less than that which Su-Wan had previously offered. "Excellent. Truly remarkable. You are indeed my student," she praised. Yet a pang of regret pierced her heart. She lamented the fact that she had already bestowed the wisdom soul bone upon Su-Wan. Had she known, she would have retained that soul bone for a few more years. Thoughts of Nana, Yin, and Su-Wan possessing soul bones flooded her mind. While her most cherished Tang Xi remained empty-handed, leaving Bibi Dong with a profound sense of heartache. Tang Xi, unfazed by the matter, was reassured by the 3 soul bones she possessed. It was said that within the city of Slaughter, the use of soul skills was prohibited. However, soul bone abilities were not constrained. Tang Xi felt confident that she could navigate her way out of such a predicament. "Teacher, I am indifferent to soul bones. Just allow me to go, and do not send anyone to protect me. I am quite capable." Tang Xi pouted and playfully tugged at Bibi Dong's arm. This tactic proved effective, as Bibi Dong readily acquiesced. Though she also dispatched someone to relay a message to the King of Slaughter. Should he dare to harm the girl she cherished, he would face dire consequences. Tang Xi acquired a wealth of information about the City of Carnage from her teacher, learning that delectable delicacies were scarce in that realm. Consequently, she embarked on a frenzied shopping spree for provisions. Furthermore, she prepared an assortment of handguns and explosives, ensuring her safety even in the absence of soul techniques. Once adequately equipped, Tang Xi hastily set forth on her journey to the City of Carnage. The path led her northward, where the chill intensified with each passing mile. After enduring over a month of hardships, she finally glimpsed a sinister tavern shrouded in darkness from a distance. Despite it being daytime, the sky loomed ominously, enveloped in a gloomy haze, with crows scattered about and a faint metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Tang Xi donned a black mask and adorned herself in a wine-red dress, her obedient tresses cascading behind her in twin ponytails. At the age of 17, she had blossomed into a striking beauty, possessing an allure that could captivate hearts. As the door of the tavern swung open, her entrance captured the attention of the majority. Numerous lecherous gazes seemed to cling to her, for such exquisite beauty was a rarity. A service attendant, clad in black and bearing a serene countenance, approached her and inquired, "May I assist you with anything?" Tang Xi raised her hand, delicately touching her lips with her fingertips, deep in thought. The teacher had once mentioned that upon encountering this dark tavern, one should enter and order a Bloody Mary. For beneath the bar lay the entrance to the City of Slaughter. However, Tang Xi found herself in a quandary. As the original text had indicated that a Bloody Mary was essentially a glass of human blood, with an exceedingly unpleasant taste. Shaking her head in trepidation at this thought, Tang Xi directly inquired, "I wish to journey to the City of Slaughter. Could you guide me there?" As soon as Tang Xi spoke, a chorus of laughter erupted among those present, comprising roughly 20 men, with only 8 possessing the title of Soul Master. The most powerful among them merely at the Soul King level. One of the men, with a lecherous grin, provocatively remarked, "My dear girl, if you do not wish to be my woman, I shall take you to the City of Slaughter." The attendant's eyes were filled with disdain for Tang Xi. To aspire to enter the City of Slaughter was nothing short of a foolish dream. Tang Xi merely smiled faintly, then propped her left hand on her waist and gracefully perched herself upon the adjacent table, elegantly gesturing towards the boastful individual before her. In an instant, her soul rings were unleashed. Yellow, purple, black, and crimson. The terrifying 10,000-year soul ring rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Not only was she a soul king, but she also possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. In Tang Xi's eyes, a chilling coldness emanated, causing the air around her to freeze instantaneously. Some, in a state of panic, attempted to flee. However, one leg had already been ensnared by ice, rendering them immobile. This was the effect of Tang Xi's soul skill, derived from the 9 green scorpion's left arm bone. Absolute zero. The temperature within a radius of 100 meters plummeted to several hundred degrees below zero in an instant, and her left arm transformed into the formidable pincers of the scorpion, wielding 100% of the 9 green scorpion's offensive power. "Run for your lives!" came the frantic cries of some, while others, undeterred by fear, boldly advanced with drawn blades, daring to provoke her. Why should we fear? With so many of us, how could we not defeat this mere girl? Tang Xi stifled a yawn, barely casting a glance, as the first soul ring at her waist illuminated. The initial soul skill of the line of life, the bee venom needle, was activated. A silken thread erupted from behind her, transforming into agile needles that swiftly pierced through the 20 or so individuals present. The lifeless bodies were lifted, and in an instant, peonies bloomed atop them. Their centers a profound crimson that gradually faded to a delicate white, creating a strikingly beautiful display. The bloodthirsty peonies incessantly absorbed the lifeblood from the corpses, an unending stream of murderous intent flowing into Tang Xi's being. She let out a satisfied hum, and in the next moment, retracted her soul ring and martial spirit. Thud, thud, thud. The bodies fell to the ground, blood splattering against the walls. The attendant beside her trembled in fear, and with a bright smile, Tang Xi inquired, "Now, shall you lead me to the City of Slaughter?" The girl standing before her bore a striking resemblance to the boy from the previous year, equally decisive in her lethality. The attendant, drenched in sweat from terror, immediately nodded. "I will open the entrance to the City of Slaughter for you." With that, the attendant rushed to the bar, pressing a switch that caused a wooden panel to part, revealing a pitch-black abyss. Without hesitation, Tang Xi leaped down. Within mere seconds, she felt her feet touch solid ground. Although darkness enveloped her, yet she could discern the outline of a lengthy passageway beneath the shroud of black. After approximately half an hour of walking, a chilling voice resonated from all directions. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a realm steeped in bloodshed. Here, You may obtain all that you desire, the only price being your life. Tang Xi casually dug at her ear and continued onward. Turning a corner where a faint light beckoned, the illumination before her magnified in her vision, revealing an open portal. Beyond this threshold lay an essence of life. Striding forward, Tang Xi discerned a cacophony of sounds. As she emerged from the passage, she was confronted by 101 figures. All were clad in black armor, their faces entirely obscured by helmets, with 100 wielding heavy swords. Only one sat majestically upon a grand steed, whose body was also enveloped in thick black armor. Behind the black-armored knight loomed a city of darkness. The imposing black walls were remarkably broad, unmistakably forming a city, while above it all hung a violet moon. This moon hovered low, seemingly less than 500 meters from the ground, and as she gazed upward, everything else faded into a blackness akin to the depths of night. The knight's voice was frigid, devoid of any human warmth. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the city of carnage. The knight slowly raised his elongated lance, and the black-armored warriors flanking Tang Xi gradually retreated, clearing a space. I am the fearsome knight Husky. In the next moment, Tang Xi could not contain her laughter. Fearsome knight. Husky. Ha ha ha. That's utterly ridiculous. Who bestowed upon you such a juvenile name? The black-armored knight's expression darkened. Sister, could you please show me some respect? Tang Xi laughed until her abdomen ached. One hand pressed against her belly while the other transformed into a claw. The mirth in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a chilling aura that enveloped the black-armored knight. A thin layer of ice formed upon the obsidian ground. Suddenly, a crimson shadow darted through the air, and blood erupted from the knight's chest. The black-armored knight, drenched in cold sweat, narrowly avoided having the claw pierce his heart. Trembling, he gazed at Tang Xi, a flicker of fear now evident in his expression. Tang Xi halted not far away, her left hand reverting to its original form. A radiant smile gracing her face. May I approach? She inquired, her voice carrying a hint of frost, akin to a venomous serpent fixating on its prey. Upon hearing these words, the black-armored knight trembled uncontrollably, swiftly retrieving a token from his chest and tossing it to Tang Xi in a state of fear, stammering, Why yes. You may. Tang Xi caught the token, upon which was inscribed a series of numbers. 9999, crowned by a skull emblem. Observing Tang Xi's retreating silhouette, the black-armored knight could not help but marvel at her prowess. At such a tender age, she already possessed a soul bone and effortlessly bested him. Her strength was on par with that of the Shura King and the Hell's Messenger, perhaps even surpassing them by a wide margin. The blackened city walls bore the ominous inscription City of Slaughter, casting a heavy gloom over the surroundings. Beneath the great gates, 2 rows of black-armored knights stood in silent vigil. From the entrance emerged a woman shrouded in a black veil, exuding an air of profound mystery. The veiled maiden swiftly approached Tang Xi, gesturing graciously, Welcome to the City of Slaughter. Please follow me this way. Tang Xi followed the girl in black veil into the city, and what unfolded before her eyes was a dimly illuminated world drenched in shades of blue and violet. The streetlights hanging on either side imparted a sense of suffocation. The girl in black addressed her, I am your guide. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask. Within the span of 12 hours, I shall provide answers to all your questions. After these 12 hours, this place will become your new home. During your initial 12 hours in this realm, you are under the protection of a newcomer-esque race. My presence serves as the finest safeguard for your existence. Beyond this time frame, your fate will rest solely in the hands of destiny. Tang Xi recalled some amusing scenes from the original work and leaned closer to the girl in the black veil with a playful smile. What is your relationship with the King of Slaughter? She inquired. Upon mentioning the King of Slaughter, a flicker of pride gleamed in the eyes of the girl in the black veil. I am the emissary of the King of Slaughter, as well as his most trusted confidant. Tang Xi, with a knowing expression, let out a soft sound and then inquired with curiosity, Is it a clandestine relationship? This question caused the girl in the black veil to blush for a moment, yet she replied with a hint of disappointment, Not at all. I am merely his subordinate. Tang Xi felt a profound sense of disappointment, as if nothing mattered. After a while, the two entered the inner city, which, in stark contrast to the outer city, was devoid of guards. If the outer city represented a world of desolation and indifference, then the inner city was a realm of opulence and chaos. Colorful lights illuminated every corner. The population in the inner city vastly exceeded that of the outer city, creating a cacophony that was a stark contrast to the tranquility beyond its gates. Within the inner city, disorder reigned supreme. Blood and corpses lay scattered everywhere. At the moment Tang Xi beheld the blood, her very cells screamed in response. And the bloodthirsty peony in her grasp seemed on the verge of breaking free from her restraint. The surrounding soul power fluctuated around her. And the girl in the black veil observed Tang Xi's unusual behavior with a hint of curiosity, pursing her lips but choosing to remain silent. In a deserted corner, upon a corpse that had recently succumbed, a crimson peony blossomed, radiant and lush. The skin of the corpse gradually dried, losing its hue, while the flower's deep red color became even more vivid. In this place, battles, bloodshed, chaos, and the sounds of violence were omnipresent. Tang Xi could clearly see a man whose throat had been slashed by the blade held by the woman beneath him. The alluring woman was greedily savoring the crimson liquid that gushed from the man's throat, her expression one of utter delight. Tang Xi turned away in disgust. Yet a surge of excitement coursed through her veins, a primal thirst for blood evoked by her bloodthirsty peony martial spirit. The sky crackled with thunder, and the figure of the girl in black vanished without a trace. Upon their first glance at Tang Xi, the 7 or 8 cloaked figures instantly recognized her as a novice, for the aura surrounding her was too pure, devoid of any hint of malice. Akin to an innocent little lamb awaiting its fate, Tang Xi observed that these individuals exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, they extended their fingers in a seductive manner, as if to say, "Do you desire me?" The sight only fueled their excitement, prompting them to rush forward in a frenzy. Behind Tang Xi, 2 hands gripped gleaming daggers, their blades glinting ominously. However, a shadowy figure darted past her, and dozens of slender needles were dispatched from the hands of a man with azure hair. The sharp sound of needles piercing flesh echoed as a group of cloaked figures fell to the ground in response. Tang Xi gazed at the elegant blue-haired youth before her, captivated by his refined demeanor. The familiar grace of his movements immediately brought to mind her brother, Tang San. Indeed, the young man before her was none other than Tang San, now known by the alias Tang Yin. However, the tenderness that once characterized his interactions with Tang Xi was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by an aura of chilling ferocity. Tang San cast a glance at Tang Xi, sensing an inexplicable familiarity about her that eluded precise articulation. Observing the young girl surrounded by a throng, he found himself instinctively taking action, despite not fully comprehending the impulse. Tang Xi regained her composure and recognized that the person before her was her own brother. A smile graced her lips as she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your timely rescue." However, her voice took on a more youthful tone. She aimed to conceal her identity to prevent her brother from discovering who she truly was, fearing that he would prohibit her from participating in the Hell's Arena. To escape the City of Carnage, one must compete in the Hell's Arena and achieve 100 victories to become the champion. Only then would they earn the right to traverse the path of Hell, a journey that grants access to the realm of the god of death. Tang San's gaze was stirred. At the moment Tang Xi spoke, he momentarily believed his sister had returned. Unable to bear the thought, he kindly cautioned, "Do not thank me. Every individual here is your adversary, and peril lurks in every corner. It would be wise for you to exercise caution. Tang San, it is time to leave." A captivating and fiery figure emerged, revealing the familiar countenance of Hulaina, the pinnacle of the golden generation. However, the allure that once danced in her eyes had vanished, replaced solely by an icy demeanor. Tang Xi looked at the two with a hint of surprise, realizing that her senior sister Nana was aware of her brother's identity. Tang San approached Hulaina, their gazes clashing with an undercurrent of subtle animosity. Ultimately, they walked away side by side. The girl in the black veil observed the entire interaction and remarked coolly, "It would be wise for you to maintain a distance from those two." Her words conveyed a palpable sense of apprehension towards both Tang San and Hulaina. Tang Xi inquired with perplexity, "Why?" The girl in black replied, "The woman is codenamed the Harbinger of Hell, while the man is known as the King of Azura. Together, they stand as the most formidable figures in this city of slaughter, second only to the King of Carnage. The Harbinger of Hell has achieved an astonishing record of 67 consecutive victories in the Hell Arena. And to think she has only been here for a year and a half. Even more impressive is the King of Azura, who arrived slightly later yet has already secured 71 consecutive victories." Tang Xi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 60 or 70 matches. Does that not imply that if the two of them linger a little longer, they could successfully escape from this place? No, she must hasten to enhance her battle record. 125 The City of Carnage 5. Tang Xi addressed the girl clad in black gauze, imploring, "Lead me to the arena of hell." for I seek to enhance my battle record. The black-gauzed girl paused momentarily before she could utter a word. The young girl before her was already familiar with the hellish battleground, suggesting her identity was far from ordinary. The black-gauzed girl replied coolly, "Then please, follow me." In the heart of the city of carnage, one encounters both exquisite joy and profound suffering, resonating with cheers and anguished cries alike. At the center stands a conical structure reminiscent of a combat arena, suspended in the air, with bubbling magma seething beneath. Tang Xi clutching her identification token. Signed up for the competition. Her exquisite attire captivated many onlookers, their gazes filled with lascivious intrigue. In a city notorious for bloodshed, it was rare to encounter such a beauty, particularly one as fair and enchanting as Tang Xi. However, upon noticing the enigmatic girl cloaked in black behind her, the crowd recoiled in fear, scattering in haste. The girl in black approached with an air of indifference and remarked, "In the arena of hellish slaughter. Each contest features 10 participants, yet only one shall emerge alive. The ultimate victor may absorb the soul power of the fallen and exchange the number of heads claimed for the desired rewards. This endeavor is fraught with peril, young lady. You must consider your choices wisely." Tang Xi wore a fearless expression, though her mind wandered to thoughts of dinner. Upon hearing the girl in the black veil speaking to her, Tang Xi foolishly turned her head and, with a hint of embarrassment, inquired, "I was just pondering over delectable dishes. Could you please repeat that?" The girl in the black veil, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead and reiterated what she had just said. "Your group has conveniently gathered 10 members. It is your turn in the next round. Best of luck, young lady." With that, the girl in the black veil departed with a hint of impatience, marking this as her most exhausting stint as a commentator. Throughout her journey, Tang Xi appeared either lost in thought or captivated by an array of novel experiences. It required at least 2 or 3 repetitions for the explanations to truly resonate with this young girl. Beneath the dim lighting, as soon as Tang Xi took the stage, she immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Amidst the chaos of 10 combatants, she gracefully retreated, pivoted, and with a swift motion, her sharp dagger silently sliced through their veins. One by one, they fell, their soul energy seeping from their lifeless bodies, ultimately absorbed by Tang Xi. The pool of blood around her prompted a slight licking of her lips as the instinctual call of the bloodthirsty peony emerged, eagerly consuming the crimson liquid. The crowd erupted in frenzied cheers, chanting her number, 9,999. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly fragile young girl could achieve such a swift victory? The 12th round. Tang Xi produced a miniature explosive of her own creation and threw it forward. Within 5 seconds, the other 9 individuals were reduced to a gruesome state of disarray. The audience erupted in fervent shouts of Yama, 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 the moniker bestowed upon Tang Xi, the merciless king of hell, who took lives with ruthless efficiency. Scene 23. As Tang Xi was engaged in her battle, she nonchalantly retrieved a chicken leg from her sapphire soul tool, munching on it as she fought. In every subsequent match, she felt the presence of a searing gaze directed at her, a strange sensation that was hard to articulate. In a corner of the audience, Tang San was intently observing Tang Xi's competition, having watched nearly every match she participated in. From the very first bout, he recognized her unmistakably as his sister. The bloodthirsty peony, the sapphire, how could he, as her elder brother, fail to discern his own sibling amidst such glaring flaws? If Tang Xi sought to conceal her identity, he would have no choice but to play along with her charade. Watching her munch on the chicken leg truly made his mouth water. On the arena, when he noticed someone preparing to ambush Tang Xi, a frown creased Tang San's brow. However, once he witnessed Tang, she deftly evaded the attack. Brandishing a dagger to thwart the assailant, the tension in his expression eased. "Hey, you've been watching this young lady's matches closely. Have you also perceived something amiss?" Hulina approached and joined Tang San in observing the spectacle. As they beheld Tang Xi's petite frame effortlessly topple 10 burly men in an instant, a rare softness filled Hulina's eyes. Her physique and martial spirit closely resembled Tang Xi's. Noticing Tang San's unfazed countenance, she speculated, "Could it be that you were already aware of her true identity as Tang Xi?" Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, while Hulina, her emotions swirling, exclaimed in frustration, "After all this time, you only just figured it out? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Her cheeks flushed with indignation. Tang San, seemingly indifferent, replied, "You never asked." Hulina, trembling with anger, recalled how she had initially been captivated by his presence. Later, he had approached her to acknowledge his identity, subsequently inquiring about Tang Xi. After learning of Tang Xi's uncertain fate, Tang San had not shown her any kindness. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos of the city of slaughter, Hulaina and Tang San resolved to join forces and navigate the treacherous path ahead. Every day, Tang Xi participates in a competition, and within a mere 3 months, she has achieved an astonishing streak of 90 consecutive victories, surpassing even that of the Azura King and his companions. However, the Azura King and the Hell Messenger have already completed their 99th victory, choosing not to surpass the 100 mark in anticipation of Tang Xi joining them as a co-champion. During this time, numerous challengers have sought to trouble Tang Xi, yet they have all been quietly eradicated by Tang San and Hulaina. At the pinnacle of the city of slaughter stands the palace of the King of Slaughter, the dwelling place of the bloodbat. The girl in black gauze gracefully approaches the King of Slaughter, holding the yellow spring dew, which the king consumes in one gulp. "What do you think of the King of Hell's martial soul? A soul that can drain human blood?" she inquires. The girl's expression shifts slightly. It undeniably resembles an evil martial soul, yet the formidable aura surrounding her suggests a powerful lineage. The King of Slaughter huffs dismissively. "Of course, I am aware. This was sent by the god of slaughter himself. However, her body is quite suitable for my parasitism. Her strength is undeniable." With a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, he adds, "But if I were to employ a few underhanded tactics to orchestrate inexplicable deaths, it would suit my purposes perfectly." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the girl in black gauze beams with delight and obediently takes her place beside the King of Slaughter. In Tang Xi's 96th match, a white line deftly penetrated the bodies of the other 9 individuals. At its apex, several crimson peonies suddenly blossomed, their edges delicately tinged with a soft pink hue. In Tang Xi's eyes, a crimson hue pervaded, and her very blood resonated with an insatiable thirst for power. The blood-red gown and the ebony mask adorned her with an air of enigma, while her ruthlessly brutal methods of slaughter had become her signature. A week later, this day drew throngs of spectators, for it was the moment when 3 champions would emerge, each surpassing the centurion mark. First was Hulaina, followed by Tang San, who both successfully transcended the 100 level to claim their titles. The final match was to be Tang Xi's 100th duel. Among the 9 figures clad in black who took the stage, each had triumphed in over 40 consecutive battles, all at the formidable soul Douluo level. Standing united, the 9 exuded a palpable confidence in their intent to vanquish Tang Xi. In Tang Xi's eyes glimmered a fierce intent to kill, an icy aura emanating from her being. Within a radius of 100 meters, the air crystallized into a delicate layer of frost, a stark contrast to the searing magma that lay beneath this battleground. The extent of Tang Xi's formidable power remains a mystery, even to Tang San. In the city of slaughter, one individual unleashed their martial soul, the meteor hammer, wielding it with remarkable agility as they aimed a swift strike at Tang Xi. Meanwhile, the other 3 ensnared Tang Xi with ropes, tugging fiercely at his limbs and neck. Yet, it was as though they were attempting to move a colossal mountain. Regardless of their efforts, Tang Xi remained utterly unperturbed, standing motionless with his head lowered. Lost in contemplation, Tang San's eyes widened with urgency as he was about to charge at the group, only to be restrained by Hulaina beside him. "Exercise some restraint. Little she is not as feeble as you presume." As the meteor hammer descended upon Tang Xi, a fleeting azure light enveloped her, forming a protective blue barrier. With a thunderous sound, the hammer collided with the barrier, only to be repelled by an unseen force. This was the effect of Tang Xi's iron rhino soul bone. Enhanced by the divine power of the god of life, the soul bone not only autonomously shielded its master, absorbing 75 of incoming damage, but also possessed the ability to reflect attacks. A fleeting crimson glow flickered in Tang Xi's eyes. In the blink of an eye, her figure darted forward, and with a deft twirl of her dagger, she swiftly claimed the lives of 3 adversaries. The remaining few, momentarily taken aback, began to retreat in disarray. Yet, Tang Xi, with her knees bent and twisting with force, utilized the elasticity of a nearby pillar to launch herself into the air. As she spun gracefully, her dagger danced in her grasp, effortlessly slicing through the throats of 2 more foes in an instant. Tang Xi snapped her fingers, and the other 4 individuals convulsed and collapsed, frothing at the mouth. From the very beginning, she had poisoned them. The 5 she dispatched were merely a practice for her. The relentless act of killing left Tang Xi weary, as the bloodthirsty peony continued to absorb fresh blood, gradually tainting her with a murderous aura, nearly transforming her into a mere instrument of slaughter. Ultimately, she emerged victorious in the final confrontation. With a sense of relief, Tang Xi removed her black mask, revealing her astonishing beauty, eliciting jubilant cheers from the crowd. They cried out, "Yama! Yama! Yama!" The familiar visage appeared before Tang San's eyes, causing his pupils to widen in astonishment. It was none other than his longed-for sister, Tang Xi. Tang San could not resist the urge to embrace his sister. Yet beside him, Hulaina was swifter. She rushed forward and enveloped Tang Xi in her arms, exclaiming with excitement, "Little Xi, at last, you have removed your mask. How much longer were you planning to pretend not to know me?" Although Hulaina's words bore an accusatory tone towards Tang Xi, they were laced with an overwhelming sense of grievance. It was one thing for Tang San to conceal his identity, but why must she also shroud herself in secrecy? Oh, how suffocating it felt. Tang Xi helplessly patted Hulaina's shoulder and, with a hint of guilt, expressed, "I believe it is better for me to enhance my strength alone. Hence, I prefer not to reveal my identity and be subjected to your protection." Observing the bewildered expression on Hulaina's face, Tang Xi stifled a laugh and quickly adopted a charming demeanor, saying, all right, senior sister, I acknowledge my mistake. Please forgive me." Subsequently, Tang Xi planted a kiss on Hulaina's cheek. This tactic proved remarkably effective, as Hulaina's ears flushed crimson, and she turned her head away, haughtily declaring, "Humph. There won't be a next time." Tang San gazed upon the heartwarming scene with a face full of frustration. How infuriating it was. This joyous moment should rightfully belong to him, for he was indeed Tang Xi's elder brother. Yet, perhaps it was not entirely accurate to say so. Rather, he occupied a place in her heart even more intimate than that of a biological brother. Tang San also removed his mask and directly pulled Tang Xi, who was in Hulaina's arms, out. He gently lifted Tang Xi's delicate face and earnestly said, "I am your brother, Tang San, little Xi." Tang Xi smiled mischievously and said, "It has been a long time, my old friend. Over the years, you have become quite handsome." In Tang Xi's eyes, there was no surprise, as if she had discerned Tang San's true identity from the very beginning. Tang San's eyes brimmed with tears. No matter how much he had changed, would his younger sister still be able to recognize him? Tang San held the little figure tightly in his arms, feeling its softness, and inwardly exclaimed how delightful it was to have a younger sister. Tang Xi, with a hint of disdain, pushed Tang San's approaching face away and exclaimed, "Brother, behave yourself. You come at me checking if you're injured, then proceed to hug and kiss me. Do you have any idea that my face is covered in saliva?" Tang San cast a fleeting glance at the petrified audience below, swiftly releasing Tang Xi before adjusting his attire, remaining the resolute Azura king he had always been. No, he could not allow the long absence from his younger sister to compromise his dignity. Tang San could not help but gaze at the tuft of hair atop Tang Xi's head, and he found himself irresistibly drawn to caress the soft strands. Tang Xi, slightly annoyed, busily rearranged her tousled hair that had been ruffled by his touch. At that moment, Tang San earnestly declared, "Sister, I shall forever be your unwavering support. Therefore, no matter what challenges you face, you must not bear them alone. You are the treasure of my heart. How could I ever allow you to suffer or endure hardship? Most importantly, do not conceal anything from me. When you first arrived in the city of slaughter, I was quite angered that you recognized me yet chose not to reach out for acknowledgement. Had I not been there to follow you and resolve your troubles, how many dangers would you have encountered?" Tang Xi gazed at Tang San with deep emotion, her voice trembling as she said, "Brother, I am truly grateful for your presence." Hulaina interjected, "Please do not forget her." The king of slaughter donned a blood-red robe, enveloped entirely in an enormous scarlet cloak with a high collar. Mysterious blood patterns adorned his pale skin, and upon his forehead lay a sword-shaped magical rune. A pair of immense crimson wings unfurled from his back, as he soared above the arena of slaughter, surveying his subjects below. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers upon witnessing the king of slaughter, chanting, "King of slaughter! King of slaughter! King of slaughter!" Tang San, Tang Xi, and Hulaina stood resolutely on the battlefield, their imposing figures exuding a formidable and terrifying aura. The hoarse voice of the king of slaughter resonated with excitement as he proclaimed, "Today, 3 formidable warriors have emerged in the arena of carnage. Their immense power and terrifying bloodlust instill tremors within you, do they not?" The cloaked figures below fervently echoed, "Yes, yes, 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 yes." A blood-red swarm of bats coalesced at the feet of the king of slaughter, forming a staircase as he retracted his wings and descended slowly. "Azura King, Hell's messenger. King of Hades, I have decided to bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter, and formally invite you as esteemed guests, ranked just below me." As the King of Slaughter traversed the arena, an overwhelming sense of suffocation surrounded him. He spoke with an air of indifference. "From this day forth, you may freely enter and exit the city of slaughter." Hulaina and Tang San simultaneously contemplated. To attain the title of God of Slaughter without traversing the path of the underworld. It seems he is quite reluctant for us to acquire dominion over the realm of slaughter. Tang Xi stretched her limbs and nonchalantly remarked, "Having come this far, do you think we would still fear a mere path to hell?" This audacious declaration elicited a laugh from the King of Slaughter, who retorted, "You probably do not comprehend the terrors of the road to hell. Yin Wang, I hope you realize that a human life is but a singular journey." Hulaina scoffed disdainfully, "Oh, great King of Slaughter, is it not somewhat absurd for you to discuss life with us?" Beneath the dim light, the King of Slaughter furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by their words. He turned to Tang San and inquired, "And what of you?" Tang San seemed to have heard a rather amusing question, and he let out a faint chuckle, saying, "Since my sister has decided to tread the path to hell, what reason do I, as her elder brother, have to refrain from following her?" As Tang San gazed upon the King of Slaughter, his eyes mirrored a profound indifference. "I appreciate your goodwill, yet I implore you to unveil the entrance to the path of hell." The trio stood resolutely, their unwavering gaze fixed upon the King of Slaughter. Without uttering a word, he turned, unfurling his blood-red wings, and with a cold smirk remarked, "If that is the case, embarking on this journey together along the path of hell shall indeed be an intriguing expedition." Suddenly, an overwhelming swarm of crimson bats materialized, causing the entire city of Slaughter to tremble violently. Never has anyone witnessed the manifestation of the path of hell's opening. Among the crowd, an individual quietly voiced this query, to which Tang Xi responded with a serene smile, "That is because those who have beheld the opening of the path of hell have been offered as sacrifices." "Are you not yet fleeing?" Tang Xi's ethereal words sent a wave of panic through everyone present, their eyes wide with disbelief, until a few timid souls began to flee. The King of Slaughter laughed maniacally, reveling in the fact that to be a sacrifice for the opening of the path to hell was their honor. Crimson bats swooped down upon those attempting to escape, feasting upon their flesh and blood. The souls of all who were there would be drawn into the underground magma, thereby becoming the source of energy for the opening of the infernal road. As Tang San beheld the harrowing scene before him, he silently closed his eyes. In this city of slaughter, a place so devoid of humanity, it truly ought not to exist. A crimson glow enveloped the entirety of the city, while the King of Slaughter soared through the air, reveling in the ecstasy of murder. Blood coalesced into small streams, winding like serpents into the infernal arena of carnage. The moment the hellish battleground was stained crimson, it radiated a sanguine light, gradually revealing its original form as countless spectral hands dragged the three individuals deeper into the abyss. A sense of vertigo afflicted all three, overwhelming even the strong-willed Tang San, who found it difficult to withstand the disorienting sensations. Under the consuming blood-red haze, Tang San, Hulaina, and Tang Xi simultaneously felt the ground beneath them give way, and the surroundings transformed into an ethereal illusion, as all perception was abruptly sealed in that instant. The unbearable agony, beyond their control, instilled within them a profound and inexplicable fear. Unbeknownst to them, a thin layer of white ripples, born from their own murderous intent, enveloped and protected them. Tang Xi felt as though her vision was gradually shrouded in crimson, her consciousness fading into obscurity. "May you find fortune on the road to hell," was the last piercing voice that echoed in the ears of Tang Xi and her companions. Fortunately, the presence of such malevolent energy lingered, otherwise, at the moment the blood-red hue spread, they would have been completely consumed. Tang San struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Tang Xi, whose face was contorted in anguish. Instinctively, he pulled her into his embrace, hoping to shield her from further harm as they plummeted at great speed. For years prior, he had watched helplessly as the two people he cherished most fell into the clutches of the Spirit Hall. Despite his desire to rescue them, he was powerless to act. When he learned that his beloved Xiaowu was on the verge of death and that his own sister would not survive beyond 2 months, thoughts of confronting the Spirit Hall consumed him. However, his father vehemently obstructed his attempts. The moment he discovered that Xiaowu had been released back to the Star-Do Forest, a wave of relief washed over him. Yet, when news of Tang Xi's critical illness reached his ears, despair and self-reproach engulfed him daily, fueling his growing hatred for the Spirit Hall. Time became a blur until, accompanied by a violent tremor, all sensations returned. The surrounding crimson light gradually faded. When Tang San, Hulaina, and Tang Xi fully regained consciousness. They found themselves on a circular platform, approximately 5 meters in diameter, rather confined in space, with all three sprawled on the ground. In addition, a narrow path, less than half a foot wide, barely sufficient for both feet to stand side by side, led into the unknown darkness, serving as the only exit from their platform. Tang San's first instinct was to check if Tang Xi in his arms was injured. His gaze fell upon a tuft of hair standing upright, and he met Tang Xi's tear-filled, large eyes as she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. "Brother, you have a rather unpleasant smell of sweat. Could you perhaps let me go?" This remark pierced Tang San's fragile heart, leaving him momentarily frozen. How was this different from the script? Shouldn't he, the sister he fought desperately to protect, be exclaiming, "Brother, you are so amazing"? Instead, Tang San endured the pain and thought, while others' younger sisters are akin to warm, comforting quilts, his sister, regrettably, resembles a drafty leather jacket. Tang Xi couldn't help but burst into laughter at Tang San's woeful expression, exclaiming, "Ha! You have utterly failed at your pretense, dear brother." Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a large bump appeared on Tang Xi's head, and she crouched in the corner, tears streaming down her face in distress. "Whoa, my head has been struck by my elder brother," and right after calling someone little sweetheart, he immediately resorted to violence. It seems that feelings can indeed deteriorate. Observing Tang Xi's pitiful demeanor, Tang San felt a pang of guilt, wondering if he had been too harsh. Meanwhile, Hulaina struggled to rise. Her body enveloped in a thin layer of bloodlust, her eyes a vivid crimson, and a white, stripe-like aura of murderous intent surrounded her, her entire form trembling violently. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang San unleashed the blue-silver domain, raising his right hand to rest gently upon Hulaina's forehead. A soft blue light flickered at her brow. As the life force surged into her body, a vivid sensation enveloped her entire being, and in an instant, Hulaina regained her awareness, gazing around in bewilderment. Beneath the circular platform, a tumult of boiling blood surged, and the atmosphere was suffused with an intense heat. Tang Xi elucidated that the air here was permeated with a chronic toxin that could incite a state of agitation, while the blood pool beneath them was surging with a vast amount of soul energy. This, she surmised, was the very heart of the city of slaughter and the source of its vigor. Hulaina, feeling a profound weariness and muscle fatigue, suggested that they take a brief respite before continuing their journey. The other two concurred, recognizing that the treacherous path ahead demanded their utmost strength. Restoring their vitality was of paramount importance. 2 hours later, Tang Xi extracted a rope from the sapphire and handed it to Tang San and Hulaina. The two exchanged a knowing glance and tied the ends of the rope around their waists. Tang Xi unfurled the blood-red butterfly wings from her back, adorned with intricate golden patterns that danced across their surface. Tang Xifei ventured forward in midair, while Tang San and Hulaina walked cautiously along the path, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would occur. The searing magma erupted, and Hulaina felt the heat intensifying. In response, Tang Xifei unleashed her soul bone domain, Absolute Zero. The clash of the sweltering air with the frigid atmosphere instantly transformed into a veil of mist, effectively lowering the temperature, albeit at the expense of Tang Xifei's soul power. Hulaina turned to Tang Xifei and urged, "Xifei, do not expend your soul power, we can endure." Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Tang Xi retracted the soul bone domain. Yet the surrounding temperature had noticeably dropped, becoming far less sweltering. After an indeterminate duration of travel, Tang San abruptly came to a halt. Hulaina, who had been closely following him, also ceased her movements and, lowering her voice, inquired, "What is the matter?" Tang San spoke softly, urging caution regarding their surroundings, as he sensed a cacophony of noise drawing ever closer. The buzzing sound intensified, and through the lens of his purple extreme magic eye, he discerned a flurry of crimson shadows rapidly approaching. It soon became clear to him why the frequency of that sound resonated with such urgency. It was not merely one or two creatures, but a swarm, comprising at least 1,000 entities. As they drew nearer, the flying beings came into clearer view, revealing themselves to be a legion of blood-red bats, reminiscent of the diminutive version of the crimson patterns left on the ground of the hellish slaughter arena. Each blood bat measured approximately a foot in length, yet their expansive wingspan exceeded a meter. While one or two such blood bats posed little concern, the sudden emergence of 1,000 was undeniably alarming. "Tang Xi, come here quickly." Tang San's foremost concern was the safety of Tang Xi. The crimson bats soared rapidly, drawing near in a matter of moments. Their eyes glowed a menacing red, and upon spotting their target, they emitted a cacophony of harsh caws, revealing their sharp fangs. The collective flapping of thousands of bloodbats conjured a foul wind, causing Tang San and Hulaina to tremble as it swept past them. Tang San moved with remarkable swiftness, deftly untying the rope at his waist. With a reverse motion, he reached out, gliding his hand across Hulaina's abdomen before swiftly wrapping the rope around himself and securing it tightly. As a result, their bodies became firmly entwined, causing Hulaina's complexion to flush with embarrassment, her heart racing fervently. A sudden gust of ominous wind sent Tang Xi teetering precariously in the air, and in a fleeting moment, a brilliant white light flashed as thousands of white threads surged forth from Tang Xi's back, piercing through several bats with lethal precision. The surrounding aura of Tang Xi manifested as a white, patterned malevolence, with his eyes betraying an uncontrollable crimson hue. The bats trembled in fear, hastily fleeing from his presence. In an instant, an absolute zero realm was unleashed, encasing thousands of bats in a frigid grip. The butterfly wings behind Tang Xi quivered incessantly, each flutter accompanied by a cascade of red luminescent specks. After an astonishing 18 tremors, the red specks swiftly coalesced around the bodies of the bats, merging into them. The cacophony of the bat swarm erupted in mournful cries, swiftly dissolving into a pool of sanguine rain. Tang Xi's blood butterfly wing soul bone possesses not only the ability to soar through the skies, but also the enchanting skill of floral fragrance. The crimson motes it generates possess the power to dissolve all in their path. In an instant, a significant portion of the thousands of bats vanished. These bats appeared to possess considerable intelligence, and upon recognizing the formidable prowess of Tang Xi, they surged towards Tang San and Hulaina to launch their assault. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang San promptly unleashed the blue-silver domain, enveloping the two individuals in a soft azure glow that extended within a radius of 10 meters. The swarm of bats, upon making contact with the luminous barrier, found themselves repelled, unable to breach the sanctum surrounding them. Hulaina could sense a continuous and warm life force surging into her being within this radiant sphere. It was undeniably a domain, and one of innate talent at that. One must admit, Tang San truly was an extraordinary prodigy. However, after years of interaction, Hulaina discerned a profound resentment within him towards the Spirit Hall. Allowing such an adversary to flourish would undoubtedly render him a formidable opponent to the Spirit Hall. Exchanging a knowing glance with Tang San, Hulaina took a decisive step forward, moving in unison with him. Tang Xi ventured ahead, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Just ahead on the narrow path, suspended beneath it, hung an enormous creature, bathed in a soft, crimson glow. It emanated a dark golden light. The beast measured over 4 meters in length, with colossal claws gripping the narrow road. Each claw boasted a diameter exceeding 1 meter, sharply embedded into the stone. Amidst the cacophony of shrill cries from the blood bats, the dark golden body slowly unfurled a pair of immense wings, terrifyingly spanning 10 meters. With a sudden release of its claws, the creature ascended into the air, its vast form resembling that of a bat, albeit a bat with 3 heads. Hulaina stepped forward to face Tang San, her eyes radiating a pinkish glow, while a faint luminescence resembling the shape of a soul bone emanated from her forehead. A beam of pink light shot forth towards the dark golden, 3-headed Bat King. The dark golden, 3-headed Bat King soared swiftly, the pink beam trailing closely behind. Upon striking its abdomen, the pink beam dissipated, prompting the creature to rear its head and let out a mournful wail. Tang Xi seized the opportunity to advance swiftly, grasping its claw and casting it aside with a motion akin to flinging dough. The soul bone of the iron-armored rhinoceros bestowed upon her a remarkable enhancement of 300% to her strength. With a resounding thud, the dark golden 3-headed Bat King was hurled 20 meters away, crashing against a stone wall. Suddenly, dark golden mist enveloped the dark golden 3-headed Bat King, and its form erupted, instantaneously transforming into hundreds of diminutive bats. The swarm of bats flapped their wings, converging upon the narrow path before Tang San, their sharp teeth incessantly gnawing at the stones lining the way. Tang San exclaimed in alarm, "This is not good. It will destroy the path ahead. We must hurry." Tang San grasped the hand of Hulaina behind him and sprinted forward with determination, while Tang Xi above sought various ways to offer assistance. Hulaina leaped gracefully in front of Tang San, a bushy foxtail sprouting from her curvaceous form, extending to an impressive length of 5 meters. With a powerful flick of her tail, she sent a swarm of bats flying 10 meters away, swiftly clearing the path. The bat soon regrouped. Enveloped in a swirling dark golden mist, coalescing into the formidable dark golden three-headed bat king. Tang Xi let out a cold snort, her sapphire brooch glimmering as a handgun materialized in her hand. She aimed precisely at the heads of the dark golden three-headed bat king and pulled the trigger 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. With each shot, the bullets penetrated the 3 heads, causing the colossal body to plummet into the boiling pool of blood below. Tang San's eyes gleamed with excitement as he beheld the machine gun in his hands. Could this also be considered a hidden weapon? Its power was astonishing. The dark golden three-headed bat king had perished, and Tang Xi descended onto the narrow path, retracting his wings, gasping for breath, clearly utterly exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Tang San promptly approached, retrieving food and water from the soul-guiding device and offering it to Tang Xi. He remarked, "Let us rest for a while before setting off again." Hulaina nodded in agreement, adding, "We should consider this as having passed a trial. I wonder what awaits us further ahead." Tang Xi stretched lazily and glanced at Tang San, hesitatingly inquired, "Brother, what are your thoughts on the city of slaughter?" Tang San paused momentarily. Having consumed the fiery apricot and the star anise ice grass, he felt impervious to the heat, let alone the chronic poison that permeated this place. However, casting his gaze upon the boiling plasma, he spoke slowly. The city of slaughter, an embodiment of sin, extracts the blood and souls of countless individuals. It should not exist. Having spent 2 years in the city of slaughter, how could Tang San not have meticulously studied the infamous Bloody Mary? The plasma here was likely a nefarious concoction of the evil blood from innumerable fallen souls, concentrated with poison, representing the very essence of the city of slaughter. Yet, he possessed a means to obliterate this malevolent city, for such a wicked place ought not to persist. With that, Tang San turned to Hulaina and coldly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, the Spirit Hall stands behind the city of slaughter, providing for all its needs. Are you truly going to allow this to continue, merely to harbor these fallen souls? Even if Shaoxi is the saintess of the Spirit Hall, I will sever her ties to it by any means necessary." Tang San was perplexed by the profound animosity that coursed through his veins towards the Spirit Hall, a hostility seemingly etched into his very essence from a past life. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's expression shifted markedly. She acknowledged his deep-seated enmity, but made it clear that such matters were beyond her jurisdiction. Tang Xi's expression was troubled. She had not anticipated her brother's deep-seated resentment towards the Spirit Hall. "Brother, do you realize what the consequences would be if the city of slaughter were to be annihilated?" Tang Xi did not offer a defense for the Wuhuan Hall. Instead, she posed a question. This inquiry had not crossed Tang San's mind either. He merely vocalized the conjectures that lingered within him. The fallen here would once again manifest in the world, and given their nature, would ultimately express themselves. Tang San hesitated at this point. Tang Xi spoke the final words for him, proclaiming that this world would witness a massacre even more terrifying than that of the city of slaughter. This statement resonated deeply with Hulaina. The denizens of the city of slaughter were already steeped in depravity and bloodlust. Tang Xi was indeed correct. Even if the city of slaughter were to vanish, these individuals would inevitably wreak havoc upon the world once set free. Tang San, unwilling to concede, continued to argue that its system was indeed cruel. For instance, the initiation of the Hell Road required the sacrifice of the entire city's inhabitants, rendering its very existence a transgression against the natural order. Tang Xi shook her head, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. Had there been a tea set present, she would have epitomized the essence of one who has transcended worldly afflictions. The denizens of this place, the fallen, are predominantly malevolent beings, their hands stained with the blood of countless innocents long before their arrival in the city of slaughter. The Spirit Hall, originally founded by the angelic deity, was charged with the noble mission of eradicating all evil soul masters from the world. Those burdened with grave sins are confined within the city of slaughter, for only here can they be restrained. Though this place is fraught with peril, its core remains virtuous. It is the flawed system that breeds malevolence. With proper reform, the city of slaughter could transform into a sanctuary for redemption. Tang Xi refrained from elaborating excessively, allowing them to grasp the nuances for themselves, akin to the complexities found in political examination questions. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. In her view, Tang Xi was truly multifaceted, capable of articulating such profound truths with ease. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Hulaina found herself increasingly irked by Tang San. Thinking that her dear Tang Xi was far more captivating, Tang San remained silent, Yet these words stirred profound waves within the depths of his heart. Tang San gazed at the vile bloodstains upon his lips, lost in contemplation for a protracted moment, and slowly remarked, "Perhaps what you say holds truth." Tang San turned around, only to find that Tang Xi had already fallen into a deep slumber, her lips emitting soft, rhythmic snores. Hulaina exchanged a glance with Tang San, and they both couldn't help but chuckle softly. An hour later, Tang Xi was roused from her slumber, her eyes still hazy with sleep as she rubbed them gently. "Haha, you little sleepyhead, you can really sleep." Tang San laughed derisively from the side, prompting Tang Xi to snap back. "I have only just dozed off for a moment." All right, let us tidy up and prepare to set off," Hulaina said with a beaming smile as she affectionately ruffled Tang Xi's soft hair. Tang Xi unfurled her blood-red butterfly wings, soaring gracefully in the air. This time, she did not intend to engage seriously, for the second challenge of the road to hell was the ancient beast, tin-headed fiery sun serpent, which stood in their way. Its inner core was the key to dispelling Ma Hongjuan's malevolent fire. Hence, Tang Xi chose to remain uninvolved in this segment of the narrative. Indeed, ahead lay a blazing red serpent, coiled upon the path, occasionally flicking its forked tongue. Its scales were remarkably hard, and along its body, 9 fleshy lumps were visible. Suddenly, the serpent emitted a croaking sound, reminiscent of a baby's wail. The 9 fleshy growths on its back began to radiate a golden-red glow. At a distance of 20 meters from Tang San, the serpent launched its attack, unleashing a fiery beam from its mouth, reeking of iron and swiftly advancing towards the two. Instinctively, Tang San summoned the Haotian hammer and employed the cloak of chaotic blows. Meanwhile, Tang Xi feigned assistance, all the while leisurely enjoying the spectacle. Before long, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent was vanquished by Tang San, who successfully acquired its inner core. After this brief interlude, the group continued their journey forward. Having navigated through 2 challenges with relative ease, Hulaina and Tang San felt their spirits lighten, maintaining a steady pace as they advanced. If this road to hell indeed comprised only 3 trials, they needed merely to conquer the final test to escape this accursed place. The temperature continued to rise, and the dark red liquid flowing through the abysses on either side became increasingly discernible. The terrain seemed to descend perpetually, and with each step, the heat they endured intensified. Tang Xi effortlessly unleashed the domain of his left arm soul bone, absolute chill. The bone-chilling cold clashed with the searing heat, creating a striking dichotomy of ice and fire. Fortunately, the temperature stabilized to a bearable norm. However, what they found even more difficult to acclimate to was the peculiar ambience that seemed to permeate the air. A suffocating sensation grew increasingly pronounced within the depths of their hearts, and their own murderous intent surged forth with unabashed ferocity. Hulaina gasped for breath, the urge to kill becoming increasingly uncontrollable as a voice within incessantly urged her to slay the man before her. Tang Xi and Tang San both sensed something amiss with Hulaina. Her eyes had turned a deep crimson, and she held a short sword close to her chest. Yet, her entire body trembled as if caught in a fierce internal struggle. "You must leave first. I can hardly contain the murderous intent within me," she urged. Tang San swiftly rendered Hulaina unconscious with a mere touch, cradling her in his arms. Tang Xi bit her lip, choosing silence as they continued their journey. The third trial of this infernal path was devoid of ferocious beasts. Instead, it was plagued by the inner demons that lurked within the soul. The seething blood plasma below exuded a malevolent aura, which coaxed forth the latent bloodlust in those who ventured here, awakening their inner turmoil. These inner demons would relentlessly torment the mind, leading one to a loss of self. However, Tang San, having cultivated the Xiantian skill and fortified by the blue-silver domain, remained impervious to its effects. Tang Xi is likewise unaffected, for her body has been transformed by the god of life, rendering her impervious to extreme cold or heat, let alone the malevolent aura that permeates the air. Upon reaching the 5,684th step, Tang San came to a halt, for the path ahead had vanished, revealing only a blood-red ocean. The blood congealed here, forming a small lake that obstructed his way, its surface bubbling ominously, while the scalding vapors caused Hulaina, cradled in his arms, to flush with a deep crimson hue. 1,000-meter expanse lay before him, akin to an insurmountable chasm that could never be crossed. There were no further assaults from any creatures, yet the potent malevolence emanating from this vast abyss rendered it nearly impossible to traverse. Fortunately, Tang Xi possessed wings that enabled her to soar. She swiftly glided to Tang San's side and proposed, "Brother, I can only carry one of you across. Let me take senior sister Nana first. I shall escort her over and then return for you." Tang San nodded in agreement with Tang Xi's opinion and gently placed the Hulayina in Tang Xi's embrace, expressing concern, "Be mindful of your safety. Should you encounter any danger, do not hesitate to call for me at once. I shall always arrive at your side without delay." Tang San's words flowed into Tang Xi's heart like a warm current. At times, her brother's back resembled a towering mountain, providing her with an immense sense of security. Cradling the unconscious Hulayina, Tang Xi soared toward the faint glimmer of light ahead, the very exit that led from the depths of hell to the outside world. Tang Xifei moved swiftly, and in no time at all, reached the exit. The exit was a silvery white light curtain, within which contained the legacy of the god of death's domain. Tang Xi cast Hulayina forward, and the surrounding gravitational force of the light curtain drew her in. Tang Xi was assured that her senior sister Nana was safe. Next, she would return to search for her brother. In the shadows, the King of Slaughter observed everything silently, holding a cup of the steaming yellow spring elixir. The golden-red liquid reflected the scene of Tang Xi and her companions traversing the path of hell. The King of Slaughter chuckled softly, "King Yin, you are indeed my most suitable vessel. How could I allow you to depart so easily?" As Tang Xi journeyed back, an ominous premonition lingered in her heart. In the blink of an eye, the King of Slaughter materialized above the path of hell, directly behind Tang San. His right hand raised, emanating a fiery crimson glow directed towards the narrow passage. By the time Tang San reacted, he instinctively summoned the Houghton and hammer. Upon glimpsing the visage of the King of Slaughter, he regarded him with trepidation. "What brings you here, King of Slaughter?" The crimson light pulsated violently along the narrow route, emitting crackling sounds akin to burning rocks. More alarmingly, this crimson radiance was shrouded in a faint red mist, unmistakably infused with potent toxins. The King of Slaughter replied with a dispassionate smile, "Of course, it is to kill you." He had no intention of sparing Tang San. He would rather report to the god of slaughter that Tang San had perished on the path of hell. Amidst the violent tremors of the narrow path, numerous stones cascaded downwards. A surge of murderous intent surged within Tang San. He contemplated destroying the passage to render himself without escape. Ahead lay a boiling sea of blood plasma, while behind him loomed the precarious narrow path. Swiftly, Tang San retrieved the heavenly crossbow from his soul guide, activating the mechanism as the grappling claws shot forth, embedding themselves deeply into the stone wall with remarkable tenacity. As he retracted the rope, the recoil propelled Tang San outward. The King of Slaughter unleashed a tremendous surge of soul power into the blood plasma, and with a resounding boom, the tidal wave of plasma surged skyward, soaring over 10 meters. As the scalding blood plasma threatened to descend upon Tang San, he knew that once it touched his flesh, it would instantly vaporize him into smoke. Damn it! Success was within reach, and Tang San was unwilling to concede easily. Absolute zero. Suddenly, a playful voice rang out from ahead, and a bone-chilling gust swept toward the boiling blood plasma, the extreme cold clashing with the heat, transforming into a mist that dissipated into the air. Tang Xi spread her wings and swiftly soared towards Tang San, exclaiming, "Brother!" A sense of urgency filled her heart as she reproached herself for arriving too late. Tang Xi approached Tang San, draping his right arm over her shoulder while resting her left hand upon her waist. She cast a penetrating gaze at the King of Slaughter ahead, who responded with a faint smile. In a low, measured tone, he slowly remarked, "Do you truly believe you can still escape?" "Ha ha!" Tang San whispered in Tang Xi's ear, "We must hurry. Father is waiting for us at the cave's entrance. He wishes for us to perish here." Tang Xi cast a resentful glance at the King of Slaughter, yet her foremost priority was to escape the path of hell. The blood-red butterfly wings flapped rapidly as she accelerated towards the exit. A torrid wave of blood plasma surged towards her, while a soft, azure halo enveloped her surroundings, instilling a profound sense of comfort and significantly enhancing her speed. This was the blue-silver domain of Tang San. I could see the exit. It was just within reach. Tang Xi anxiously exclaimed as numerous crimson tendrils suddenly surged from the stone wall, hurtling towards her. Alas! Tang Xi let out a heavy sigh, sensing something coiling around her ankle, adorned with numerous sharp thorns. When Tang San glanced down, he was astonished to discover it was the ancient blood demon vine, aged over 10,000 years. They were merely 20 meters from the cave entrance, yet Tang Xi found herself ensnared, unable to advance. "I am sorry, brother." A tear trickled down Tang Xi's eye, and then she spun around twice, casting Tang San forward. No. Tang San gazed in terror as Tang Xi cast him aside. The exit loomed ahead, yet in that moment, all he desired was to remain and confront the adversities alongside Tang Xi. The blood demon vine swiftly advanced, ensnaring the helpless Tang Xi, who could not unleash any soul skills. She lifted her head slightly, offering a faint smile, and uttered, "Live well." With a whoosh, Tang San finally leapt into the ethereal white light. Everything around him seemed to undergo a transformation. The instant he entered the luminous barrier, he felt as though his body had crossed into a peculiar realm. Yet, an overwhelming urgency to escape gripped him, though his body felt utterly exhausted. Ultimately, Tang San succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang Xi found herself ensnared by the tendrils of a vine. The king of slaughter approached her, gently caressing her exquisite visage, and with a smirk, remarked, "Tsk, do not struggle. I have no desire to harm this beautiful form of yours, for it is one I intend to utilize in the future." Ha ha ha. Tang Xi glared at the king of slaughter with venomous eyes, exclaiming in anger, "You shall not succeed." The king of slaughter, however, remained silent, merely escorting Tang Xi back to the palace. When Tang San awoke, he found a handprint on his face. Opening his eyes, he saw Hulaina anxiously gazing at him. "Don't fall asleep. Where is Tang Xi? Why didn't she come out with you?" Her words struck a nerve in Tang San, causing him to spring upright, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What had just transpired was no mere dream. Tang San looked around anxiously, recalling his father's promise that he would come to find him. "Father! Father!" Tang San had never felt such panic before. Helplessly kneeling on the ground, tears streamed down his cheeks, each drop falling to the earth and soaking in. Hulaina grew increasingly anxious, grasping Tang San's shoulders and shaking him repeatedly. "What happened to Tang Xi? Speak quickly. She has been taken by the king of slaughter." Tang San's eyes were already brimming with tears, and a surging tide of self-reproach welled up within him, prompting him to slap himself across the face. Once again. He realized he could never protect those he cherished. He felt utterly powerless, so profoundly inadequate. "What did you say?" A deep, resonant voice emerged as Tang Hao approached from the distance, his aura of murderous intent fully unleashed upon hearing of Tang Xi's abduction. His countenance fierce as he glared at Tang San, the palpable menace seemingly capable of devouring a person whole. In the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter observed the blue veins on Tang Xi's arm, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, your peony martial soul requires the sustenance of blood to continue its cultivation, does it not?" Tang Xi remained entirely composed, displaying no hint of panic in the presence of the king of slaughter. Instead, she provocatively remarked, "If you wish to cling to me, you must first ascertain whether you possess the requisite ability." Tang Xi's assertion stems from her possession of a mere fraction of the Destroyer God's power. Yet she finds herself unable to confront the king of slaughter, who currently inhabits the body of Tang Chun. The king of slaughter, under the delusion that her words are backed by formidable forces, erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "This body has been nearly consumed by me, and I hold dominion over it. My soul power has reached an astonishing level of 99. Do you truly believe I fear the power that lies behind you? If necessary, I can forsake the city of slaughter, for your body possesses even greater potential. Blame it on your possession of a martial soul befitting an evil soul master." The king of slaughter's eyes glowed with a bloodshot intensity as Tang Xi found herself ensnared by the blood demon vines, suspended in midair. With crimson wings unfurled, he enveloped both of them, baring his fangs as he lunged towards the pulsing artery in Tang Xi's neck. Tang Xi felt a wave of nausea surge within her as she fiercely exclaimed, "Get away from me at once." The murderous intent within Tang Xi grew increasingly intense, and the dormant divine power of the angelic deity within her surged to life. A faint golden radiance coursed through her veins, suddenly erupting with brilliance. When this luminous aura made contact with the body of the king of slaughter, it inflicted a searing pain. The king of slaughter instinctively loosened his grip, as the golden light scorched vast patches of his flesh, even encroaching upon his consciousness. This was the blessing of the angelic deity. The angelic powers had always stood in stark opposition to his malevolent soul beast, particularly since the divine light could significantly weaken him. How could a girl possessing an evil martial soul possibly receive the blessing of an angelic deity? This was inconceivable. The king of slaughter's head felt unbearably heavy, as another consciousness within him began to vie for control over his body. In Tang Xi's eyes, the king of slaughter clutched his head, shaking it incessantly, his aura oscillating between murderous rage and sheer terror. Tang Xi gazed vacantly, pondering whether the person before her had perhaps escaped from a psychiatric institution. It was only when the actions of the King of Slaughter came to a halt that the overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from him continued to surge relentlessly. When he lifted his gaze to meet Tang Xi's, the earlier madness had dissipated, replaced instead by a solemnity and detachment. The King of Slaughter's eyes were now filled with a complexity that hinted at sorrow. "Child, thank you for allowing me to regain control of my body. I am aware that you have many questions, but I beseech you to use the divine power within you to end my life." His voice, once sharp, had transformed into a deep, weathered rasp. Tang Xi was aware that the current King of Slaughter was under the dominion of Tang Chen's consciousness. A plan swiftly took shape in Tang Xi's mind, and she promptly exclaimed, "I possess a method to eradicate the malevolent thoughts of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King that plague you. Furthermore, I can restore your decaying body, granting you at least 5 additional years of life." Upon hearing this, the King of Slaughter's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is that truly possible?" Tang Xi nodded slightly. Yet she put forth her condition. "However, I have a stipulation that may constrain your freedom for a time. That is, you must continue to reign as the King of Carnage in the city of Slaughter, reshaping its order to eradicate the pervasive wickedness." The King of Carnage could not help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I accept your terms. Even without your urging, I would pursue this path. Though my body has been under the dominion of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King for so long, the city of Slaughter is, after all, a creation of my own making, and I could never bear to see it destroyed." Tang Xi wiped a bead of cold sweat for Tang San. Relieved that her brother had refrained from casting the blood swan kiss into the road of hell, thereby sparing the city of Carnage from destruction, otherwise, their great ancestor would undoubtedly have dealt him a severe reprimand. As Tang Xi was about to continue speaking, the King of Slaughter suddenly clutched his head, revealing an expression of profound agony. "Hurry, the malevolent influence of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King has seized control of me once more," he uttered with great difficulty. Following this proclamation, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Gone was the gentle regard he held for Tang Xi. Instead, his eyes were ablaze with unfathomable madness. His voice, sharp and laced with wickedness, echoed ominously as he declared, "I did not anticipate that the divine power of the angel within you could diminish my grip over this body. If I cannot dominate you, then I shall annihilate you." In the city of Slaughter, Tang Xi found herself unable to wield her soul abilities, helplessly witnessing the blood mist converging in the hands of the King of Slaughter as it was aimed directly at her. A profound yearning for survival welled up within her heart, compelling her to instinctively summon the divine power of the god of destruction for self-protection. Yet, the more frantic she felt, the more composed she became. She understood that this was certainly not the opportune moment. As Tang Hao and Tang San arrived, they coincidentally witnessed the King of Slaughter launching an assault on Tang Xi. Hulaina was absent, as she had to wait for the elders of the Spirit Hall to escort her. Had they all arrived together, given the formidable strength of the King of Slaughter, it was likely that the 3 of them would not return. 138 Blood-Red Nine-Headed Bat King 2. As Tang Hao was about to step forward, Tang San intercepted him. Yet he himself advanced even more swiftly. The 8 spider lances were unleashed, accelerating his movements. A fierce aura of murder spread in Tang San's eyes as he gripped the Haotian hammer, surging forward in an instant to stand before Tang Xi. Under Tang Xi's astonished gaze, Tang San directly intercepted the blood mist with the Haotian hammer. The King of Slaughter wore a delighted smirk, gradually intensifying his assault. Tang San felt as if he were a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. In an instant, the blood mist erupted, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent Tang San crashing against the stone wall, causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Even Tang Hao was forced back a few steps, and the blood vines ensnaring Tang Xi were utterly annihilated, though she too was propelled a considerable distance. Blood trickled from Tang Xi's forehead, but her immediate reaction was to glance towards Tang San, her heart racing as she cried out, "Brother!" Tang San selflessly shielded Tang Xi from the impending attack. Tang Xi's eyes glistened with tears, yet in that fleeting moment, a tempest of fury surged within her heart. Tang Hao glared furiously at the King of Slaughter, his entire being radiating an aura of death. In the next moment, he was poised to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the King of Slaughter. Even if his soul abilities were restrained, it mattered not. Tang Hao was resolute in his desire to fight to the bitter end. "Father, please do not go." Tang Xi's urgent cry did not cause Tang Hao to halt his steps, until she anxiously shouted, "If you go, I will immediately take my own life to prove it." Her words reached Tang Hao's ears, and he was taken aback, stopping in his tracks. He then beheld Tang Xi pressing a dagger, glinting coldly, against her neck. Her resolute gaze fixed upon him. "Why?" Tang Hao shouted in anger, having never raised his voice at Tang Xi before. Yet, consumed by fury, reason escaped him. However, upon seeing the dagger at Tang Xi's throat, his heart ached for her once more. "I do not wish for you to lose your life because of me. At the very least, your brother still needs you." Tang Xi stood in silence, rising with the resolute determination of one facing death. With a gaze imbued with hatred, she fixed her eyes intently upon the King of Slaughter and began to advance towards him slowly. "King of Slaughter, is it not your desire to end my life? Yet I refuse to yield. If you do not suppress my soul technique, I am certain I can vanquish you." The resolute light in Tang Xi's eyes elicited a derisive smile from the King of Slaughter. "Are you indulging in fanciful dreams? How amusing," he remarked, suddenly intrigued. He contemplated the prospect of lifting the restrictions upon Tang Xi, allowing her to wield her soul techniques. The thought of witnessing her defeat, her face contorted with despair and anguish, surely promised to be quite entertaining. He altered his intentions. He desired for Tang Xi to perish enveloped in hopelessness and torment. With a mocking grin, the King of Slaughter declared, "Since you are so eager to experience it, I shall grant your wish, ha ha ha." Upon hearing his words, Tang Xi turned her gaze toward Tang Hao, earnestly stating, "Father, I hope you can believe in me." As Tang Hao listened to Tang Xi's words, an inexplicable sense of reassurance enveloped him. Uncertain of the reasons behind it, Tang Hao remained rooted to the spot, consumed by curiosity about Tang Xi's intentions. The King of Slaughter raised his hand, and a scarlet light surged towards Tang Xi, who sensed the oppressive chain within her shatter, granting her the freedom to wield her soul techniques once more. The opportunity had arrived. In the original narrative, the brother had employed the light of the sea god to dispel the malevolent thoughts of the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King. One could only wonder if this radiant glow could serve a similar purpose. With each step forward, Tang Xi was filled with resentment, and a soul ring automatically rose from her feet, settling steadily around her waist. When the fifth pink soul ring descended, it emanated an aura reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Both the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King and the King of Slaughter gazed in astonishment at the pink soul ring, sensing that it belonged to a 100,000-year soul beast, yet there was an indescribable quality about it. This soul ring was notably gentler than the usual 100,000-year ones. The King of Slaughter felt a sense of anticipation for the soul skill that Tang Xi would unleash with this 100,000-year soul ring. But the mischievous glint in Tang Xi's eyes left him with an unsettling feeling. Behind Tang Xi, a magnificent peony blossomed. Yet it was the fourth eternal soul ring that shimmered. The peony gradually unfolded in midair, its golden radiance intensifying with each petal that unfurled. Holy light of healing. Tang Xi's fourth soul skill is bestowed by the divine angel, emanating a radiant light capable of healing any affliction. This sacred luminescence pierced the eyes of the King of Slaughter, who, in a state of terror, flapped his wings in a futile attempt to shield himself from its brilliance. Behind the King of Slaughter, a blood-red figure was wrenched forth, surrounded by a swirling crimson mist. Within this dark fog, the figure that emerged was no longer that of the King of Slaughter, but rather a tall, dark-haired man with deep-set black eyes. Strikingly handsome, yet exuding an air of profound intensity. This was the true visage of Tang Chun, albeit his eyes remained stained with a blood-red hue. Tang Hao was taken aback upon seeing that familiar visage. It was his grandfather. However, the blood-red figure behind Tang Chun had transformed into the colossal blood-red, nine-headed Bat King. The blood-red, nine-headed Bat King let out a furious roar. "How dare you toy with me?" Tang Hao's gaze suddenly turned fierce. A talking soul beast could potentially possess a cultivation level exceeding 100,000 years. In that fleeting moment, the peony in midair vanished instantly, and Tang Xi found herself violently crushed to the ground by an overwhelming pressure. The blood-red, nine-headed Bat King soared toward Tang Xi with its 3-meter-long wings, its claws fiercely pinning her down. The sound of her bones fracturing was painfully audible. Driven by an almost primal fury, Tang Hao instinctively lunged forward, but Tang Chun, with eyes aflame, summoned the Haotian hammer to stand protectively in front of him, clearly restraining him. Tang San lay in the corner, his gaze fixed upon the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King, its sharp claws pressing down upon his beloved sister. In that moment, helplessness, fury, and despair surged within him. Yet his body remained immobile. Fractures coursed through his form, pain enveloping him entirely. but it was the anguish of his heart that incessantly tormented his consciousness. Xiaoxi. Tang San's hoarse voice cried out in despair, tears streaming incessantly. Tang Xi, enduring excruciating pain, found herself unable to rise. Suddenly, a swirling mass of dark golden mist erupted from her being, sending the blood-red nine-headed bat, king hurtling several meters away. Tang, she had already risen to her feet. The dark golden-black mist affectionately drawing near her palm. The blood-red, nine-headed bat, king trembled all over. He could sense the terrifying power emanating from that mass of black mist, a force more formidable and fearsome than that of the Azura deity. Although the dark golden radiance appeared feeble, he knew that should the black mist launch an attack, it would undoubtedly spell his demise. Tang Xi smiled faintly, yet her eyes betrayed an unfathomable indifference. Can one truly evade even 1% of the destruction wrought by a god of annihilation? Tang Xi, gritting her teeth, thrust the dark mist into the body of the blood-red, nine-headed bat king. It howled in terror, pleading, "No, please. Do you not covet my 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone?" The sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast was at hand. The dark mist seeped into the blood-red, nine-headed bat king, causing its form to disintegrate, while an intense burning sensation enveloped its entire being. Rather than allow Tang Xi to absorb its spirit ring and spirit bone, it hoped that its malevolent thoughts would still influence her, with such dark intentions. She could swiftly evolve into a formidable evil spirit master, potentially altering the fate of the Douluo Continent itself. However, Tang Xi wore a face of disdain, dismissing the notion. 100,000-year spirit ring? I have no need for it. The unreserved insult delivered by Tang Xi to the blood-red, nine-headed bat king was so profound that, despite its status as a soul beast of 100,000 years, she regarded it with disdain. The blood-red, nine-headed bat king roared with laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful! Who could have imagined that one day I would be vanquished by a mere girl like you? Since you are resolute in your intent to slay me, I shall ensure that you do not emerge unscathed." With a thunderous roar, a crimson light erupted, emanating from the blood-red, nine-headed bat king and spreading outward, casting a sanguine hue upon all it touched. A shockwave radiated swiftly from the blood-red, nine-headed bat king, causing the ground to tremble violently. Even the distant Douluo forest quivered slightly. Sitting atop the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, Xiao Wu gazed ahead with concern and quietly uttered, "This is." The crimson light reflected in Tang Hao's eyes as he solemnly breathed out the word, "Sacrifice." The blood-red, nine-headed bat king was enveloped in a blood-red glow, its form becoming increasingly translucent, with blood seemingly igniting upon its body. Tang Hao gazed in bewilderment at the blood-red, nine-headed bat king, a creature embodying the most tyrannical form of sacrifice, soul sacrifice. Once this mode is initiated, no force can thwart it. Indeed, even the onslaught of the god of destruction dissipated in its wake. The blood-red, nine-headed bat king threw back its head in laughter, wickedly cursing Tang Xi. "You wish to annihilate me? Then I shall sacrifice my soul to obliterate your very existence. My essence will be bound to the 10,000-year soul ring. Each time you wield a 10,000-year soul skill, my malevolent thoughts will devour your sanity, transforming you into a demon consumed by slaughter, an entity more terrifying than the king of carnage itself. Haha, a soul master driven solely by bloodshed. Tang Xi would ultimately become a pariah, reviled by all. This was the Bat King's method of vengeance. In that fleeting moment, Tang Xi was momentarily stunned, the crimson light locking onto her. The final words of the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King instilled a profound terror within her. The entire form of the nine-headed Bat King was consumed by flames, transforming into a blood-red soul ring that descended upon Tang Xi's bloodthirsty peony. As if it were a deliberate act, the remnants of the Bat King, where the flames had raged, left behind a soul bone radiating a crimson glow, which instinctively soared toward Tang Xi and seamlessly fused into her head. A tremendous surge of power continuously integrated into her being, while a malevolent thought meandered through her body, and the thrill of slaughter began to awaken deep within her heart. As Tang Xi lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmered with a blood-red hue, exuding a murderous intent that rivaled the malevolence once embodied by Tang Hao. Yet, remarkably, a faint green luminescence radiated from her heart, its refreshing essence awakening Tang Xi instantly. Within her, a divine power of destruction consumed the sinister gray thoughts, while golden threads of light meandered throughout her being, swiftly mending the fractures in her bones. Within Tang Xi's being resided three distinct strands of divine power, each manifesting its own unique influence. Yet, Tang Xi remained oblivious to this fact. At the moment of awakening, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her, causing her to collapse to the ground in an instant. A conversation between 3 generations unfolded, while the gentle sound of raindrops pattered rhythmically. Tang Hao dissuaded Hu Liena from taking Tang Xi away and ultimately, in a fit of rage, expelled both Hu Liena and her companion, Yu Guan, along with the 2 titled Douluos, Gui Mei. Hu Liena, constrained by the icy gaze of Tang Chun, a formidable titled Douluo with a soul power of 97, reluctantly agreed to accompany Elder Gui and Elder Ju back to the Spirit Hall after ensuring Tang Xi's safety. After all, she needed to report Tang Chen's appearance to her teacher and others. With a reluctant glance at Tang Xi, Hu Liena set off on her journey. Tang Chun, Tang Hao, and Tang San sought refuge from the rain within a cave, where a flickering bonfire illuminated their surroundings, while Tang Xi remained in a deep slumber. Tang Chen glanced at Tang Hao's haggard appearance and, with a heavy heart, inquired, "Hao, what has transpired recently? Have you not inherited the position of the sect master?" In Tang Chen's memory, Hao possessed extraordinary talent, making it inconceivable for him to have fallen to such depths. Tang San also regarded his father's silent demeanor, feeling a stir of emotions within. "Father," he said, "I have grown up now. Please reveal to me the truth of these past years." Tang Hao gazed helplessly into the distance, ultimately voicing the grievances he had endured over the years. He recounted his acquaintance with Yin, the relentless pursuit by the Spirit Hall, Yin's sacrificial act, the Pope's untimely demise, and the unavoidable expulsion from the sect imposed by his elder brother. He laid bare the series of events that led to the sect's withdrawal from the world. In Tang San's eyes blazed with the flames of fury as he gritted his teeth and uttered, "The Spirit Hall." Tang Chun, after listening, couldn't help but sigh deeply. His relationship with Qian Dalu of the Spirit Hall was one of both rivalry and camaraderie. Now, with the loss of his son and his own sect forced into seclusion, the question of right and wrong ultimately boiled down to differing perspectives. Tang Hao gently patted his son, who was seething with indignation, and said softly, "This is a matter of grievances belonging to our generation. You need not carry my hatred into your crusade against the Spirit Hall." Tang San was perplexed, his heart overflowing with grievances. Why? The Spirit Hall had caused me to be separated from my mother since childhood, and my father was compelled to leave the clan. Such animosity. I cannot coexist with the Spirit Hall. Tang San's final 4 words resonated with a profound weight, his brows furrowed tightly, and he could scarcely contain the emergence of the god of death's domain as a delicate layer of ice formed upon the ground. Tang Hao gazed at Tang Xi with palpable sorrow. The pursuit against me and Yin was instigated by a decree from the former pope, who is now deceased. Any further inquiry into the matter would be futile. Moreover, the Spirit Hall has aided your sister in prolonging her life. They are capable of setting aside their animosity to assist us, so why can we not do the same? Upon hearing this, Tang San could only turn his head away in silence. Tang Shan nodded in agreement, then recalled something and retrieved a shimmering soul bone from the soul guide at his waist, presenting it to Tang San. "Little San, your talent is indeed remarkable. This is a soul bone I have accumulated as the King of Slaughter, a wisdom soul bone from 40,000 years ago. I believe it will suit you well." As Tang San gazed at the glowing soul bone, his initial hesitation transformed into determination. His primary goal now was to grow stronger. "Great ancestor, I express my heartfelt gratitude." With that, Tang San knelt down sincerely in a gesture of respect. "Alas, my child." Tang Chun hastily assisted Tang San to his feet, urging him, "We are family. You should swiftly absorb this soul bone." What Tang Chun would not disclose to Tang San is that had it not been for Tang Xi's absorption of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King's head soul bone, he might have considered bequeathing that soul bone to her. Now that the soul bone has been entrusted to Tang San, and with Tang Xi being his great-granddaughter who has rendered him such significant assistance, what would be an appropriate token of appreciation for her? After Tang San completely assimilated the soul bone, Tang Xi also regained consciousness, gently supporting her forehead as she experienced a throbbing headache. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward to assist Tang Xi, allowing her to lean against the stone wall. As her vision gradually cleared, Tang San, Tang Chun, and Tang Hao all cast worried glances at her. "What has happened to me? I feel as though I have endured a nightmarish dream in which a blood-red 9-headed Bat King has taken residence within me." Tang Hao and Tang Chen exchanged a complicated glance. Tang Chen spoke calmly. "To be precise, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King has made a sacrifice to you. After Tang Xi finished speaking, Tang Xi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, astonished as she exclaimed, "Why would they offer a sacrifice to me? Are they foolish?" Tang Hao feigned a few coughs and said, "Ahem, Shashi, be mindful of your manners. Before you stands your great-grandfather, Tang Xi." However, when Tang Xi gazed upon Tang Chun, he appeared as a distinguished middle-aged man, with dark hair, deep black eyes, and a handsome visage. Tang Xi then turned to Tang Hao and teased, "Dad, why do you seem older than great-grandfather?" Tang Hao wore a grim expression, exclaiming, "This unfilial daughter. What a drafty cotton coat." Beside him, Tang Chun and Tang San burst into hearty laughter, particularly Tang Chun, whose laughter resonated loudly. "Ha! You truly have a way with words." Tang San, feeling helpless, reflected on how many years had passed since he last witnessed his father in a state of defeat. The four of them engaged in lively conversation, reminiscing about the childhood tales of Tang San and Tang Xi, particularly as Tang Xi vividly recounted the image of Tang Hao, the broad-shouldered man with a fondness for drink, which left a lasting impression. Tang Hao repeatedly patted his chest, reassuring himself that he must not harm the little daughter he raised. He would indulge her, even if it meant doing so while kneeling. After a few hours, Tang Xi rose and summoned her martial spirit, smiling gently as she remarked, "I believe I can heal about 60 to 70% of everyone's injuries." Tang Xi unleashed the bloodthirsty peony, as soul rings rose one after another beneath her feet, culminating in the emergence of the sixth soul ring, which emanated a profound aura of lethal intent. As Tang Xi absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring, her soul power ascended from level 59 to 61. The fourth 10,000-year soul ring trembled, unfurling like a peony in midair, radiating a golden luminescence. This resplendent light enveloped her, imparting a warm sensation. As Tang San felt the fractured bones within him mending, while a soothing current coursed through Tang Hao's internal injuries, facilitating a swift recovery. A gentle golden aura surrounded the three of them, and Tang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as the potent toxins within him gradually dissipated, rendering his body increasingly light and agile. Moments later, it was only when Tang Xi could no longer sustain the continuous supply of soul power that she withdrew her martial soul and soul abilities. Tang Hao gazed in astonishment at the remarkable changes within himself, marveling at the miraculous healing of his internal injuries, which had nearly mended completely. This soul skill, it seemed, surpassed even the capabilities of healing-type soul masters. Tang Xi nodded in approval, remarking that this soul skill was indeed remarkable. It had greatly improved his physique, somewhat akin to the soul skill of the angel god. Tang Xi frequently engaged in battles with Qian Douluo. The golden radiance emitted by Tang Xi's martial soul bore a striking resemblance to the luminous aura of Qian Daoluo's angelic martial soul. Tang Xi replied with a beaming smile, "Of course, this is a soul ring bestowed by the divine." The revelation of the divine soul ring astounded Tang San and Tang Hao. They had not anticipated that Tang Xi, at such a tender age, would possess a bestowed soul ring. Subsequently, Tang Xi recounted her experiences at the Spirit Hall. Although she chose to conceal certain unspeakable secrets, such as the existence of Qian Renxue and Su Wen's dual divine inheritance. After the four shared various tales, Tang Chun, noticing that time was slipping away, reluctantly spoke, "I must return to the city of slaughter." "Howard, you may go ahead." Tang Hao approached in confusion. "Grandfather, why will you not return to Haoyan sect with us?" Tang San also advised, "Do you truly wish to return to such a wicked place as the city of slaughter?" 143 to the Moon Pavilion. Tang Xi smiled softly. After all, the city of slaughter was the fruit of his years of dedication. He intended to oversee it for a while, and once the new generation of the Slaughter King emerged, he would return to the Haoyan sect. This was Tang Chen's resolution, and under these circumstances, Tang Hao had no further objections. Thus, the three generations of their lineage bid farewell in that moment. After which Tang Hao took Tang San and Tang Xi to the Tiando Empire. Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Father, where are we headed?" Tang Hao replied nonchalantly, "To a place where you can hone your skills." Tang Xi remarked sarcastically about a place that rigidly adhered to rules. The trio persevered through numerous hardships until they arrived at the bustling heart of Heaven Do City, where Tang Hao came to a halt in front of an imposing edifice. Tang Xi instinctively followed her father's gaze towards the edifice before them. It was a 5-story building, which, even in the grand city of Tiando, could be considered quite tall. The structure exuded an air of elegance, with an architectural style that seemed somewhat antiquated. The sign above bore only 2 simple characters, Yuxian. How impressive. The inhabitants of such a place must surely be affluent. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with a gleam of avarice, resembling that of a little money-obsessed individual. Despite the fact that she was already quite affluent herself, Tang San couldn't help but chuckle as he approached, gently ruffling Tang Xi's hair. When I become capable, I will earn money for you to spend. Tang Xi excitedly pondered how she could reveal to her brother the truth that her wealth surpassed his. The individuals entering and exiting this place were either adorned in luxurious attire or exuded an extraordinary presence, while Tang San and Tang Hao appeared markedly shabby in their garb. Even Tang Xi, who had endured the trials of the city of slaughter, could no longer showcase the former splendor of her exquisite dress. It was now marred by rips and faded patches. Upon their entrance, the doorman raised his hand to block their way, sternly declaring, "No unauthorized persons may enter." Tang San cast a frigid glance in their direction, an aura of lethal intent emanating uncontrollably from him. They were not even soul masters. How could they possibly withstand Tang San, who had just arrived from the city of slaughter, his entire being steeped in the essence of murder? Tang Hao cast a glance at his son, but chose to remain silent, striding purposefully into the interior. Tang San followed closely behind his father, both entering the moon pavilion together. The two young men who had previously been repelled felt the chilling aura emanating from Tang San and found themselves devoid of the courage to advance further. Tang Xi made a playful grimace and then joyfully followed behind Tang Hao. It was not until Tang San's silhouette vanished from their sight that they exhaled a sigh of relief, only to discover that their garments were already dampened with sweat. One among them hurriedly dashed towards the moon pavilion. Upon entering the first level of the moon pavilion, a gentle fragrance enveloped them. The shadow wall, intricately carved from exquisite boxwood, emanated a subtle woody aroma. Before the shadow wall, two exotic orchids, standing 3 meters tall, released a delicate perfume, creating an atmosphere that seemed to isolate them from the world's distractions. As they navigated around the shadow wall, they found themselves in a spacious hall. The floor was adorned with gray square tiles, each extending a meter in length, while the surroundings were embellished with various opulent wooden furnishings. At the center, behind a broad table, stood several elegantly dressed young ladies, their attire modest yet refined. On either side of the table, there were meticulously crafted wooden staircases. Upon seeing Tang Hao and his son, the young ladies appeared visibly startled, clearly puzzled as to why someone dressed as Tang Hao was permitted to enter. Tang Hao approached slowly, reaching the desk, and addressed the tall young lady at the forefront, informing Wewa that an old friend has come to visit. The young lady, taken aback, parted her lips in surprise. An old friend? Her eyes brimmed with skepticism towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing Wewa, saying, "When the full moon wanes, the faint silhouette of an old friend may appear." The young girl obediently went to convey the message. Moments later, a cacophony of footsteps approached, not in haste, but with a measured rhythm. 4 men descended the staircase. 2 were the guards who had been stationed earlier, while the other was a man clad in purple, his expression one of haughty disdain. The girl hurried forward and said, "Chief Odd, these 3 claim to be seeking the lady." Odd regarded Tang Hao and his companions with evident disgust, retorting, "You lot, in your tattered attire, dare to seek an audience with the lady? Get out of my sight." Tang Xi furrowed her brows and took a few steps forward before Tang San could make his move. Tang Hao implored, "Do not take a life, nor bring destruction to this place." Tang Xi smiled gently and reassured her father, "Do not worry, father, I am merely testing my skills." Tang Xi cast a frigid glance toward Odd, who, undeterred by the presence of a mere girl, promptly unleashed his soul rings and martial spirit. The 4 soul rings indicated that he was merely a soul master. Tang Xi concealed her soul ring, yet an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped her. Her gaze was icy, and in an instant, she teleported behind Ode. With an elegant bend of her body, she flexed her calf and unleashed a powerful kick, catching Ode off guard and sending him soaring into the air. Just as Ode was 3 meters away from the ceiling, Tang Xi teleported above him, delivering a gentle kick to his head. Blood spilled from Ode's mouth, accompanied by the sharp crack of his skull fracturing, causing his body to veer to the right. As Ode was about to crash into a precious sandalwood piece, Tang Xi teleported behind him, seized his collar, and spun him around twice, stirring up a gust of wind. As Ode's head spun with stars, Tang Xi propelled him once more into the air. Tang Xi executed a stunning backflip, her calves striking Ode's abdomen with tremendous force. As he neared the ground, she skillfully caught him and propelled him skyward once more, the sound of his bones cracking resonating ominously. This was the fifth skill from the soul ring bestowed upon Tang Xi by Xiao Wu, the explosive 8-section throw, a technique of instantaneous movement. Tang Xi had not anticipated that the soul abilities transferred from Sister Xiao Wu would manifest in such a manner. Was it out of concern for her safety against external adversities? Yet, deep down, she yearned to embody the grace of a refined lady. Tang Xi hurled Ode into the air, delivering a staggering 8 kicks without any resistance. Ultimately, Ode plummeted to the ground with a heart-stopping roar. Onlookers were so frightened that they hurriedly sought refuge, astonished by the ferocity of this woman. Truly, she was a terrifying force. Tang San could hardly bear to witness the scene. Xiao Shi, who had inherited Xiao Wu's soul skills, unexpectedly exhibited a ferocity akin to that of Xiao Wu herself. Despite her ordinarily delicate demeanor, what transpired here? A melodious voice resonated as a dignified lady adorned in a silver-white palace dress descended the staircase. Her poise was regal, her aura rivaling even that of Pope Bibi Dong, yet she exuded warmth rather than coldness. The frightened young girl hurriedly stepped forward to elucidate the situation. When Tang Yuehua turned to gaze at the weary-faced Tang Hao, she momentarily faltered, her emotions breaking down at that instant, and she trembled as she embraced Tang Hao. "Why have you come to see me only now? I have truly missed you." Tang Yuehua wept, her shoulders shaking. Those familiar with Tang Yuehua were astonished. This was indeed the first time the lady had displayed such vulnerability. Tang Hao gently patted Tang Yuehua's back and softly said, "I have returned." Tang Yuehua wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and, upon gazing at Tang San, was momentarily taken aback. She bore a striking resemblance to that woman. "Is this your child with her?" In response to Tang Yuehua's confusion, Tang Hao nodded and then spoke. "The girl beside me is my adopted daughter, named Tang Xi, while the mischievous boy next to her is Tang San. Is it truly necessary to employ that impudent brat, Tang San?" Tang Xi displayed a sweet smile. "Hello, beautiful sister." This remark elicited laughter from Tang Yuehua, who responded, "What sister? I am your aunt." Tang Hao recounted in detail the events that had transpired over the years, subsequently placing Tang Xi and Tang San by Tang Yuehua's side for their studies. Before departing, he advised, "It matters not for little San. If little Xi is unable to grasp it, then so be it." Tang Hao helplessly ruffled Tang Xi's hair, thinking that if she could learn, that would be sufficient. However, he no longer held any expectations for her to succeed. Tang Xi pouted her lips, her cheeks flushed. "Dad, do you have so little faith in your daughter?" Tang San approached with a playful smile and pinched his cheek. The texture was truly delightful. Tang Hao nodded without hesitation, while Tang Xi expressed her frustration. Tomorrow, she vowed to study diligently. Tang Yuehua couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. The father and daughter were indeed a pair of delightful jesters. The following day, Tang Yuehua led Tang Xi and Tang San into the hall, where over a dozen harps were elegantly arranged, and several noble scions were seated quietly nearby, all of whom were students of Tang Yuehua. Upon seeing Tang Xi and Tang San behind Tang Yuehua, these students displayed expressions of astonishment, questioning how such individuals could still be present in this setting. Tang Yuehua introduced them softly, saying, "These two are Tang Xi and Tang Yin, who will also be your new classmates." Tang Xi cast a gentle smile towards the crowd. Despite her tattered clothing, the purity of her aura was truly striking, particularly accentuated by her exquisite visage. Tang San and Tang Xi exchanged a glance before each taking a seat in front of a harp. Before the graduation ceremony, "I shall select one among you as the most outstanding student to represent the entire class in the graduation performance," Tang Yuehua said slowly. A man behind contemplated. "Surely the representative will be Princess Shui Ku, for she is the sister of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince." Tang Xi let out a yawn, feeling a sense of ennui. After all, none of this concerned her. She merely wished to drift through her days. Despite having escaped the life of a high school student, she still found herself burdened by these rigid conventions. What elegance and intellect were they speaking of? The mere thought made her head throb. Even the guqin she had once learned to play was only used to perform some exhilarating melodies. Tang Yuehua began to play a melodious piece as her foot pressed down on the pedal, filling the air with enchanting music. After a moment, the delightful melody ceased, and she gestured towards the audience to indicate it was time for Tang San to perform. When he took his turn, a rough and discordant tune erupted, prompting the crowd to stifle their laughter in embarrassment. A nearby woman with short black hair and an indifferent expression mused to herself, how could one be so unrefined, lacking even the fundamentals of melody? Which family could produce such a poorly educated individual? Surely, they must be commoners. Ah, commoners, how easily they can be taken advantage of. Hearing the suppressed laughter, Tang San clenched his fists in frustration, his eyes reddening as an aura of intense hostility enveloped him, casting a chilling atmosphere throughout the entire floor, causing those around him to instinctively wrap their arms around themselves, shivering at the sudden drop in temperature. At that moment, a cacophony of sound erupted once more, although disordered. A careful ear could discern the underlying melody. All eyes turned to Tang Xi, who played with unwavering confidence. While her performance was not particularly pleasing to the ear, she had already triumphed in spirit. Tang San, regaining his composure, offered a gentle smile, recognizing that his sister was coming to his rescue. Truly, there is no one like a sister. One cannot rely on a father. Every night, while everyone else slumbered, Tang San diligently studied the intricacies of court etiquette, while Tang Xi vowed to devote herself to her studies. Thus, each evening, she would sneak into Tang San's room, finding that the monotonous sound of his recitation lulled her into a comfortable sleep. Tang San gazed at Tang Xi, who had promised to accompany him in diligent study, now sprawled across the table, emitting a series of soft snores. With a resigned expression, Tang San gently draped a blanket over Tang Xi before returning to his focused studies. As he practiced the etiquette of dining, Tang Xi gazed at the table laden with an array of delectable dishes, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow! So much delicious food. Behind her, a short-haired woman with dark locks disdainfully averted her gaze, rolling her eyes in contempt, clearly unimpressed by Tang Xi's lack of worldly experience. Undeterred by her surroundings, Tang Xi unabashedly plunged a fork into a slice of cake before her, indulging in hearty bites, savoring each morsel with slow deliberation. Yet, even amidst this culinary delight, she couldn't help but feel that it slightly paled in comparison to the exquisite offerings from the Spirit Hall. Tang San glanced around, feigning a cough or two. Ahem. Sister, your image. Do pay attention to your image. Tang Xi glanced at Tang San with a beaming smile, and Tang San felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing that little she had grasped his intentions. However, in the next moment, Tang Xi raised her fork and impudently speared the cake from Tang San's plate, munching as she playfully remarked, "Brother, if you want me to eat the cake from your plate next time, just say so. There's no need for subtle hints." Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Even Princess Xue couldn't suppress a chuckle. During etiquette class, Tang Xi delighted in occupying the last row, where she would often close her eyes and drift into slumber, finding the stillness far more tedious than attending class. Before long, a distinct and melodious snore resonated through the crowd. Huzizi, everyone turned in unison to gaze at Tang Xi, barely able to stifle their laughter. Tang Yuehua helplessly rubbed her forehead, urging herself to remain calm. During the painting class, under Tang San's dedicated efforts, his artistic skills swiftly surpassed those of most of his classmates. However, Tang Xi found herself in deep contemplation, struggling to conceive a subject to paint, her mouth clenching a paintbrush as she lamented the vexations of creating art. Bored, she glanced around, and, upon seeing the paint box, a smile crept across her face. She then poured all the paint into her hands, smearing it onto the canvas to leave her handprints. Observing this remarkable piece, Tang Xi nodded with satisfaction, while a male classmate behind her excitedly exclaimed, "Teacher, Tang Xi is daydreaming in class again." Alas! Tang Xi cast a resentful glance at the classmate who reported her. "You scoundrel! How dare you betray me?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Tang Yuehua helplessly pretended to clear her throat. Ahem, quiet down. Let us focus on our own drawings. Over the years, Tang San has become desensitized. He had once contemplated elevating Tang Xi's academic pursuits, yet he finds himself incapable of doing so. His aspiration for his sister to blossom into a refined lady has now withered, leaving Tang San in a state of profound disappointment. Tang Xi, with a hint of embarrassment, lifted her head to gaze at Tang Yuehua, then made a playful face, revealing a cheerful smile. Witnessing this, although Tang Yuehua felt somewhat helpless, her predominant emotion was one of joy, as she too would secretly smile at Tang Xi's antics. A year later, all the nobility would gather to attend today's graduation ceremony. Tang San, adorned in a cerulean court robe, cradled a harp in his arms as he followed Tang Yuehua to the center of the hall, where he began to play. The enchanting melody captivated the audience, leaving them spellbound. Xue gazed at Tang San with admiration, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Tang Xi found herself exceedingly bored as she listened attentively. Upon spotting Xue Qinghe approaching from a distance, she excitedly raised her hand and waved. It had been 3 long years since she last saw her dear prince brother. Naturally, Xue Qinghe noticed Tang Xi, suppressing the urge to rush forward and embrace her. He gestured towards the outside, indicating they should step out. The two slipped away quietly, and once outside, Xue Qinghe enveloped Tang Xi in a warm embrace, playfully rubbing her small face. "Little Xi, it has been 3 years since we last met. Have you missed me?" Thanks to Tang Xi, she and her mother had managed to set aside their previous grievances. Had she not been a girl, she would have long since taken Tang Xi home as her bride, thus preventing that rascal Su Wen from having any chance. Tang Xi helplessly patted Xue Qinghe's shoulder and exclaimed, "Gentle, dear brother, I can hardly breathe." Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe released his grip, maintaining his graceful demeanor, and offered an apologetic smile. "Little Xi, perhaps you should consider returning to the Spirit Hall for a while. Significant changes are on the horizon." Xue Qinghe's final remark bore a tone of gravity. Tang Xi nodded in acknowledgement and replied that the teacher had indeed sent someone to inform them it was necessary for her to return home during this period. Contemplating this, Tang Xi inquired about the preparations of her elder brother, the crown prince. Xue Qinghe, aware of what Tang Xi was alluding to, spoke in a hushed tone, revealing, "I have taken certain measures. He is nearing his end. He has administered a slow-acting poison to Emperor Shui Yi, and his condition deteriorates with each passing day. Soon, the Tiando Empire will fall under the dominion of the Spirit Hall." Tang Xi instructed, "That's good, but please ensure my brother does not come into contact with him, for my brother is well versed in pharmacology." Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was a pity that someone as talented as Tang San could not be utilized for their own ends, yet they could not resort to extreme measures against him, especially since he was also Xiao Xi's brother. After a brief exchange, the two returned to the main hall. As the crown prince, Xue Qinghe naturally had to pay a visit to the owner of Yuxian, Tang Yuehua. Xueku was quite excited as she introduced Xue Qinghe to the person she admired. After a few pleasantries, Tang San declined Xue Qinghe's invitation to dine, and subsequently, Xue Qinghe and Xueku took their leave. Tang San and Tang Xi bid farewell to Tang Yuehua. After completing his studies, Tang San returned to seek out his father, while Tang Xi made her way back to the Spirit Hall. As they parted, Tang San gazed at Tang Xi's retreating figure, feeling an involuntary chill within. The tragic circumstances of his life were wrought by the Spirit Hall, yet his father insisted that the true culprit, Qian Xuanji, had met his demise. Meanwhile, his sister appeared to be deeply favored by the Spirit Hall. What course of action should he take? Unbeknownst to Tang Xi, who was en route to the Spirit Hall, such thoughts did not cross her mind. After a week of travel, she finally arrived at the outskirts of Spirit City from the heart of the Heaven Do Empire. The guards momentarily paused upon witnessing her unfurling crimson butterfly wings and her gown of deep red. She was breathtaking, resembling a fairy who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm. Tang Xi let out a light chuckle and informed His Holiness the Pope that she had returned. Tang Xi. Upon hearing this, the guard dared not to be negligent. He promptly opened the door to allow Tang Xi to enter, for she was none other than the Holy Maiden. As Tang Xi soared directly to the entrance of the Papal Hall, someone had already entered to deliver a report. The grand doors swung open automatically, and a gust of cold wind rushed towards Tang Xi. 148 displaying strength. As Tang Xi entered the Papal Hall, a formidable pressure surged towards her. Within the grand chamber, only Bibi Dong and Tang Xi were present. A faint smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she raised her hand, channeling her soul power into a tangible force, seeking to gauge the extent of Tang Xi's strength over the years. The overwhelming and unabashed pressure descended like a tempest, catching Tang Xi off guard, causing her to kneel. However, in an instant, Tang Xi's aura transformed drastically. Her eyes glowed with a crimson light, and a chilling, murderous intent radiated outward to counter Bibi Dong's oppressive force. The scent of bloodlust permeating the entire Papal Hall. It was at that moment that Tang Xi relaxed her body, almost effortlessly rising to her feet. Bibi Dong, intrigued, cast a curious glance, her brow furrowing in confusion, for the previous aura did not resemble that of a god of slaughter. Tang Xi wore a subtle smile and remarked, "Teacher, my abilities have vastly improved." With each step she took, a soul ring ascended, and the suffocating aura intensified. When the 6 soul rings of the bloodthirsty peony emerged, the crimson rings filled the entire hall. Bibi Dong stood up in astonishment, a soul emperor above level 60, and those 100,000-year soul rings. Bibi Dong retracted her oppressive aura. Feeling a deep sense of gratification, repeatedly exclaiming, "Wonderful! Tang Xi, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Such rare 100,000-year soul rings. And you possess 3 of them alone. Truly a blessing for our Spirit Hall." Having said this, Bibi Dong turned and inquired, "What is your current level of soul power?" Tang Xi replied, having just surpassed level 63. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Indeed, your talent is undoubtedly the finest among the golden generation. Were it not for Su when possessing the divine inheritance, he would hardly compare to you." With this thought, Bibi Dong grew increasingly curious about the nature of Tang Xi's 200,000-year soul skills. Thus, with eager anticipation, she said, "Please, demonstrate your 200,000-year soul skills for me." "Of course, Master," Tang Xi responded. The 200,000-year soul ring at her waist flickered, and a multitude of white threads surged forth from behind her. These threads converged in her hands, entwining to form a handle that gleamed with a faint green luster. The white threads interwove intricately, surrounded by a swirling black mist. As 9 segments of a whip rapidly emerged from beneath the handle, these 9 whips seemed to possess a life of their own, undulating gracefully while the tips sprouted small, venomous stingers. 5th soul skill, 9-tailed scorpion whip. The 9 whips, extending from the handle, resembled the 9 tails of a scorpion, glistening in a deep emerald hue. Tang Xi gently waved the 9-tailed scorpion whip in her hand, unleashing a tremendous force that struck the ground with a thunderous bang, leaving an impression of a subtle depression beneath. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. If the 5th soul skill of the lifeline was already this formidable, how powerful could the 6th soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony be? In the next moment, Tang Xi retracted the martial soul and soul rings of the lifeline, revealing an enormous pink peony blooming behind her, its heart a deep crimson hue. The soul rings began to ascend once more. The 5th soul ring shimmered in a soft pink, while the subsequent 6th soul ring was a profound blood red, emblematic of the bloodthirsty peony. Bibi Dong could sense that the color of this 10,000-year soul ring was significantly deeper than that of her own. As the 10,000-year soul ring flickered, a faint red glow swept across the ground, and dozens of peony flowers blossomed instantaneously. With the blooming of the peonies, a wave of crimson light rapidly spread forth, intentionally directed away from Bibi Dong. The plants within the Pope's palace trembled in fear. Upon encountering that wave of murderous light, they withered swiftly. Once they had wilted, a soft green glow emanated from the plants, all of which entered Tang Xi's body. Tang Xi explained, "My 6th soul skill is Life Devourer, which, as the name suggests, allows me to continuously absorb life force and channel it back into myself. With the increase of life force, all my attributes will also enhance correspondingly. The only drawback is that with each use of this soul skill, the sense of slaughter within me intensifies." Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. For Tang, she never failed to surprise her with such significant revelations. However, Tang Xi hesitated before continuing. "Moreover, this 100,000-year soul ring is accompanied by an exceedingly terrifying domain." Bibi Dong, intrigued, inquired, "And what might that domain be? Please enlighten me." Tang Xi uttered those words, "The domain of slaughter." In that instant, an aura of bloodshed was abruptly unleashed. Tang Xi's eyes turned an ominous crimson, emanating a sanguine glow that, while not blinding, instilled a profound sense of dread in those who beheld it. Bibi Dong found this sensation peculiar, only to come to a startling realization when she was unable to utilize her soul techniques. It was a feeling unique to the city of slaughter. In that city, the use of any soul techniques was prohibited, allowing only the employment of soul power and skills derived from soul bones. She was taken aback to discover that Tang Xi's domain had such an effect. It truly astonished her. However, Tang Xi soon retracted her soul rings and domain, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Each time she invoked this domain, an uncontrollable urge for slaughter would surge within her. Just as Bibi Dong was about to express her excitement, Tang Xi preempted her, stating, "Moreover, my head soul bone skill allows me to use half of my mental power as a threshold. If an opponent's power falls below this threshold, I can parasitize or incapacitate them. While exceeding it results in prolonged and intense disorientation." Bibi Dong's eyes brightened, and she stepped forward with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "So, even a title Douluo would be no match for you?" Tang Xi shook her head helplessly. "I lack the strength to confront a title Douluo head-on, but escaping from the pursuit of several title Douluo is certainly within my capabilities." Bibi Dong, filled with excitement, eagerly sought confirmation. "Is that truly the case?" Tang Xi nodded eagerly, her mind racing with thoughts. She had deliberately downplayed her true abilities, hoping her teacher would remain oblivious. In truth, she believed she could vanquish a titled Douluo, especially since she had yet to reveal her arsenal of firearms and gunpowder. Bibi Dong felt a sense of satisfaction as she retrieved a leg bone emanating a gentle glow from her soul guide. This soul bone, transparent and adorned with dark golden patterns, belonged to the right leg of an 80,000-year-old shadow beast emperor. Bibi Dong had presented each member of the golden generation with a soul bone, so it was only fitting that Xiaoxi received one of equal merit. Tang Xi gazed at the soul bone with delight, a broad smile illuminating her face as she exclaimed, "How wonderful my teacher is, hee." Upon absorbing this soul bone, Tang Xi's overall strength ascended to a new echelon. After conducting some experiments, she discovered that this soul bone possessed two skills, one being invisibility, and the other the ability to conceal her aura. It can be said that this soul bone is exceptionally well suited for ambushes. Tang Xi bid farewell to her teacher and set out to find Su-Wen, for it had been 4 long years since they last met. Su-Wen was on the verge of a nosebleed. Tang Xi arrived at the doorway of Su-Wen's dormitory. Gazing at the closed door, she smiled cheerfully and, in a flash, used her teleportation ability to enter the room. One cannot deny that Su-Wen's room is indeed spacious, featuring a walk-in closet, floor-to-ceiling windows, a study area, and a floral nook. Tang Xi did not perceive Su-Wen's presence in the room. However, she discerned the sound of dripping water emanating from the bathroom, where the door stood ajar. Tang Xi, in a moment of mischief, utilized her soul bone skill to conceal her presence, quietly slipping into the bathroom. The first sight that greeted her was a pool of warm water, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist. Within the pool sat Su-Wen, whose slender eyebrows and high-bridged nose rendered him striking. His eyes, devoid of any discernible emotion, held a mesmerizing, translucent red that captivated the gaze. A subtle sheen danced upon his skin, and beneath the mist, the outline of well-defined abdominal muscles, boasting 8 distinct contours, was revealed. His broad shoulders and narrow waist presented a silhouette that invited the imagination to wander. Tang Xi stared blankly, her face gradually flushing like a boiled shrimp. Unsure of how to proceed. Should she dash outside immediately? Yet, feeling guilty, she yearned to remain and observe. However, staying put made her exceedingly bashful. Suddenly, Su-Wen rose to his feet, his sleek dark purple-silver hair shimmering softly. As he sensed Su-Wen's gaze directed towards her, Tang Xi panicked and attempted to flee the scene, only to find her footing too slippery. With a splash, she fell entirely into the pool, in her flurry forgetting even to conceal herself. As Su-Wen glanced at the unexpected intruder in the water, ready to unleash his wrath, he was momentarily stunned by the sight of her breathtakingly delicate face. Her strikingly beautiful visage, with petite lips and skin as smooth as cream, adorned with a cherubic roundness, and eyes wide with the innocence of a startled fawn. "Tang Xi?" Su-Wen said, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Involuntarily drawn to the damp clothes clinging to her form, revealing a hint of springtime allure. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he averted his gaze, flushed with embarrassment. Tang Xi's mind felt somewhat hazy. Captivated by such an alluring image, she swallowed hard, lost in a trance. Ahem, Su-Wen, her face flushed, feigned a reminder to her companion, though the crimson hue had already crept down to her ears. Tang Xi was taken aback and immediately sought to rise. As her clothing brushed against Su-Wen's skin, a wave of heat coursed through Su-Wen's body. "This is the end. This is truly the end. I can never face anyone again. I must leave at once." Feeling unworthy to face others, Tang Xi hurriedly exited the pool, eager to explain. "I truly did not mean to. If you wish for me to take responsibility, well, that is not entirely out of the question." Yet, she resigned herself to the thought that, after all, he did not hold any affection for her. Unbeknownst to her, these words stirred a ripple in Su-Wen's heart, leaving him flustered and unable to utter a single word due to his overwhelming anxiety. As Tang Xi was about to depart, misfortune struck once more as she slipped and fell into the water again. Su-Wen swiftly rushed forward and embraced Tang Xi, urgently exclaiming, "Be careful." In that moment, Tang Xi found herself completely in contact with Su-Wen's skin, acutely aware of the warmth radiating from her back. A tingling sensation coursed through her, accompanied by an inexplicable itch. Frustration swelled in Tang Xi, her cheeks puffed in indignation. This sensation was indeed difficult to endure. After all, with the brevity of life looming over her, perhaps it was time to be bolder and dispel any lingering doubts. Upon coming to a realization, Tang Xi turned around, Gazing at Suwon with tear-filled eyes, her hands gently caressing his skin. Suwon felt a surge of panic, his body stiffening in place. His mind was engulfed by the vivid and alluring imagery from moments prior, each passing second a tormenting ordeal. Tang Xi boldly rose on her tiptoes against the wall of the pool and with a fervent longing, pressed her lips against the very one she had yearned for day and night. A rush of warmth enveloped Suwon's heart, soft and tingling, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of emotions that could scarcely be contained. He had been kissed. Wait until I become a deity, and I shall marry you. The two of them donned bathrobes, sitting at the edge of the bed, their backs turned to one another. Tang Xi's face flushed a deep crimson. What had she just been doing? How could she have succumbed to the impulse of kissing him? Was she truly that eager? The atmosphere between them grew somewhat awkward. And Suwon, equally blushing, inquired, How have you been these past years? Tang Xi replied softly, Yes, after enduring the trials of the dual deities, I have successfully extended my lifespan to 25 years. This implies that after reaching the age of 25, death still awaits. Upon hearing this, Suwon's eyes gradually filled with veins of crimson, his fists clenched tightly, trembling slightly, and he fell into a profound silence. Tang Xi sensed the disquiet in the atmosphere and turned to gaze at Suwon, who had fallen into silence. Observing his demeanor filled her with empathy, prompting her to climb behind him and gently pat his shoulder in reassurance, saying, I am fine. I still have several years to live, do I not? Suddenly, as if provoked, Suwon grasped Tang Xi's wrist, spun around, and enveloped her in a fervent embrace, as though he wished to meld her essence into his very being. Just a moment ago, he had been shy, yet now he had thrown himself upon her, causing Tang Xi to chuckle. He bore the unmistakable appearance of a young wolf dog, externally aloof, yet deeply caring within. However, the affection Tang Xi desired was one that emanated from the heart, not an act born of guilt. Suwon's expression was one of unwavering determination, his gaze sharpening with intensity as he declared, Wait for me. Before I turn 25, I guarantee I shall ascend to divinity. Once I become a deity, I will take you to the divine realm, granting you longevity equal to the heavens. While the vision was enchanting, Tang Xi could not dismiss the words of the god of life. The souls of otherworldly beings were not permitted to exist in this realm, and no divine abode would accept her as a successor. Even if she were to ascend to the divine realm, she would perish due to heart complications. Lacking the protective fortune of Tang San and Suwon, she understood that her time in this world was limited to a mere 25 years. Yet she found contentment within that fleeting span. Tang Xi gently patted Suwon's trembling shoulders, refraining from interrupting Suwon's vow, instead responding with a cheerful affirmation, Yes, I will wait for you. Suwon released Tang Xi, his eyes reddened and a fierce determination etched between his brows. It was the second time Tang Xi had witnessed Suwon in such a state of disarray. With unwavering sincerity, Suwon addressed Tang Xi, I have feelings for you. Tang Xi, will you be with me? He added a condition. If Tang San does not hinder the development of the Spirit Hall, I shall not take his life. Meanwhile, Suwon's heart raced with anxiety. He could temporarily spare Tang San, yet given the deep-seated animosity between the Spirit Hall and Tang San, he found it hard to believe that Tang San would remain inactive. Tang Xi smiled wryly, pondering whether she had any alternatives regarding this matter. Yet, a pang of bitterness lingered in her heart, for Tang Xi revealed a sweet smile, a moment I had long awaited. I am willing. With those words, Tang Xi stepped forward and bestowed a kiss. At that moment, both were already 20 years of age. Suwon, blushing, replied, Not yet. When I ascend to divinity, I shall take you as my wife. With marriage as his goal, he wished to offer her a splendid future. He desired both the world and his beloved. However, Tang Xi felt a profound sense of guilt. After 5 years, what she would bring to Suwon would likely be nothing but endless suffering. Was it right or wrong to entice him in this manner? The next day, within the grand hall of the Pope, 2 rows of guards stood at attention, flanking the regional leaders, the 4 Grand Masters, and the illustrious figures of the Golden Generation, all aligned with the Spirit Hall, including Tang Xi. Bibi Dong sat quietly upon the Pope's throne, and when all were gathered, she rose and spoke slowly. Today, I shall announce 3 significant matters, which pertain to the future of the Spirit Hall. The first announcement, having received the approval of the higher-ups, was the formal declaration of Suwon as the first successor to the Pope. Suwon's strength was evident to all. He had reached level 68 in soul power and possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing Bibi Dong call his name, Suwon stood, his expression still icy, save for the warmth that graced his gaze when he looked at Tang Xi. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A 100,000-year soul ring. At such a young age, he was already a level 68 soul master, and it was certain that he would soon become a title Douluo. Sensing the amazement of the audience, Bibi Dong, satisfied, proceeded to announce the second matter. The second announcement involved the initiation of a soul hunting operation to capture soul beasts for cultivation and to implement an experiment in soul power sharing. The third matter declared that, starting tonight, they would exert control over the remaining factions. Those who complied would prosper, while those who resisted would perish. Moreover, Suwon would lead this operation, with the authority to mobilize the title Douluo of the Pope's Hall. This effectively transferred a portion of the Spirit Hall's power into Suwon's hands. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Suwon's eyes, his cold demeanor wrapped in an undercurrent of murderous intent. Afterward, he stepped forward and declared, "This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. The one who contributes the most shall be rewarded with gold, power, even soul bones, and miraculous herbs to enhance their physical constitution." Suwon's statement garnered a rapturous cheer from the audience, while the other three members of the Golden Generation smiled subtly, having also savored the essence of the celestial herb. Their soul power levels had even transcended to the impressive rank of 65. Bibion nodded in satisfaction. However, she mused that Suwon, despite his many virtues, was often marred by his perpetually cold demeanor, rendering him somewhat less endearing. After spending some time in the Spirit Hall, Tang Xi bid farewell to Bibion, embarking on her journey to reunite with her companions at Shrek Academy. In Tiando City, Shrek Academy had undergone minimal changes to its exterior, yet its internal facilities had become remarkably sophisticated. 5 years had elapsed, during which this institution had evolved into a prestigious academy for high-ranking soul masters within the Tiando Empire. Since the Shrek 8 monsters had achieved resounding success in the elite competition among advanced soul master academies across the continent 5 years ago, vanquishing numerous formidable adversaries, their fame had soared. Particularly notable was their shared championship with the Golden Team of the Spirit Hall Academy during the final moments of the competition, which propelled Shrek Academy into the limelight, even overshadowing the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon hearing the news of their victory, Emperor Shui promptly fulfilled his promise, bestowing titles upon the Shrek 8 monsters. Regrettably, the 8 did not return to the academy, prompting the Tiando imperial family to relinquish their attempts at courting them. Nevertheless, Emperor Shui recognized Shrek Academy's exceptional teaching prowess, especially after being informed by Ning Fingji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, of the master's significance to the institution. In a bid to retain the master, Emperor Shui personally visited Shrek Academy, appealing not through bribery, but with genuine sincerity, ultimately moving the master to agree to temporarily reside in Tiando City while remaining affiliated with Shrek Academy. Emperor Shui conferred upon the master the title of Grand Soul Master of the Empire and granted him a countship. When needed, Imperial Soul Masters would be dispatched to Shrek Academy to receive the Master's guidance. Concurrently, the Empire allocated special funds for the expansion of Shrek Academy. The sun shone brightly in the azure sky, a gentle yet warm breeze enveloping Shrek Academy. Numerous students donned in the distinctive green uniforms traversed the campus. Once derided, the now iconic earthy green attire had become a source of pride for the young soul masters who wore it. At midday, a young man and woman arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. They appeared to be around 20 years of age, with the young man slightly older than the girl. The young man had long golden hair flowing freely behind him, his dual-colored eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the unique monster sculpture adorning the academy's entrance. In stark contrast to his white attire, the girl exuded an icy demeanor, her flawless figure sharply juxtaposed with the chill on her face, creating an alluring magnetism. The golden-haired youth sighed, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed. 5 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. Uncertain of their well-being, the girl spoke little. After all, one would comprehend everything upon their arrival. Beneath her icy visage, a pair of exquisite eyes flickered with a trace of excitement. 2 patrolling Shrek Academy students had already taken notice of the duo. Observing them loitering at the academy's entrance, one of the students approached with purpose. "May I inquire about your intentions? Please do not obstruct the entrance to our academy. If you seek to apply, I regret to inform you that you are too late. The deadline has passed." The golden-haired youth smiled. "My dear junior, your diligence is commendable. However, I believe I am no longer in need of re-enrollment. Please inform the dean that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing have returned. I trust the dean will extend a warm welcome." This striking pair, notable for their good looks, were none other than the esteemed leaders of Shrek's 8 monsters, the evil eye white tiger, Dai Mubai, and the ghostly leopard, Zhu Qing. 5 years had passed. Yet they had not forgotten the pact made half a decade ago, despite the myriad responsibilities awaiting them in the Star Luo Empire. How could they disregard the promise forged during their years at Shrek Academy, which had indelibly marked their lives? The student scoffed disdainfully. You are Dai Mubai? I am still Tang Xi. This makes the 28th time you have impersonated upperclassmen. Humph. Though this time, the charade is rather convincing. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Oh, such a fiery temperament from a junior, daring to show disrespect to our esteemed Dai Mubai. Quite audacious. A sarcastic voice interjected from the side, drawing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's attention. Beneath the shade of a tree near the academy entrance stood a stout figure, wearing a mocking expression. Towering at an impressive height, he possessed a rotund physique, his crimson hair styled in a Mohican cut, complemented by a lewd grin. Despite his considerable transformation, Dai Mubai recognized him instantly. The once diminutive boy had blossomed into a hefty lad, none other than the fourth member of the 8 monsters. The evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun. By heavens, you hefty fellow, you've grown even more rotund, Dai Mubai exclaimed, striding toward Ma Hongjun. With a hearty laugh, Ma Hongjun opened his arms wide and collided with him. The sound of cracking bones echoed as they embraced with great fervor. Dai Mubai, you remain as fierce as ever. I intended to embrace Zhu Qing, Ma Hongjun cried out in jest. Ah, alas. I was mistaken. Spare me, please. Meanwhile, another patrolling student approached the scene, murmuring. This act is remarkably convincing, far superior to previous attempts. Ma Hongjun shot a glare, his frustration palpable. After finally extricating himself from Dai Mubai's bear hug, a surge of potent, overwhelming, and fiercely oppressive energy suddenly erupted from him. The 2 students assigned to patrol duty, clearly not the most distinguished offspring of esteemed academies, were merely third-level soul masters. Under Ma Hongjun's formidable pressure, their expression shifted dramatically, causing them to retreat in haste. With a menacing gesture towards his own round, robust fist, he proclaimed, with the strength, do I still need to study? Terrified, the students hurried inside to summon a teacher. 5 years without seeing you, fatty. Your lewdness has not diminished, but your arrogance has certainly increased. A melodious voice approached, drawing near. Ma Hongjun, momentarily disregarding his imposing demeanor, swiftly turned around. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he opened his arms wide and dashed forward. Wow, Rongrong has blossomed into a stunning beauty. Come here for a hug, dear brother. Dressed in a flowing azure gown, her long hair cascading down to her waist, Ning Rongrong had indeed matured. Her beauty was distinctly different from Zhu Zhuqing's. While Zhu Zhuqing exuded a cold, radiant allure, Ning Rongrong's beauty was characterized by a gentle elegance, radiating an innate nobility akin to her martial spirit. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Though still under 20, she possessed an air of graceful dignity. Fatty, go to hell. A sharp blade of energy abruptly halted Ma Hongjun in his tracks. Zhu Qing, like a phantom, darted past him to embrace Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai's large hand settled on Ma Hongjun's ample shoulder. You glutton, still looking to take advantage, huh? Even though Xiao Ao is a food system soul master, if you so much as touch Rongrong, he will not hesitate to confront you. With a sigh of resignation, Ma Hongjun lamented, I consider myself quite handsome, a true prodigy. Why is it that no beauty has ever taken an interest in me? Watching you all in pairs fills me with envy. Mentioning Xiao Ao, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but express her sorrow. Xiao Ao. He left for 5 years to hone his skills, seeking to match my status. And there hasn't been any news since. Being merely a food system soul master, he inevitably faces dangers along the way. If I had a choice, I would wish for nothing more than for him to return. Who has made our Rongrong cry? A clear voice chimed in. Ning Rongrong ceased her tears and looked up towards the source of the voice. A young man, towering over 6 feet tall with broad shoulders and a perfectly proportioned physique, emerged into their view. Clad in elegant blue attire, his every movement exuded an aristocratic grace. His handsome face bore a gentle smile, while dark blue hair fell gracefully over his shoulders, and his sapphire-like eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had already given their hearts to others, found themselves momentarily entranced by this young man's presence. From this youth, one could discern not a single flaw. Ning Rongrong discovered that the individual was adorned with the 24 bridges bright moonlight, a treasure belonging to her third brother, and was instantly filled with rage. It was evident that this person had undoubtedly slain her brother and was now attempting to usurp his identity. Tang San, after much debate, found himself unexpectedly caught in a scuffle. When Dai Mubai's fist made contact with Tang San's shoulder, it was merely a gentle tap. Dai Mubai erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Haha! Little San, you have changed remarkably." The others had long since discerned Tang San's true identity, merely feigning a playful charade to tease him. Zhao Wujie hastened to the academy's entrance, vociferously demanding, "Who dares to create trouble in our academy?" Upon seeing Dai Mubai and the others, he was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. "Haha, the little monster has returned." As he spoke, Zhao Wujie opened his arms, eager to embrace. The rotund figure of Fatty rushed forward, enthusiastically enveloping Zhao Wujie. "Hee, teacher, I've missed you." The surrounding students were taken aback, realizing that it was indeed the famed Shrek 8 monsters. Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat despondent, turning to Tang San and inquiring, "Brother San, how is little Xi? And what of Xiao Wu? I believe I heard someone longing for me." A melodious voice drew everyone's attention as a figure clad in light blue fabric entered their line of sight. The familiar yet striking visage left them all wide-eyed in astonishment. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, embracing Tang Xi, exclaiming, "It has been 5 years. I have missed you dearly." Tang Xi struggled slightly as she embraced Ning Rongrong, who seemed to have gained a bit of weight. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhuqing approached Tang Xi, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Welcome back." Tang San, with a helpless expression, rubbed his forehead. "Goodness, you captivated everyone's attention the moment you appeared." Ma Hongjun, filled with curiosity, glanced around Tang Xi and cheerfully inquired, "Little Xi, what level is your soul power at now?" Dai Mubai stepped forward, playfully patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, and remarked with a smile, "Stop looking around, among us. Your cultivation is the lowest." Tang San smiled and responded, "My soul power has reached level 60. In a short while, I shall embark on the quest for my 6th soul ring." I recall that when I parted ways with Xiao Xi 2 months ago, her soul power was at level 62. Wow. Ma Hongjun gazed at Tang Xi with envy, for he himself was only at level 59. Both Zhuqing and I have also attained level 60, and even Rongrong has reached the same milestone. Indeed, the most gifted among us is none other than Xiao Xi. Zhao Wujie let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Indeed, you little monsters have become so formidable in strength." Tang Xi timidly raised her hand and said, I recently absorbed a soul bone, and my soul power has now reached level 64. At that moment, a heavy silence enveloped the room, until Ma Hongjun was the first to react, exclaiming, "To have leveled up twice in just 2 months. This is simply astonishing." Tang Xi helplessly scratched her head. She couldn't very well say that she was on the verge of breaking through to level 65. In the small house nestled within the back garden of Shrek Academy, Tang San and the others took their seats, and Flinder expressed his astonishment, never expecting that little Ao would be so stubborn as to venture outside alone for 5 long years. Tang Xi smiled gently and replied, "Rest assured, Dean. Xiao Ao certainly has his own destiny." Beside her, Lu Erlong hesitated for a long time before finally asking, "Xiao Xi, what about Xiao Wu? How is she faring now? What has the Spirit Hall done to her?" This had always been a lingering concern for Lu Erlong. Tang Xi, in a state of distress, pondered deeply as she observed the tension among the crowd. Ning Rongrong, trembling with trepidation, anxiously inquired, "Could it be that Xiao Wu is truly transformed into a soul ring?" "Sister Xiao Wu, I returned her to the Stardow Forest." Upon hearing this, the heavy burden that weighed on Lu Erlong's heart finally lifted. Tang San approached and stood beside Tang Xi, affectionately tousling her hair. With a smile, he praised, "My little Xi is truly remarkable. She has devised a method to acquire a soul ring without the need to slay soul beasts, which is why the Spirit Hall has spared Xiao Wu." "What?" As everyone stared in stunned silence, Tang Xi recounted the events of that tumultuous period. However, she noted that the experiment concerning soul power sharing was still under development and was effective only on soul beasts with an age exceeding 100,000 years. She was currently still researching it. Following this revelation, the group began to share their experiences over the past 5 years. Tang San spoke of his return to the Haotian sect over the past 2 months, recounting the difficulties posed by the elders and the 3 conditions they set forth. These conditions were, to acquire a soul ring of 100,000 years, to become a title Douluo within 10 years, and to claim the head of a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. When he reached the last condition, a look of consternation crossed his face as he glanced at Tang Xi. Tang Xi, with a hint of a smile playing on her lips, reassured, "Rest assured, brother. In the presence of absolute strength, those elders will yield." Moreover, the Spirit Hall has undergone a remarkable transformation. Tang San listened to Tang Xi's heartwarming words with great comfort, yet he gently advised, "Silly sister. The reason Father does not allow you to partake in the affairs of the sect is that they are far too intricate. It is best for you to refrain from involving yourself." Flinder generously remarked, "How swiftly time passes. Do you have any plans for what lies ahead?" Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai gazed deeply at Zhu Qing, clasping her hand tightly. "I intend to return to the Star Luo Empire with Zhu Qing after spending some time here." After all, Dai Mubai's current status was that of the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, and Zhu Qing had also become the crown princess. Ma Hongjun immediately began to flatter Flinder, saying, "As for me, I shall certainly remain in the academy to assist the dean." Dai Mubai teased, "You claim it is to help, but your true aim is to woo the ladies, I assent to it?" "Ha ha." Ning Rongrong chuckled softly. "I plan to return to the sect after a while." It was now the turn of Tang Xi and Tang San, and all eyes turned towards the pair of siblings. Tang San was the first to speak, expressing his intention to visit Xiao Wu in a few days, and then to take things as they come. When it was Tang Xi's turn, she cheerfully replied, "As for me, it's a secret." Laughter erupted around them, and Ning Rongrong huffed playfully. "What other secrets do you have that you won't share with us?" "You'll see eventually." Tang Xi mischievously stuck out her tongue. Gradually, a silence enveloped her heart. The future? Perhaps when her companions ascended to divinity, she too would be able to leave this world. Flinder gazed at them with a sly expression, remarking, "Since you're all here, do contribute a bit more to the academy." Dai Mubai sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. "We've already graduated, Dean. Do you still wish to take advantage of us?" The bulletin board of Shrek Academy displayed a prominent headline. The Shrek 8 monsters returned to face off against Dean and teacher Zhao Wujie. The students were filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Ah, the Shrek 8 monsters, oh my goodness. Finally, I can see my goddess, Tang Xi. This is such a rare opportunity. Let us hurry to take a look." Many rushed towards the surrounding forest. The forest of Shrek Academy had undergone several years of transformation. It was no longer the same as before. Numerous simulated training areas had been delineated, and the layout had been restructured. At the center of the forest, a massive playground had been constructed, embraced by lush trees, with a turf made of blue-silver grass covering the ground. Compared to its former self, the academy now boasted a significantly larger student body and bore the mission of collaborating with the imperial family, making the playground multifaceted in its use. Early on, a large number of students had gathered around this green playground, patiently waiting. The current student population of Shrek Academy was approximately 1,000, not including those tasked by the royal family, who were trained uniformly by the master. The vast playground was already filled with people. Although these students could not compare to the innate talents of the original Shrek 8 monsters, they were still carefully selected by the academy, possessing at least above-average potential. As they arrived at the playground, Lu Erlong stood in the center, addressing the crowd loudly. "Teachers responsible for each class, please manage your students well." They may cheer, but chaos is not permitted, nor should anyone enter the playground. Otherwise, you will face the consequences of the soul skills involved. As the vice dean, Lu Erlong was renowned for her stern demeanor. Not only the students, but even the teachers held her in trepidation. Under her command, the students were meticulously arranged on the playground, waiting silently. Even the murmurs of discussion gradually subsided. At that moment, the master entered the arena with Tang San and his 6 companions. The masks adorning their faces, coupled with the master's leadership, unmistakably revealed their identities. In an instant, the previously hushed playground erupted into a fervent sea of enthusiasm. Cheers erupted like a volcanic eruption, and the master exchanged a knowing smile with Lu Erlong. Soon, Tang San and his companions reached the center of the playground. "Greetings, seniors." The overwhelming welcome arose spontaneously, without any organization. Ma Hongjun waved his hand, excitedly striding forward, attempting to strike a handsome pose, but the girls in the audience seemed unimpressed, their attention entirely captured by Tang San's noble and elegant presence. Flinder and Zhao Wujie had already taken their positions on the playground. Flinder leaned closer to Zhao Wujie and whispered, "You take the lead, and I'll observe for an opportunity to assist you." Zhao Wujie, with a dark expression, retorted, "Why is it always me who gets hit?" As the two prepared to unleash their martial spirits, Flinder's martial spirit revealed itself as an owl, while Zhao Wujie's manifested as the formidable Titan giant bear. The unveiling of their martial spirits and soul rings instantly captivated the crowd's attention, turning their gaze toward Tang San and his companions. Flinder addressed the students below, exclaiming, "Today's match is not merely for your entertainment, but rather to showcase the true prowess of those who graduate from Shrek Academy." He then turned to Tang San and his companions, raising his hand and commanding, "Young monsters, declare your levels." Daimubai shouted with authority, "Daimubai, level 63. Assault System Soul Emperor." The White Tiger martial spirit instantly activated. Following him were Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing. Tang San, level 60. Control System Soul Emperor. Ma Hongjun, level 59, Assault System Soul King. Ning Rongrong, level 61, Support System Soul Emperor. Zhu Shiqing, level 60, Agility Attack System Soul Emperor. Next was Tang Xi, her martial spirit manifested as floating white threads surrounding her. Tang Xi, level 64, Main Control System, Support System Soul Emperor. As the soul rings spiraled upward from her feet, revealing the striking scarlet fifth soul ring, the crowd erupted in astonishment, with the exception of Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in disbelief. That's a 100,000-year soul ring. Flinder, upon noticing the formidable 100,000-year soul ring, felt a tinge of apprehension, realizing just how powerful little she truly was. The students below became increasingly excited, chanting fervently, "Shrek! Shrek! Shrek!" Lu Erlong planted 3 incense sticks into the ground and declared, "Withstand the full force of the dean and teacher Zhao's attacks within the duration of these 3 incense sticks. Let the match commence." As Lu Erlong's words fell, Zhao Wujia's gaze sharpened suddenly. He stomped his left foot and shouted, "Fifth soul skill, gravity compression." A violet whirlwind, instigated by the power of the soul, swiftly descended upon the 7 members of the Shrek 8 monsters. The overwhelming pressure that enveloped them felt as though a colossal mountain had firmly settled upon their shoulders. Zhao Wujin, brimming with confidence, proclaimed that it was time to dismantle them one by one. With that, he clenched his fist and advanced forward, delivering a powerful punch. Tang Xi flashed a smile, her armor and soul bones fully activated, allowing the soul bones to effortlessly bear 75 of the pressure. With ease, she rose to her feet. A shadow darted past, and Tang Xi met that fist head-on. With a resounding impact, all of her soul power was unveiled, and astonishingly, her punch matched Zhao Wujia's in strength, considering Zhao Wujia was an 8th-level assault soul Douluo. Moments later, both combatants let out a grunt, stepping back 2 paces each. Seizing the opportunity, Daimubai advanced and unleashed his 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless starlight glimmers danced in the air, followed by a barrage of meteors crashing down upon Zhao Wujia. Struggling, Zhao Wujia retreated 5 meters, using his hands to shield against the meteor shower, and then, enveloped in a protective barrier of soul power, he swiftly neutralized the onslaught. Instantly, the pressure on the others dissipated, and Ning Rongrong hurriedly stepped forward to summon the 9 treasure glaze tile. Renowned for its prowess, it bestowed 3 soul enhancements. A brilliant, multicolored radiance flowed successively into Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Zhu Shiqing, Daimubai, and Tang Xi. A gentle stream of soul power continuously surged into the bodies of these 6 individuals. Daimubai and Zhu Shiqing exchanged a glance, swiftly advancing to flank Zhao Wujia, while Tang San forcefully struck the ground with his palm. Blue-silver prison. Golden-hued blue-silver grass erupted from the earth, transforming into a cage that ensnared Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia grinned, gathering a robust wave of soul power in his palm and striking forward, shattering the blue-silver prison as if it were mere foam. Above, Flinder soared downward, exclaiming, "Don't forget about me." Tang Xi stood resolutely before the crowd, activating the soul bone skill of his head. His blood-red eyes fixated intently on Flinder. As an intangible crimson wave undulated through the air, Flinder was instantly engulfed by a dizzying sensation that lasted for a full 10 seconds, rendering him unable to navigate his flight, resulting in chaotic and erratic movements. Tang San turned to his companion, Ma Hongjun, and urged, "Now is the time, fatty." Ma Hongjun nodded, his fists igniting with intense flames, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath them. 5th soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. With a thunderous roar, the earth erupted in a cascade of molten lava, and a fiery red phoenix soared above Flinder. As its feathers descended, massive chunks of lava rock rained down upon Flinder. His eyes widened in shock as he was clumsily struck by the onslaught. At this moment, all gazes turned towards Zhao Wujia. Tang San declared, "Attack with all your might." "Teacher Zhao." Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, the 9 treasure glaze tower in her palm radiating a dazzling array of colors, renowned for its capabilities. The 9 treasures boasted 5 for attack and 6 for enhancement. Rongrong's 5th soul skill augmented attack, while her 6th soul skill amplified attributes. Both beams of light were infused into Daimubai. Daimubai's physique instantly transformed, becoming imposing as he carved a cross-shaped trajectory in the air. 6th soul skill, White Tiger Break and Annihilate. The cross-shaped assault surged towards Zhao Wujie, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of constriction. Instinctively, Zhao Wujie raised his fists in defense, enveloping himself in soul power. Immovable King Kong Shield. Yet, the attack shattered his shield with ease, sending Zhao Wujie hurtling through the air. He struggled to regain composure, finally landing with difficulty. Zhu Zhuqing advanced, her nails morphing into sharp claws as she unleashed a flurry of strikes against Zhao Wujie. Ghostly Shadow Slash. A black silhouette flickered through the air, leaving Zhao Wujie somewhat unsteady. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing cease her relentless assault. Lure long-jested? Goodness. These little ones are quite merciless. With only a short time remaining, Flinder and Tang San exchanged a glance, Flinder raising an eyebrow and signaling with a knowing look. Tang San, feeling helpless, conveyed his thoughts through soul power. Dean, continuing this way might harm our camaraderie. Shall we consider a truce? Zhao Wujie discreetly gestured to Flandra, urging him to acquiesce. I can hardly endure any longer. Flandra, somewhat bewildered, could only smile in response before transmitting with his soul power. Very well. Let us proceed in this manner for the time being. Flandra unleashed his soul power, summoning a fierce whirlwind, causing Tang San and the other 5 to feign terror. Daimubai, trembling with fear, implored, Dean Flandra, please cease. We concede. With a sense of triumph, Flandra retracted his soul power and martial spirit, landing gracefully on the ground. To have bested teacher Zhao Wujie is a testament to your prowess. This demonstration concludes here. The students below erupted in fervent cheers, chanting, Shrek, Shrek, Shrek. Tang Xi helplessly pressed her forehead, lamenting that she had not yet had her fill before everything came to an abrupt end. After bidding farewell to one another, the group departed from Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong chose to remain at the academy for a few more days, while Zhu Zhuqing and Daimubai returned to the Star Luo Empire. Tang Xi and Tang San unanimously decided to venture into the Star Do Forest in search of Xiao Wu. The headquarters of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect lay nestled deep within the mountains, encircled by lakes. In the dead of night, cloaked figures lurked in the shadows, poised for action, each possessing a soul power level of at least 60. Suwon concealed himself in the darkness, his blood-red eyes glimmering with a chilling light, akin to a venomous serpent patiently awaiting its prey. He raised a hand to signal, and his companions received the command to launch an assault on the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, albeit with the order not to kill. Moments later, Suwon addressed the demon hunter behind him, instructing, go capture Yu Yuanjin, Gue Bao and Enai Huang. Assist the demon hunter, but remember, I only require them to be alive. The demon hunter smirked, exclaiming with excitement, it has been a long time since I've felt such exhilaration. This operation against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect involved the deployment of 7 titled Douluo, including the demon hunter at level 96, Gue Bao at 95, Enai Huang at 94, He Tun at 93, Shi Miao at 92, and Imo Xiong also at 92. Throughout the night, smoke and chaos erupted. A fiery Enai Huang soared through the air, and the falling feathers ignited in every corner, much to the satisfaction of the Enai Huang Douluo with her creation. The disciples fled in disarray, while a group of cloaked figures severely injured the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon without delivering a fatal blow. Suwon stepped forward with a smile, the fluctuations of his soul power palpable as 6 soul rings revealed themselves, the 6th, a striking blood red, most prominent among them. 6th soul skill, Black Hole Devour, Suwon stated calmly, his voice resonating throughout the sect. Instantly, a black mist erupted from his being, enveloping the entire sect and forming a towering wall of fog. This mist gradually took the shape of a black hole, exuding a frenzied gravitational pull. The Black Hole Devourer could absorb attacks initiated by soul skills and could also tear a person apart, leading many disciples desperately attempting to escape to be consumed by its force. Several hours later, the demon hunter brought Yu Zhentian before Suwon. Clad in light silver armor, Yu Zhentian bore a gash on his forehead from which blood flowed profusely, his pallor indicating he was utterly defenseless. Enduring his pain, he glared at Suwon with venomous eyes, demanding, what does your Spirit Hall intend to do? With a sharp sword in hand, Suwon retorted coldly, naturally. We aim to seize control of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian erupted into boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! You Spirit Hall think you can control our sect? Such delusions." Behind Yu Tian stood a multitude of disciples from the sect, each suffering varying degrees of grievous injuries, rendered incapable of utilizing their soul techniques to resist. This audacity displayed by Yu Tian ignited a fervent spirit of rebellion among the disciples, who cried out in unison, "We shall never submit! We shall never submit! We shall never submit!" Beside them, the devil bear Douluo stepped forward and inquired, "Holy Son, shall I eliminate him?" He cast a contemptuous gaze upon Yu Tian, whose arrogance was intolerable. Su-1, with a cold smile, replied, "Why resort to killing? I possess a method far more torturous than death itself." A wave of cold sweat swept over the disciples as the temperature around Su-1 plummeted, revealing a destructive aura that suffocated the air, creating an oppressive sensation of imminent death. Su-1 approached the disciple who had shouted the loudest, his hand wielding a blade that fell swiftly, leaving a spray of blood as a head rolled before Yu Tian. Yu Tian's eyes widened in horror, his shoulders quivering as he pleaded, "If you must kill, let it be me alone. Do not involve my sect." Su-1 coldly queried, "Do you choose submission or death?" The disciples, paralyzed by fear, hesitated. Su-1's icy gaze swept over them, and he struck again, claiming another life. "For every minute you hesitate, I shall take 5 lives. Until your sect is no more." His demonic voice reverberated ominously through the crowd. This time, Su-1 targeted a child. The terrified mother, clutching her child, retreated step by step as Su-1 advanced, ultimately breaking down in tears. "Please, do not kill my child. I am willing to submit. Spare us." Pleased by her plea, Su-1 turned away, yet a few stubborn individuals remained defiant. "Bah, the Spirit Hall is no good. I would rather die than submit." Unfazed, Su-1 allowed the black mist surrounding him to surge forth, engulfing the obstinate ones until they were reduced to mere puddles of ichor. The brutal display left the onlookers trembling. Su-1 then proclaimed, "As long as you pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall and serve its cause, I can guarantee wealth, status, and power. All shall be yours." Some began to waver. Su-1 signaled to the demon-subduing Douluo, who understood and approached Yu Tian, severing his meridians with a swift motion. A chorus of anguished cries erupted from Yu Tian as he contorted in pain, his eyes wide with despair. The demon-subduing Douluo gathered his soul power, delivering a crushing blow to Yu Tian's forehead. Roar! The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, manifesting behind Yu Tian, let out a tortured roar before ultimately shattering. Not only were Yu Tian's hands and feet severed, but his martial soul was also rendered useless, leaving him in a state akin to that of a cripple. The fall from a revered soul master to a broken man represents the gravest insult to any soul master, especially one who held the esteemed position of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's leader. With the sect leader incapacitated, no one remained to safeguard the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Eventually, some could no longer endure the humiliation and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, proclaiming their allegiance to the Spirit Hall. The chorus grew louder. "I am willing to submit to the Spirit Hall. I am willing to submit to the Spirit Hall." Su-1 smiled faintly, then commanded, "Imprison Yu Tian and commence special training for all those who have pledged their allegiance. Those who refuse will be dealt with mercilessly." With a flick of his sleeve, Su-1 departed, leaving the titled Douluo to exchange glances. Their holy son truly possessed a ruthless disposition. Yet this also signified the imminent flourishing of the Spirit Hall. Tang San and Tang Xi were traversing through the Douluo forest. Suddenly, Tang San halted and remarked that there existed something nearby that instilled fear in the blue-silver grass. Or perhaps it was a formidable being. Tang Xi felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be the Elder Ghost, an Elder Jew? She and her brother were currently within the survival range of 10,000 years soul beasts in the Douluo forest. If they were merely hunting for high-level soul beasts, there would be no need to employ titled Douluo-level elders. Unless, of course, the Spirit Hall had set its sights on another 10,000 years soul beast, the Titan giant ape, and the sky blue bull python. Tang Xi grasped Tang San's wrist and slowly remarked, "It must be someone from the Spirit Hall. Let us refrain from alarming the snake in the grass. My right leg's spirit bone possesses the ability to conceal our presence. At that moment, do not let go of my hand." Understood. Tang San gazed at Tang Xi's earnest demeanor, her delicate, fair visage resembling that of a miniature adult. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her soft cheek. Our little Xi has finally grown up, to the point of contemplating matters so thoughtfully. Tang San wore a contented smile, while Tang Xi pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming in frustration, "Why does everyone enjoy pinching my cheeks? It drives me mad. Subsequently, Tang San concentrated his mental energy, causing the previously dispersed blue-silver domain to solidify, converging towards a singular direction. The linear distance of his probing began to expand significantly. As he focused all his energy in one direction, the probe, extending approximately 1,500 meters, rapidly relayed information back to Tang San's mind in an instant. At last, he beheld the target that had prompted the warning from the blue-silver grass. A group of over 20 individuals advanced stealthily through the woods, gradually drawing closer to Tang San's position. With the aid of the blue-silver grass, he was able to discern the presence of these 26 individuals clearly. Upon recognizing their faces, he was taken aback, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He counted them carefully. There were precisely 26 individuals. Tang San spoke solemnly. There are a total of 26 individuals ahead, among whom are 3 titled Douluos and numerous other formidable experts, including the illustrious members of the Golden Generation, Hulaina, Yan, and Xiaoyu. 3 titled Douluos. Tang Xi pondered, realizing their objective. They sought to capture the 100,000-year soul beast. By following them, we would soon locate Sister Xiaowu. As she spoke, a faint glow emanated from Tang Xi's right leg, enveloping both individuals, rendering them increasingly transparent. This was Tang Xi's soul bone ability, invisibility. The two trailed behind the group for 2 days, when suddenly, a gentle voice resonated from ahead, prompting the foremost ghost Douluo to halt abruptly. Upon hearing this voice, even while concealing his identity, Tang San's body involuntarily shuddered. 5 years had passed. At long last, he heard that enchanting voice once more. Who else could it be but Xiaowu? The chrysanthemum Douluo swiftly appeared beside Ghost Douluo, exchanging glances. The former gestured to the powerful members of the Spirit Hall behind them. Instantly, the formation of 20 soul saints shifted, condensing into a circular shape, encircling the 3 from the Golden Generation. The Golden Sea Turtle Douluo stood at the back, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The simultaneous release of martial spirits by the 20 soul saints was nothing short of astonishing. In an instant, the air within 100 meters of their center distorted violently. As vibrant soul rings materialized around them, the group continued their advance, traversing a dense thicket until the view ahead suddenly expanded. Every member of the Spirit Hall found their pupils constricting in unison, for what lay before them was a scene too exquisite for words. A crystal-clear lake enriched the air's humidity, its surface reflecting the towering trees surrounding it, bathed in sunlight, rendering everything beneath the water's surface resplendent. On one side of this captivating tableau, an extraordinarily tall figure crouched silently. With shimmering, gentle eyes, she gazed down upon the Spirit Hall's party across the lake. It seemed as if everything around her revolved around her presence. At that moment, she embodied the very essence of the forest goddess, poised majestically upon the shoulders of a colossal Titan great ape. Although the Titan great ape exuded no oppressive aura, its mere presence instilled a sense of immense weight, akin to that of a mountain. The Golden Sea Turtle Douluo's lips curled in excitement. The 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan great ape, truly the king of the forest, was their target. Now that the experiment on soul power sharing had advanced to the point where it could arbitrarily strip a soul beast of its cultivation without its consent, this implied that capturing it would allow the Spirit Hall to grant a select few individuals soul rings rivaling those of 100,000-year soul beasts. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo stepped forward. Chrysanthemum Douluo declared, "Old Ghost, and I will hold off the Titan great ape. Old Ghost, await your moment to strike." Xiaowu comprehended everything in an instant. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes as she realized that the Spirit Hall was coveting the 100,000-year soul ring of Air Ming. After 5 years of change, her thoughts were stirred, and her feelings towards the Spirit Hall became increasingly complex. Initially, she had hoped that the experiment of soul power sharing would allow soul beasts and humans to coexist harmoniously. However, the greed of the Spirit Hall far exceeded her expectations. The Titan giant ape, Air Ming, displayed a hint of disdain as he faced the charge of 2 titled Douluo. With a slight shake of his shoulder, Xiaowu, who had been perched upon him, soared into the air, landing behind him. Just as she departed, he sprang into action. The king of the forest was indeed the king of the forest, erupting with a speed that was wholly disproportionate to his massive form. Hurtling towards the sky Douluo in midair. As the Titan giant ape lunged at him, the atmosphere thickened, and his body felt as though it were laden with lead. His previously fleeting speed abruptly diminished. Everything before his eyes appeared to warp slightly. This was indeed a domain, a gravitational control domain. The Sky Douluo struggled to articulate this revelation just as the Titan giant ape's furious fist collided with him, sending him crashing into the awaiting arms of the Spirit Hall's entourage. Douluo, standing above the water's surface, suddenly turned her gaze toward Xiao Wu, who seemed remarkably close to the Titan giant ape. Perhaps capturing her could serve as leverage against the Titan giant ape. An overwhelming sense of crisis surged from the depths of the lake. With a splash, countless droplets transformed into resplendent hues, momentarily engulfing the extraordinary chrysanthemum. The air became suddenly damp as a colossal bull-headed creature, measuring over 4 meters in diameter, erupted from the water. The impact from the extraordinary chrysanthemum against it was so forceful that it rebounded, despite the fact that the flower was in its true spirit state. With verdant scales and an immensely towering body, this monstrous creature, possessing the head of a bull and the body of a snake, rose into the sky and unleashed a spray of energy. A beam of azure light swept over the crowd, causing everyone from the Spirit Hall to slow down. This was the sluggish domain of the heavenly blue bull demon, designed to prevent the enemy from escaping. Xiao Wu implored, "Previously, when you captured me, you did not kill me. Now, I have no desire to harm you. Please leave the Star-Do Great Forest." The 3 titled Douluo wore expressions of scorn, with Douluo regarding her with utmost disdain. It was only natural for spirit masters to capture spirit beasts. Sparing this rabbit was merely out of respect for our saintess. "Tang Xi, are you conceding?" "Absolutely not. This is my final strike." Suddenly, the ghost Douluo let out a thunderous roar. A color, distinct from the usual dark hue he emitted, erupted from within him. It was a resplendent silver flame that soared skyward in an instant. Simultaneously, the golden Douluo, Juguan, was enveloped by a layer of golden flames. In that fleeting moment, the 9 soul rings adorning both of them illuminated simultaneously, enhancing the brilliance of their intertwined silver and gold flames. Standing face to face, their hands clasped, the ethereal essence of Ghost and Juguan merged seamlessly. The 18 soul rings they possessed coalesced into a magnificent dual-colored golden and silver halo that quietly ascended. "Old Ghost, you focus on attacking those 2 10,000-year soul beasts. The rest should capture that rabbit as leverage." Juguan's anxious voice resonated from within the golden and silver halo. In the next instant, the radiance abruptly contracted. The heavenly blue bull python and the Titan giant ape became enveloped in a golden and silver aura, firmly restrained within that confined space. Remarkably, the restricted area for the Titan giant ape was even suspended in mid-air, showcasing the formidable power of this dual-ringed martial soul fusion technique. Upon witnessing De Ming and Erming ensnared, Xiao Wu cast a venomous glare at every member of the Spirit Hall, questioning whether they truly needed 10,000-year soul beasts to satiate their insatiable greed. Yet, her cries fell on deaf ears as 20 soul masters swiftly advanced, their martial spirits radiating with dazzling brilliance. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, yet he resolutely dashed forward. With a swift motion of his left hand, he grasped the soul guiding device, and 2 mother and child soul-chasing death orbs materialized in his palm. Tang San hurled the objects in his hand fiercely towards the 20 soul masters. The 2 soul-devouring pearls were instantly unleashed, and amidst the explosive sounds, a cloud of smoke billowed between him and Xiaoyu, as countless tiny poisonous needles flew forth, enveloping the 6 soul saints directly in front of him. In a series of muffled groans, the 6 soul saints collapsed at Tang San's feet at such close range. Being struck by the toxic needles was a fate no divine intervention could avert. "Who?" Hulaina exclaimed, her voice tinged with alarm. Simultaneously, Tang San's figure flickered like a mirage, unleashing a torrent of hidden weapons from his hands, as the back of his garments tore open to reveal the dazzling blue-golden 8 spider lances. "It is Tang San." Hulaina regarded the figure before her with heightened vigilance, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Could Xiaoxi also be here? Beneath the golden sea turtle Douluo, a blinding white light radiated as hundreds of icy spikes surged towards De Ming and Erming. Roar! Despite their thick hides, De Ming and Erming felt the discomfort of the piercing sensation, letting out a muffled roar. The golden sea turtle Douluo gathered strength once more, the golden light in his hand intensifying. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu charged forward, her resolve unwavering. She could not allow harm to befall De Ming and Erming. Now at level 59 in soul power, Xiao Wu knew that enduring an attack from a tidal Douluo would likely cost her half her life, if not more. The blue-silver grass on the ground stretched wildly, finally wrapping around Xiao Wu's waist, halting her advance. Suddenly, an illusion of the golden sea turtle materialized, expanding to a towering height of nearly 5 meters, with its head and limbs retracting. It spun rapidly, conjuring a fierce wind as it charged straight at De Ming and Air Ming. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with the sight of De Ming and Air Ming being immobilized. And with a cry of desperation, she shouted, "No!" In the depths of the forest, the battle intensified. Fifth soul skill, Snow Dance Radiance. Silvery threads enveloped the sea turtle, subsequently emitting a blinding light as both the threads and the turtle dissolved. The fifth soul skill, Snow Dance Radiance, was one of two abilities derived from the 100,000-year soul ring of the 9 Xian Emerald Scorpion, capable of nullifying a soul skill attack, while the other was the 9-tailed Scorpion Whip. Even more astonishing was the fifth soul ring at Tang Xi's waist, which continued to flicker with vibrant energy. Tang Xi revealed that the fifth soul ring of the lifeline martial spirit was astonishingly one of 100,000 years. The profound blood-red halo cast its glow upon the earth, and upon beholding Tang Xi's stunning visage, the golden sea turtle Douluo ceased his assault. The golden sea turtle Douluo elucidated that this operation had been expressly commissioned by His Holiness the Pope, and he implored Her Highness the Saintess not to interfere. Emphasizing his final words with heightened gravity, Tang Xi holds a significant position within the Spirit Hall, and through her research on the shared soul power experiment, she has earned the respect of the title Douluo. Xiao Wu's eyes widened, her face illuminating with joy. It was her beloved Xiao Xi. Her cherished Xiao Xi had returned to her. Tang San exerted a powerful tug on the blue-silver grass, drawing Xiao Wu into his embrace. As she looked up at him, tears welled up and overflowed. He was the beloved she had yearned for day and night. Emotionally moved, Xiao Wu called out, "Third brother." In midair, Tang Xi's gaze was piercing, and the temperature around him plummeted suddenly. The skill of the 9 Xian Emerald Scorpion's left arm's spirit bone, absolute 0, caused the temperature within a kilometer to drop to over 200 degrees below zero. Thick ice formed on the ground as Tang Xi intentionally froze the feet of everyone present, except for Tang San and Xiao Wu. In an instant, all members of the Spirit Hall found themselves unable to break free, including the golden sea turtle Douluo. Tang Xi said to Tang San, "Brother, please take Sister Xiao Wu away first. The people from the Spirit Hall dare not harm me." "All right." Tang San responded with a single word before pulling Xiao Wu to retreat. In that very instant, the golden sea turtle Douluo broke free from the ice. His face contorted with incredulous rage. "Tang Xi, as the saintess of the Spirit Hall, you dare to privately undermine the orders of His Holiness the Pope, openly opposing us. What place do you leave for the Spirit Hall?" The golden sea turtle Douluo was seething with fury, his soul power surging uncontrollably. Tang Xi smiled and said, "I will handle matters with the teacher. If you truly wish to engage, at present, you are not my match." The level 64 Soul Emperor audaciously challenged a title Douluo, prompting the golden sea turtle Douluo to burst into laughter. "Ha! How amusing! I shall not show mercy to such a young girl." Upon finishing his words, the golden sea turtle Douluo deftly manipulated the shell in his palm, expanding it with outstretched hands until it transformed into sharp green shards, hurtling towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi stood motionless, a serene smile gracing her lips as she faced the unfolding events. The golden sea turtle Douluo erupted into hearty laughter, realizing that fear had rendered him immobile. However, just as the green shards were about to collide with Tang Xi, her figure vanished from sight. He was momentarily stunned, unable to perceive her soul power, unless she possessed a soul skill that concealed her presence. A shadow eclipsed the sunlight above him, prompting the golden sea turtle Douluo to instinctively glance upward. To his astonishment, Tang Xi had appeared above him, wielding a slender silver needle directly aimed at his eyes. In that fleeting moment, a rush of terror flooded his mind. Yet, Tang Xi merely smiled gently, executing a graceful half-turn in the air as she retracted the silver needle along with the myriad of hidden weapons in her possession. Tang Xi let out a laugh. "Elder Sea Turtle, I have shown you mercy. Had I not retracted my hand in time, your eyes would have long been blinded." The casual and carefree tone of Tang Xi echoed in the ears of the golden sea turtle Douluo like the sinister whispers of a demon, causing him to shudder involuntarily. All right, I concede," the golden sea turtle Douluo admitted with resignation, for who could blame him when Tang Xi was so favored by His Holiness the Pope? It was only prudent to comply with her wishes. Moments later, the golden and silver halos surrounding De Ming and Air Ming trembled violently. With a resounding crash, the halos shattered into fragments. De Ming and Air Ming stretched their forms, with Air Ming casting a lingering glance at Tang Xi before darting off in the direction where Xiao Wu had departed. closely followed by Deming. As the golden and silver halos dissipated, Yu Guan and Gue Mei descended gracefully from the air, their expressions not quite pleasant, clearly indicating their soul power had been depleted. What transpired here? A melodious voice rang out from afar, as a man clad in a black robe hovered above, lifting his hat to reveal a refined profile. It was Suwen. Suwen glanced at the others who had been frozen, furrowing his brow. Instantly, a swirling black mist enveloped those encased in ice, and before long, the ice began to melt away. The three titled Douluos, in the presence of the Holy Sun, the heir to the next pope, bowed respectfully and addressed him, Holy Sun. Tang Xi pouted her lips, questioning why, as a fellow disciple of the same teacher, that family